Against looking to Marx for our metaphysics and morals, because Marx was not in the business of producing a theory of everything. In particular, he was almost silent on questions of love, death, and the meaning of life, and was not even much interested in the future. Yes, Marx was an atheist, a materialist, and a secularist of sorts, but he left plenty of room, and no specific instructions, for spiritual flourishing, artistic creativity, and the work of ideas. Marx would not necessarily be embarrassed, it follows, if our deepest thoughts and hopes were still to be sourced from religion. In other writings, Eagleton moves towards a thicker religionism, not least in his heavy-handed attempt to crush the new atheists, aka Ditchkins. Culture and the death of God is more considered, sweeping through the paradigms of modern European thought to indicate how the authority of religion, after its ostensible demise, got distributed among secular forms and concepts, Enlightenment reason, philosophical idealism, romanticism, culture, humanity, art, nature, nationalism, death of God atheism, postmodernism. Eagleton's punchline is never far from the surface. These ideas and isms are but viceroys for God, shouldering religion's offices. Put more interestingly, the point is that despite these challenging interventions, an inexplicable striving for the infinite persists, sharpening the difficulty faced by all secular perspectives, namely how not to bleach the world of inherent value. Secularists need not disagree with this, provided Eagleton in turn recognizes that secular systems of thought do have proper business of their own and are significant in their own right. The problem is, however, that no sooner has Eagleton granted that degree of relative autonomy than he snatches it back in a series of newly reductive formulations, that secular thought is nothing but counterfeit theology, a clandestine agent for religion, a God substitute. Equally beyond debate, it seems, is the assertion that only religion can do justice to the symbolic and affective dimensions of social existence, and only religion can fulfill both emotional commitment and solidarity with the powerless. Eagleton's keynote quip is that culture is a secular name for God, but he pays no attention to the converse proposition that God might be a religious name for human culture. Similarly, he allots to religion proprietary rights over image, ritual, and narrative, but fails to tackle the obvious rejoinder that religions do not monopolize these resources, something that becomes increasingly apparent as we move ever further away from the social and political life worlds whose product was monotheism. When it comes to God's existence, Eagleton accuses rationalists of a category mistake in treating this as an empirical and causal proposition. Thus, instead of either the forgiving paternal noble-deity or productive mega-manufacturer, God should be regarded as a creative artist and the reason there is something rather than nothing. But these contrived witticisms plainly fail to dispel questions about the actuality of the being with superhuman qualities, however we choose to paint them. Post-Secularism and the Critique of Religion 1227. For Eagleton, Marxism is not a substitute religion. It only, though indispensably, demonstrates that all human and spiritual life has a material basis and takes political expression. He reminds us that Marx was wise to the follies of hubristic humanism, positivistic scientism, and other naive secularist shibboleths. Plus, there are affinities between his vision of history and Christian theology itself. If Marx were indeed an unbeliever, his atheism could be said to be both incomplete and inauthentic. Eagleton's tortuous fideism, then, does not stretch to fully religionizing Marxism itself, neither does it aim completely to ground and dictate the specifically political dimension of socialist ideas. Can a stronger rationale for religionizing Marxism be given, providing a new fusion of subjective intensity and metaphysical reach that might mend the broken triangle? Jolyon Agar's post-secularism, realism and utopia aspires to this ideal. According to him, Marxism only has itself to blame for becoming irrelevant to people struggling for progressive causes, many of whom find succor and inspiration in religion instead. This is because Marxism has drifted out of the warm stream of transformative vision into the cold stream of secularism and scientism. There may be moments in the tradition when religion is not treated as delusional and irrational, but these are rare. And now there is a choice to be made between, in Agar's jargon, immanent post-secularism and the full embrace of transcendence that is definitive of meta-post-secularism. While the former is held to represent a significant improvement on vulgar secularism, it is the latter that stands as the condition of left spiritual renewal. To that end, Agar draws out of Hegel, Ernst Bloch, and Roy Bhaskar a conception of deep reality that speaks to the utopian dimension of human self-consciousness. He urges us to see that religion contains many of the most sublime imaginings of utopia and that, together, utopianism and religion represent the richest expressions of the search for depth meaning. Some sceptical observations can give a further flavor of this line of thought. One question is whether it is appropriate to tailor ontological considerations so closely to normative concerns and precritical assumptions. For example, Agar's starting point is that we humans constantly yearn after transcendence, meta-reality, and meta-utopia. But this understanding and terminology are taken as basic premises rather than things to be established. Agar further advises that we should have confidence in our ability as a species to invent qualitatively new forms of humanity, a largely ethical and political injunction, but one that, following Bloch, is supposed to indicate how future orientation and nature overturning are among most essential features of being itself, thus giving utopianism a head start, courtesy of the fundamental constitution of reality. This manner of philosophizing is characteristically stipulative and teleological rather than analytical and exploratory. As with aspects of Bhaskar's philosophical realism even before his declared spiritual turn in from east to west, the discourse progressively becomes tedious and uninteresting due to the a priori, 1228. Self-confirming way that the designated levels of being and consciousness are presented as securing whatever level of necessity seems to be required. As it happens, Agar finally vacillates when it comes to clinching the specifically religious element of each of his selected thinkers' perspectives. For example, he commends Bloch's general search for an atheistic Marxist religious ontology, deciding that its most obviously transcendent aspects are too anthropomorphic and indeed over-ontologized from the outset. Thus, Agar endorses Bloch's notion of penultimate hope, rendered as the power of human desire and consciousness of a perfected form of existence, but he declines the higher idea with which Bloch himself paired it, ultimate hope. This is because Bloch overblew the latter as the primary emergent property of matter itself, such that all things, life forms, and processes move towards the light, drawn up by the magnet that is humanity's not yet. Agar is right to balk at this kind of hyperbolic overriding of science, of which there are many instances in Bloch, such as the idea that subatomic physics might be seen as the delivery and mediation of the creation slumbering in the womb of nature, the most concrete aspect of concrete utopia. Agar thus backs off from his initial demand for a thoroughly transcendental imperative, because even in the warmer waters there is only scope for immanent utopia at best. Theologism. In the theoretical and moral climate in the last category that I want to propose, theologism is distinctly cooler in Blochian terms than in religion ionization. For example, in their exchange around the monstrosity of Christ, Slavoj Žižek and John Milbank show a sense of detached argumentative protocol and mutual respect that neither figure normally offers to others. Some elementary disputation takes place between them about the status of God, Christ, and St. Paul, followed by an emergent commonality concerning belief in belief. A certain sense of Christian fundamentalism, they jointly hold, is completely necessary for truly radical anti-capitalist politics, and to keep bleaker fundamentalisms at bay. By comparison, postmodern post-secular reflexivity is deemed philosophically and politically spineless. Milbank probably wins this debate by default because he is a theologian as conventionally understood, his erudition entirely geared to producing a seamless religious view of the meaning of all existence and all history. By contrast, Žižek's Hegelian Lacanian ontology countenances no ultimate holism. For him, the real, as embroiled with subjectivity, is intrinsically torn, blocked, doubled, and gapped, the desiring subject forever failing to secure stability of identity or spiritual satisfaction. Any variant or deputy of the impossible big other, including God, necessarily slithers out of capture. Nonetheless, Christian theology is instructive and even directive for the sort of faithful, fearless communist. Post-secularism and the Critique of Religion 1229. Militancy that Zizek wants to resuscitate, so his approach to Marxism and religion can be classed as theologism rather than religion ionization. The contemporary scholar who best exemplifies theologism is Roland Bohr, whose multi-volume series on Marxism and theology is the most systematic undertaken. Bohr presents his project chiefly as a matter of intimate commentary, but this underplays the active theorizing that takes place throughout his coverage of some 30 Marxists and quasi-Marxists. By itself, the typology introduced in the first volume of the series, Criticism of Heaven, represents a significant contribution, Bohr distributing his cast of thinkers into biblical elegism, Catholic ecclesiology, and the New Protestant turn marked by a materialist theology of grace. Adorno also fits this box to an extent, but Bohr utilizes Adorno's stance of theological suspicion to define and evaluate all the positions under examination. In the volume devoted to Marx and Engels, Bohr points up the founders' divergent views and sensibilities. Certainly, Marx was harsh on religion, but he was far more than a merciless debunker. From the early work through to Capital, Marx's thinking was itself shot through with theological influences and inferences, not least his stage-by-stage deployment of Feuerbachian inversion. In that vein, Marx consistently inhabits the motif whereby, sequentially, labor, money, property, the commodity, and the value form give structure to modern capitalism through the religious mechanism that projects concrete human, social relationships and activities into fantastical, fetishized, and alienated forms, thereby securing a mesmerizing hold over both subjectivity and politics. Bohr argues that it is quite wrong to think of these forms as merely illusory or superstructural, their embeddedness and effects are entirely material and real. Thus, Bohr reads Marx as demonstrating that the way capitalism deeply works is, definitively, theological. By the same token, the theoretical exposure of the mechanisms of capital, and our practical emancipation from them, are theological too, being a materialist variant of the critique of idolatry. Bohr reiterates that he is not seeking to show that Marxists are religious at heart, or that Marxism is nothing other than theology in secular guise. Rather, he wants to establish that Marxist thinkers have produced an extensive archive of engagement with theology, genuinely struggling with their own ambivalence towards it, a hallmark, Bohr thinks, of theological reflection. To relieve anxiety on this score, Bohr makes clear, especially in the final volume of the series, In the Vale of Tears, his heterodox understanding of Christian theology, that it is radically internally conflicted, that it goes well beyond deliberation on God and the elucidation of divinity, that it does not even require belief in God, that its orientating concepts are essentially contestable, and that protest atheism must be one of its core components. Bohr's panoply of reversals is intriguing and his commentaries are impressively thorough. However, unless we conclude, surely plausibly, that this way 1230 of thinking is not really theological at all, it is theology rather than Marxism that finally emerges as the dominant partner in the relationship. In particular, the Lutheran residue in Bohr gives priority to grace, whether specifically God's or somehow materialistically schematized, as the force that arbitrates between fate and agency, something that defies translation into any merely human terms. Bohr looks to Alain Badiou's Politics and Metaphysics for Marxist credentials here, but this only compounds the problem, because Badiou's philosophy of truth and event, contrived from a Platonistic understanding of set theory mathematics, is a stringently anti-contextualist. At this rarefied level, historical materialism has little relevance. A further indication of Bohr's overarching idealism is his treatment of both religion and Marxism in terms of myths and mythologies, in effect stories to live by. Leaning on Bloch, Bohr conceptualizes myths as Janus-faced, simultaneously containing both reactionary and emancipatory potentials, thus requiring a decent dose of discernment to distinguish the moments of rebellion in myth from the moments of repression. In taking us through this, Bohr never seriously confronts the problem of how such discernment of myth, deciding what is genuinely utopian, could be anything other than a matter of subjective interpretation, even if glossed in strenuous political terms. Bohr's response to that complaint appears to be that in the final analysis the distinction between truth/reality and imagination/fable is impossible to sustain. In support, he once again pulls in Badiou, this time flagging up the French thinker's failure to demonstrate, except by fiat, how objective truth as reflected in fidelity to genuine events differs from misguided adherence to the significance of pseudo-events. But instead of rooting out Badiou's own thoroughgoing idealism in that regard, on the grounds that Badiou's theorization of truth in terms of fidelity is misconceived, Bohr pushes towards a more consistent subjectivism. In matters of fidelity to events, truth is very much in the eyes of the beholder, governed by the value structures of the myths by which we are guided, and their scenarios of redemption. Conclusion: the matter of science. Beyond the queries and objections lodged in relation to each of the genres presented, a wider concern can be aired, that right across these options revisiting Marxism and religion, the question of science is insufficiently foregrounded, the form of materialism that is appropriate to science, the status of Marxism's affiliation with science, the right way to pitch the science-religion relationship. No doubt one reason for this neglect is that serious difficulties and deficits have beset previous attempts to articulate a Marxist understanding of scientificity, from Lenin's materialist assault on fideist empirio-criticism, through the Catechism of Soviet Diomat, to Althusser's anti-empirical conventionalism. Nevertheless, the strands of thought discussed in this chapter seem to eschew any. Post-secularism and the Critique of Religion 1231. Explicit positioning of religion in relation to science. Could it be that today's post-secular Marxists are too captivated by the revival of religion to register fully the growing centrality of science itself in the life, thought, and prospects of humanity? Lacking space for detailed elaboration of these points, and in recognition of their complexity, the following assertions must serve as prompts to further necessary debate. Around the time of the German ideology, Marx made a decisive move out of the problematic of religion as screened through philosophy, into the empirical study of human social formations and behavior. Images of the post-secular Marx gloss over this crucial shift of perspective. Marx and Engels were impressed by scientific studies of religion in their time, and closely followed specialist developments in the scientific standpoint, not least Darwin's insertion of nails in the coffin of religion and theology. Engels' later writings on science and materialism may have been clumsy and inconsistent, but they were neither crassly positivistic nor metaphysically materialist. Arguably, they were scientific realist in character. However, we need to be careful here. Critical scientific realism as introduced to deserved applause by Roy Bhaskar somewhat exaggerated from the outset the primacy of ontology in specifying both the work of science and the function of philosophy. Bhaskar's later transition from depth realism concerning science to hypostatized gnoseological realism about God, the ultimatum, the cosmic envelope, and so forth, was thus not entirely incongruous. Whatever the fortunes of Marxism as historical and social science, its impulse to be, epistemically and culturally, on the side of science is sound. This entails a view of philosophy as part of scientific endeavor, not as standing outside or above it. This is not a reassertion of positivism as such, because science, while systematically disciplined by empirical rigor, inevitably exceeds it in various ways. As a mode of knowing, modern science has been unprecedentedly successful and world-transforming. Even if many individuals find ways of reconciling science and religious faith, both institutionally and cognitively the latter has steadily ceded ground to the former. Scientific knowledge is imperfect and socially constructed, but it is also distinctively critical, consensual, and self-revising. Religions by contrast, monotheisms at any rate, can never completely erase their conflictual, absolutist rationale. Secular epistemology cannot expunge the need for metaphysical reflection, thereby leaving open to interesting exploration, for instance, the relationship between scientific realism and speculative realism. Yet ontology and metaphysics are not more fundamental than epistemology, because foundational conceptions of whatever it is that deeply conditions the empirical and the possible often turn out to be parasitical upon the current state of scientific knowledge. Thus, Zizek's proposed new foundation of dialectical materialism startles us with the proposition that the only good materialism today is idealism, matter now being understood by physicists as mathematical structures. Entirely trading on the authority of contemporary science in this way, Zizek then blithely proceeds to the stale and dubious deduction that contemporary science has merely vindicated Hegel. Neither science nor philosophical naturalism refute religious beliefs or eliminate the openings for theological construction. But they have no overwhelming need to. The attraction of secularism and non-religion is more to do with the way social processes and cognitive breakthroughs gradually intensify the cognitive dissonance entailed by the metaphysical dualism that underpins religion in the modern context. 1232. The concept of utopia is highly contested and, in many respects, problematic, but it remains indispensable for the prefiguration of an alternative society, for moving beyond a system of power perceived as unjust, oppressive, obscure. 2. Utopia is problematic for its polysemic meaning, and for its controversial link with the concept of ideology. It is problematic if considered in its connection to constructions of imaginary and indeterminate worlds that are not anchored to reality, material conditions, and social subjects, nor to concrete possibilities of transformation. And yet utopia is indispensable in its function of contestation, the weapons of critique, in the capacity to break through thickness of reality, and in its fictional power of redscribing life. Moreover, the concept of utopia is indispensable as a possible horizon for real historical processes. It sustains the idea of a movement of history towards a future that is paradigmatically valid to guide present action, together with the very possibility of building an alternative society. In fact, utopias are essential in providing materials for the imagination and design of another world, and of a non-capitalist society in particular. Finally, utopia is indispensable in its allusion to a principle of hope, as Ernst Bloch would define it, capable of projecting the present into the open time of the future, of the possible future. 67. Utopia. Chiara Giorgi. Utopia 1235. In this chapter, moving from the modern form of utopia as inaugurated by Thomas More and Tommaso Campanella, I reconsider the relationship of Marx and Engels with utopian socialism. I then explore the idea of concrete utopia in Bloch and some of his contemporaries, leading finally to an analysis of 20th-century Marxist and radical thinkers, such as Immanuel Wallerstein, Frederick Jameson, and Eric Olin Wright, who redefined the issue of utopia by linking it to the possibility of constructing concrete alternatives to capitalism. While some critics have expressed diffidence towards the ineffectiveness of utopian views, and others have pointed out the risk of totalitarian developments from utopian thinking, there is currently a renewed interest in the ideal and political dimensions of utopia. From utopian socialism to Marx and Engels. These perspectives on and challenges to the concept of utopia are already present in the works of Marx and Engels. They devote part of the third chapter of the manifesto to a critique of critical utopian socialists, addressing two central aspects of the question. The first one is the attack on critical utopian socialism and communism, and authors such as Fourier, Saint-Simon, Owen, whose dreams of the future end up deceiving the struggles of the new revolutionary subject, the proletariat. Their ideals spring into existence in the early undeveloped period, of the struggle between proletariat and bourgeoisie. The main weakness of these authors, and of the movements derived from them, lies in the fact that, although they start from a rejection of the bourgeois world, the proletariat, as yet in its infancy, offers to them the spectacle of a class without any historical initiative or any independent political movement. As Marx and Engels continue, Since the development of class antagonism keeps even pace with the development of industry, the economic situation, as they find it, does not as yet offer to them the material conditions for the emancipation of the proletariat. The proponents of utopian socialism allow their personal inventive action to usurp historical action together with the historically generated conditions of emancipation. Their socialism is an organization of society especially contrived by these inventors instead of being a result of the gradual, spontaneous class organization of the proletariat. 3. As recently observed, the third chapter of the manifesto introduces an important break with ideology. It is necessary to break away with the discourses inherited from history, including those taking the side of the proletariat, in order to provide a representation of the totality of interests and of the future of the movement of exploited subjects. The crucial step made by Marx and Engels is therefore their speaking the true language of the real, of the class struggles that are ignored by other socialist theorists. What is left out? 1236. In all socialist literatures, including that of the critical utopian socialists, is the irreconcilable character of the class struggle that is deep-rooted in the regime of capitalist property. For class politics is thus situated on a completely different plane from that of utopia, as is scientific socialism with respect to utopian socialism, which corresponds to an embryonic stage of development of the labor movement. Marx and Engels write that the undeveloped state of the class struggle leads socialists of this kind to consider themselves superior to all class antagonisms and to appeal to society at large, including the ruling class. The second aspect concerning these authors and ideals that Marx and Engels grasped, reflecting the first impulses towards a general transformation of society of a proletariat that is not yet fully developed and therefore inclined to represent itself in a fantastical way, resides in their propulsive function. As argued by Marx and Engels, they attack every principle of existing society. Hence, they are full of the most valuable materials for the enlightenment of the working class. In particular, the practical measures proposed by utopian socialists are part of the broader project of an alternative to capitalism. As recently argued, the very text of the manifesto is a real palimpsest, which incorporates countless words and phrases from the critical utopian socialists and communists. There might seem to be a sort of political contradiction here, associated with the controversial meaning of the concept of utopia itself. Its critical function, its allusion to an alternative project, fuels the communist desire for transformation. In other words, there is a sort of split for the proletariat between the consciousness of their history and the imaginary of a future whose profile is borrowed from utopian systems and which feeds the communists' transformative passion. The crux of the matter emerges in the final observations reserved for critical utopian socialists. Marx and Engels argued that the class base of utopian socialist views had to be identified. Some utopian socialist positions rested on a bourgeois perspective, hiding the reality of the class struggle, in opposition to the historical development of the proletariat. A crucial step here is the identification of the social subject of transformation, as a necessary component of the communist project, a requirement for the effectiveness of communist politics both in its critical dimension and in that of prefiguring a future free from the domination of capital. 5. In this sense, the main purpose of the manifesto was to identify a subject that was capable of subverting capitalist society and building a new world. Marx and Engels place the proletariat at the center of revolutionary politics as a real subject. It is the new subject writing the history of the anti-capitalist class struggle in modernity and at the same time delineating the shape of a liberated future. Here lies the Utopia 1237. Political force of the manifesto and, at the same time, the break by Marx and Engels from the traditions of utopian socialism. This is a rupture with the modern form of utopia, as a prefiguration of a harmonious order, aimed at neutralizing contradictions and harnessing conflict. Engels further develops the opposition between utopian socialism and scientific socialism in Anti-Düring, and in Socialism, Utopian and Scientific. In these works, Engels takes up the arguments in the manifesto again, addressing the limits of the positions of the founders of socialism, whose crude theories coincide with the crude conditions of capitalistic production and crude class conditions. What was envisaged by utopian thought corresponded to a historical period, one that preceded the Industrial Revolution, in which socialist ideals could only have an abstract and arbitrary nature, being an expression of an era in which the development of capitalism and class antagonism was limited. In this context, Engels argued that the utopians had to construct the elements of a new society out of their own heads. Despite recognizing the work of three utopians reviewed, Engels pointed out the absolutist, anti-historical and eclectic nature of their socialism, to which he opposed scientific socialism. In place of a subjective and moralistic rejection, what is needed is a real understanding of the historical dynamics of the capitalist mode of production, of class antagonism and of the conflicts that may overcome it. According to Engels, it was thanks to Marx's two great discoveries, the materialistic conception of history and the revelation of the secret of capitalistic production through surplus value, that socialism became a science. The modern proletariat was the bearer of the historical mission of universal emancipation, of scientific socialism, rooted in the understanding of historical conditions, in the development of the working class and of its political struggles to overthrow the social order. The Paris Commune has a major importance in this perspective. In the last revolution Marx saw, the last revolution in the heart of 19th century Europe, the working class had at last discovered the political form under which to work out the economic emancipation of labor. A possible communism, Marx argued in the Civil War in France, had been achieved in the Paris Commune, a working class government, the product of the struggle of the producing against the appropriating class. Here lay the political force of the working class, of the revolutionary subject, aware that for their own emancipation and the realization of a higher form of society there were no ready-made utopias to introduce par decret du peuple. The working class will have to pass through long struggles, through a series of historic processes, transforming circumstances and men. The working class, Marx wrote peremptorily, has no ideals to realize, but to set free the elements of the new society with which old collapsing bourgeois society itself is pregnant. 1238. The same question of transition to the new liberated society, a theme with a deep utopian dimension, will be outlined in anti-utopian terms in the Critique of the Gotha Programme, Marx's most explicit discussion of a post-capitalist society, where he envisages the qualitative leap that will take place in the move towards a communist society. Marxism as concrete utopia, Ernst Bloch. After the horrors of the Great War and the hopes of the October Revolution, there was a decisive development in the concept of utopia, at a philosophical level, in the writings of Ernst Bloch. He put utopia at the center of his thinking, combining a Marxist approach with radically new perspectives. The innovative meaning of utopia emerging from Bloch's work lies in its character as concrete utopia, understood as a principle of the struggle that points towards how much still remains to be explored. Bloch's first book, The Spirit of Utopia, written during the First World War and full of Sturmuende Drang, as he recognized retrospectively, represents a strong reaction to the positivistic culture of that period and, at the same time, manifests the incredible versatility of the young Bloch. Here his fierce criticism of capitalism and imperialism, which he held responsible for the war, was also a protest against a world in which human contact with one's deepest and most intimate self was impeded by the anonymous, cold, and speculative character of capitalist technology. Bloch, close to the artistic vanguards of his time, Expressionism in particular, investigated the complex relationship between interiority and exteriority, with the intention of reconstructing a connection between them. He took his cue from his own experience of a precise historical moment that coincided with the collapse of many previous certainties, a profound spiritual crisis and the urgency of an immersion of the subject into him or herself. Bloch did this by reviewing particular objects and specific situations, and above all by an analysis of the language of music and of philosophical reflection itself. In his attempt to formulate a comprehensive philosophical conception, utopia immediately became the theoretical center of Bloch's thinking, which aimed to establish it as the philosophical category of the 20th century. Instead of letting himself be seduced by forms of negativity, Bloch tried to redeem the dissatisfaction for the present in an overall project of cultural, spiritual, and philosophical refounding. It is utopia itself that makes this redemption possible, for it is not the designation of a distant place, separate from the present, but the emergence of a tendency that causes the cage of the present to explode, and projects people into the forefront of the process. Drive towards the future, recovery of lost sense, self-encounter, but, above all, concepts like the darkness of the lived moment and the not yet conscious knowledge constitute the main elements of this first conceptualization of the utopian. Specifically, what keeps these concepts? Utopia 1239. Together, Bloch says, is the category of the not yet, which enters the waking dreams of all of us. Daydreams, very different to night dreams, refer to the not yet that nevertheless also has a being, it is a not yet being. The not yet conscious and the not yet become appear in the world as something that is not yet there but is an emerging tendency. In this sense, the very meaning of a better life, of the realm of freedom and a classless society, though not yet present, can be understood and shows itself as tendency and latency. For Bloch, the utopia of a better life has always been revolutionary. The relationship with Marx and Marxism is embedded within this trajectory. The final part of the spirit of utopia is in fact dedicated to Marx, to the thinker who allows the interiorization of the exterior and the externalization of the interior to be approached in an alternative way to the bourgeois and capitalist world. As Bloch will reiterate later, it is the Marxist mediation between theory and praxis and the Marxian critique of contemplative consciousness that allow a different way of looking at the present and future together, as well as making it possible to grasp the inherence of the future to the present. In Marxism, utopia becomes a kind of pre-appearance, unlike in classical utopian theories. If the great utopians, from Fourier to Saint-Simon, built imaginary places in a dreamlike image of the near future, Marxism went further, linking its practice to a finally realizable, concrete transformation, criticizing the abstraction of the previous utopianization, while remaining much more loyal to the orientation towards the future of the utopian function. For Bloch, Marxism is not a non-utopia, but the novum of a concrete utopia, of a utopia that's set on its feet. This concept is contained in Bloch's masterpiece, The Principle of Hope. The motif of utopia is also present in Thomas Müntzer as the Theologian of Revolution, a book inspired by the enthusiasm for the October Revolution and for the defeated German revolutions that followed in its wake. In this work, a kind of appendix for the spirit of utopia, it is more evident than ever that Bloch's concept of utopia feeds on the hopes and expectations aroused by the October Revolution and by Lenin's strategy, which allowed latent possibilities to emerge in the process of building socialism in a country usually considered far from the conditions of a revolution. Müntzer, in many respects similar to Liebknecht and Lenin himself, illuminates the revolution's most powerful aim. He is a communist Kiliast engaged in the struggle against exploitation, against princes and privileges, against theologians compromised with power, and he is, above all, a precursor of what will happen. In this sense the past, in its incomplete and open character, harbors events that are full of the light of the future, the still latent images of communism. Utopias feed the commitment and the transforming passions of the present and continue to project their potential of unexpressed possibilities towards the future. 6. The insurrection of 1525 against the German princes held in itself the not yet, the utopian call for the realization, here and now, of the potential and latencies 1240. Imminent to the present. The utopian anticipation of the future is combined with an unprecedented conception of the past itself, and of time in general. The possibility of opening an access to a future hidden away in the unexpressed or repressed potentialities of the past is combined with the retroaction of the present onto the past itself, assuming a profoundly political and practically productive meaning. No doubt, this is in harmony with Walter Benjamin's thesis on the concept of history, especially with regard to the messianic need and to the possible redemption of the past. A key concept here is that of Gedenken. This is not a mere memory, but the emergence of the potential that still awaits realization, the sudden eruption of the past into the present, breaking up the continuum of a purely chronological time, paving the way for unforeseen, subversive possibilities of the existent. Now time is the dialectical link between the unaccomplished past and the utopian future, and the history is not only a science but also, and perhaps the first of all, a form of recollection. On the other hand, one should recall that the well-known multiversum metaphor stands out against the dominant line of historical progress, against the abstract temporality of capital, leaving the possibility to think the division between historical temporalities where nobody can talk for another or claim for oneself to be located on the high point of the tendency. This leaves as a legacy a conception of the alternative that is situated elsewhere and behind us, in the possibilities not taken up by Western modernity, in the other beginnings that have been opened up by past struggles and that this modernity has foreclosed. The principle of hope represents Bloch's magnum opus, a sort of encyclopedia of human wishful content intended to renew 20th century Marxist thought. This work established a new vision of the world, whose originality consists in wondering whether there is a possibility of a utopia existing in a still unactivated reality. Marxist philosophy, extensively discussed in The Principle of Hope and whose warm stream Bloch was determined to valorize, is the philosophy of the future for Bloch, the philosophy of the new, the philosophy of conscious hope, of forward dreaming. Marxist philosophy is that of the future, therefore also of the future in the past, in that its past contains an unredeemed future, and hence an unconsumed reserve of possibility. It is this quality of being a living theory and practice tied to a novum that permits the unfolding of a transformative action, which at each moment realizes potentialities contained in the past. In this sense Marxism, as a theory practice, is a philosophy and a politics of anticipation, a concrete utopia. True Marxism is, and must be, humanism and humanitarianism enhanced, as it is essentially a struggle against the dehumanization. Utopia 1241. Which reaches its acme in capitalism. Marxism is, as Bloch would repeat in his work Changing the World, Marx's theses on Feuerbach, not contemplation, but a directive for action, and it has produced the theory and practice of a better world not in order to abrogate the present one, as in most of the abstract social utopias, but in order to transform it economically and dialectically. The Blochian analysis of music deserves a special mention here, since music is the utopian art par excellence, in which the utopian nucleus is preserved, that is to say the excess with respect to the historical time and society in which it took shape, waiting to be brought to light, redeemed, realized in the future. The language of music, due to its open, indeterminate, and indefinite character, is the one that can best express the Blochian not yet, the possible becoming. As Bloch had already observed in The Spirit of Utopia, great musical masterpieces matter due to the newness they announce, which they predict and promise to implement. According to the difference outlined in The Principle of Hope, concrete utopias differ from the chimeric, Promethean dreams haunting the imagination of a society historically unable to realize them, from abstract and compensatory utopias, qualifying them as anticipatory hopes inspiring a revolutionary transformation of the present. In the Blochian proposal of an articulation of the possible, latent in the present, the concrete utopia is prefiguration, it is the realm of not yet, which by no means coincides with abstract utopian dreaminess. 7 Bloch opposes a mechanistic vision of Marxism and asserts his view of emancipatory Marxism, dialectical utopian materialism, real humanism, claiming the importance of the ideal and the final utopia. The latter are realities belonging to Marxism, where there is not only political economy but also the latent tendency towards an ultimate reality that affects the current one. Criticizing the way Marxism had slipped from utopia to science, he challenged the abstract and illusory notion of utopia that had often prevailed, as well as the empirical notion of science. In doing so, Bloch upholds the values of natural law, human rights, personal freedoms, and the dignity of the human individual, which were wrongly liquidated by certain forms of Marxism, as a crucial legacy for a humanistic and democratic socialism. A utopian aspect is present in the final goal of the struggle, the transformation of the realm of necessity into that of freedom, an element that remains present in the memory of the oppressed, as an imminent latency in each strike and battle. In its being not yet visible, not yet manifest, the final goal remains in fact open to different possible contents that animate struggles, a utopian presence capable of concretely influencing reality. Bloch's Marxism, the dialectical historical science of knowledge of tendency, is the interposed futuristic science of reality plus the objectively real possibility contained within it, and is wholly concerned with the goal of action. An action oriented towards a transformation of the world, with a crucial role played by hope. The rehabilitation of utopia by Bloch represents a major novelty within Marxism, representing 1242. Within its ambit, an original philosophy emphasizing real humanism, emancipatory goals, the revolutionary potential of past history and the open horizon of the future, in what ultimately amounts to a theology of the revolution. Reviving utopias. Utopia has returned to the forefront in the reflections and analyses of many contemporary Marxist authors, not only as a response to the anti-utopianism of the end of the 20th century, but especially as a reaction to the cold stream of neoliberal economic reason, as an effort to reappropriate a future that is being absorbed and abolished by a pervasive presentism, as well as a starting point for designing an alternative to capitalism. The latter is increasingly characterized by brutality, exorbitant inequality, omnivorous financialization, de-democratization, and multiple phenomena of destruction, spoliation, expulsion and global economies of extraction. Extractive logic and practices of dispossession, exploitation, and expropriation, private appropriation of social value and commonwealth are at the base of the current processes of valorization and accumulation of capital, in keeping with what Marx described at the origins of capitalism, but also in new and intensified forms. A fundamental element of the current reorganization of capital is that valorization has seized one domain of life and human agency after the other, and particularly has latched onto the whole sphere of social reproduction. The economic and political rationality of neoliberalism, its technology of government and legitimation strategies have emphasized the natural character of the current social order, built on political resignation and the impossibility of change, a view summarized in Margaret Thatcher's acronym, TINA, there is no alternative. At the end of the 20th century, facing the rise of neoliberalism and the new injustices of the global order after the end of the Cold War and the collapse of really existing socialism, several radical intellectuals addressed the challenge of systemic change in new ways. In the UK, New Left intellectuals offered a rethinking of the future and of political strategies, building on previous works that had recovered neglected utopian socialist traditions against the legacy of Stalinism. This is the case of E. P. Thompson's biography of William Morris and of Raymond Williams' Culture and Society. They both moved from a study of the romantic critique of industrial modernity and utilitarianism, turning it into a new source for socialist ideals. In Towards 2000, Williams, one of the most important scholars of utopian and dystopian literary forms, as well as of their historical and social conditions, built on his work on culture and politics and argued for combining utopian perspectives and politically viable activism. Utopia 1243. In France, André Gortz moved from a radical left position to a rethinking of key elements of change in the context of the decline of the waged labor society. Reduced working time, minimum income, greater social activities carried out outside market relationships and widespread participation could all contribute to greater spaces of alternative social arrangements. In a radically different context, that of Eastern Germany, Rudolf Barrow proposed a radical democratic reform of the socialist state with the alternative. After emigrating to Western Germany, he developed a red-green vision of change. The global nature of contemporary capitalism, characterized by growing financial activities, the spread of information and communication technologies, and increased trade and investment, was challenged at the turn of the century by the rise of global social movements that developed a common agenda of change under the banner of another world is possible. The rejection of neoliberalism and the heritage of left political cultures was combined in these mobilizations with the utopian and participatory dimension rooted in community struggles and action by indigenous people. 9. One of the most fruitful approaches for understanding the global dimension of capitalism has been developed by the world system approach, especially in the contributions of Wallerstein and Arrighi. A later book by Wallerstein directly addresses the question of utopia. Facing the crisis of global order, he argues that utopistics is the serious assessment of historical alternatives, the exercise of our judgment as to the substantive rationality of alternative possible historical systems, not the face of perfect future, but the face of an alternative, credibly better, and historically possible future. The relevant point is that the time is ripe for utopistics when there is a transformational time-space, that is, moments of systemic bifurcation, of historical transition, when individual and collective action can have a major impact on the new shape of the world. In a similar perspective, the alternative scenarios for the evolution of the world system in the 21st century are discussed by Arrighi in the postscript to the long 20th century. A first possibility is the enforcement of global political and military power by the USA. A second one is the rise of East Asia as the center of a global market society respecting all cultures of the world. A third scenario is the possibility of global chaos. After the crisis of 2008, the question of an alternative to capitalism has once again become a central concern for critical theories of the present, often being substantiated by more or less well-founded utopian references. The term utopia is used, provocatively in some cases, to refer to post-capitalist scenarios, as well as to capture how contemporary Marxist critical thought, working on several fronts to analyze the current conditions of the crisis, might envisage ways out. 1244 of it and outline the future of a radical transformational project. Facing an increasingly destructive form of capitalism and a left-wing politics that has been often unable to think of an alternative, real utopias have been proposed, concrete steps for change, for new non-capitalist forms of organizing social economic life. This is the long-term project of Eric Olin Wright, who has investigated the transformations of capitalism and has explored and valorized the existing tension between dreams and practices, transforming this tension into utopian ideals that are grounded in the real potentials of humanity, utopian destinations that have accessible way stations, utopian designs of institutions that can inform our practical tasks of navigating a world of imperfect conditions for social change. Wright's empirical and theoretical intent has been to try to think of institutions which themselves are capable of dynamic change, of responding to the needs of the people and evolving accordingly, rather than of institutions which are so perfect that they need no further change. His book Envisioning Real Utopias moves from a critique of existing institutions to the search for emancipatory alternatives, in an effort to contrast widespread cynicism about the human capacity to realize egalitarian and emancipatory values. He first develops a critique of the present in the perspective of an emancipatory social science. Second, he formulates specific alternatives. Third, he discusses strategies of transformation, stressing the multiple pathways of social empowerment, and the uncertainty about the final outcomes we can reach. From a different perspective, equally inclined to redevelop the idea of utopia, other Marxist critics have indicated in the concept of utopia the possibility of a space for thought and a philosophical and political laboratory that is historically necessary for envisaging a reality informed by new principles. In particular, Frederick Jameson has investigated the literary, philosophical, and historical twists and turns of the utopian form, as well as its historical conditions of possibility. In this perspective, the political dimension of utopia, with its inherent ambivalences and antinomies, has a revived vitality and usefulness. In our times, characterized by empty imaginaries and the colonization of the future, the function of utopia is to help envisage political and empirical possibilities. While practical resistance to the system largely lacks programs on how to achieve a global transformation, utopia plays a key political function well beyond a simple ideological reaction, asserting the possibility of an alternative. The utopian form is itself a representational meditation on radical difference, radical otherness, and on the systemic nature of the social totality. Imagining any profound change in society presupposes in fact freeing utopian visions. In this way, utopia is as a form of disruption, breaking the continuity of time and habits and challenging the stereotypes of a future that remains homogeneous with the present. The radical break comes not so much from a representation of how things would be in the future, but rather from forcing us to think. Utopia 1245. About the break itself, starting from a meditation on what it may be impossible to achieve within the bounds of the present. A key distinction made by Jameson is that between utopian program and utopian desire. The latter is an opportunity to liberate and socialize energies and underground images of transformation able to affect daily life. In spite of its structural ambiguities, Jameson argues that the notion of anti-utopianism might be proposed as a viable strategy. 10 Given the importance of imagining possible futures, Jameson devotes extensive attention to the literary texts that have addressed utopian themes. Science fiction is of major importance here, and utopia is seen as a socio-economic subgenre of science fiction, where utopian themes and impulses for action have been widely explored. 11 Jameson's latest treatment of utopia, An American Utopia, Dual Power and the Universal Army, comes from the need to imagine an alternative future to contemporary capitalism, having an elaborate and positive utopian vision at one's disposal that is capable of feeding and contrasting the imaginary of a present with no way out. Going beyond the traditional approaches, here Jameson critiques political theory and politics itself, arguing for the emergence of dual power where the desire of utopia could find expression. His provocative proposal comes from the will to revitalize and use the well-known concept of dual power originated by Lenin and Trotsky. Therefore, the effort is to imagine specific institutions that may help replace the dominance of contemporary capitalism, solving the problem of distribution while challenging the neoliberal credo of austerity, together with the inexorable force of market and its hold over our desires. In a time like the present in which the past is gone and we can no longer imagine the future, the conceptualization of dual power is therefore a new way to think revolution. This formulation of dual power calls into question some of the most relevant issues regarding the future of the alternative to capitalism, such as the difference between constituent and destituent power, the definition of politics, 12 the nature of conflict and especially how we understand the transition out of capitalism. However, the problematic character of the concept of utopia has attracted criticism from those who reject the utopian/dystopian binary. For example, in the context of current dystopian or techno-utopian narratives produced in connection with technological development, emphasis has been placed on a Marxian approach aimed at finding practical technological paths able to face the need for new social relations, new conceptual frameworks, a new interaction with nature and all the associated transformations required to escape from the despotism of capital and the madness of economic reason. Here, the terrain of the alternative is outlined starting from capital's contradictions, from the unity of the multiple and radical struggles in the present and future, from the force of an emancipatory 1246. Politics, incarnated by a collective political subjectivity, that knows how to liberate immense productive forces from the domination of capital and from imperialist and authoritarian state apparatuses. Perspectives for an alternative. In our age of transition, which can be effectively described, following Antonio Gramsci, as an interregnum, reclaiming the future, via an action of prefiguration, the paradoxical concrete utopia in Bloch's rendering of Marx, is an urgent task. In Marx, however, there is no utopia. What is there is the imagination of an alternative society, the self-government of free producers, who collectively shape the system of production, reproduction, and distribution to satisfy one's needs in relation to one's strength and productive capacities. According to Balibar, in contrast to messianic notions of change, in Marx we have the idea of practice, or of liberation as transformation by one's own labors, on the basis of production and his conditions. Against evolutionary interpretations of Marx's philosophy, we encounter in his writings constant reminders of the unexpected, of the multiplicity of processes and of the potential for revolutionary rupture. It is no coincidence that among the living elements of Marx's thought we discover politics in its most creative dimension. Marx's notion of the alternative is that of the fork in the road, not of a simple point of arrival. The alternative at stake goes well beyond a historic failure of socialist countries in the 20th century. The force and actuality of Marx resides also in his allusion to an open and nonlinear process of transformation. What in fact Marx does, and therein lies his current relevance, is to think the change of historical institutions on the basis of the relations of force which are immanent in them, in a way that is not merely retrospective, but above all, prospective. Moreover, the very image of communism as the real movement which abolishes the present state of things enables us to clear the field of evolutionism and to rediscover, in Marx's thought, the immanence of communism in the struggles of the present and in the transformation that these produce in society and its actors. As suggested by Althusser, communism is an objective tendency already inscribed in our society. In composing his most important work, Capital, Marx was obsessed not only with understanding the laws of capitalism, but also with its future tendencies, where it could open itself to revolution, how it could be possible to exit capitalism. In this sense, in Capital there is not only the political economy of capitalism and its critique, but also the materialist beyond. Alongside the scientific critique of capitalism, politics and class struggles are equally present. Such coexistence is grounded in Marx's conviction that capital is not a thing but a social relation between persons which is mediated through things. This formulation lies at the basis of Marx's new materialism and Utopia 1247 opens the way to an understanding of the production of subjectivity. The process of valorization of capital also produces and reproduces the social subjects of the capitalist and the wage laborer, in a complex interweaving around the notion of capital as social relation. The term relation implies both the conditions of subjection and the potential of subversion and transformation on the terrain of the valorizations of capital itself, which is the same terrain on which the contradictions and antagonisms that characterize the capitalist mode of production are formed and become visible, as a material basis for the interruption of its historical continuity. In Capital, Marx emphasizes the constant movement of capital, with its contradictory internal logic, the inevitable conflict between the operation of capitalism with its endless search for profits, and the socialization of productive forces it generates. To adopt Luxemburg's formulation, this is a case of a contradictory logic inscribed within capital. Marx pointed out this conflict between two opposing social tendencies: on the one hand, the progressive force driven by the socializing logic of the development of forces of production, on the other hand, the dynamics of capital accumulation that work to prevent this socialization. This is an antagonism between tendencies and counter-tendencies to socialization. In other words, what we have is a growing contradiction between two tendencies: the socialization of production and the trend towards the fragmentation of labor power, towards super-exploitation, and insecurity of the working class. The class struggle plays a decisive role in resolving the objective contradiction that is transformed into conflict and vice versa. Here organized politics has a crucial function, specifically animated by those political subjectivities that are capable of inserting themselves within these contradictions and using them in the struggles they wage. Building on this internal contradiction of capital, and on the tension we pointed out between utopian visions and concrete struggles, new forms of conflict may emerge. They can invest the materiality of life, the relations of production, reproduction, and production of subjectivity with demands for equality, freedom and justice on a planetary scale. The concept of utopia could be reformulated, moving from the contradictory internal logic of capital and opening the way to a process of liberation. If considered in these terms, anticipation is not something belonging to the world of dreams. On the contrary, the possibility of transforming our world follows from the potentiality of conflict, the expansion of democracy and the reshaping of social subjects, allowing us to reimagine the link between freedom and equality in a future that is already present. In the eyes of the skin, Juhani Plasma tells us the atmospheric characteristics of spaces, places, and settings are grasped before any conscious observation of details is made. Yet when we attend to our surroundings, we usually think foremost of what people, buildings, and material infrastructures look like, rather than what they feel like. Even less so do we consider what they enable us to do and be, how they affect the ways that we relate to one another. We do not often reflect on whose lives are made possible or impossible by physical infrastructures, or the sorts of social relationships and convivialities they promote or prevent. Plasma thus invites us to immerse ourselves in architectural space with an epistemology of the senses against the dominance of the eye that pushes us into detachment, isolation, and exteriority. When we do so, our senses are more than the sum of their parts. Not simply providing us with an aggregate of information, they produce in us affective states, corporeal dispositions and psychic conditions. They induce feelings that propel us to think certain thoughts and engage with the world in certain ways, sometimes reinforcing, sometimes pushing at the parameters of the possible constituted by the feedback loop between the self and the world the body encounters as we go about our daily lives. This shifts the focus away from the internal world of the individual subject and what drives it from within towards attention to the ways in which bodies are constantly responding to other bodies and objects, even before a conscious thought has been formed or a word. 68. Affect. Emma Dowling 1252. Spoken. Brian Masumi calls this a processual oscillation to describe how we are always enmeshed in affect, in embodied communication, and the resonances this enables. Since the early 2000s there has been marked by the rise of an interest in affect across the social sciences and humanities. What Patricia Clough and Halley discuss under an affective turn is a movement drawing on a mix of theoretical heritages from across philosophy, psychology, and neuroscience. For Gregg and Siegworth there are two lineages of affect. First, there are theoretical approaches that draw on the affect theory of U.S. psychologist Sylvan Tompkins, for whom affects constitute a set of circumscribed bodily sensations akin to emotional responses and hardwired into human physiology. Second, there is a body of work that looks to the non-Cartesian philosophy of Benedict Spinoza, to Henri Bergson and to the late 20th century French post-structuralists Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, who, as Gregg and Siegworth summarize, determine affect as an ethology of bodily capacities beyond the individual subject and across organic and inorganic life. However, where Spinoza locates affect with human subjects, Deleuze and Guattari have a much more transversal, impersonal conception of autonomous affects. Some approaches, such as that of neuroscientist Antonio Damasio, cut across different lineages, for example, operating with a framework of primary emotions while also drawing on Spinozist philosophy. Concepts that traverse different academic disciplines and scientific traditions can often run into problems of translatability. Therefore, we should bear in mind that there is neither one clear theory of affect, nor do all deployments explicitly subscribe to one or another lineage. Indeed, much contemporary thinking is taking place precisely at the aporia, interstices, and crossings between these different connotations of affect. The concept of affect does have explanatory value for understanding societal phenomena and has been taken up in Marxist analyses of contemporary capitalism in at least three ways. First, as a corrective to narrow interpretations of ideology and the governance of subjects as reduced to language and signification. Second, in the analysis of contemporary modes of capitalist valorization, the exploitation of effective labor and the rendering productive of sensations, moods, and atmospheres, and third, in the analysis of social movements and the potentials for transforming capitalist social relations and the effective imaginaries and practices these are manifest in. I will discuss each of these points in turn. I begin with a discussion of the concept of affect. I argue that an understanding of affect that serves a Marxist theorization of the capital relation is one that conceives the affective as a register. Conceived as such, affect does not need to displace existing analytical frameworks. Instead, it functions as an attribute that expands Marxist theory in generative ways. Affect 1253. The affective turn. Affect opens up a terrain of sense-making focused on the corporeal modes of communication that organize bodies as movements of social relations. Affect is produced in the ways that bodies engage one another. This is not to be understood simply as the capacity of one isolated, atomized, self-contained individual body. Instead, this is capacity as generated through movement and through the contact, connection, and encounter with other bodies. Affect, then, is concerned with the relationality of sense and describes physiological shifts or transmissions of energy, mood, or intensity before these are verbalized in emotion, thought or speech. Apparent here is not only a sense of affect as the in-betweenness between bodies and objects, there is also importance attributed to movement in terms of shifts in energy or intensity, but in terms of something that is in a process and therefore open-ended, expressive of potentials that can augment or diminish our capacities to act on and in the world. Affects are understood as intensities that, while perhaps malleable and in flux, are nonetheless reified. Affects become entities that can be detected in their effects either by the human body or by technologies, and the latter may be able to register these in ways that escape human perception, or are, at the very least, prior to, or maybe on the cusp of, consciousness. Affect is said to be concerned not with what something is, but how it is, or, more precisely, how it affects and is affected by other things. As Elspeth Probyn suggests, affects make us feel, write, think, and act in different ways. While for Probyn the human subject is the sensing, feeling, thinking entity, Marie-Louise Angerer goes a step further to suggest that, for the theorists of affect, representation is a focus of criticism, being viewed as a mediator of the world and the subject that always interposes itself, thus obstructing access to reality. The suggestion here is that affects do indeed have a life of their own that are in excess of the subjects that seek to interpret them. Affect theory prioritizes an ontological focus on the affects themselves. These are understood to be situated outside the subject, circulating around and through individual bodies and subjects. There are a number of contemporary developments that facilitate such an ontological shift, including neuroscientific and neurobiological engagements with the brain alongside genetic engineering and assistive technologies that manipulate and change the body, or the turn to biological and physical science, from cellular processes to quantum physics. These developments go hand in hand with a questioning of the centrality of the human subject within a continuum of human, animal, organic, and inorganic life, something which contemporary new materialisms as well as trans/post-humanism turn their attention to. An attention to affect also coincides with the rise of digital technologies, where forms of communication in 1254. Digital media simply omit the stage of articulation in words, entering into a gradual symbiosis with the physical body with attempts to grasp effects via digital computing and recording techniques. What motivates affect theory in the focus on the nonverbal, the gestural, the precognitive, and non-conscious dimensions of communication is the question of that which language cannot grasp, what goes on in this realm beyond and aside from the thinking feeling subject and how it might be theorized and understood. Critiques of the affective turn. However, while an ontological concern with affect yields a productive perspective from which to radically decenter modern constructions of the human, it confronts an epistemological impasse where theory must not only describe but also explain, that is, generate meaning out of that which is observed, felt, calculated, or thought. The risk is that the physical body is placed on a continuum with a supposed reality and in its autonomic responses to the external world it continuously encounters and is enmeshed in speaks its own truth, supposedly free from the discursive constructions of social meaning and their conflicting interpretations, beyond ideological interpellation or the overdetermined intentionality of the Freudian unconscious. Even Nigel Thrift, who coined the term non-representational theory, has conceded, whilst refusing to grant reflexive consciousness and its pretensions to invariance the privilege of occupying the center of the stage. Dropping the human subject entirely seems to me to be a step too far, while Damasio insists on the continued relevance of our sense of self and, we might add, agency and responsibility in the social and political world. Psychologist Margaret Wetherell offers a corrective when she states that very complicated and mostly seamless feedbacks occur between accounts, interpretations, body states, further interpretations, further body states, etc. in recognizable flowing and changing episodes. The phenomenon, the unit of analysis for social and cultural research on affect, is not an inarticulable, momentary, spurious, hard to detect, preconscious judder. It is effective discursive practice, or that domain of social practice which bears on and formulates the conduct of activities we conventionally recognize as making psychological and emotional sense, and, in the process, making psychological subjects and emotional events. In other words, to reduce the study of the social to effects is unnecessary and in the last instance problematic, because it limits our understanding, as opposed to expanding it. It may be that a methodological focus on affects for the purposes of analysis can be helpful in sharpening our attention and generating novel insights, but it cannot replace the rich and complex theoretical heritage with which we make sense of the social. Set alongside current debates on technological developments, the effects of automation and the rise of so-called post-truth. Effect 1255. Politics. 1. An articulation of affects with the reflexive and thinking human subject is paramount, albeit one that rejects the anthropocentrism, sexism, and racism that has informed humanism in the past. The affective as a register. Much of the affective turn rests on drawing a stark distinction between affect and emotion, where before the two terms were interchangeable. Where emotions are considered verbalist feelings ensconced in cultural signification, affect is supposed to capture that which precedes or stands aside from such signification. Affect exists before personal interpretation takes place and describes how individuals are affected by their environments as receivers, interpreters of feelings, affects, attentive energy. While the boundaries remain fluid, not least if we consider the affectivity of language itself, this distinction between affect and emotion helps to heighten awareness of the different dimensions of embodied sociality. All conceptualizations of affect have in common a commitment to making sense of how we are affected by and affect one another and the environments we move in, and how we come to judge or value a person or an object by the response they elicit in us, as Spinoza urged. Consequently, I propose to think of the affective in terms of a register, because while affect might be considered that which lies between, below, beyond, or beside subjects, affects are connected to the bodies and thus the subjectivities involved in both producing and responding to them. The affective register has both an ontology and an epistemology. It is a component part of how we think, feel, how we literally make sense of the social. Affect describes how individuals are affected by their environments and how bodies are perceptors connecting us as social subjects to one another and to the space and time we move through. We produce knowledge about the world we inhabit, through how we are immersed in the materiality of life with our bodies, what we pick up through the different ways that bodies communicate with one another, through language, sight, sound, touch and smell, and how these communications circulate between people, constituting relationships and making and remaking the everyday. In that sense, we are enmeshed in affective environments. These are environments that we read through an affective reconnaissance. We are constantly picking up cues with our bodies that certainly influence, even if they do not wholly determine, how we feel. As we experience this influence, we are also responding to it and acting on it. Thus, we act on our environments and the sensations, rhythms, and vibrations that circulate through them and compose them. Affect denotes the relationality of sense, sensation, and sense-making, how we respond to an encounter or experience in terms of the physiological responses we produce and the physical environment, for example, in the resonances and attachments to objects. Affect 1256. Relates to how an encounter feels on our skin, the resonances that make us embrace or shy away from someone or something, or from an activity. To be attracted or repelled, to be excited or depressed, to be swept up in something, what catches our attention, how and why, to be compelled to take a particular action or not, to sense moods and levels of energy, the impulses of attention along with trajectories such shifts in attention open up or close down, to be disposed towards something, to anticipate, to respond to bodily murmurs and gestures, postures and stances, the resonance of a tone of voice, facial expressions, charisma. Intuition, atmospheres and moods, architectural environments, smells, tastes, feelings, these all denote the affective register. This register may be understood as a terrain on which bodies record and transmit communications that shape our very being in the world, our excitement, passion, joy and ease, as well as our boredom, aches and pains, our frustrations, fears and anxieties. Not always in conscious ways, but always embodied in circulations productive of moods, atmospheres and sentiments, as well as through the affective dimensions of social relationships, the connections and disconnections, divisions and hierarchies, affections and disaffections, investments and disinvestments, associations and dissociations that are sensed and acted upon. What happens on this register is relevant to the shaping of what it is possible, or indeed impossible, for subjects to imagine, describe and enact when it comes to the social affect and ideology. Yet, how do we study what we cannot yet, or even ever, put into words? What happens to the political when we are attentive to gestures and sounds, bodies and their movements? How do we grasp cultural moods and atmospheres and make sense of their political significance? An early cue for affect theory came from Marxist cultural and literary theorist Raymond Williams, who introduced the term structure of feeling, with which he tried to capture emergent social and cultural changes that are beyond signification and representation. For Williams, we are talking about characteristic elements of impulse, restraint, and tone, specifically, affective elements of consciousness and relationships, not feeling against thought, but thought as felt and feeling as thought, practical consciousness of a present kind, in a living and interrelating continuity. Williams was interested in the moment at the very edge of semantic availability. Specific articulations, new semantic figures, are discovered in Material Practice 1977, 134. Structures of feeling are not reducible to ideology or to formal class relations, but point to changes in class relations that are emerging, hypothetical even. As such, they may not be clearly articulated. In the context of contemporary capitalism, Patricia Clough argues, ideological interpellation and subject disciplining can no longer be the centerpiece of Affect 1257. An understanding of sociality, even though disciplining and socializing go on. It would seem necessary that we add to an understanding of sociality the modulations of the affective background of a way of life. Beyond Foucauldian governmentality, this is framed as a management of populations where affective capacities are modulated as ways of grabbing and thus occupying attention in specific ways, instilling particular responses, states of being and ways of life that are self-reproducing in the circulation of affects within a population, notably augmented through the instantaneous reach of digital communications. One can look here to Brian Massumi's analysis of the politics of securitization operative through fear in the face of potential terrorist attacks. One can also look to how the Institute for Precarious Consciousness designates anxiety as neoliberalism's dominant affect. Jeremy Gilbert proposes the term disaffected consent to describe a profound dissatisfaction with both the consequences and the ideological premises of the neoliberal project. On the other hand, it involves a general acquiescence with that project, a degree of deference to its relative legitimacy in the absence of any convincing alternative, and a belief that it cannot be effectively challenged. This is similar to Mark Fisher's notion of capitalist realism, which demonstrates the deeply felt truth of there being no alternative to the status quo. A difficult relationship between the possibility of empirically detecting affect and the productivity of theorization about the affective register remains, While depression, anxiety, and disaffection might be identifiable in populations, the interpretation of these affects in the ways the authors cited here contextualize them requires more than simple attention to affect. Affects require interpretation. Nonetheless, we live in an age where capitalism is penetrating deeper into our lives. An attention to the affective register is the condition for making sense of such developments. An important realm in which affects are rendered productive today is in the realm of work, where the concept of affective labor has been introduced to explain the ways in which this phenomenon occurs. Affective labor. Waitresses, nannies, psychotherapists, politicians, campaigners, teachers, customer service advisors, call center workers, managers, retail workers, sex workers, fortune tellers, tour guides, nurses, carers for the elderly, actors, managers, cuddle therapists, social workers. An affective laborer is anyone whose work involves the production and manipulation of affect and requires human contact. Labor in the bodily mode products are intangible, a feeling of ease, well-being, satisfaction, excitement or passion. It is not the labor in itself which is intangible, as it involves our bodies and brains as all labor does, but rather its product. Affective labor, according to the authors who coined the 1258 formula, produces social networks, forms of community, biopower. The instrumental action of economic production has been united with the communicative action of human relations. In other words, affective labor does not help to sell the product, it is the product. The turn to affect is a response to the transformations of capitalism and work under conditions of post-Fordism. The notion of affective labor was elaborated in Marxist analyses informed by Italian post-workerism. Affective labor explains the transformations of the capital-labor relationship under conditions of post-Fordism and the expansion of forms of service work that demand from workers that they put their communicative skills to work directly in the production of services. As a term for critical political economy, the concept was mobilized to analyze the capitalist valorization of human affectivity. Affective labor allows for an understanding of the ways that workers engage their affective capacities vis-a-vis co-workers and the customers with whom they have to interact to produce a particular service, which is at the same time always also an affective experience. Affective labor involves the embodied work, mental, emotional, corporeal, verbal, and nonverbal, performed to produce certain moods, feelings, or sensations, for example, feelings like enthusiasm, inspiration, motivation, or excitement, or the sense of being cared for. It is work through which we enhance our own and others' capacities to act. Affective labor does not just produce experiences or environments, it produces relationships and subjectivities, ways of seeing the world, ways of being in the world. Affective labor can also be governmental, managing moods, modes of conduct or flows of people. The products of affective labor are unlike physical objects, such as washing machines or cars, in that they are not detached from the act of producing them. Think, for example, of the work of marketing and advertising, or of a worker making and receiving calls in a call center, constantly having to manipulate their voice to convey and produce certain mental states in customers in order to sell them products or address their concerns. Or think of the work of a waitress in a restaurant or in a bar, who, in order to do her job, anticipates and produces her customers' needs. Or think of the work of a teacher, who has to be able emotionally to read and respond to their students in order to create a classroom environment conducive to learning. The psychotherapist or the nurse has to be able to empathize with their patients, the shop assistant has to make the customer feel satisfied, whatever it may take. Or think of how the conductor on a railway or metro platform has to use their affective capacities to steer the flows of people getting on and off the trains. Some contemporary forms of affective labor may also require the deliberate production of negative affect, for example, in administering sanctions and having to enforce austerity measures on welfare recipients. All of this work may well take place along a continuum of psychic alienation, that is, with more or. Affect 1259. Less personal investment in the job, but these workers are required to put their very selves to work to a greater or lesser degree. Rendering effective labor maximally productive requires that it is abstracted, quantified and measured, controlled, regulated, and managed by employers. This is achieved through the quantification of the qualitative dimensions of social relationships. In the Nosedive episode of the dystopian TV series Black Mirror, scripted by Charlie Brooker, a near-future society is depicted as functioning on the basis of a reputational economy, in which the ratings of social interactions people give to each other via their smartphones, as affable dinner party guests, loyal friends, or amenable customers, function as the currency for social inclusion and economic success. While Brooker's social critique uses fiction and hyperbole for the sake of effect, the production of affect is increasingly achieved by introducing metrics that measure effective outcomes within a hierarchy of quality that in turn is, or can be, linked to economic value. The call center worker whose successful manipulation of affect translates into sales, the academic institution whose rankings in student evaluations of teaching determine student numbers and access to funding, the social worker whose work with teenagers improves their attitudes towards their education or even helps to reduce recidivism, these are all examples of areas in which a metricization of affect is occurring in the workplace, in which not only are the effective products of work being subjected to the calculative eye of capital in general terms, but this calculative eye is still very much bound up with the maximization of productivity and cost efficiency under the pressure of time. 3. When effective capacities are directly commodified and rendered productive for capital, they promote the deeper penetration of the capitalist logic into the social fabric in a labor process. In terms of the capital-labor relation, this presents new challenges for a Marxist theory of alienation. There is an emotional tug-of-war that takes effect here. On the one hand, the worker has to put a lot of affect in, really invest to do the job well. On the other, withdrawing affect, that is, not investing too much, becomes a way of coping, a way of developing a strategic, instrumentalist, relationship towards feelings. We try not to get too involved in order to protect ourselves from becoming overinvested and thus hyper-exploited, although sometimes it might seem that there is no longer much of a difference when we come to identify with our work, such that we feel like we are exploiting ourselves. This is especially the case when the emotional tug-of-war of this work also relies on an effective remuneration, job satisfaction, skills training, enhanced well-being in lieu of getting paid, having fun at work. Or, conversely, it might utilize a form of effective blackmail that relies on us doing the effective labor of worrying, internalizing responsibility and going beyond the call of duty, or simply providing services even when pay is low or cuts to wages occur. This phenomenon is particularly prevalent in 1260 caring professions, where, as feminists have long noted, the consequences of not caring are hugely detrimental to those who rely on the receipt of care. Taken together, these effective interpolations underscore the dynamics of dewaging and the increase of shadow work that characterize financialized capitalism. They also sync well with the regressive recovery that is happening in the wake of austerity and crisis, which has seen a rise in the amount of unpaid reproductive labor being performed in households and in communities in countries like the UK. Furthermore, against the backdrop of increasing precarity and job insecurity, we constantly have to render ourselves employable by enhancing our competitive advantage through skills, knowledge, or other assets. We are compelled to do this, Michel Fehler says, to ensure that the value of our labor power does not depreciate. Precarious forms of work have an effective composition, but they are also marked by considerable tensions and conflicts among and across class relations that come with heightened competition, precarity, and the increasing scarcity of employment. Not least, the service economy organizes the effective composition of work that structures the social relations between customer and employee. This rests upon an unequal power relation, mediated by exchange relations, that counterposes the needs and interests of the customer against the needs and interests of the service provider, playing one off against the other, where the customer has a control function that is outsourced from management. This shapes the service provided and the subjectivities produced. Moreover, the aforementioned efforts to do wage work and externalize the cost of social reproduction facilitate further wealth extraction as a form of dispossession, considering that many individuals and households are forced not only to earn a wage, but to take on debt to cover living costs. This also has significant affective dimensions in the way that indebtedness can reinforce feelings of inadequacy and shame within the context of rising social and economic inequality. Feminist criticisms of the affective turn. There are three aspects of the feminist critique of the affective turn that are relevant here. First, Sarah Ahmed has pointed out that there is really nothing new about the importance of affects, emotions, and embodiment for understanding the social, and feminist work has from the outset challenged mind-body dualisms and the distinction between reason and passion. By turning to affect, social and cultural theory seems to turn away from such theoretical lineages. Second, we find related concerns voiced by critics of affective labor who take it to task for underplaying of the persistence of gender, race, and class in the structuring of work and the expectations placed on workers' performances. Affect 1261. Angela McRobbie has insisted that any analysis of contemporary forms of work must be attentive to these different affective dimensions, for example, when particular roles are ascribed to men or to women based on their gender, with regard to the distribution of responsibilities and decision-making power, in terms of pay inequalities, or when a woman or gay or transgender person experiences harassment. As McRobbie asks, how do young men and women experience distress differently in their attempts to make an independent living in these new informal fields of work? And how would such affective states be analyzed? Third, the turn to affect has been questioned for its sidelining of reproductive labor as a category of analysis. Feminist scholar Silvia Federici has criticized affective labor as regressive. She argues that the concept erases the analytical work feminists did to make women's reproductive and care work visible. Affective labor refers primarily, she argues, to the commodification of the unpaid, invisibilist reproductive labor carried out in the home by women, which is work that reproduces labor power and thus the conditions for capitalist valorization. The problem is that the collapsing of all distinctions between production and reproduction, waged and unwaged, risks obscuring a fundamental fact about the nature of capitalism, that is, capital accumulation feeds on a systematic devaluation of reproductive work. Here lies a cause of disagreement between Marxist feminism and post-workerism regarding the nature of work under post-Fordism. Marxist feminism, alongside Black and Third World Marxisms, excavated the differential value of labor power, seeing it as going far deeper than the mere demarcation of skill differentials and hierarchies within the labor process. Feminist interventions demonstrated the interlocking of oppression and exploitation. Gender and race/citizenship play a significant role in determining both the value of labor and economically ascribed roles across a spectrum of waged and unwaged work. The claim that under post-Fordism the commodity form reaches everywhere surrenders some of the very tools required to analyze capitalist social relations. By ignoring the concept of reproductive labor and thus erasing the concomitant analysis of social reproduction, post-workerism arguably misrepresents contemporary capitalism and once again renders the continued existence of the sphere of unpaid reproductive labor in the home and elsewhere invisible. For example, in the UK, the Women's Budget Group has shown that in the wake of the global financial crisis of 2008 and the ensuing austerity regime, the amount of unpaid reproductive labor carried out by women has increased and women have been picking up the tab for this restructuring. Such analytical insights are politically extremely relevant and would be impossible without an understanding of the interplay between production, reproduction, gender, race, and class. The debate above is indicative of some of the confusion around the term affective labor and its analytical value for taxonomizing forms of labor. A closer look at the literature shows that there is a considerable degree of conflation. 1262. In such taxonomies of labor that span the fields of emotion, affect, relationships and service provision. The distinction between affective and emotional labor remains unclear, save to indicate the disciplinary home or intellectual corner from where an author hails. However, if we are to enable affective labor to do some analytical work, which I believe it can do, then we have to be more precise in defining it and distinguishing it from other existing concepts. Refining effective labor. While the Marxist feminist analysis of social reproduction must not be displaced by the concept of effective labor remains analytically useful for making sense of the ways in which social relations and human capacities are rendered productive for capitalist valorization. This is especially important as we conduct analyses of the ever-expanding service sector and the effects this has on social relationships. Effective labor must be distinguished from other terms such as emotional labor, defined as the management of feeling to create a publicly observable facial and bodily display. Emotional labor is sold for a wage and therefore has exchange value. Hochschild inquires into the labor process of the flight attendant and the ways that her ability to manage her own feelings and those of others is put to work for the corporation, that is, for the purposes of making passengers feel cared for and at ease during their flight, and for the purposes of making a profit. While focusing on the concrete experience of the flight attendant working for Delta Airlines in the early 1980s, this is an analysis that extrapolates from the specificity of the particular experience to all of us who have jobs that require some handling of other people's feelings and our own. There is a great deal of overlap between emotional and effective labor, its gendered dimensions and performativity, the negotiations over authenticity and the way that the corporation deskills, manipulates and harnesses the relational capacities of the worker. We can, however, distinguish between emotional and effective labor in a way that allows for the concept of effective labor to be deployed analytically such that it adds to rather than replaces, or, worse, displaces, extant feminist analyses. For Hochschild, the defining component of emotional labor is the worker's management of their own or other feelings for the purposes of producing profit. I wish to propose that the lens of affect enables us to describe and analyze the not always verbal, not always conscious, sometimes only sensed and embodied ways in which workers interact with each other and with clients in order to produce intended and unintended effects, while creating and responding to atmospheres, moods, and environments. Effective labor broadens the register of analysis and enables us to be attentive to more than the management of feelings. Nonetheless, the question that animates both the concepts of emotional and effective labor is one that asks about the emotional. Effect 1263. Investment we have in the status quo, the work we do, the way we live and the basis for organizing for possible change. It is to the question of organization and change that my contribution now turns. Effect, resistance and organizing. If capitalism today operates on the register of the effective, how might this effective register be relevant as a site of struggle for emancipatory social change? While Laurent Berlant has noted that shifts in effective atmosphere are not equivalent to changing the world, a number of scholars and activists have been concerned with the effective dimensions of resistance, workplace and neighborhood organizing, as well as social and political protest. From understanding the production and reproduction of public feelings to the role of affects in social movements, there is a growing interest in the relationship between affect and political organizing. Some authors have suggested that the withdrawal of affect or its redirection away from the demands of capitalist valorization could be a useful strategy for building resistance. However, the problem here is that the withdrawal of affect would also mean the diminution of capacity to act. It would mean precisely a disengagement in the absence of any alternative collectivities. Writing about the counter-globalization protest against the G8 summit in High Legendum, Ben Trott links the effective experience of collective protest to the broader political effect it may or may not have. He argues that it matters if a protest feels effective, even if in the grand scheme of things a particular protest might not make that much of a difference. The positive affect generated among participants who experience themselves as part of a social movement is something these subjects carry home with them back into their everyday lives, where it takes effect in their actions, or the explicit organizing and campaigning that they do. For Stefan Chikaitis, it is the effective register of resistance that serves to sustain actors and the social movements they comprise, beyond a mere concern with tactical or strategic effectiveness. Others have considered the politics of effective dispositions and the link between thinking, feeling, and action. Combining effect theory with the philosophy of Ernst Bloch, Kathy Weeks considers the political significance of hopefulness as a desire for a future that can be envisioned as different from the present. Such an effective disposition of hopefulness is a possible springboard for pushing back against the clouds of disaffected consent of neoliberal ideology, while also resisting left melancholia by releasing the handbrake of nostalgia towards potential new futures emerging out of present struggles. Spaces of resistance and processes of organization in workplaces, in neighborhoods, in squares become realms of reorganization of 1264. Effects and the production of new subjectivities and connections that can enact new possible worlds. Yet, on which values might these new possible worlds be premised? In addition, who will be involved in bringing them about? Can emancipatory change be solely based on the effective and the enhancement of capacities to act? Moreover, is it possible to distinguish on an effective register between emancipatory progressive politics and reactionary right-wing kinds? Here, we come full circle to the question of what effects are and what they can or cannot help us to do. If effect is merely characterized as the excess or surplus of conscious thinking feeling, it becomes paramount to reconnect the former with the latter. Social transformation still requires consciousness, reflexivity and critical literacy in order to confront and transform the effective modulations of contemporary capitalism in the struggles against oppression, exploitation, and war. Conclusion: a Marxist theory of affect? In this chapter, I have assessed the political economy of affect and the implications for Marxist theorization of the capital-labor relation. Focusing on central elements of affect theory as they have influenced and challenged the process of theorizing social relations, I critically assessed the affective turn that began to shape social, cultural, political, and economic theory at the end of the 1990s. The chapter has explained the concept of affect and points to its different theoretical lineages across Spinozist and post-structuralist philosophy, neuroscience, and psychology, and the theoretical work being done across these traditions. I have emphasized the impossibility of isolating a single definition of affect, while also seeking to draw together overlapping tenets and proposing the idea of an effective register as a way to bring together the strength of an attention to affect against a reductive reading that privileges affect as an autonomic bodily response, or indeed as detached from social subjects and processes of subjectivation. The chapter then discussed the relationship between affect theory and Marxism with regard to three core aspects: affect and ideology, affective labor, and affect and organizing, and with that, protest, resistance and change. The chapter has paid particular attention to the ways in which these concepts have been deployed in the analysis of the political economy of post-Fordism and the nature of contemporary forms of capitalist valorization and exploitation, immaterial, precarious and unwaged work, as well as Marxist feminist debates on gender, labor, and social reproduction. I have argued that while there is no distinct Marxist theory of affect, the affective register is pertinent for the contemporary Marxist critique of political economy and the analysis of ideology, subjectivation, and alienation, along with the ways in which the capitalist valorization of labor occurs today and the forms of resistance that emerge. Certainly man is of kin to the beasts by his body, and, if he be not of kin to God by his spirit, he is a base and ignoble creature. This quote from Francis Bacon's essay sums up well a widespread attitude towards the body in Western intellectual culture. The body has been made to represent everything we ought to strive to liberate ourselves from: bestiality, nature, labor, pain, lust, mortality, and profanity, in contrast to the spirit, which then comes to represent the bond between humans and the divine, civilization, reason, science, culture, bliss, and immortality. Although we should avoid the simplified narrative of this dualism as a uniform and unquestioned presupposition running down the entire Western history of ideas, it is well documented that there has been a consistent tendency to shroud the body in an atmosphere of mistrust, hostility, and disparagement, especially in the last 4 centuries. This devaluation of the corporeal has always been intimately connected to colonialism, capitalism, sexism, and racism by facilitating the forging of ideological bonds within which women, the colonist, people of color and the poor appear as closely connected to the body and hence to that which has to be contained, tamed, and civilized. Since the 1980s there has been a consistent effort among critical scholars in the humanities and social sciences to untie these ideological knots by highlighting and examining the corporeal dimensions of human life. This corporeal turn, as it is often called, was inaugurated by feminist and post-colonial scholars, and it began to pick up steam just as the renaissance of Marxism came to an end in 69. The Body. Soren Mao. The Body 1269. The late 1970s and 1980s. On a theoretical level, the corporeal turn thus came to be dominated by phenomenology, psychoanalysis, new materialism, and so-called post-structuralism. Something close to a consensus about the irrelevance of Marxism quickly emerged in these debates about the body. As Michel Foucault put it in an interview in 1975, Marxism considered as a historical reality has had a terrible tendency to occlude the question of the body. This statement might be a bit one-sided, but as a claim about the dominant Marxist trends in the first 3/4 of the 20th century, it is certainly not unfounded. In the same interview, Foucault also mentioned that there are some very interesting things about the body in Marx's writings, a suggestion which has rarely been given the attention it deserves. Foucault most likely had Marx's analysis of factory discipline in mind, but he was more right than he knew. Although frequently overlooked, the body occupies an absolutely central place in Marx's writings. Marx. In 1844, Marx realized that the emphasis among certain young Hegelians on criticism as a vehicle of political change was inadequate. In order to break with this intellectualist view of politics and the human being, Marx reached out for the real, corporeal human being, standing on solid ground, exhaling and inhaling all the forces of nature, which he found in the work of Ludwig Feuerbach. As an antidote to Hegelian idealism, Marx insists that the human being is a part of nature, which means that it must remain in continuous interchange with external nature as its inorganic body. Despite this, the young Marx of 1844 still takes consciousness to be the defining feature of the human being. Only by virtue of consciousness is this peculiar being a species being, capable of elevating itself above the animal by relating to itself as a universal being. In this respect, Marx is still moving within the boundaries of traditional dualisms of human/animal and mind/body. The emphasis on the naturalness and hence also the corporeality of the human being is also found in the Holy Family, where Marx accuses young Hegelians of separating the soul from the body and thereby reproducing the Christian view of the body as something sinful, in contrast to holy nature of the soul. In the Paris manuscripts of 1844, Marx had already replaced Feuerbach's abstract notions of love, will and reason with the Hegelian notion of labor in his attempt to identify the essence of the human being. In the Theses on Feuerbach, he radicalizes this idea with his claim that we need a materialist appropriation of the idealist emphasis on the subject's active and transformative relationship 1270 to its surroundings in order to counter the tendency in materialist thought, including that of Feuerbach, to think of the human being as something purely passive. At the same time, however, Marx also breaks with the idea of labor as the human essence. Essence is replaced with the notion of an ensemble of social relations, and labor is replaced with praxis. In the manuscripts known as the German ideology, Marx and Engels reap the rewards of this fusion of an idealist emphasis on subjectivity and a materialist emphasis on corporeality. Human beings are no longer distinguished from other animals with reference to consciousness, but rather by the fact that they produce, i.e. that their access to means of subsistence requires them to actively transform their surroundings, a step which is conditioned by their corporeal organization. The human being is, in other words, defined by the specific structure of its body, which accordingly becomes the first fact of Marx and Engels' new materialist social theory. In an intriguing note in the margin of the manuscript, Marx traces human historicity to the structure of the human body. Humans have history because they must produce their life, and indeed must do so in a specific way. This is given by their corporeal organization. Despite these potentially far-reaching ideas, however, the analysis of the body remains sketchy and underdeveloped in the German ideology. As natural, corporeal beings, humans have certain needs which have to be met in order for them to exist. Throughout his entire oeuvre, Marx consistently emphasizes that although it makes sense to speak of a certain set of basic, natural needs which have to be met, these needs are always shaped by and fulfilled in and through historically specific social relations. The production of life thus appears as a double relation, on the one hand as a natural, on the other as a social relation. Inspired by advances in sciences such as physiology, thermodynamics and chemistry, Marx begins to incorporate concepts such as energy, force and, most importantly, metabolism into his materialist social theory in the early 1850s. His theory of the corporeal nature of human subjectivity and historicity is now coupled to an understanding of labor as a part of a metabolic flow of energy, a conception which reinforces the emphasis on corporeality and opens up a radical ecological perspective. For in the Grundrisse, written in 1857-58, Marx continues to develop the notion of metabolism, which he now connects to labor, after a period of 12 years in which he reserved that term for the specifically capitalist form of activity. This allows him to develop an analysis of the ways in which the logic of capital inserts itself in the processes through which the body reproduces its necessary metabolism, thereby fortifying its power on the most fundamental level of social reproduction. The Body 1271. By inserting itself in this metabolism, capital isolates the proletarian body as a purely subjective existence or a naked life, cut off from direct access to its objective conditions. In the Grundrisse we also find the first seeds of what will eventually become the celebrated analysis of the so-called primitive accumulation in capital. In this analysis, Marx demonstrates that the emergence of capitalism was premised on a separation between the immediate producers and the means of production, and that in order to establish this separation, bloody means of coercion had to be used against the rebellious bodies of the proletarians in SPE. The Grundrisse is also a birthplace for an idea which will become central in the analysis of labor and technology in the 1861-3 manuscript, a 2,500-page long and rather chaotic manuscript, initially intended as the continuation of a contribution to the critique of political economy, and the first volume of Capital, the centrality of tools in the human metabolism. In the Grundrisse, Marx begins to refer to tools as organs, i.e. as parts of the human body. This idea is expanded and deepened in Marx's technological studies in the 1861-3 manuscript and in Capital, most likely under the influence of Charles Darwin, whom Marx greatly admired after having read the epoch-making On the Origin of Species in 1860. Marx appears to have been particularly interested in Darwin's analysis of the history of natural technology, i.e. the formation of the organs of plants and animals, which serve as the instruments of production for sustaining their life. Marx realized that the peculiar thing about human beings is that rather than possessing a set of specialized organs which are functionally related to a specific environment, they have a body which enables them to use a wide array of different tools, i.e. they are able to couple and uncouple organs from their bodies, depending on the environment and the specific task at hand. Marx refers to tools as organs because they are a necessary part of the human metabolism, just as the human being requires lungs to breathe with, so it requires something that is the work of human hands in order to consume the forces of nature productively. He thus approvingly quotes Benjamin Franklin's definition of the human being as a tool-making animal. This does not mean that individuals are forced to mediate their relationship to the rest of nature through tools, but rather that someone in the social units which guarantee the reproduction of the individual will have to. Even though Marx does not make the connection himself, the analysis of tools in the writings from the 1860s could be read as a belated specification of the concept of corporeal organization from the German ideology. There, Marx and Engels claimed that humans produce their means of subsistence because of the structure of their bodies, but they did not specify what they meant by this. After the introduction of the concept of metabolism and the idea of tools as organs, it becomes possible to see how the specifically human corporeal organization is defined by the fact that 1272. The human body is fitted for the use of tools rather than a specific ecological niche. Humans produce their means of subsistence because their metabolism with the rest of nature is necessarily mediated through tools. Humans have no natural habitat, they do not fit in any specific environment, or rather, they fit equally well in all, or at least most, environments. The universality of the human being, which the young Marx interpreted as a result of consciousness, is thus now understood to grow directly out of human corporeality. Marx's theory of the tool-mediated metabolism also allows us to revisit the claim from the German ideology about historicity being the result of the human corporeal organization. The thing about tools is that although they are a kind of organ, that is, a part of the body, they are also much easier to separate from the rest of the body than organs such as the liver or the skin. Furthermore, although tool use is a necessary moment of the human metabolism, there is no specific set of tools which every individual must necessarily make use of. In order for humans to live, their metabolism must be organized, but there is no immediately given or natural way of organizing it. The human being is biologically underdetermined by virtue of the structure of its body, it is an unfinished being whose organs are produced and circulated in a social environment, where they can also end up as someone else's property and thereby a means of coercion. 5. The structure of the human body thus entails a unique degree of flexibility with regards to the ways in which the social reproduction of human communities can be organized. Only because of this is something like different modes of production possible, or, in other words, human historicity is directly rooted in the structure of the human body. Another topic which also makes its first appearance in the Grundrisse and then becomes central to the 1861-3 manuscript and Capital is the analysis of the effects of capitalist production on proletarian bodies. Inspired by Andrew Year's apologetic celebrations of capitalist industry, Marx identifies yet another Feuerbachian inversion of subject and object in the relationship between workers and machinery. Instead of workers using tools or machines as organs, the capitalist factory becomes an automaton consisting of numerous mechanical and intellectual organs, so that the workers themselves are cast merely as its conscious linkages. In connection with his studies of technology in the 1861-3 manuscript, Marx then begins to discover how this industrial regime involves the radical remolding of proletarian bodies in order to calibrate them to the rhythms of capital, an analysis he continues to develop in the first volume of Capital. As competitive pressures force capitalists to constantly revolutionize the production process, workers are compelled to adapt their own movements to the uniform and unceasing motion of an automaton. The compulsion of the workshop introduces simultaneity, regularity, and proportionality into the mechanism of these different operations, in fact first combines them together in a uniformly. The body 1273. Operating mechanism. This corporeal calibration is closely connected to energy forms, by replacing the unreliable and irregular animate power stemming from the muscles of humans and other animals with the unremitting, flexible, and submissive power of coal or oil. Capital greatly enhances its capacity to ensure the workers' subordination to the system of machinery as a whole. Another place where the corporeal is intensely present in Marx's text is in his powerful, graphic, and damning descriptions of the noisy, hot, suffocating, dangerous and claustrophobic realities of the capitalist workplace in Capital. These vivid descriptions bring out very well what Joseph Fracchia calls the corporeal depths of Marx's critique of capitalist immiseration. This dimension of Marx's critique is not limited to the production process, but concerns several other aspects of the proletarian condition, such as the food available to proletarians. A good example is Marx's nauseating description of the ingredients of bread from the cheap bakeries of 19th-century London: human perspiration mixed with the discharge of abscesses, cobwebs, dead cockroaches, and putrid German yeast, not to mention alum, sand, and other agreeable mineral ingredients. The corporeality of capitalist immiseration also emerges very clearly in chapter 25 in the first volume of Capital, where Marx provides many examples of the dangerous and unhealthy living conditions of the British and Irish proletariat. Marxism. While the body is central to Marx's social theory and critique of capitalism, the same cannot be said of the classical Marxism in the era of the Second International. Although Engels, Karl Koski, Georgy Plekhanov and Nikolai Bukharin deserve credit for recognizing what Koski calls the ambiguous nature of tools, i.e. that they belong to man as his organs and are yet at the same time part of his environment, the conclusions they drew diverged dramatically from those reached by Marx. Whereas Marx's study of the technologically mediated nature of the human metabolism in the early 1860s had led him to abandon the idea that history was driven by an inherent and trans-historical tendency for the productive forces to develop, the first generation of Marxists took the exact opposite path, for Koski and Plekhanov, and, although to a lesser degree, Engels, the analysis of tools became the basis for a determinist conception of history according to which the productive forces at man's disposal determine all his social relations. Classical Marxists such as Lenin, Antonio Labriola, Rosa Luxemburg, Franz Mehring, and Rudolf Hilferding were generally not particularly interested in 1274. The body. A minor exception is August Bebel, whose influential Women and Socialism briefly discusses the differences between the male and the female body in order to reject reactionary arguments about the natural inequality of the sexes and affirm that woman should have the freedom of disposing of her own body. A similar emphasis on women's right to their own bodies can be found in Lenin's discussion of abortion and contraception. The situation is not much different among so-called Western Marxists such as George Lukács, 6 Karl Korsch, Antonio Gramsci, 7 Lucio Colletti, Louis Althusser, and Guy Debord. There are a number of exceptions to this general picture, however. Corporeality is certainly present in the thought of Freudo-Marxists such as Wilhelm Reich, Erich Fromm, and Herbert Marcuse, although this is more the result of the influence of Freud than a specifically Marxist engagement with the body. The psychoanalytical focus on the body as a seat of desire and drive also plays an important role in the thought of Max Horkheimer and Theodor W. Adorno, who identified a love-hate relationship to the body running down through the history of Western culture. The body is scorned and rejected as something inferior, enslaved, and at the same time is desired as forbidden, reified, estranged. This ambiguity, which is ultimately grounded in the division of labor, reaches its zenith in the fascist unity of violent annihilation and quasi-religious worshipping of the body. Those who extolled the body in Germany, the gymnasts and outdoor sports enthusiasts, always had an intimate affinity to killing, as nature lovers have to hunting. Prior to the corporeal turn of the 1980s, the most consistent effort to make the body a central object of theoretical attention took place in the path-breaking phenomenological analyses of corporeal experience undertaken by Simone de Beauvoir, Frantz Fanon, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, and Jean-Paul Sartre. Although these thinkers can in varying degrees be labeled as Marxists, their analyses of the body remain grounded in a phenomenological framework, and their Marxism had more to do with their political engagements than their theoretical work. For this reason, it would be misleading to talk of a Marxist theory of the body in the work of these thinkers. Up until the 1970s, it is thus not wrong to say, as Foucault did, that Marxists had a tendency to neglect the body. This silence should be understood in relation to their intellectual context. The eagerness among Western Marxists to break with the Darwinism and positivism of orthodox historical materialism and party-approved Marxism-Leninism tended to result in an absence of interest in the natural preconditions of social forms. Although their adherence to materialism committed them to reject the classical idealist dualism of mind and body, they did not put the body at the center of their philosophical theories and critique of capitalism in the way Marx did. The 1970s was also the period where the situation began to change. The emerging Green Movement forced Marxists to reconsider the relationship. The body 1275. Between capital and nature, and thereby also, on a philosophical level, the relationship between the human being and the rest of nature. Feminist movements similarly led to a surge of Marxist analyses of the entanglement of capitalism and the oppression of gendered bodies, an analysis which was expanded to include other corporeal hierarchies based on racialization, sexuality, nationality, etc. The uptick in struggles at the point of production also led to a new attention to the mechanisms by means of which the body is shaped and disciplined in the capitalist labor process. In other words, Marxists began to examine what we could call the natural body, the exploited body and the hierarchist body. Natural bodies. The Western Marxists' criticism of the Darwinism and positivism of traditional Marxism resulted in a certain reluctance to talk of nature, thereby essentially ceding that entire domain to positivism, as John Bellamy Foster puts it. Adorno was once again a partial exception with his analysis of the modern quest for the domination of nature as an expression of a profound alienation from nature. Enlightenment is, nature made audible in its estrangement. It is thus not surprising that it was a student of Adorno's, Alfred Schmidt, who was the first to re-examine Marx's analysis of tools and the concept of metabolism on the basis of an explicit critique of Engels's dialectics of nature and Koskai's Darwinian Marxism. In Schmidt's view, Marx's concept of metabolism introduced a completely new understanding of the human relation to nature by stressing the double mediation of nature and society. Not only is the natural world socially mediated, a common idea among Western Marxists, but the social world is equally mediated by nature. Schmidt also underlined the importance of human tool use, although this remains an underdeveloped aspect of his reading of Marx. With the emergence of the Green Movement, it became common to accuse Marxism of being on the wrong side of history. The celebration of industry in Marxism, Leninism and the enthusiasm for technological mastery of nature in traditional Marxism led many to conclude that Marxism, and Marx, rely on a Promethean and dualist conception of the relationship between humans and nature. These charges have been confronted head-on in the pioneering work of Paul Burkett and John Bellamy Foster, who have demonstrated not only that Marx was very attentive to the ecological consequences of capitalism but also that his critique of political economy remains unsurpassed as a theoretical framework for understanding capital's ongoing destruction of the biosphere. The body is not their primary object of analysis, but their attempt to develop a Marxist ecology has resulted in a renewed attention to the importance of the body in Marxist theory. Of particular 1276. Interest here is the emphasis on the concept of metabolism, drawing on an expression used by Marx in his critique of the environmental consequences of capitalist agriculture in the manuscripts for the third book of Capital. Foster and Burkett have developed a theory of the irreparable rift in the human metabolism created by capital. Another important Marxist ecological thinker who has written about the body is Kate Soper, whose philosophically sophisticated defense of a notion of prediscursive nature against post-structuralist idealism in part relies on a trenchant analysis of the human body. According to Soper, the Marxist emphasis on historical specificity and social mediation does not require us to relinquish any notion of the natural as something which precedes and sets certain limits for the social. If we want to create the strongest possible theoretical foundations for an ecological and feminist socialism, we should stick to the idea of a natural body and insist on the existence of transhistorical biological needs. At the same time, Soper also stresses that humans are endowed with a biology that has enabled them to escape the necessity of nature in a way denied to other creatures, to live in ways that by comparison are extremely underdetermined by nature. The perhaps most explicit attempt to ground an ecological critique of capitalism in a Marxist theory of the body can be found in the work of Andreas Malm. In his study of the historical emergence of fossil capitalism as well as in his critique of new materialism, Malm argues that humans have a unique way of regulating their metabolism. Because of its socially and technologically mediated nature, the human metabolism can be infused with all sorts of social relations of domination. No other species can be so flexible, so universal, so omnivorous in relation to the rest of nature, but for the very same reason, no other species can have its metabolism organized through such sharp internal divisions. Because of their dependency upon tools, humans have a unique propensity to actively order matter so that it solidifies their social relations. Furthermore, Malm also draws attention to what he calls the peculiar human capacity for energetic division, i.e. the fact that humans are able to connect their organ tools to external energy sources, a unique capacity which further increases the possibility of humans getting caught up in complex infrastructures of energy and technology imbued with relations of domination. Exploited bodies. Neither traditional nor Western Marxists devoted much attention to the study of how capital carves itself into proletarian bodies within the workplace. In the case of traditional Marxism, this was partly the result of the idea that the capitalist rationalization of the production process represented the germ of socialism, and the body 1277 attitude epitomized in Lenin's enthusiasm for Taylorism. In this view, it is not the concrete character of the labor process which is the primary problem with capitalism, but rather the social property relations under which production takes place and exploitation that results from these relations. Gramsci tended to follow Lenin in his positive view on Taylorism, although more cautiously. Adorno demonstrated a certain attentiveness to the inscription of bodies in technological infrastructures, as did Marcuse. The machine process in the technological universe breaks the innermost privacy of freedom and joins sexuality and labor in one unconscious, rhythmic automatism. However, such criticisms tended to remain on a very general and philosophical level, as part of a broad critique of the alienating world of capitalist modernity. Harry Braverman's Labor and Monopoly Capital picked up where Marx left off. Braverman notes that like all forms of life, humans sustain themselves on their natural environment. The specificity of the human relationship to the natural environment resides in its lack of coherence, or, as Braverman puts it, its indeterminate character. The labor required to sustain the metabolism of this peculiar animal is not regulated by instincts, and it can be separated at several points. The worker can be separated from the tools, the motive force can be separated from the labor, and conception can be separated from execution. Braverman is especially interested in the latter, which he regards as characteristic of the degradation of work in the 20th century. In his analysis of Taylorism he shows how capitalist production relies on the systematic and continuous remolding of the laboring body. Workers are deprived of the knowledge of the production process of which they are a part, and their bodily movements are meticulously studied in order to split up the entire process, rationalize and streamline its part and reassemble it in order to increase productivity. Capitalist production thus dismembers the worker. The logic of capital is thereby inserted as the mediator in the gaps of the fractured proletarian body. Such an analysis has obvious overlaps with Michel Foucault's analysis of the production of docile bodies in modern factories, and Foucault himself readily acknowledged his debt to Marx on this point. His influential idea of a microphysics of power and his call to study the corporeal effects of power in turn left its mark on several Marxist discussions of production process. Since Braverman reintroduced the study of corporeal discipline in the capitalist production process and the general corporeal turn across the humanities and social sciences, several Marxist scholars have turned their attention to the effects of the logic of capital on proletarian bodies, within as well as outside the workplace. This has resulted in many interesting concrete analyses of topics such as death by starvation in late 19th and early 20th century 1278. Britain, contemporary garment sweatshops in India, slum cities of the global south, indigenous female fur coat producers in 1940s Canada and cosmetic saleswomen in Taiwan, just to mention a few examples. Hierarchist bodies. The perhaps most damaging blind spot of Marx's critique of political economy is his failure to systematically examine the processes and social relations through which labor power is reproduced, daily as well as generationally. The labor required to reproduce labor power has always been forced upon women, and Marx's blind spot reveals a certain tendency of his to naturalize the gendered nature of reproductive labor. Marx was relatively progressive compared to many other male intellectuals in his time, but the analysis of the situation and oppression of women outside of the factory was, to put it mildly, not his forte. Despite some attempts in traditional Marxism, a sustained effort to systematically integrate gender oppression into Marxist theory did not emerge until the domestic labor debate of the 1970s, which was centered on the question of how to understand women's unwaged housework in a Marxist perspective. These early Marxists feminists emphasized how capitalism relies upon reproductive work which takes place outside of workplaces, in the privatized and depoliticized sphere of the home. Because of their economic dependency upon the male wage laborer, women are forced to assume responsibility for the generational as well as daily reproduction of labor power, a task which not only requires bodily work such as pregnancy, lactation, care, and so on, but also requires sexual and emotional labor in order to ensure the male breadwinner's ability to return to the workplace every day in order to produce surplus value for the capitalist. What these debates demonstrated is that capitalism relies on a certain distribution of sexed bodies, a regime of corporeal difference in which female bodies are subjected to a distinct form of oppression. The central theoretical role assigned to the body in some of these arguments comes out very clearly in the work of Lisa Vogel, for example, whose theory of gender oppression and capitalism relies on an analysis of the relationship between class structure and the fact that only women have the capacity to bear children. In addition to this systematic theory and analysis of corporeal hierarchies under capitalism, Marxist feminists have also examined the corporeal aspects of the history of the capitalist mode of production. Of particular importance here is Silvia Federici's influential study of the ways in which a war against women was waged in early modern Europe in order to pave the way for capitalism by disciplining and appropriating the female body. The Body 1279. Many black feminists have pointed out that there was a tendency in the domestic labor debates of the 1970s to universalize the perspective of the white, Western, and, we might add, heterosexual and cisgendered, woman, leading to an inability to adequately theoretically accommodate capital's reliance on racism. Such criticisms opened up important new avenues for a Marxist theory of the entanglement of capital and bodies. In recent years, a number of scholars have integrated the insights of earlier Marxist feminism into a broader framework and project under the rubric social reproduction theory. SRT concerns itself with the social relations which govern all those activities which are not directly incorporated into the circuits of capital, but are nevertheless necessary for the daily as well as generational reproduction of labor power. By avoiding the presumption of a specific site of reproductive labor and a specific identity of those who perform it, SRT is able to broaden the scope and shed light not just on the oppression of women under capitalism, but also on the connection between capitalism and racism, transphobia, heteronormativity and other forms of oppression. In the Marxist feminist debates of the 1970s and 1980s it was generally assumed that the categories of women and people with a uterus were identical. In recent years, this lack of critical engagement with concepts of woman and gender in Marxist theory has been remedied by the growing and promising fields of queer and trans-inclusive Marxism, which offer new and important perspectives on the corporeal hierarchies reproduced by the capitalist mode of production. Another important research field which has flourished in recent years concerns the relationship between capital and racism. The capitalist mode of production has always relied on racialized hierarchies, which has not only allowed the capitalist class to exploit colonist and enslaved people but also to curb the power of the working class by splitting it along racialized lines. The tendency to divide workers by turning their differences into antagonism and hostility is, in the words of Michael Lebowitz, an essential aspect of the logic of capital. Taking up the thread of Marx's analysis of racist attitudes towards Irish immigrants among British workers in the 19th century, several scholars have demonstrated the usefulness of understanding contemporary forms of racism through the lens of Marx's theory of relative surplus population, according to which the immanent dynamics of capitalism constantly uncouple a part of the proletariat from the circuits of capital. From such a perspective, scholars have analyzed contemporary police violence towards and hypercarceration of black people in the USA as well as Islamophobic racism in Europe. What these and other scholars have demonstrated is that capitalism systematically divides the proletariat by nourishing hierarchies of racialized bodies which expose people of color to an extra level of exploitation and violence. Yet another research field where Marxists have pushed the body to the forefront is in disability studies. Marxist critics of ableism have forcefully demonstrated how capitalist relations of production rely on and reproduce an oppressive stratification of bodies on the basis of their conduciveness to the valorization of value. Marxist contributions to disability studies thus emphasize that ending the systemic oppression of disabled people demands dismantling capitalism. Conclusion. Summing up, we can conclude that the body was at the very center of Marx's thought, on more than one level of abstraction. The body plays an important role not only in Marx's general conception of the human being, nature, society, and history but also in his critique of the capitalist mode of production. In traditional Marxist terminology, the body plays a central role in historical materialism as well as in the application of historical materialism to the capitalist mode of production. This was initially lost on many of Marx's followers, but in recent decades the body has again become a central concern for Marxist scholars, in several forms, as a rereading and rediscovery of Marx's analysis, as a continuation and expansion of topics and themes which were underdeveloped in Marx's writings, or as the conscious effort to fill in gaps in Marxist theory. What is the relevance of animals for Marxist thought? Or rather, what is the relevance of Marxist thought for animals? What does Marxism have to do with animality? Before approaching these questions, we have to provide a very brief outline of the history of the question of the animal, as it impinges on a wide range of contemporary research and debate. The animal matters both practically and theoretically, and can be approached as a subject, an object, a notion, an image, or a conceptual metaphor. Animals as subjects, and particularly legal subjects, are the focus of practical philosophy, which reconsiders human attitudes towards other species and puts an emphasis on the struggle for animal rights and liberation. They are objects for natural sciences and sciences of life and environment, ecology, biology, zoology, zoopsychology, etc. The notion of the animal we have inherited is grounded in a system of theoretical definitions and is linked to other notions, such as human being, life, body, soul, reason, mimesis, etc. Animal as image relates to other images in the order of symbolic mediations and operates as an element of a metaphoric language used by human beings to talk either to themselves about themselves, or about others. In the latter case, when animals are culturally, politically, or ideologically enlisted to represent others, they most often stay on the side of the subaltern and excluded, such as women, children, migrants, slaves, refugees, or the poor. 70. Animals. Oxana Timofeva 1288. When an image and a concept conjugate, i.e. when there is a concept or a system of concepts behind the image, we get a conceptual metaphor. This is, among others, the case for Marx, in whose writings figures of animals are linked to the notions of capitalist and non-capitalist oppression, exploitation, and alienation. In Marxian thought, which is itself not particularly focused on animals, this conceptual metaphor marks some strong connecting points between theory and practice. We will come to these points after a general survey of what is understood as theory and what is understood as practice when it comes to the question of the animal. The practical side of the question comprises various strategies for including non-human animals in the human spheres of the law, rights, subjectivity, politics, language, art, communication, cooperation, cognition, recognition, and culture. This tendency is actualized, first of all, by the animal rights and animal liberation movements launched in the 20th century. They were inspired by such authors as Peter Singer, who, following Jeremy Bentham and his utilitarian theory, affirmed that animals have interests that must be taken into account in our policies and regulations, and, moreover, that they have to be granted equal rights not because of their intellectual or other human capacities, but because they can actually feel pain, or Tom Regan, who considered animals as persons equal to humans. Deprived of any rights, animal beings continue to suffer, and humanity must finally take responsibility for that. From this perspective, the question of the animal arises today with real urgency at the borders of ethics and politics, on the one hand, and ecology and economy, on the other. At the intersection of ecology and economy, what is at stake is the industrial activity of humans on Earth and the way in which it affects the environment. Its negative effects are global warming, general pollution, the sweeping extinction of various animal species, and other disturbing and disastrous phenomena. The scale of these processes is so wide that the new term Anthropocene was introduced by Eugene F. Stoermer and Paul J. Crutzen as a name for a new geological period marked by human activity bringing about irreversible transformations to the planet, where the reproduction of one species comes at the price of the destruction of countless others. At the intersection of ethics and politics, the main problem is the cruel and exploitative treatment by humans of other living beings, until now legitimized by the bankrupt idea of human superiority over all other species and the absolute value of human life, which requires, in order to maintain its supremacy, the massacre of other animals on an industrial scale. The struggle for animal rights, for equality, and a respectful attitude towards non-human creatures sets an important task for social debate. One of its leading motifs is that violence done by humans to other animals is a model for violence done by humans to other humans. Such are, to take the most obvious examples, sexual or racist violence, whose victims are often imagined as animals unable to resist. Animals 1289. In this practical sense, animal is one of the names of the other, the relation to whom becomes a matter of ethics and politics. Among such others, one finds not only non-human animals but also human ones whose juridical and civilian status is in question. The struggle for animal rights, which often foregrounds data from the natural sciences about the presence of complex forms of communication, intellect, affects, etc. in various animal species, is a necessary and novel step in a broader movement of emancipation concerned with the widening of the sphere of rights. In this regard, it was preceded by such powerful historical shifts in culture and society as decolonization, the abolition of slavery, as well as struggles for the rights of industrial and precarious workers, women, children, migrants, minorities, etc. None of these movements, however, is yet truly complete, and a striking description of the social pyramid, suggested by Max Horkheimer in the 1930s, thus remains more than relevant today. A cross-section of today's social structure would have to show the following: at the top, the feuding tycoons of the various capitalist power constellations. Below them, the lesser magnates, the large landowners and the entire staff of important co-workers. Below that, and in various layers, the large numbers of professionals, smaller employees, political stooges, the military and the professors, the engineers and heads of office down to the typists, even further down what is left of the independent, small existences, craftsmen, grocers, farmers et tutti quanti, then the proletarian, from the most highly paid, skilled workers down to the unskilled and the permanently unemployed, the poor, the aged and the sick. It is only below these that we encounter the actual foundation of misery on which this structure rises. Below the spaces where the coolies of the earth perish by the millions, the indescribable, unimaginable suffering of the animals, the animal hell in human society, would have to be depicted, the sweat, blood, despair of the animals. The basement of that house is a slaughterhouse, its roof a cathedral, but from the windows of the upper floors, it affords a really beautiful view of the starry heavens. This slaughterhouse system, upon which the pyramid of domination is actually and metaphorically based, has sometimes been compared to the Holocaust. Thus, Emmanuel Levinas, who was a prisoner of war in a Nazi camp in 1940–45, made the following remark about being observed from the outside, by free human beings. But the other men, called free, who had dealings with us or gave us work or orders or even smile, and the children and women who passed by and sometimes raised their eyes, stripped us of our human skin. We were subhuman, a gang of apes. A small inner murmur, the strengths and wretchedness of persecuted people, reminded us of our essence as thinking creatures, but we were no longer part of the world. We were beings entrapped in their species. This recalls the famous quotation, wrongly attributed to Theodor Adorno but in fact taken from PETA's campaign Holocaust on Your Plate. Auschwitz begins wherever someone looks at a slaughterhouse and thinks, they're only animals. Although Adorno never said that, there is, according to Marco Morizzi, much more that Adorno 1290 could contribute toward a better understanding of our relationship with nature and to animal studies in general. Outlining a Marxist dialectical theory of animality building on the tradition of critical theory, Morizzi states that, the Frankfurt School has, in turn, underscored how a materialistic ethic should ground itself in the solidarity between beings who share suffering, pain and death. It is precisely this solidarity, in Morizzi, that must become the praxis of the human-animal relationship. Whereas ethics posits, first of all, questions regarding the extent of our responsibility towards other animals, interrogating whether they can suffer, love, feel compassion, think, communicate, etc., and political thought focuses on the limits of violence and the ways to struggle against it. Theoretical philosophy questions the limits and conditions of possibility of those human-animal relations that practical philosophy addresses. Philosophical ontology tries to reflect on the very being of the animal and the forms in which subjectivity is constituted. Deconstruction interrogates the frameworks and operations that differentiate between the human and the non-human. Phenomenology explores animal life worlds and forms of perception. Psychoanalysis inquires after the instincts and drives of human animals, while anthropology closely borders ethology in studying cultural factors and invariants of human beings' self. Determination with regards to others that do or do not resemble them. Nothing in nature is as distinct in itself as is the animal, but as its nature is the speculative notion, nothing is so difficult to grasp, Hegel remarked in his Philosophy of Nature. The notion of the animal refers back to fundamental philosophical and political issues. Since antiquity, the animal being was subject to theoretical reflection. Philosophy constantly creates distinctions between humans and animals, suggesting rational thought, language, or the awareness of death as criteria for such distinctions. However, it is only now that the post-humanist withdrawal of the question of the animal from philosophical metaphysics ruled by anthropocentric projections is beginning to take place. We can identify the emergence of a zoophilosophy, or zoontology, claiming relative theoretical autonomy, against the background of the process of separation of philosophy, taking place over the 19th and 20th centuries, from Christian metaphysics, i.e. the divorce between the medieval pairing of philosophy and theology. At the turn of the 20th century philosophy truly encounters the other, who, one might say, replaces the God of traditional metaphysics. The vertical relation of man to God, who guaranteed the truth of being, comes to be supplanted by the horizontal address of another human or non-human being. It is precisely this tectonic shift, from the transcendental other of metaphysics to immanent others, that demands not only a new ethics and politics but also a new ontology that leads to a radical interrogation of the notion of the animal. More than a notion, animal is indeed a metaphor. A metaphor of what? Of another life that is supposed to be non-human, but is not entirely indifferent to. Animals 1291. The human, as it creates the limit of the human, be it an internal limit, the one of our corporeal existence, our instinctive life, etc., or an external one, if we are to determine and understand ourselves as a difference in terms of our species being. It is in this movement towards the other that humanity has to encounter itself. Theoretical aspects of the question of the animal are to be found in the philosophical critique of the metaphysical tradition and its characteristic binary oppositions, animal/human, nature/culture, body/spirit, affects/reason, etc. That repress one part and elevate the other, as well as its mechanisms of exclusion of the animal from the world of the human, the latter being defined by the authority of reason, logos, language, truth, etc. This critical orientation, which aligns with a broader trend of thinking difference, emerges in continental philosophy mainly in the second half of the 20th century and is influenced both by the post-structuralism of Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, and by Jacques Derrida's deconstruction. While in Deleuze and Guattari animal appears as a key term in the conceptualization of becoming, in the last years of his life Derrida seriously delved into the question of animality, deconstructing the very notion of the animal, in its opposition to the human, as a literally stupid metaphysical abstraction that has a repressive character. For Derrida, not an animal in general, but this particular animal, his own cat looking at him as he goes around naked, is the irreducible other, towards whom we feel both shame and responsibility. The line of deconstruction of the figure of the animal in the metaphysical tradition takes different paths in the works of Giorgio Agamben, Elizabeth de Fontenay, Donna Haraway, Carrie Wolfe, and other authors who have elaborated new philosophical and interdisciplinary approaches to the non-human. Among contemporary authors who address this issue there is a kind of critical consensus according to which in classical European philosophy and metaphysics the figure of the animal is repressed, marginal, or negative in comparison to the human being's self-determination. It is true that the traditional representation of animality has always been subjected to an anthropocentric paradigm which now faces intense criticism. Philosophical tradition itself is a target of such critique, as it can be reproached for what may look like a theoretical legitimization of the idea of superiority of the human over other living beings. Contemporary authors accuse past thinkers of their neglect of and disrespect towards animals as allegedly deprived of reason, language, freedom, consciousness, or an unconscious, together with other characteristics that are considered to be specifically human. It is from this critical consensus that post-humanism has emerged. Philosophers like Descartes, Kant, Hegel, Heidegger, Lacan, or Levinas are taken to task for their theoretical or practical maltreatment of animals. Marx, too, of course, could be included in this list, as he shared anthropocentric projections and humanist perspectives on animals and nature with other thinkers of his epoch. Not only did he claim that 1292, there is an essence of the human opposed to that of other animals, but he also believed in technological progress as the promise of humanity's mastery over nature. He generally conceived of the latter as a positive historical achievement, indeed one inseparable from communism. However, to limit oneself to such a one-sided view of Marx's account on animality would be to neglect the complexity of his position and its relevance to contemporary debates. The most problematic tendency within recent cultural interventions against the anthropocentric and humanist character of the previous tradition is that animals are mostly presented as non-human others. But through the critical appropriation of a Marxist perspective we can understand that animals are not others, we are animals. Treating animals as others fails to grasp the dialectical character of the human/non-human opposition and the interdependence of its two terms. Without this dialectical vision, the opposition at stake here can bring us back to a kind of philosophical dualism, whose dogmatic tendencies, like turning to one extreme while totally rejecting the other, must be overcome. This is the deadlock of the liberal understanding of the figure of the other, as an autonomous entity, with whom I have nothing in common, and with regards to whom I have to develop this or that communicative strategy. One looks at an other from the point of view of sameness, or a supposedly stable self-identity, I am here, and the other is there, I have to deal with them, and if I am hospitable and friendly, I have to provide them with some recognition, support, etc. This is a matter of policy. However, even if the other is fully respected, loved, and welcomed, it is after all still the other and not me, and my position towards that other that is not quite here where I am, but always somewhere else, thus remaining in a position of power, even if of a very kind and democratic type. There are, however, at least two intellectual movements that imminently produce a tool to break through this predicament. These movements are Marxism and psychoanalysis, and the tool they give us is a dialectical vision of ourselves as others. Psychoanalysis teaches us that the other is within, and the unconscious is the effect of our constitutive self-alteration. If the psychoanalytical animal signals repression, the Marxian animal denotes oppression. Marxism destroys the position of power, once we grasp it not as a stable system of doctrinal statements, but as a living, developing structure whose mobility is explained by an inherent and constant passage from theory to practice. Not only does Marx show, in a humanist register, that workers are treated like animals, but he allows us to understand, through identifying with the position of the workers, how animals are treated. This is the key point of a Marxian approach to animality. Where there is a gap between the two, Marx builds a bridge. Marx was of course preoccupied, both theoretically and practically, with the problems of human society and human history. On the level of practice, he did not really say much about issues concerning animal liberation, his preoccupation being the communist liberation of humanity. On the level of theory, he made a Animals 1293 clear distinction between humans and other animals. In the most significant work of his early, humanist period, the economic and philosophical manuscripts of 1844, he defined the human essence as universal production and opposed human beings as essentially free producers to other animals who may also produce things, but do so only in order to immediately satisfy their natural needs. Admittedly, animals also produce. They build themselves nests, dwellings, like the bees, beavers, ants, etc. But an animal only produces what it immediately needs for itself or its young. It produces one-sidedly, whilst man produces universally. It produces only under the dominion of immediate physical need, whilst man produces even when he is free from physical need and only truly produces in freedom therefrom. So, human beings produce even when they do not necessarily need to. They produce not simply out of their need, but out of their freedom. By producing without being forced to by whatever necessity or need, they express their essential freedom. Moreover, Marx differentiates between a bird building a nest as instinctual behavior and a human being building a house as conscious activity. The animal is immediately one with its life activity. It does not distinguish itself from it. It is its life activity. Man makes his life activity itself the object of his will and of his consciousness. He has conscious life activity. It is not a determination with which he directly merges. Conscious life activity distinguishes man immediately from animal life activity. It is just because of this that he is a species being. The term species being, Gattungswesen, applied to humankind, was borrowed from Ludwig Feuerbach. Marx related this definition to a universal character of humans' transformative activity on earth. Man is a species being, not only because in practice and in theory he adopts the species as his object, but, and this is only another way of expressing it, also because he treats himself as the actual, living species, because he treats himself as a universal and therefore a free being. In contrast to a multiplicity of biological species, a species being is not clearly determined by its environment, not specialized on something particular, like hunting, or fishing, or digging the earth. Being initially indeterminate, the human being can instead freely choose any of these or other activities and engage in them as part of the process of production. As Marx and Engels famously note in the German ideology, in communist society, when labor will be liberated, these activities will vary freely not only from one day to another, but even within the same day, we will be able to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, criticize after dinner, just as I have a mind, without ever becoming hunter, fisherman, herdsman, or critic. Note that this prophetic vision of communism presented by Marx in the context of the critique of the traditional and current forms of the distribution of labor does not imply the liberation of animals. All activities mentioned here deal with 1294. Animals as mere material resources to satisfy human needs. The only exception is the intellectual work of criticizing. Hopefully, in the evening liberated communists will criticize what they did to other animals during the day. Marx did not seriously think about that, but we do. Only if this potential critique can pass from theory to practice, will real equality be achieved, when no one will be treated as cattle, including cattle themselves. However, we are not living in a communist society. We do not experience any other reality than a capitalist mode of production, and what Marx criticizes is political economy, where workers are treated exactly like cattle, political economy knows the worker only as a working animal, as a beast reduced to the strictest bodily needs, who, the same as any horse, must get as much as will enable him to work. One might say that this reduction of a worker to a horse is a kind of enslavement, but there is a small distinction that makes a huge difference and opens the way for Marx's theory of alienation. The worker does not work for free, as they receive some money as a wage, although this wage can only cover their immediate expenses, i.e. their survival as a horse. But the point is not the formal question of waged versus unwaged labor. What is crucial is not so much that, in contrast to their dumb comrade working horse, workers do not work for free, but that they work freely. Their labor for someone else's profit is their conscious activity, or, as is said, their free choice. They consciously make themselves working animals in order to survive. It is only because is a species being that he is a conscious being, i.e. that his own life activity is an object for him. Only because of that is his activity free activity. Estranged labor reverses this relationship, so that it is just because man is a conscious being that he makes his life activity, his essential being, a mere means to his existence. What is alienated, thus, is not only the product of labor, and labor itself, but also and mainly the very freedom that is human essence, now turned into a means of biological survival for the human animal. In order to survive as an animal, i.e. to satisfy my basic natural needs, I freely chose to exchange my very essence into working hours and sell it to the owner of the means of production, of which my labor becomes a part, and thus actually turn my freedom into slavery. How does this happen? Here is Marx's explanation of what constitutes the alienation of labor. First, the fact that labor is external to the worker, i.e., it does not belong to his intrinsic nature, that in his work, therefore, he does not affirm himself but denies himself, does not feel content but unhappy, does not develop freely his physical and mental energy but mortifies his body and ruins his mind. The worker therefore only feels himself outside his work, and in his work feels outside himself. He feels at home when he is not working, and when he is working he does not feel at home. His labor is therefore not voluntary, but coerced. Animals 1295. Is forced labor. It is therefore not the satisfaction of a need, it is merely a means to satisfy needs external to it. Alienated labor, in which life itself appears only as a means to life, is the mirror stage at which a working human animal identifies with a working non-human animal. As a result, therefore, man only feels himself freely active in his animal functions, eating, drinking, procreating, or at most in his dwelling and in dressing up, etc., and in his human functions he no longer feels himself to be anything but an animal. What is animal becomes human and what is human becomes animal. In alienated labor, the human being is deprived of their essence, i.e. their free and conscious productive activity. It is transformed into working hours and exchanged for the wages that allow them to maintain their animal life. This process is characterized by Marx as the dehumanization of the human, but thinking of it in terms of a mere reduction of human beings to an animal state is not quite accurate. In fact, what remains of the worker when their human essence is taken out of them and put into a product that does not belong to them, is not an animal in the proper sense, but something else. This is in no way a reverse evolution, as though labor, which once transformed a monkey into a human being, now transforms a human being back into a monkey. According to Frank Ruda, who proposes a brilliant analysis of the figure of the worker in Marx, alienated labor makes one less than an animal. Whereas the animal is, as Marx says, identical with its life activity, the worker's essential life activity is estranged from them. Their very species life vanishes, and they thus become a kind of living dead. In the chapter Human Requirements and Division of Labor under the Rule of Private Property, Marx describes the conditions of the worker's life which, in contrast to the animal condition, are not natural, but denaturalized as well as dehumanized. This estrangement manifests itself in part in that the sophistication of needs and of the means on the one side produces a bestial barbarization, a complete, crude, abstract simplicity of need, on the other, or rather in that it merely reproduces itself in its opposite. Even the need for fresh air ceases to be a need for the worker. Man returns to a cave dwelling, which is now, however, contaminated with the pestilential breath of civilization, and which he continues to occupy only precariously, it being for him an alien habitation which can be withdrawn from him any day, a place from which, if he does not pay, he can be thrown out any day. For this mortuary he has to pay. A dwelling in the light, which Prometheus in Aeschylus designated as one of the greatest boons, by means of which he made the savage into a human being, ceases to exist for the worker. Light, air, etc. The simplest animal cleanliness, ceases to be a need for man. Filth, this stagnation and putrefaction of man, the sewage of civilization, comes to be the element of life, for him. Utter, unnatural deprivation, putrefied nature, comes to be his life element. None of his senses exist any longer, and not only in its human fashion, but in an inhuman fashion, so that it does not exist even in an animal fashion. It is not only that man has no human needs, even his animal needs cease to exist. 1296. After some pages Marx returns to his comparison of the worker's condition to cave dwelling and insists on its unnatural and alienated character. A worker is not at home, but at someone else's house, where he does not really live, but dwells for rent, giving up to it his own blood and sweat. We have said above that man is regressing to the cave dwelling, etc. But he is regressing to it in an estranged, malignant form. The savage in his cave, a natural element which freely offers itself for his use and protection, feels himself no more a stranger, or rather feels as much at home as a fish in water. But the cellar dwelling of the poor man is a hostile element, a dwelling which remains an alien power and only gives itself up to him insofar as he gives up to it his own blood and sweat, a dwelling which he cannot regard as his own hearth, where he might at last exclaim, "Here I am at home," but where instead he finds himself in someone else's house, in the house of a stranger who always watches him and throws him out if he does not pay his rent. He is also aware of the contrast in quality between his dwelling and a human dwelling that stands in the other world, in the heaven of wealth. The contrast between the worker's unnatural cave dwelling and a human dwelling standing in the heaven of wealth, presented by Marx, evokes the image of a pyramid of social inequality depicted by Horkheimer. Here, again, the upper level of the wealthiest hovers above the clouds, whereas the lowest level is beneath the ground. Let us note that until now, this vertical structure remains the same. At the top of their skyscrapers are the owners of capital, whereas the mass of the poorest live and work literally in the basements, in underground sweatshops and windowless factories. It is as if workers already inhabit the graves that they dig for the bourgeoisie. What immediately comes to mind here is the figure of an animal that was crucial to Marx, the mole of history, a blind tiny creature that burrows the ground with its sharp claws and thus undermines the root system of the present without even being aware of the fact that it will eventually see the light at the end of its tunnel. Unlike the Marxian worker, however, the burrowing mole lives in its natural element, like the other creatures Marx mentions as feeling at home in their respective elements, a caveman and, of course, a fish in water. It is interesting to note that this is not the only place where Marx turns to the image of a fish. A fish in water is more notably presented in the German ideology, where Marx criticizes Feuerbach for his misunderstanding of existing reality. Such misunderstanding derives from the idea that the conditions of existence, the mode of life and activity of an animal or human individual are those in which its essence feels itself satisfied. If someone or something is not satisfied by their conditions of existence, this is, according to this view, an exception and an unhappy chance. This is Marx's retort. Thus if millions of proletarians feel by no means contented with their living conditions, if their existence does not in the least correspond to their essence, then, according to the Animals 1297 passage quoted, this is an unavoidable misfortune, which must be borne quietly. The millions of proletarians and communists, however, think differently and will prove this in time, when they bring their existence into harmony with their essence in a practical way, by means of a revolution. And this is where a fish suddenly appears, signaling a trademark Marxian passage between theory and praxis, in which a dialectic of the human and the animal is manifest. The essence of the fish is its being, water. The essence of the freshwater fish is the water of a river. But the latter ceases to be the essence of the fish and is no longer a suitable medium of existence as soon as the river is made to serve industry, as soon as it is polluted by dyes and other waste products and navigated by steamboats, or as soon as its water is diverted into canals where simple drainage can deprive the fish of its medium of existence. In this passage, as Lawrence Wilde comments, Marx touches upon the problem that the development of modern production methods prevents animals from meeting their essential needs. This passage also links Marx to ecological thinking, in that it shows how not only workers, but all animals and the rest of nature fall prey to the capitalist exploitation of the earth. Recent debates within Marxist environmental criticism have developed this line of inquiry: the greatest damage to the environment associated with the Anthropocene and its negative consequences is brought not by human beings as species but by a particular mode of production that tends to transform all living forms into commodities. The particular case of fish was carefully examined by sociologists Longo, Clausen, and Clark in their book The Tragedy of Commodity, Oceans, Fisheries, and Aquacultures. From the 1,000-year history of the bluefin tuna fishery in the Mediterranean to the modern Pacific salmon industry, the authors explore how the modern expansion of the seafood market system dramatically destroys ecosystems. Animal bodies are not only exploited as bodies but manipulated as machines for the production of profit. This is what, analyzing aquaculture, Troy Vettis describes as real subsumption, a term used by Marx to designate the way in which capital creates its own conditions of production by designing the very modes of existence and social relations. Aquaculture illustrates the shift from formal to real subsumption. As populations of many fish species have crashed since the 1990s, there has been a shift to raising fish as livestock. Farmed fish are fed more frequently and richly than they would eat in the wild to fatten them faster. Their size can be further increased through hormonal treatment that can accelerate growth. Hormonal treatment can even change a fish's sex, which could be advantageous if there is pronounced dimorphism in a species. The scale of production can be expanded by concentrating fish far beyond what would be possible in the wild, with all of the attendant problems this brings in terms of waste and disease. The latter can be partially mitigated by plentiful resort to antibiotics, while the former can be a burden imposed on others. 1298. Capitalist aquacultures not only make profits on fishing but really subsume animal organisms according to the needs of growing markets. Why not consider this process as one of estrangement of the very essence of fish as living beings? Deprived of its natural element, the Marxian fish draws a connection between animals, proletarians, and communists. It silently denotes the necessity and urgency of a universal revolutionary transformation. And if the fish cannot make a revolution, in Marx, there are people who can. It is a matter of solidarity that can only be universal and that must break the borders between species in order to bring them to their being from that state of nothingness where they still dwell, in the misery wrought by the systemic injustice of the world that Marx invites us to change. Satisfying wants. On the opening page of the first section and chapter of Capital, Volume 1, Karl Marx writes: "A commodity is, in the first place, an object outside us, a thing that by its properties satisfies human wants of some sort or another. The nature of such wants, whether, for instance, they spring from the stomach or from fancy, makes no difference. Neither are we here concerned to know how the object satisfies these wants, whether directly as means of subsistence or indirectly as means of production." 1. This statement is accompanied by a footnote citing the economist Nicholas Barbon proclaiming that desire implies want, it is the appetite of the mind, and as natural as hunger to the body too. Marx may not have held that desire is natural or ahistorical, as Barbon implies, but in Capital the content and specificity of human desire is not his concern, it makes no difference. What would it take to include desire in his analysis, to ask where desires spring from, to insist that they do make a difference, or to explore how they could become different? In his companion to Marx's Capital, David Harvey repeatedly uses a trio of words, wants, needs, or desires, to capture what use values satisfy in humans. In Das Kapital, Marx tends to use the 71. Desire. Hannah Proctor. Desire 1301. German word Bedürfnis, which the two major English translations generally render as want rather than need. 3. However, it is less easy to draw neat distinctions between the three words Harvey chooses than it might seem, especially in the context of Marx's arguments, which are so keen to push the complicated and complicating question of human motivations and passions aside. Want is more neutral sounding than desire, it implies a more tepid, less passionate kind of feeling, it is also less natural sounding than need. According to Giorgio Agamben, desire is tied to imagination, insatiable and boundless, whereas need, its inverse, is tied to corporeal reality, measurable and theoretically able to be satisfied. But Marx perceives that even those wants that appear necessary for survival are also historical and cultural, suggesting that the realms Agamben outlines are not as distinct as he claims. Even seemingly natural wants, Marx says, such as food, clothing, fuel, and housing, change not only according to climate or geographical location but also according to social context. The number and extent of his so-called necessary wants, as also the modes of satisfying them, are themselves the product of historical development, for the limits of satiability are not fixed or eternal, even the stomach is partly governed by fancy. As Theodor Adorno observes in his theses on need, need is a social category. Distinguishing biological needs from social ones or outlining needs positively is almost impossible. Existing needs are themselves, in their present form, produced by class society. With this in mind, I will begin by following Harvey in considering want, need, and desire together, as intertwined if not interchangeable terms, when considering Marx's discussions of use value in Capital. Unlike exchange value, which abstracts from the material properties of objects, use value is related to the properties of objects themselves, but only insofar as people care about those properties. Exchange value extinguishes the qualitative differences between use values and transforms them into quantities. Iron, corn, diamonds, blacking, silk, gold, wheat, linen, coats, Bibles. Marx sometimes implies that the qualitative differences between the use values he discusses are self-evident or inhere in the things themselves, but ultimately use value is determined by the relations of people to things. People want, need, or desire use values due to their qualitative properties, but there can be any number of reasons for wanting, needing, or desiring something. Some things might have customary uses, but use value is not identical to most common-sense definitions of utility and is thus far more capacious than this kind of example might superficially suggest. To make the coat a use value, it doesn't matter what someone does with it once they have it or what they want it for in the first place, but simply that they want it. While it might be empirically the case that some yards of linen are not a coat, when Marx declares that coats are not exchanged for coats as if this were a self-evident fact, we can see the limits of his occasional practice of casually implying 1302. An equation of use value with the material properties of objects. Marx's point is simply that there is no reason for someone to exchange something for the exact same thing, but someone might want to exchange a coat for another coat, not only because there are qualitative, material differences between coats themselves, green coats, blue coats, felt coats, velvet coats, trench coats, pea coats, coats with golden trim, coats with floral linings, etc. But because people might want a different coat to the one they already have for any number of subjective reasons, ranging from the eminently practical to the frankly peculiar, to keep warm, to look fashionable, to wear as a costume in a play, to add to their collection of antique clothing, because this particular coat that is otherwise identical to the one they already own once belonged to their favorite celebrity or former lover, etc. Later, Marx gives the example of a weaver who chooses to exchange their linen for a Bible for purposes of edification, but this specific example of a use for the Bible could be substituted for any other. It makes no difference what the weaver wants, needs, or desires the Bible for to make the Bible a use value. All that matters is that the weaver wants, needs, or desires it. To reiterate, although use value is subjective rather than objective and is determined by the wants, needs, or desires of people, for the purposes of his arguments in capital, Marx is only concerned with whether someone wants, needs, or desires to exchange something for something else. Could commodities themselves speak, they would say, our use value may be a thing that interests men. It is no part of us as objects. In capital, Marx's ventriloquized commodities say more than the people who may be interested in them as use values. What is the content of that human interest? Use value is presented by Marx as plain, homely, bodily. There is nothing mysterious about a commodity considered solely in relation to its use, he declares. For Marx, value is weird and ethereal, whereas use value is coarse and material. The mystical character of commodities does not originate in their use value. Marx demonstrates that value lies hidden behind exchange value, but human wants, needs, and desires also lie hidden behind use value. Use values take varied forms, which are dissolved in exchange value, but the forms of want, need, and desire that dictate whether they will be exchanged for other use values are even more varied. Money, Marx writes, is a radical leveler that does away with all distinctions, yet in capital the qualitative difference between commodities, extinguished in money, has a counterpart in his analysis which extinguishes the qualitative differences between wants, needs, and desires and effectively excludes them as factors in his analysis of capitalist accumulation. Returning to the opening page of Capital, Marx declares that to discover the uses of things is the work of history. Again he cites Barbon, refuting the economist's statement that things are intrinsically useful by noting that magnets only became useful to people once their polarity was discovered. Yet this example implies that use values inhere in things rather than being dependent. Desire 1303. On the historically shifting wants, needs and desires of people who not only discover uses for things but also create them. The question remains, therefore, to what extent wants, needs, and desires are shaped or determined by history and, more specifically, by living under capitalism in its different stages or phases. To cite Georgy Lukács's famous extension of Marx's analysis of the commodity form in History and Class Consciousness, under capitalism a relation between people takes on the character of a thing. The logic of exchange value extends to social relations so that human subjects confront one another as static, autonomous objects, isolated, compartmentalized, equivalent, thing-like. For Lukács, formal abstraction pervades social life. This implies that people's qualitative desires themselves appear as being as interchangeable as use values expressed as quantifiable exchange values, an implication pushed further by Adorno, who was more pessimistic than Lukács about the capacity of the proletariat to resist the brutal logic of abstraction. The status of history here remains ambiguous, however. Is desire something distorted by capitalism that can be excavated or recovered, or is it something inseparable from it that can only be sublated or remade? Can desires formed by existing social relations only reproduce those social relations, or can they envisage a world beyond them? How would abolishing the commodity form transform desire, meaning both the relations of people to things and the relations between people? If needs were met, would desires be obsolete? Adorno implies that this question is impossible to answer. If production were immediately, unconditionally, and unrestrictedly reorganized according to the satisfaction of needs, even and especially those produced by capitalism, then the needs themselves would be decisively transformed. This chapter is not an attempt to provide an answer to these questions, nor does it attempt to give an exhaustive or definitive account of Marxist understandings of desire. Instead, by beginning by noting desire's effective absence from the pages of Capital, I hope to foreground desire's ambiguous and somewhat troubling status within the Marxist tradition, before exploring some scattered examples of attempts to conceptualize desire in more explicit terms than Marx himself articulated. Desirable commodities. Descriptions of people's desires do occasionally appear on the pages of Capital, but the desiring people imagined are usually bourgeois and their desires are usually for increased profit and power. Marx speaks of their love of lucre and in a section on hoarding describes the passionate desire to stockpile money, picturing avaricious capitalists captivated by gold, by value in its glittering incarnation. The hoarder makes a sacrifice of the lusts of the flesh to his gold fetish. Commodity fetishism begets sexual 1304. Fetishism and displaces sensuality. Later, he refers to the cupidity of mill owners whose werewolf's hunger for surplus value is like a fiendish companion to the vampire thirst of capital for living labor. He speaks with pithy disdain of the hypocritical capitalist who may be a sanctimonious model citizen, perhaps a member of the Society for the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals, but notes by way of a visceral metaphor that the heart which seems to throb in the capitalist's breast is not their own but the heart of the worker whose labor power they are intent on exploiting. This is a slight twist on a metaphor that appears a few pages earlier. A man's heart is a wonderful thing, especially when carried in the purse. The capitalist's purse drips with the blood of the worker's still beating heart. The desires of the worker are subordinated to and circumscribed by those of the capitalist, whose own libidinal energies are channeled through and satisfied by the market. When discussing workers' consumption in Capital, Marx's emphasis is on subsistence, on the capitalist's motivation to pay wages which cover only the bare minimum necessary for the reproduction of labor power. The worker in Capital is generally presented in their role as a seller of their labor power rather than as a buyer of commodities. However, in Grundriss he acknowledges that although the capitalist may want his own workers to be abstemious, workers employed by others stand towards him as consumers. In spite of all pious speeches he therefore searches for means to spur them on to consumption, to give his wares new charms, to inspire them with new needs by constant chatter etc. Capital was published in 1867. Soon after, due to shifts in capitalist development and modes of production, more emphasis began to be placed on the relationships between production, consumption, and emotional life. New charms and corresponding new desires proliferated. Capitalists began to harness, shape and direct desire in more elaborate, explicit, and sophisticated ways than Marx had envisaged. Advertising executives emerged as theoreticians of desire, masters of seduction, obsessed with manufacturing new needs to enable the proliferation of new commodities. America blazed the trail in the development of consumer capitalism, as William R. Leach discusses in Land of Desire, Merchants, Power, and the Rise of a New American Culture. The United States was the first country in the world to have an economy devoted to mass production, and it was the first to create the mass consumer institutions and the mass consumer enticements that rose up in tandem to market and sell the mass-produced goods. The generation of surplus value and extraction of value was tied to the generation and extraction of surplus desire. Leach traces the enmeshed organizations and institutions involved in this process, from government agencies to corporations, from labor unions to universities, but also highlights the extent. Desire 1305. To which realizing these new economic models relied on aesthetic, sexual, and psychological theories. These theories were historically specific, but they tended to assume desire itself was eternal, something to be tapped into and profited from rather than something to produce or invent. Kevin Floyd provides a succinct gloss of the history of capital accumulation and the management of crisis in the reification of desire, toward a queer Marxism. The early 20th century, Floyd explains, saw an acceleration of demand inducement. In the USA, Fordism enabled a coordination of production and consumption, securing the longest boom in the history of capitalism in the country. This precipitated the extension of the commodity relation to ever more spheres of existence, shifting the emphasis from norms of production to norms of consumption, which in turn participated in a normalization of social life operating increasingly at the moment of consumption. 5. As the theorist of regulation Howard Braverman, whose arguments Floyd engages with, writes in Labor and Monopoly Capitalism. So enterprising is capital that even where the effort is made by one or another section of the population to find a way to nature, sport, or art through personal activity and amateur or underground innovation, these activities are rapidly incorporated into the market so far as is possible. Leach's emphasis is on the technologies and forums developed to market products and the flourishing of new techniques of display, whereas Floyd and Braverman also discuss the commodification of services and activities that led to the reification of the most intimate spheres of daily life. Work time and leisure time became increasingly experientially distinct at precisely the moment production and consumption were coordinated, the latter as much governed by the exigencies of capitalism as the former. The repetitive, routine, rhythmic qualities of industrial labor found a compensatory counterpart in proliferating, commodified leisure activities, the enforced tedium of the former set in contrast to the fun and frivolity of the latter. For Floyd, these processes extended to sex and sexuality. He declares that the reification of sexual desire emerges from within capital's structural volatility, and observes that this emergence was contemporaneous with the popularizing of psychoanalysis in America. Adam Curtis presents a crass version of this argument in the 2002 documentary The Century of the Self, which makes much of the fact that Sigmund Freud's nephew Edward Bernays played a major role in the burgeoning the American advertising industry. Floyd is more careful in his positioning of psychoanalysis within the history of capitalism. He insists on historicizing the advertising industry's relation to commodity production, which he then connects to the emergence and popularization of a particular conceptualization of both sexuality and temporality. 6. According to Floyd, Psychoanalysis 1306 proposed a vision of sexual desire with a temporality distinct from social life, while simultaneously proposing that desire determines social life. At a moment when changes in the division of labor were taking place and in which personal life is epistemologically disciplined by exchange value, sexual urges and drives were detached from bodily capacities and ascribed an abstract, reified temporality. Floyd reads psychoanalysis symptomatically, but in the period he is analyzing, Herbert Marcuse proposed an unorthodox reading of Freud that he claimed might serve as an antidote to capitalism. In Eros and Civilization, Marcuse argues that Freud was mistaken to claim that the instincts he described were universal and unchangeable rather than specific to a particular, repressive form of social and economic organization. Repression, according to Marcuse, is socially enforced and historical rather than a biological necessity. He proposes that a form of non-repressive sublimation would be possible in a non-repressive society. He reassures his readers that this would not result in a society of sex maniacs, as it would see the libido not released but transformed, leading to an eroticization of the entire personality. This proposition, however, sounds suspiciously like a de-eroticization of the entire personality. Unlike the communist psychoanalyst Wilhelm Reich, who saw unrestrained orgiastic forms of sexual explosion, exploration, and expression as a route to freedom, 7. Marcuse presents them as side effects of repressive societies. Wild orgies only erupt when people's libidinal energies are socially constrained and they prove no threat to the constraining society. In a non-repressive society, pleasure would be lasting rather than fleeting, and sexual forms of gratification would therefore become less urgent. Marcuse insists that Freud's vision of humanity is only applicable to capitalism, or what he calls, in a book that generally avoids references to Marx or overtly Marxist terminology, the administered life, but he nonetheless still implies that there is some kind of ideal, essential, whole humanity that preceded this and could be recaptured. Repression is historical, but the instincts remain eternal yet retain none of the inherent destructiveness Freud ascribes to them. In Eros and Civilization, mass media replaces the family as the primary site through which ideological messages are transmitted and reproduced, but in one-dimensional man, consumerism becomes more central to Marcuse's vision of the administered society. He lampoons the insidious role played by products in indoctrinating people into an acceptance of the status quo. For Marcuse, liberation depends on the consciousness of servitude, but the path to this consciousness is blocked by the internalization of false desires and the creation of illusory new needs, which have become the individual's own. People feel superficially satisfied by things that are repressing them. Liberty can be made into a powerful instrument of domination. Marcuse wants to claim that it is possible to separate true needs from false ones, but also recognizes that attempting to do so leads to an desire. 1307. Impasse. How can the people who have been the object of effective and productive domination by themselves create the conditions of freedom? Nonetheless, he does seem to locate some kind of truth in a romanticized vision of a past, pre-technological world in which he claims libidinal satisfaction was not sought only in sex. In this unalienated time, he says, bread was kneaded by human hands rather than made in a factory. Not only does Marcuse seem to see industrialization as more pernicious than capitalism, but he also fails to consider the kind of gender relations he is implicitly affirming by claiming the past might be any less oppressive than the present. Who is baking the bread in Marcuse's imagined pre-industrial society? Unusually, given the overt and explicit gendering of consumption and the explicit techniques developed to position women as consumers from the late 19th century onwards, gender does not figure prominently in Marcuse's depiction of the administered society. Everyone's a dupe. A more dialectical account would acknowledge the positive aspects of the technological developments unleashed by capitalism and explore the potential role they might play in the reconfiguration of gender roles, sexualities and desires under a different mode of production. After all, there is no going back. Sex appeal of the inorganic. The modern advertisement shows to what extent the attractions of the woman and those of the commodity can be merged. Walter Benjamin remarks in a fragment of the Arcades Project, his posthumously published fragmentary collection of materials pertaining to Paris, capital of the 19th century, which he worked on between 1927 and 1940, and which charts an emerging consumer culture. Sexuality, he says, is mobilized by capitalism. Women in the Arcades Project are not simply depicted as consumers of commodities or as those whose idealized and sexualized images are deployed to make commodities more attractive to buyers. Benjamin perceives that the commodity form is far more pervasive. Desire is produced and shaped by capitalism, it is not some pre-existing natural reservoir. Under capitalism, woman and commodity merge because social relations are governed by the commodity form. Women become like commodities, resembling the similarly attired mannequins staring blankly out of the city's show windows, static and object-like, often deathly. Their sexual allure is enhanced by makeup and glittering accoutrements. Commodity fetishism participates in encouraging forms of sexual fetishism which fixate on inanimate objects and inorganic materials. Fashion is aligned with death. Benjamin cites fashions for precious jewels, dresses like gold mines, crystal hats, and glass shoes. He quotes a male poet that seeks to bind a woman to him with braids of rubies and ropes of pearls, and claims a poem by Charles Baudelaire describing a woman made of precious minerals provides an image of the fetish, which he elsewhere defines as the sex. 1308. Appeal of the inorganic. 9. For Benjamin, under the dominion of the commodity fetish, the sex appeal of the woman is more or less tinged with the appeal of the commodity. The sparkling and dazzling objects that line the arcades and litter the pages of the Arcades projects may seem distinctively attractive, but for Benjamin these coruscating things are all equally dead, exchangeable, and thus indistinguishable. Diamond/steel and gold dissolve into one light. As commodities, products of abstract labor, the qualitative differences between things dissolve. Sex sells, sex is also sold. Benjamin's discussions of the gendering and sexualization of commodities is bound up with his obsession with the figure of the Parisian prostitute, who is central to his arguments in the Arcades project. According to Esther Leslie, the prostitute for Benjamin is not an exceptional figure but an exemplary one, the analysis of whom sheds light on capitalist social relations generally, and specifically on the entanglement of capitalism and desire. As dialectical image, the prostitute synthesizes the exploitative labor of sales and marketing and the commodity as exchange value, in that she is sales girl and commodity, seller and sold. In 110 Benjamin aligns the prostitute, who hides her identity and daubs herself in mask-like makeup, with a mass-produced object. This likeness, he says, finds a correlate at a later historical moment in music hall reviews, in vogue at the time he was writing, in which identically clad women performed geometrically precise synchronized dance routines, a phenomenon that had already been analyzed by Benjamin's friend Siegfried Kracauer in The Mass Ornament. According to Benjamin, love for the prostitute is the apotheosis of empathy with the commodity, echoing a phrase he uses in a later convolute of the Arcades project: empathy with the commodity is fundamentally empathy with exchange value itself. Leslie is keen to defend Benjamin against liberal feminist critics who have read his discussions of the twinkling arcades as paeans to consumerism and his discussions of the figure of the prostitute as denigrations of women. His analysis, she stresses, is intended as an indictment of the commodity form and of the exploitative economic system under which the Parisian prostitute lives. Often, however, Benjamin's discussions of the prostitute slip into metaphor, as when he cites Baudelaire's consideration of the prostitution of the commodity's soul. 11 Indeed, Benjamin explicitly states that the prostitute does not sell her labor power. He seems to view her less as an archetypal worker than as a literal embodiment of Marx's personified, mystical commodity. The intoxicating lure of the commodity is replicated in the prostitute, who is similarly conceptualized as a thing with a soul. But the sex worker is a worker and not a commodity. Benjamin gestures towards a contradiction in his analysis when he imagines a time when workers, Desire 1309, might confront their own labor power as a commodity, but the masculine pronouns here suggest that he does not have the figure of the prostitute in mind. The more conscious he becomes of his mode of existence, the mode imposed on him by the system of production, the more he proletarianizes himself, the more he will be gripped by the chilly breath of the commodity economy, and the less he will feel like empathizing with commodities. He attempts to imagine a time when solidarity between people might overthrow empathy with things, but until such a time as the working class can seize power it will, he says, seek an uneasy enjoyment of existing society derived from a presentiment of its own determination as a class. Unlike Marcuse, Benjamin is not derisive of workers' desires for commodities, perceiving that they are not based in delusion but function as an attempt to make life more bearable in the present moment, in the meantime, until grander desires can be fulfilled in the future. The prostitute returns at the end of this paragraph, where Benjamin suggests that workers in the contradictory position of passing time until a revolutionary opportunity arises while being aware of the horrors of their current social existence find charm even in damaged and decaying goods, which reflect the decaying qualities of bourgeois, capitalist society, citing a Baudelaire poem about a courtesan whose heart is described as being bruised like a peach. Here the proletariat is put in the position of the client/John and the prostitute in the position of the commodity, but this sets up a false distinction between these two subjects who both sell their labor power, whose bruised hearts both beat in the wallet of the person to whom their labor power is sold. The expansion of sexual commerce is part of the economic shifts and expansion of consumption Floyd traces in the reification of desire. Maya Andrea Gonzalez and Cassandra Troyan reflect on a contemporary iteration of sex work in their analysis of the girlfriend experience, which involves rich, often married men seeking a ready-made companion in exchange for gifts and money. 12 Unlike Benjamin, who ambiguously treats the Parisian prostitute as an object of exchange rather than a seller of her labor power, they position the sugar baby as a worker who offers a standpoint on the contemporary predicament of abject subjects. In the girlfriend experience, the services being sold are intimacy or authenticity in addition to sex, a counterfeit version of a genuine romance. The imperative to enjoy authentic sexual enjoyment is to desire authenticity more than sex itself. Gonzalez and Troyan emphasize that the disavowal of the relationship's basis in exchange is key to the encounter, which must convincingly simulate an authentic bond between sugar daddy and sugar baby. The sugar baby only succeeds in her role through the creation of a 1310 fantasy of reciprocity in which her waged status goes unacknowledged, producing what they call disavowed intimacy. Commodifying experience requires an imaginary reenactment of mutual freedom at the site of asymmetrical power and drudgery. For Marx, commodity fetishism is premised on the disavowal of production, and the disavowal of exchange in this encounter has a similar function for Gonzalez and Troyan. The commodity is labor power, but its status as a commodity must be disavowed at the same time it is performed. The disavowal of exchange thus allows for the labor being performed to seem spontaneous and voluntary. Work that appears in the form of pure enjoyment suggests that payment is supplementary or indifferent to desire, when in fact it is the cause. This is a slightly different process to what Benjamin refers to as the dialectical function of money in prostitution, which buys pleasure and, at the same time, becomes the expression of shame. Gonzalez and Troyan argue that the fact the relationship is premised on exchange is a source of shame, or at least an impediment to pleasure for the client, whereas for Benjamin, through the logic of abstraction, money functions to distance the customer from the guilt he attaches to the purchase. The shame-reddened wound on the body of society secretes money and closes up. It forms a metallic scab. Gonzalez and Troyan's analysis goes further by suggesting that under existing social relations a metallic scab is preferable to a bloody one, that the heart of the waged girlfriend may be more impervious to bruising, or more capable of inflicting bruises on the body of society, than that of the unwaged one. When love and care are exploited under the conditions of erasure, to continue to labor is to continue to struggle. To assert payment for that which is assumed to be free is to say that her body belongs to no one but herself, or to nobody but herself and the body of struggle. Rather than a metaphor for the commodity's soul, the sugar baby comes to occupy the same space for passing time as the revolutionary workers described by Benjamin, damaged enjoyment pending revolution. Drawing on ethnographic fieldwork conducted with male clients of commercial sex workers in San Francisco's Bay Area in the late 1990s, Elizabeth Bernstein found that for many sexual clients, the market is experienced as enhancing and facilitating desired forms of non-domestic sexual activity. Bernstein lauds the role of sex work in disembedding the individual from the sex-romance nexus of the privatized nuclear family. She is dismissive of the platitudinous view that sexuality has been commodified, and by implication diminished, like everything else in late capitalism. Bernstein's criticism seems to imply that those who desire 1311 protest to the commodity form would therefore validate a return to some supposedly more natural or genuine form of romantic encounter and hence uphold oppressive, normative family values and sexual mores. However, Gonzalez and Troyan analyze the labor involved in the girlfriend experience to shed light not only on other forms of sex work but also on other forms of service work 13 and, crucially, on the kinds of unwaged, effective labor demanded by unremunerated romantic relationships. They depict the gestures performed and emotions expressed in the realm of work as existing in a kind of feedback loop with those outside it. Indeed, the boundaries separating these realms from one another are increasingly porous and ill-defined, a porosity they argue, Bernstein's notion of bounded intimacy fails to apprehend. The counterfeit authenticity and feigned intimacy demanded by the particular form of waged work they are analyzing does not stand in contrast to some pure, unmediated, or genuine form of human interaction outside of it but highlights the impossibility of any such relations within the existing state of things. Similarly, for Leslie, the revolutionary dimension of Benjamin's discussions of women in crisis in the Arcades Project is that they expose the artificiality of hegemonic gender relations, including the notions that sex should be reproductive, families should be nuclear and women should be confined to the private sphere. In detailing modern women's affinity for the unnatural and the commode, Benjamin is not caught up in a romantic nostalgia for a lost naturalness. His aim is to validate, out of the wreckage, the explicit shift of women into the realm of history and culture, recognizing the enormity of its social and political implications. It is the revolutionary chance for salvation. Benjamin is not a moralist, providing positive images, but a purveyor of a negativity with an explosive charge. The female figures he discusses participate in the detonation of nature, victims of the brutal exploitations of capitalist modernity but also the potential future beneficiaries and agents of a technologized communist future in which their roles would not be prescribed by biological notions. Like gender, desire is not natural or eternal. In contrast to Marcuse, who insists that lovemaking in a meadow is preferable to lovemaking in a car whose mechanized environment serves to block libidinal flows, Benjamin refuses to validate a supposedly natural, lost realm. Technologies and forms of sexual encounter beyond some mawkish ideal of genuine romance are not the problem, capitalism is. Indeed, meadows are not external to capitalism, their enclosure and transformation into private property was key to its development, as Marx makes clear in chapter 27 of Capital. Artificial, historically produced and thus transformable, desire is not something to be recovered or dug up from beneath the debris of capitalist modernity but something to be reached by passing through and beyond capitalism in a process of dialectical sublation. In contrast to these communist theorists who discern a revolutionary explosive charge 1312. In the figures rendered abject by capitalism, Bernstein's dismissal of Marxist analyses of sex work has more in common with theorists who have sought to see desire as immanent to capitalism. Libidinal investments. Writing in the early 1970s, in the aftermath of May 1968 and on the cusp of a new crisis of capitalism, Anti-Oedipus, Capitalism and Schizophrenia, by Gilles Deleuze and Félix Guattari, rejected not only the traditional psychoanalytic Oedipal triad but also pushed against orthodox Marxism, working within and against both traditions. Desire is central to their analysis, which understands people as desiring machines, interconnected, porous, and entangled machinic organisms or organic machines, not one ID but many. Society and the desiring machines inhabiting and constituting it are animated by flows of libidinal desire. Deleuze and Guattari castigate the Oedipal triangle of traditional psychoanalysis for being too reductive, for repressing the wild pluralities of desire, which can be understood as sexual only insofar as sexuality is everywhere. Marcuse's ideal non-repressive society would see a dispersal of libido, whereas Deleuze and Guattari insist libido is already dispersed. They claim the erotic reality of capitalism is repressed rather than libido itself. Moreover, their vision of libidinal diffusion retains an intensity, dynamism, and explosivity that Marcuse argues would be diminished if it were spread across a non-repressed society. For Marcuse, sexuality everywhere would mean less actual sex, whereas Deleuze and Guattari seem to say actual sex is already everywhere but not recognized as such. Again and again they insist that they are not being figurative. The truth is that sexuality is everywhere, the way a bureaucrat fondles his records, a judge administers justice, a businessman causes money to circulate, the way the bourgeoisie fucks the proletariat, and so on. And there is no need to resort to metaphors, any more than for the libido to go by way of metamorphoses. Marx described the hoarder substituting sexual pleasure with the pleasure of stockpiling money, whereas in Anti-Oedipus there are no such substitutions because the stockpiling of money is a sexual pleasure. They are at pains to point out that it is not enough to observe that capital flows and is interrupted like libido, or that the unconscious produces desire like a factory. A simple parallelism should not be drawn between capitalist social production and desiring production, or between the flows of money capital and the shit flows of desire, as this implies that desiring machines are external to capitalism whereas desiring machines are in social machines and nowhere else. Though many Marxists reacted with sneering hostility to Anti-Oedipus, Deleuze and Guattari insisted that their proposals were revolutionary. 14. The text provides a Desire 1313. Foundational definition of what would become known as accelerationism, proposing that speeding up existing processes of capitalist accumulation was preferable to a withdrawal from them. In Libidinal Economy, Jean-François Lyotard pushes aspects of Deleuze and Guattari's arguments further and, in the process, seems to dispense with their proclaimed left-wing political allegiances altogether. He later described it as his evil book. In a section entitled The Desire named Marx, he proclaims that desire underlies capitalism, capitalism pulsates with libidinal intensities and is propelled by effective flows. He decries non-alienation as a fantasy, mistakenly located in a past or future pictured as whole and unmutilated. He reads capital as though it were structured by Marx's own conflicting desires, caught between wholeness and mutilation, remarking that Marx was unable to finish it, that its resolution was constantly postponed. In an infamous passage for which he was denounced by many on the left, he proposes that industrial workers, far from having no other choice than to work, took masochistic enjoyment in becoming slave to the machine, fucked by it, 8 hours, 12 hours, a day, year after year. Lyotard evidently anticipated and even seems to relish the idea of the opprobrium these lines would provoke: hang on tight and spit on me, evincing his own masochistic enjoyment in indulging in this grotesque image of the gratifications of exploitative and exhausting labor of a kind he never had to perform. They enjoyed it, enjoyed the mad destruction of the organic body which was indeed imposed on them, they enjoyed the decomposition of their personal identity, the identity that the peasant tradition had constructed for them, enjoyed the dissolution of their families and villages, and enjoyed the new monstrous anonymity of the suburbs and the pubs in the morning and evening. Unlike in Marcuse, consumerism is not presented as having the mollifying function of making production more bearable, and unlike in Benjamin, it is not seen as a temporary and necessarily partial pleasure en route to revolution. For Lyotard, the enjoyment found in capitalist society is not presented as false or distorted, even its most seemingly unpleasant aspects can be a source of perverse jouissance. In Malign Velocities, a critique of accelerationism, Benjamin Noyes discusses the unfolding of arguments and counterarguments across anti-Oedipus, libidinal economy, and Jean Baudrillard's symbolic exchange or death, concluding that the result is that each intensifies a politics of radical immanence, of immersion in capital, to the point where any way to distinguish a radical strategy from the strategy of capital seems to disappear completely. Reveling in, surrendering to, and pushing to heighten or intensify the libidinal exigencies of capital is proposed as a mode of overthrowing it, but the arguments 1314 prove unconvincing, and the human costs such a process would entail, which would presumably be less acutely felt by white male university professors in France than by other people, are not acknowledged. In Profit and Pleasure, Sexual Identities in Late Capitalism, Rosemary Hennessy criticizes the ways in which Anti-Oedipus has been lauded by many contemporary queer theorists as a monumental explanation of the materiality of desire under capitalism. 15. The appeal of their work for theorists of sexuality, she claims, lays in its proposition that desire is disruptive and untethered from prescriptive relations between sexual subjects and sexual objects. But according to Hennessy, what such analyses miss is that desire for Deleuze and Guattari is a kind of transhistorical substance. Desire is historically invariant matter. Here a proximity to Freudian psychoanalysis and Marcuse's preference for love-making in meadows over cars is apparent. Deleuze and Guattari may dispense with the Oedipus complex, but they maintain that human existence has a primal substrate. 16. Hennessy argues that this approach glorifies desire and obscures the extent to which the desiring subject is formed by history, specifically by different phases of capitalist development. Deleuze and Guattari acknowledge that capitalism liberates the flows of desire from the clutches of an Oedipalizing culture, but it does so under social conditions that continually reterritorialize the desires it unleashes in order to accrue surplus value. As they see it, desire is revolutionary and capable of demolishing social form. But unfortunately and predictably, the alternative it aims for is not social justice but the body without organs, the undifferentiated subject of self-enjoyment. Desire has a privileged status in their account as that which drives history, and the desiring subject takes the place of the proletariat as the primary agent of historical change, but the historical constitution of desire itself is strangely external to these processes. Although Deleuze and Guattari constantly invoke capitalism, Hennessy argues that their account detaches desire from historical and material production. The structures of exploitation on which capitalist production depends have completely disappeared. For Hennessy, the challenge is to recognize that desire does not precede the social or economic, and thus cannot be disentangled or considered in isolation from its historical articulation. Indeed, dehistoricizing desire can participate in naturalizing existing social relations, even if Deleuze and Guattari want to claim the opposite. She goes so far as to observe an ideological affiliation between queer theorists who celebrate anti-Oedipus with naturalized notions of identity and difference emanating from Madison Avenue and Wall Street. That desire cannot be separated from capitalism and class relations does not, however, lead Hennessy to affirm a position closer to Lyotard's or to dismiss desire and pleasure as bourgeois inventions irrelevant to material analysis, as many Marxists have done historically. Instead, analyzing the historical desire 1315. Specificity of desire and its constitutive relation to capitalism might form part of a historical struggle to transform the oppressive world in which people live and want and love and need. The desire for liberation. Wendy Brown contends that Marxism proved unable to address critical issues of need, desire, and identity formation in late modernity. She describes the fracturing of social movements, rise of apathy and a proliferation of microcauses post-1989 as being related to the loss of a clear object of political desire. What would that obscure object be? A few pages into Chapter 7, The Labor Process and the Process of Producing Surplus Value, Marx admits that his discussion has thus far reduced labor to its simple elementary factors and hence treated it in a trans-historical sense, with no consideration of the different conditions under which labor processes may be performed or the experiences of the people performing or directing them. As the taste of porridge does not tell you who grew the oats, no more does this simple process tell you of itself what are the social conditions under which it is taking place, whether under the slave owner's brutal lash, or the anxious eye of the capitalist, whether Cincinnatus carries it on in tilling his modest farm or a savage in killing wild animals with stones. He does, however, go on to discuss labor processes within a capitalist mode of production specifically, and he subsequently discusses the social conditions under which labor processes take place. The Working Day chapter, in particular, attends in detail to the experiences and sufferings of factory workers in Britain. The same cannot be said for his discussion of needs, wants and desires in relation to use values. Marx is interested in who grew the oats rather than in who eats them or why they might want, need, or desire to do so. Yet his discussions of labor do pertain to desire. Workers sell their labor power as a commodity, but the suffering Marx details points negatively to a desire not to be compelled to do so. For Lukács, the proletariat becomes aware that it is selling its labor power as a commodity and through this consciousness can challenge the fetish character of every commodity. Capital is primarily concerned with labor performed under the anxious eye of the capitalist, but I want to conclude with a consideration of labor performed under the slave owner's brutal lash. In his discussion of the fetish character of commodities, Marx imagines a commodity who speaks, but he is only capable of imagining the speaking commodity subjunctively. Indeed, the supposed impossibility of the commodity's speech is central to his argument regarding the value that 1316 inheres, hidden and necessarily silent, in it. But as Fred Moten points out, commodities do speak. Marx's counterfactual is broken by a commodity and by the trace of a subjectivity structure born in objection that he neither realizes nor anticipates. The enslaved person is a commodity who not only speaks but shrieks and screams. The history of blackness is testament to the fact that objects can and do resist. As C.L.R. James writes in The Black Jacobins, slaves may have been traded as commodities but they remained quite invincibly human beings, a fact which explains the unusual spectacle of property owners apparently careless of preserving their property. Human beings resist. Moten suggests that the commodity's secret was never fully kept. He reads Frederick Douglass' descriptions of his enslaved Aunt Hesta's screams of resistance to her master's brutal beatings as a theory of value. The speaking commodity phonically interrupts the abstracting logics of exchange. Douglass and Marx were contemporaries and Moten reads narrative of the life of Frederick Douglass alongside Marx's 1844 manuscripts, proposing that Aunt Hesta's scream anticipates and enacts Marx's theoretical descriptions of communism as a discovery procedure. Just as C.L.R. James could assert, by way of a kind of magic that seems impossible but whose reality is something to which every worker might surreptitiously attest, that socialism is already in place on the shop floor, so can one assert, by way of Aunt Hester and the theoretical catalysis she enacts, that communism in slavery is the discovery procedure for communism out of slavery's outside. 17. The screaming commodity registers the non-identity between desire and exchange value. Brown implies that the supposedly lost object of political desire is some kind of distant hermetic society located in an abstract future, positively, if vaguely defined, whereas I have attempted to foreground theories that assert that the future can only be sought negatively, in the degraded present. There is a famous sequence at the beginning of Grapes of Wrath, John Ford's 1940s film based on John Steinbeck's novel, in which we see Tom Joad who, having been released from prison, returns to his family farm in Sallisaw, Oklahoma and finds it empty, destroyed, and abandoned. The land had been confiscated by the banks and his family had moved to California to look for work. But how could someone take over the land where the Joads had lived and worked for more than 50 years? How could it happen? Muley, a man who had camped in the ruins of the abandoned Joad house and refused to flee to California, reveals who is responsible for what occurred to Tom's family. In a 3-minute flashback, Ford not only shows, through the words of Muley, a detailed representation of land repossession in Oklahoma during the Great Depression, but also implicitly raises one of the most enigmatic and complex questions of capitalist modernity: how does capitalism manifest itself? What is its face when it appears in our lives with a traumatic event? What is its image? The flashback takes us back to the day when an agent of the landowners who rented out the fields where Muley used to work comes to deliver an eviction notice to the tenant farmers. The man explains how the sharecropping system is no longer profitable, the company is no longer getting a sufficient return on its investment, now that a man alone with his tractor is able to farm a dozen or more fields that size. It is more convenient to just pay him a salary and take the whole harvest. Muley complains that it is already difficult for them to live off what they earn right now, the children are hungry and dressed in rags. But the 72. Filming Capital. Pietro Bianchi. Filming Capital 1321. Man cuts him short and tells him that he's not the one responsible for any of this, he's only carrying out orders on behalf of the company. So, whose fault is it? A worker asks. You know who owns the lands? It's the Shawnee Land and Cattle Company, replies the man. And who are they? Replies the farmer. Nobody. It's a company. Then the farmer, starting to get impatient, asks who they should talk to, perhaps with a rifle. But in a kind of infinite regress, responsibilities recede ever farther. Shouldn't there be a president of that company? But they're told it is not even him who would be to blame, because the bank told him what to do. And even in the bank, decisions are made by a manager, who is half crazy trying to keep up with his orders. Then, who do we shoot? One of the farmers asks, now absolutely furious, to which the man finally replies, brother, I don't know. If I did, I'd tell you. I just don't know who's to blame. This is the question that haunts the farmers: who's to blame for their despair and injustice? The banks? The man who brings the eviction notice? Or even their neighborhood friend, who is just as desperate as they are, and drives the tractor that is going to destroy their house for $3 a day? Which of them is the true face of capitalism and responsible for their condition? What is the cause and reason for this process that seems so abstract and opaque? Who is to blame? Today, this question continues to represent a political quandary of great significance, especially in an era when value chains and the capitalist production network have become so stratified and complex that decision-making centers seem to have become invisible. What if everyone, from the small entrepreneur to the CEO of multinational financial groups, are mere emissaries of capital, executing orders drafted elsewhere, just like the businessman from Grapes of Wrath? Who is responsible for these orders? Where is the agency located? The question, even for a political agenda that wants to transform capitalism, remains today the same as the one that haunted the workers of the Dust Bowl: who do we shoot? Who should we point the gun at? so that the humble worker or peasant could understand Marx's Capital. This problem forces us to reflect on the nature of the image of capitalism and of its modes of sensory appearance. How is it possible to see the capitalist mode of production in the midst of the confused and opaque multiplicity of reality? How does capitalism manifest itself in experience, given that, as the example of grapes of wrath shows, most of the time we only see its effects but not its hidden causes? Or, as someone might legitimately ask, does capitalism exist in the first place, given that in our experience it is nowhere to be found? The question guided Sergei Eisenstein when between 1927 and 1928 he started to work on a project for a film on Karl Marx's Das Kapital, a project based on the idea that it was effectively possible to create images that would render capitalism 1322 visible. These were years when Eisenstein was at the peak of his fame, just after the most important commission of his life, a cinematic celebration of the 10th anniversary of the Bolshevik Revolution with October. The latter turned out to be one of the most expensive blockbusters in the history of Soviet cinema, whereas an average Soviet production cost 30,000 to 40,000 rubles, for October more than 800,000 rubles were spent. 2. It might have been because of this ecstatic sense of grandeur. 3. And provisional trust that the Soviet state gave him during those years that he thought that such an ambitious and challenging endeavor would have been possible. As we can see from the scattered and not always coherent information left in his notebooks and diaries, Eisenstein wanted to construct a didactic project aimed at explaining not so much the conceptual passages of Das Kapital but Marx's dialectical method. A couple of years later Eisenstein would synthesize his approach during a talk at the Sorbonne in Paris. My new conception of the film is based on the idea that the intellectual and emotional processes which so far have been conceived of as existing independently of each other, art versus science, and forming an antithesis heretofore never united, can be brought together to form a synthesis on the basis of cinedialectic, a process that only the cinema can achieve. A spectator can be made to feel and think what he sees on the screen. The scientific formula can be given the emotional quality of a poem. And whether my ideas on this matter are right or wrong, I am at present working in this direction. I will attempt to film capital so that the humble worker or peasant can understand it. 4. So, what would this project concretely look like, and how would it possibly make an illiterate worker understand with images the conceptual intricacies of Karl Marx's Das Kapital, which usually requires years of sophisticated intellectual training? The examples imagined by Eisenstein were numerous, eclectic, and ingenious. Take the challenge of visualizing the problem of the relationship between workers and the mechanization of production, between the textile machines and machine wreckers or Luddites, as Eisenstein put it, i.e., the question of the unemployment derived from technological changes in production. Eisenstein proposed to show an electric streetcar in Shanghai and thousands of coolies thereby deprived of bread, lying down on the tracks, to die. To represent financial capital, his plan was not to show the stock exchange or the typical images that we associate with finance, but rather thousands of tiny details like in the novel L'Argent by Émile Zola, a concierge who works as a broker on the side and lends money to all residents of the building. But it seems that Eisenstein's approach was closer to Marx when he emphasized the contradictions and antagonisms that coexist within a commodity. It is reminiscent of the example of silk stockings where the fight for the centimeter of silk. Filming Capital 1323. Stocking placed one against the other artists and moralists, silk manufacturers and textile masters for long skirts, ending with Indian women forced to incubate the silk cocoon by carrying them in their armpits. 5. Or, regarding a scene for which Eisenstein seemed to have in mind a concrete shooting plan, he writes: throughout the entire picture the wife cooks soup for her returning husband. NB could be two themes intercut for association, the soup-cooking wife and the home-returning husband. Completely idiotic, in the third part, association moves from the pepper with which she seasons food. Pepper, cayenne, Devil's Island. Dreyfus. French chauvinism. Figaro in Krupp's hand. War. Ship sunk in the port. NB good in its non-banality, Transition, Pepper Dreyfus Figaro. It would be good to cover the sunken English ships with the lid of a saucepan. It could even be not pepper, but kerosene for a stove and transition into oil. The soup that the wife prepares for her returning husband would serve as the symbol of the minimal relief that calms down a need for social uprising. The housewifely virtues of a German worker's wife constitute the greatest evil, the strongest obstacle to a revolutionary uprising, as Eisenstein wrote. From that image, a whole series of connections emerged. The worker puts the pepper in the soup, but where does the pepper come from? From Cayenne in the French Guiana, and it was precisely in Guiana, in the Devil's Island just outside Cayenne, where Dreyfus was sent to a forced labor camp after being convicted in 1894 for the famous affair during which French chauvinism rose to the surface, promoted by Figaro. But who funded Figaro? Krupp, the famous steel conglomerate which didn't just support the newspaper but was also one of the biggest armament industrialists in the world. The latter leads to the sunken English ships that it would be good to cover with the lid of a saucepan, exactly as if they were pepper grains in a pan. In this crazy scene, an object is analyzed and interrogated, revealing a complex network of unexpected associations. From a simple bowl of soup an entire system of relations is exposed, and at the end it is almost as if the sunken English ships were really inside of the saucepan, given that effectively it was because of them that pepper was on that table in the first place. Adopting this method, which at first may seem unorthodox, Eisenstein seemed to be aware that the Marxian process of opening up the social implications implied in a commodity is similar to an infinite regression. From the concrete immediacy of an apparently simple object standing in front of our eyes in capital, we are brought to discover its invisible social mediations. From the immediacy of the perception of its objecthood we are led to find out its sensuous extrasensory properties, 6 i.e., its non-immediate properties. Even today, even the most trivial technological product depends on a complex network of logistical systems of transportation, raw material extraction, semi-finished products, and manufacturing plants, as well as engineers, software developers, and system administrators that are 1,324. Nowhere to be found if we just look at the product. If we open up what is inside a commodity, we find an entire world of social spheres that are completely invisible to its immediate appearance, but at the same time essential to it. The social cause that brought that particular commodity in front of us is absolutely opaque. Alexander Kluge's 2008 News from Ideological Antiquity, a 9-hour essay film that reflects back on Eisenstein's project of filming capital, contains a short film within a film that exemplifies this logic of opening up the immediacy of an object in order to reveal its hidden social mediations. Realized by Tom Tykwer, it is titled The Inside of Things and almost literally reenacts Eisenstein's method of infinite regress to analyze the commodity form. In this short feature, we see a woman running in front of a building. After a few seconds, the frame suddenly freezes and for about 10 minutes a voiceover isolates one by one the different elements that compose the shot: an intercom, the lock on the door, the house number, the woman's leather shoes, her purse, and so on. All these objects are analyzed in detail, from a historical and technological point of view. Where were they made, in which historical period were they invented, when did they start to be produced, where are they fabricated, etc. The objects that compose that particular frame, but we could say, almost any object that inhabits our world, are none other than commodities. In other words, they imply a world market, a certain organization of production, and all those causal nexuses that are the base of the world capitalist economy. Every object that composes this image is opened up to its multiple implications. What is interesting here is the sudden feeling of distance that separates the world as an immense accumulation of commodities, on the one hand, and the immediate and spontaneous impression we experience with our own eyes, on the other. Opening up a commodity means showing the route it traveled before it was sold, the workers who produced it, the people who conceived and designed it, the money invested in order to produce it, the bankers and stock market that enabled the investment, etc. The social conditions that made possible the perceivability of that image are erased and excluded from perception. In order to transition from a bowl of soup to the British vessel sunk by England, Eisenstein referred to a section of Joyce's Ulysses, namely the chapter called Ithaca, which is constructed in the form of a rigidly organized scholastic catechism of 309 questions and answers. The continuous back and forth, which goes on for the entire chapter, gives the impression of a never-ending scientific search that at every step goes deeper and deeper into a topic, fully investigating all its possible ramifications, as random and loosely associated as they might be. Every question leads to another and then another, and so on. As Frederick Jameson perceptively claimed, Eisenstein had in mind something like a Marxian version of Freudian free association, the chain of hidden links that leads us from the surface of everyday life and experience to the very sources of production itself. As in Freud, this is a vertical plunge downward into the ontological abyss, what he called the navel of the dream. It interrupts the banal horizontal narrative and stages an associative cluster charged with affect. Filming Capital 1325. Even though Eisenstein seems to have had a didactic preoccupation, how to translate dialectic in simple visual formulas, what is implicit in his notes is an awareness of the epistemological problem that the commodity form poses. In capitalism, perception is turned upside down. What appears as immediate and objective is in fact the result of a complex mediation of social practices that are invisible. Such an insight is particularly interesting coming from someone who works specifically on the manipulation of images. It is as if the absence upon which the capitalist image is predicated on cannot appear in the imaginary but has to be unpacked and searched for beyond it, deconstructing the immediate appearance, and reconstruing the chain of hidden links that leads to production. While Marx searched for this dimension of invisibility in the hidden abode of production, Eisenstein attempted to make it palpable or perceivable through the means of montage, which is not merely the juxtaposition of a series of images, but according to him something much more theoretical. A figurative understanding of capital. In his memoirs, in what is certainly a fictional ex post invention of childhood memories, Eisenstein recalls what marked his premature affinity towards cinema and figurative arts, the incomparable compositions of Degas, a close-up in a short story by Edgar Allan Poe, a white lilac swaying above his cot just after his birth. And among them he lists the novels of Pushkin as well, which for the first time gave him the awareness of a profound figurative link between literature and painting. It is from a figurative interpretation of Pushkin's writing that Eisenstein saw how literature was capable of expressing an image even better than visual art. In Pushkin we find a description of an actual event or phenomenon done with such absolute strictness and precision that it is almost possible to recreate in its entirety the visual image that struck him so concretely. And I do mean struck, which applies to the dynamic of a literary description, whereas an immobile canvas inevitably fails. Hence it was only with the advent of cinema that the moving picture of Pushkin's constructions could begin to be sensed so acutely. Pushkin has such an intense sensibility for visual representation that according to Eisenstein it was possible to arrange a passage by Pushkin for editing as a sequence of shots, because each step shows how the poet saw and logically showed this or that event. Cinema would thus be able to extract images that were already present in the words of Pushkin and bring them to the surface. We can see here one of the many passages in his theoretical work where Eisenstein's understanding of the image has nothing to do with the representation or reduplication of something existing in reality. An image is not a blueprint of a portion of reality but an expression of something virtually present. 1326. Even though not perceivable in the register of spontaneous experience. Images can only surface through the mediation of montage, given that only montage is able to create in the mind of the viewer what exists but is not immediately perceivable as such in a single point of view. That is why the immobile canvas can only deal with the immediately visible, an indefinite reproduction of what is there. In order to go beyond the imaginary, it is essential to go beyond the visibility of what is there and to rely on a clash between what Eisenstein already in 1923, when he was still a theater director, calls attractions. An attraction is any aggressive moment in theater, i.e., any element of it that subjects the audience to emotional or psychological influence, verified by experience and mathematically calculated to produce specific emotional shocks in the spectator in their proper order within the whole. These shocks provide the only opportunity of perceiving the ideological aspect of what is being shown, the final ideological conclusion. The image is therefore a direct stimulus and shock produced in the mind of the spectator. Far from being the copy of something, it is created instead from sensible visual attractions in order to emerge as a bodily evidence in the experience of the viewer. The image is not something that can produce a signification merely by being put into a sequence. The image is a corporeal shock, a resultant force emerging from the clash of different visual attractions. It is the production of a conflict and not the static foundational element upon which a sequence can be constructed. To clarify this point, in 1929, in his essay Beyond the Shot, Eisenstein compares montage to Japanese hieroglyphs, where in one graphic sign two elements coexist. The combination of two hieroglyphs of the simplest series is regarded not as their sum total but as their product, i.e., as a value of another dimension, another degree. Each taken separately corresponds to an object, but their combination corresponds to a concept. The combination of two representable objects achieves the representation of something that cannot be graphically represented. We should not be deceived by the term product. What Eisenstein means is that the relation between the two hieroglyphs is not of the order of accumulation, but of difference. A montage of attractions is a clash between two elements, or, in other words, what is left when the two constituting elements are arranged in a relation of opposition. There is a clear resonance here with what just a handful of years before Saussure was developing in the field of linguistics, like language, which is a system based on pure differences without positive terms. Also, the visual articulation of frames is based on a purely negative relation. There is in Eisenstein an awareness that something productive and constructive can effectively emerge from an act of pure negativity. An image emerges in a gesture of withdrawal from what is there, a subtraction from the. Filming Capital 1327. Positivity of the imaginary, which according to Lacan is the realm of positivity par excellence. Against an understanding of the visual field based on presence and empirical perception, Eisenstein seems here to go in a completely different direction, where images are constituted as a shock in the mind of the viewer resulting from a suspension of the imaginary. That is why Eisensteinian theoretical reflection will always be characterized by the oscillation between a conflictual dialectic predicated on a radical idea of negativity and an organicist translation of this conflict of attractions into a bodily synthesis. As brilliantly articulated by Luca Arsenjic, the Eisensteinian dialectic of montage is characterized not merely by a historically original recognition of the disintegrative force of non-relation and negativity, the corrosive and critical power montage carries into the domain of form, but also by the constant attempts to invent the counter-tendency of a new type of form invoked by the disintegrative tendency of montage. Eisenstein is as much a filmmaker of montage as he is a thinker of new ways to be done with montage, as much an experimenter with the potentially endless disintegration of form as he is an inventor of new ends for montage's corrosive force. The years of the project on Capital, which are also the years of one of his most theoretical films, The General Line, are the years when Eisenstein had faith in the possibility of reconciling these two sides, an understanding of the visual as purely subtractive and based on negativity, and a faith in the creation of a new regime of vision emerging positively from the conflicts of montage. It is as if at the peak of negativity, something positively synthetic could emerge. The film on Capital, in its utopia of bringing together the height of negativity with the sensibility of visual images, was exemplary of this theoretical audaciousness. Despite the project being set aside, Eisenstein's insights on the nature of Capital's appearance, understood as sensible but also extrasensory, surprisingly demonstrate their timeliness. We cannot quite imagine what Eisenstein's Capital would have looked like, but it seems that the most unrealistic and eccentric idea of his notebooks, i.e., a possible reconciliation between art and science, between sensation and abstraction, will paradoxically be the core of what the post-Adornian theorists of the value form will develop from the late 1960s onwards. What is value if not an abstraction that exists only in a sensory form outside of any subjective representation? What are the perverted forms 7 of capitalist reality theorized by Hans-Georg Backhaus if not the deceiving erasure of social mediation enacted by the imaginary? 1328. The opaque image of capitalism. Alberto Toscano and Jeff Kinkle recently came back to reflect on capitalism's peculiar regime of appearance and visual representation. If Eisenstein is right and the commodity form, beyond the fetishism of immediacy, could be grasped in montage only through the negative differences of its social mediations, or, if we want to put it in more appropriate and less Eisensteinian terms, if the only possible image of a commodity is a non-relation between all its social instances, and therefore a paradoxical non-imaginary image 8, the question of the appearance of capitalism becomes rather problematic. Capitalism is based on a fundamental unbalance. There is a dissymmetry between the antagonism pertaining to the different moments of the production process, where surplus value is extracted through the activity of labor power, and the system of equivalences of the sphere of the market, where commodities are already fully constituted and exchanged with money. The movement from production to circulation is a movement of self-erasure of values and capital's genetic formation. It is in fact a cancellation of labor exploitation and ultimately of class struggle. The commodity form contains, but at the same time also dissimulates, all these mediations. That is why in Eisenstein the question regarding how to look at capitalism very soon becomes a question regarding how to look at a commodity, opening up its hidden social mediations, as in the sequence of the workers' soup. If Marx's Das Kapital aimed at unpacking all the different stages of the process of accumulation, a cinematographic reflection on capitalism cannot but begin with the immediacy of commodities in front of our eyes. How is it possible to see them as embodiments of value and products of exploitation, and not as self-sufficient objects? Or to put it another way, how is it possible to see commodities for how they do not appear from a non-imaginary point of view? Or even better, how is it possible to see appearance itself? Primarily, we can say that there could be two different strategies. First, the unpacking of a commodity as a single instance of the process of accumulation. Where does it come from? How it has been made? Etc., as Tom Tyquer's short feature shows very well. Second, the widening of our perspective on the world market, considering the global implications of capitalism in the most wide-ranging way possible and analyzing the relations between different branches of capital, for example, how the contemporary manufacturing sector in East Asia is connected with the raw materials industry in South America, and how in order to understand capitalist relations of production it is crucial to keep these two phenomena together. Toscano and Kinkle cleverly open their book with a reference to a short film that could constitute an allegory of the two approaches. Charles and Ray Eames' Powers of 10 is based on the idea of representing the universe first. Filming Capital 1329. Expanding out from the Earth until the entire universe is encompassed, and then turning inward until a single atom and its quarks are observed. The film begins with a view of a man and woman having a picnic in a park in Chicago. The camera then slowly zooms out to a view 10 meters across and continues at a rate of a power of 10 every 10 seconds, first at 100 meters, then 1 kilometer, until arriving at 1024 m where we can see the size of the entire observable universe. Then the camera goes back to the picnic and zooms into the man's hand, to views of negative powers of 10, 10 m, 10 m, until we see the quarks in a proton of a carbon atom at 1016 m. Which point of view should we adopt? How should we look at capitalist relations, from the point of view of the inside of a single commodity or from a God's eye view of the entire world of global capital? Marx has already envisioned how in order to grasp the capitalist specificity of the process of accumulation it was necessary to keep these two scales of analysis together. Das Kapital in fact opens with a description of the appearance of a single commodity and then arrives at the end of volume 3 to incorporate total social capital, the world market, and the banking and financial system. The relation between the two levels though is not based on the idea that the general is a mere sum of particulars, but that each of them can be found inside of the other, the particular is inside the general because, for instance, world market instabilities reflect the instability and the duality that harbors at the core of every commodity, but the inverse is also true, because a commodity is like a monad containing the universality of global capital, for example, the rate of profit of a single commodity and of a particular branch of industrial capital is determined by the different allocations of investment of the total social capital in different branches of production, which makes the determination of the price of a single commodity directly dependent on every other commodity. 10. Diagnosing a tendency in contemporary aesthetics to rely on a God's eye view to envision the complexity of capitalist relations. Toscano and Kinkel detect a general reluctance to assume the radically of the concept of capital, which is not a thing composed of a myriad of parts whose place has to be meticulously reconstructed, but a social relation whose dynamism is directly consequential to its structural dissymmetry and antagonism. Capital's ability to valorize and increase its magnitude is a consequence of its inner antagonism and contradiction, and the impossibility of reducing it to an object is precisely what makes its image so difficult to grasp, and its appearance so deceiving. While it might seem that in the age of Google Earth and big data the reconstruction of the nexuses and relations that define the global economy would be more easily representable, still this passion for a verticalized view from above is not without problems. As Hito Steyerl has claimed, the view from above is a perfect metonymy for a more general verticalization of class relations in the context of an intensified class war from above. The idea of relying on drone-like technologies to map the complexity of the social sphere 1330 risks overlooking the structurally antagonistic nature of capital's relation. In other terms, if the problem of the opacity of capital were only due to the multiplicity and complexity of its various actors, an improvement in data recording made possible by AI and big data technologies would be sufficient to produce a faithful image of it. The increase in the use of drones and satellite images in contemporary visual arts and cinema demonstrates how the view from above is increasingly becoming the privileged ideological way figuratively to imagine social relations. Still, at the very peak of this alleged transparency it becomes all the more evident how the social crack at the core of capitalist accumulation is nowhere to be found in such images. That is because the visual model of the view from above still relies on the register of the imaginary. It can only detect what is there. But what if the secret of capitalist self-valorization does not belong to the sphere of the imaginary? Articulating this problem, Toscano and Kinkel construct their argument on the mode of appearance of contemporary capitalism around the Jamesonian concept of cognitive mapping. 11 Developed at the intersection between Althusser's notion of ideology and the urbanist Kevin Lynch's concept of the image of the city, cognitive mapping is a term through which Frederick Jameson articulates the particular relationship that subjects entertain with capitalist relations, which determine their position, while remaining deeply opaque to them. There is therefore a separation between the way in which social relationships are organized and the way in which they are subjectivized by the actors involved. Through cognitive mapping a subject tries, albeit always uncertainly and provisionally, figuratively to imagine a relationship between their own particular situatedness and global capitalist relations. Jameson made clear though that cognitive mapping will be a matter of form, and not so much a question of rendering fully intelligible the entirety of capital's social relations, as if they were an object waiting to be reconstituted and represented. The problem would be rather to determine what is the impossibility around which this form will constitute itself. What prevents the totality of social relations from becoming fully visible, even when we have at our disposal satellites, drones, and data-driven platforms? What is missing in the imaginary picture of capitalism? Why, even when capital seemed to have reached the peak of its transparency, does it still remain elusive and opaque? Excursus, the problem of the localization of value. To answer this question, we have to abandon the perspective of the God's eye view and the illusion that the totality of capitalist relations is an imaginary object ready to be appropriated and visually grasped, and turn our analysis instead to that particular element that crooks the process of filming capital. 1331. Accumulation and whose localization is always problematic. Value, or abstract labor, 12 is the name of that element, and its process of constitution in capital self-valorization is what will help us to determine the impossibility around which the imaginary appearance of capitalism is formed. For instance, the value of a capitalistically produced commodity can be looked at from two different and incompatible points of view, profit and surplus value. When the factors of production, means of production and labor power, are assembled in the production process, their different roles are not immediately apparent and they seem to be directly comparable. According to the capitalist, they are on the same level. It was he who bought the machinery and the labor power on the market, and what results from their encounter, if everything goes well and commodities are sold, is an increase in respect to what he spent. For the capitalist there is no difference between the contributions of the two types of capital, constant capital and variable capital. Both are essential to the production, and therefore the surplus generated must come from both. If the quantity of money that a capitalist receives when a commodity is sold on the market is more than what he previously spent when he bought the factors of production, that more is called profit. The problem is that this argument, according to Marx, mystifies the essential contribution of living labor. In surplus value, the relationship between capital and labor is laid bare. In the relationship between capital and profit, i.e., between capital and surplus value as it appears on the one hand as an excess over the cost price of commodity realized in the circulation process and on the other hand as an excess determined more precisely by its relationship to the total capital, capital appears as a relationship to itself, a relationship in which it is distinguished, as an original sum of value, from another new value that it posits. It is in consciousness that capital generates this new value in the course of its movement through the production and circulation processes. But how this happens is now mystified, and seems to derive from hidden qualities that are inherent in capital itself. The mystification is double. First, there is the illusion that both factors of production can equally contribute to the creation of a surplus, while in fact the entire value of constant capital is transferred to the value of the newly produced commodity, so that the surplus must have been generated somewhere else. Second, there is the presumption that the wage would be a fair compensation for the living labor extracted in the production process. But there is effectively no compensation for having used the creativity and human potentiality of the workers for the self-valorization of capital. 13. So, would it just be a matter of deconstructing the illusion and reaffirming how things effectively are? The answer is no. The perspectival illusion that makes the capitalist look at this process from the point of view of profit, while the labor power develops the point of view of the extraction of surplus value, cannot be sorted out in terms of rights and wrongs. Marx's argument is not that the 1332 perspective of the working class is right and that of the capitalist is wrong. Each of them is right according to its own logic. Their 2 points of view are both correct, but they are absolutely incommensurable. The antagonism does not pertain to different points of view that look simultaneously but differently at the same object. The antagonism pertains to the object itself. Borrowing a Lacanian concept, we can say that the antagonism is in the reel of the gaze, not in the eye of the beholder. Surplus value is not a substantial object that a positivistic science, such as political economy, can faithfully represent in an unquestionable manner. Surplus value is nothing but the unbalance of the entire structure of accumulation. There is no ultimate economic objective reality that can support and legitimate the claims of the working class. Surplus value names the ultimate insurmountability of class struggle and social antagonism. There is no final objectivity. The Althusserian last instance is nothing but the reel of the unsurpassable antagonism upon which the structure is based. That is why Marx did not develop a theory of political economy, but a critique of the categories of political economy. 14. Knowing that a Marxian, revolutionary science could only be a non-positivistic science that posits class struggle as a foundation of capitalist totality. It was thanks to the research within the Neue Marx lecture, Michael Heinrich, Hans-Georg Backhaus, which I will amend here with the interpretation of their work given by Riccardo Bellofiore, that this problem of localization of value and abstract labor has been articulated in a systematic way. First, they criticized a substantialist approach to value, according to which value would be fully constituted in the sphere of production in a single commodity and then only represented, measured, and transformed into money in the sphere of circulation. Such a position would still be indebted to a positivistic understanding of accumulation that would reduce it to a secret to be unveiled in the realm of production. On the contrary, Reichelt, Heinrich, and Backhaus elaborated a processual and dynamic understanding of value, where what is crucial is not so much the quantity of units of labor time that are transformed in prices in the circulation, but the social form that they acquire in the process of valorization. Value is like a phantasm that takes possession of different bodies in the cycle of accumulation. It can take the form of a commodity as much as the form of money. Its status is that of a purely fantastic objectivity, even though Marx also uses the term spectral or ghostly, to give the idea of a peculiar form of objectivity that is not empirical but rather phantasmatic. 15 No different from a sensuous extrasensory commodity, value is objectively phantasmatic. Already at the beginning of the process of valorization, commodities are internally split between a concrete labor that created them, and a ghostly abstract labor that eventually, under certain conditions, will morph into value. We have to understand abstract labor here as only half constituted, at the stage of the commodity before it is sold, its filming capital 1333. Abstractness is only a wager on something that may eventually emerge from the body of the commodity in the event of a successful exchange with money in the sphere of circulation. The transformation of abstract labor in potential into abstract labor as money is crucial. Contrary to a planned economy where society organizes the production from the beginning of the cycle, capitalism is the first societal organization where labor is organized privately. This means that private entrepreneurs can freely decide what to produce, how to produce it, and in what quantity, without knowing whether society will effectively need their products. The fact that a particular labor expenditure will be recognized as useful by society, meeting the needs and the purchasing power of someone, remains uncertain until an exchange with money is effectively made. In the event of an economic crisis, for example, we see that this moment of socialization fails, with detrimental consequences. That is why capitalism is a society where social validation of labor occurs only through the market. Valorization is not only the phenomenon through which money magically emerged from the body of a commodity, it is also the moment of recognition of the mediated sociality of a particular private expenditure of labor. The spectral presence of value is therefore already present at the beginning of the production process. When a capitalist goes to the market to buy machinery and labor power in order to organize production in the hope of its eventual profitability, he acts on the basis of the future metamorphoses of commodities into money. No matter if he is aware of it or not, what guides his actions is value potential. The sensuous extrasensory properties that Marx believed were fetishistically projected into commodities are not a deceit that have to be deconstructed. They are the organizational principle underlying the capitalist world. As Hans-Georg Backhaus said, when we speak of the commodity we are also obliged to think about the absurd condition according to which a supersensible quality inheres in sensuous things, so that, it is reasonable to talk about an economic dimension like the natural dimensions of distance, weight, temperature, etc. The problem is that when we look at the commodities, those supersensible qualities are nowhere to be found, which leads to the paradox that, despite how value orchestrates almost everything of our world, if we look at the objects surrounding us, there seems to be no trace of it. The appearance of cinema. Capitalism seems to be based on a profound contradiction, founded on a structural dissymmetry at the level of production, where the potentiality of historical transformation of the labor power is hijacked by the capitalists in order to 1334. Increase the magnitude of their capital, it appears in the realm of circulation as governed by a system of equivalences. As in the case of the incommensurability of profit and surplus value, capital seems, according to the logic of the profit, to be governed by a self-propelled act of self-valorization, and at the same time, if considered from the point of view of surplus value, to be parasitically dependent on the living labor of the working class. These two points of view are simultaneously right and incompatible. That is because the antagonism lies in the object itself. It is not a matter of adopting an objective God's eye view perspective, according to which, it would be possible to grant the capitalist and the labor power their fair share of surplus. At the core of capitalist reality there is the real of social antagonism. That is why value is a spectral entity that, while governing the entirety of the process of accumulation, is empirically nowhere to be found. That is why, even if we search for the secret of a commodity in the multiple social mediations that made it possible, we will be unable to go beyond a logic of the anecdote. It was Isaac Illich Rubin in the 1920s who underlined how this process of mystification and fetishistic inversion was not a cultural superstructure inessential to represent the functioning of the capitalist mode of production, but a crucial pillar to understand Marx's theory of value. The fact that the extraction of surplus value is transposed into an objective state of things is not part of a deceit, but is a necessary condition of manifestation of the capitalist exploitation. In Lacanian terms, the fetishism of commodity, i.e., the translation of the relations of domination, from being personal and visible, to being objective and naturalized, is the process of imaginarization of the capitalist relations. The way through which capitalism appears is the way through which its system of exploitation founded on a social antagonism necessarily manifests itself in the realm of sensibility, that is the way through which capitalism is transposed into an image. The question that we should ask is therefore not how cinema could represent the antagonism of the capitalist mode of production or how could it discover the enigma of the formation of value beyond the commodity form, but how it could reflect on the necessity of this transfiguration into the imaginary, cinema as a way to think appearance itself, as a science of appearance. So, to go back to the problem that was haunting Muley, it will not be so much a matter of asking ourselves who do we shoot, who is to blame, or what is a faithful image of capitalism, but why we were already part of that image in the first place, why, so to speak, capitalism was already shooting us. The horrors of capital and capital. The first examples of Marxist horror are in Marx's own oeuvre, From the Spectre Haunting Europe to the Blood-Sucking Capitalists of Capital Volume 1. It was not uncommon to find capitalists represented as vampires in 19th-century popular culture. Marx himself enjoyed reading and telling scary stories. Nonetheless, Marx's Gothic references seem more than mere rhetorical flourish. Mark Neocleus describes capital as a political economy of the dead, emphasizing especially Marx's language of living and dead labor. If, as David McNally argues in Monsters of the Market, Marx's Gothic rhetoric appears most obviously in his treatment of labor, then it is not surprising to find that Marxist critics tend to read the horror film as an allegory for the relation between productive labor and capital. Although Marx typically uses the figure of the vampire to describe the relationship between capital and the proletariat, contemporary critics interested in horror and labor conditions have tended to focus instead on the zombie. Camille Fauge's Zombies, Migrants, and Queers treats zombie narratives as representations of capitalism's dead labor. Evan Calder Williams describes the zombie as a figure for the experience of being an endlessly working body. Annalee Newitz argues that the zombie film attests to the ways that because spend so much time working. 73. Horror film. Johanna Isaacson and Annie McClanahan 1338. Often feel dead ourselves. John Lutz explores the way zombie films treat the sharpening contradictions between capital and labor, while McNally laments that the idea of the zombie as a living dead laborer has been replaced by images of the zombie as ghoulish consumer. McNally's declension narrative also suggests the extent to which critics worry over the horror genre's ideological conservatism. Because horror tends, they suggest, to hide its real political content behind a scrim of surreal fantasy, it is often a means to obtain ideological consent under cover of social catharsis. Thus scholars describe the genre's efforts to restore the rational, normative order, to bring things back to a more stable and constructive state, to alleviate political and economic anxieties, or to perform a kind of social policing. The criticism cited above tends, in short, to make three interlocked claims. First, that the primary source of economic horror is the relationship between capital and labor, the productive process wherein, as Marx so evocatively describes it, we enter the hidden abode where living labor works on dead labor. Second, that the primary way for representing this relationship is via an allegorical coding, turning manifest content into latent fantasy. And, finally, that because horror thus depends on the narrative energies of ideology, it tends to confirm it, letting loose a cathartic representation of antagonism only to recontain that chaos by killing off the monster. In this essay, by contrast, we follow a tradition in Marxist criticism that attends to race and gender as well as to class, focusing on the ways the ascriptive techniques of racialization and patriarchy enable exploitation within capitalism. In so doing, we excavate a critical history wherein horror film registers the exploitation of reproductive as well as productive labor, the power of the police and of settler colonialism as well as the power of capital, the violence of gender subordination and racialization as well as of labor exploitation, the fate of surplus populations as well as the industrially employed. Scholars like Gaston Gordillo, for instance, take up the zombie's relation to the figure of the slave as a way to register capitalism's treatment of the raced body as bare life. Mark Stevens, similarly, uses the lurid gore of splatter horror to reveal the inherent racialization of the decision Cheryl Vint, in her writing on the zombie, describes as who to make live or let die. Meanwhile, a tradition of feminist psychoanalytic horror criticism, much of it inspired by Julia Kristova's powers of horror, has turned a keen political eye on horror's treatment of gender. The work of Barbara Creed and Joan Kopjek, for instance, takes up the uncanny horror of the feminine as a dark revolt of being. More explicitly materialist feminist work like Carol J. Clover's Men, Women, and Chainsaws, in turn, seeks to disrupt conventional accounts of the sadistic male gaze by suggesting instead that male viewers identify with horror's final girl in order to deny their complicity in the exploitation of her working-class assailants. Scholars like Robin Wood, likewise, argue that horror negotiates patriarchal capitalism by variously preserving and critiquing the treatment of non-normative sexual desire as a monstrous other. Horror Film 1339. This essay seeks to extend and advance this tradition of Marxist horror film criticism concerned with racialization and gender violence by locating within contemporary horror film itself a set of adjacent concerns. The present historical conjuncture, we argue, is indeed haunted by what Chris Harman terms zombie capitalism. Yet, for us, this zombie refers not simply to the zombie quality of living labor, but also to something more systemic, what Joshua Clover identifies as the zombie quality of a capitalism for which crisis is now a permanent unnatural natural state. This zombie capitalism in crisis, we contend, lurches most visibly and most destructively not through the hidden abode of production but rather across the sphere of reproduction, the sites in which workers reproduce themselves and their labor, the circulation networks through which commodities move and come to rest, the communities wherein housing, healthcare, food, and education are bought with wages or debt or not at all, the institutions through which bodies are educated, policed, imprisoned. Assad Haider and Salah Mohandesi describe social reproduction with crystalline urgency. Any of today's lines of political contestation are thus being drawn squarely through the terrain of social reproduction, soaring rents, crumbling buildings, underfunded schools, high food prices, crippling debt, police violence, and insufficient access to basic social services like water, transportation, and health care. On the terrain of social reproduction it becomes abundantly clear that unemployment precedes employment, the informal economy precedes the formal, and proletarian does not mean wage worker. Whether it appears as the spaces where buildings crumble, cops shoot, and unemployment lines form, or as the temporal marking of sluggish GDP, the annual raising of student tuition, and the year-after-year decline in inflation-adjusted wages, the terrain of reproduction is today more visible, more exposed, and often more fractious than the hidden abode. We argue that contemporary horror film is likewise preoccupied with this terrain of reproduction. Rather than concerning itself exclusively with the fact that we spend so much time working, it considers what kind of work we are doing and who is doing it. Rather than using images of land and property to mount a conservative defense of pre-capitalist modes of accumulation, it contends with the link between the past of primitive accumulation and the present of dispossessive accumulation. Rather than assuming that an interest in consumption is apolitical, it yokes the consumption of basic necessities to the processes of social reproduction rendered vulnerable and volatile by debt and falling wages. Rather than invoking a living dead laborer coded as a male industrial worker, it attends to the processes of gender differentiation that shape contemporary work, whether it is waged or unwaged, productive or unproductive, and while also registering the processes of racialization that slice across the spaces of social reproduction. This essay will take up a few of these processes as they appear in a range of recent horror narratives. That the films we discuss here are largely, though not exclusively, from the USA is partially a symptom of our particular scholarly expertise and location, and partially a symptom of the persistent domination of Hollywood over the film industry. Yet it might also be read in historical 1340 terms. It was American political economic power that dominated what Giovanni Arrighi famously termed the long 20th century, and thus it is also in the USA that the decline of this hegemony, as well as the morbidity of zombie capitalism more broadly, has been most strikingly, shockingly felt. In 21st century horror film, we contend, the economic and political content is not as clearly or neatly coded as classic accounts of horror's allegory would have it. Often, the economic content isn't coded at all, instead, it appears as manifest political content or ambient historical context. In this sense, we depart from the psychoanalytic tradition of feminist horror criticism, insofar as we are interested less in identification and abjection as processes that construct psychic subjects, and more in material dynamics like dispossession, domination, and exploitation understood as categories of political economy. Put most simply, in our analysis the repressed returns from a historical rather than an individual past. Moreover, we suggest, these texts actively resist the psychically and ideologically ameliorative work of allegory. They do so in part by way of their specific concern with figures of women, not just as passive victims but also as villains, demons, witches, not just as excluded, abject, monstrous others but as those others' vengeance. We do not mean to suggest some immediate or natural relationship between the sphere of reproduction and actual biological reproduction. We take the sphere of reproduction to refer to the renewal and sustenance of labor power itself, including not just childbirth and childrearing but also the entire economy of domestic life, from real estate to healthcare to education, and to the ways the so-called private sphere is increasingly and inevitably permeated by capital. We are concerned too with the reproduction of the capital-labor relation itself, a reproduction that takes place in the processes that make wage labor necessary, in forms of violence and power beyond wage labor and exploitation, and in transformations in workforce composition and organization. None of this is essentially or biologically linked to women or to biological reproduction, and yet we do wish to suggest that the figure of the woman in these films, whether as revenging crone or murderous girl, seems to signify, in compelling and overdetermined ways, this sphere of reproduction broadly understood. And because the women in these films refuse to be vanquished or to die, the films themselves cannot prevent the revolutionary energies they stir up from contaminating the social imagination. The horrors of primitive accumulation and racial capitalism. The fourth chapter of Silvia Federici's masterful Caliban and the Witch begins with a horror story, for more than 2 centuries, in several European countries. Horror film 1341. She writes, hundreds of thousands of women were tried, tortured, burned alive or hanged, accused of having murdered scores of children, sucked their blood, made potions with their flesh, caused the death of their neighbors, destroyed cattle and crops, raised storms, and performed many other abominations. This invention of the witch, she famously argues, coincided with the need to control workers' reproduction, with the privatization and enclosure of land, and with the new division of labor enabled by colonialism and the slave trade, in short, with the emergence of a nascent capitalist mode of production. While Federici does not embrace the genre elements of this horrific history, Robert Eggers' 2016 The Witch does so with gusto. Subtitled A New England Folk Tale, the film opens in 1630, a few decades before Cotton Mather's 1692 witch trials. A family is cast out of their Puritan enclave for religious apostasy. As they depart, we catch a glimpse of Native Americans, and may think we're in for a classic horror narrative about the frightening other. Yet it quickly becomes clear that the danger here is internal rather than external. The very landscape in which the family must survive seems hostile, as the harvest molds and rots. But the threat also comes from within the family. After the baby disappears while being cared for by her sister Thomasin, the family turns against the teenaged girl, accusing her of witchcraft and sexual deviance. "Did ya make some unholy bond with that goat?" her father rages. Associated with the loss of the infant child and the failure of the harvest, but also with sexual and reproductive maturation, the pubescent Thomasin is both a threat to and necessary for the colonial project Richard Slotkin terms regeneration by violence. Her sexuality must be mastered if a nascent system of capitalism is to control the female body as the source of other laboring bodies, to control male time, attention, and discipline, and to control the right of property and inheritance. Reaching a pitch of hysterical accusation, the family casts Thomasin out of the house, turning her into the rebel body Federici argues the witch hunt seeks to destroy. Yet because she is thus saved from the violent fate that awaits her family, Thomasin gets her revenge, joining a coven of orgasmically powerful female witches and thus becoming the very thing she was accused of being, a rebellious body among other rebel bodies. Whereas the witch powerfully illuminates the way control over women's productive and reproductive bodies enabled primitive accumulation, hybrid Western horrors like J.T. Petty's 2008 The Burrowers, Alex Turner's 2004 Dead Birds, and S. Craig Zoller's 2015 Bone Tomahawk recount the ways white supremacy and nativism justified colonial dispossession at the origin of capitalism. These films give the moment of settler colonialism a hallucinatory cast, marking the origin of the colonial project in expropriative violence. In Bone Tomahawk and The Burrowers, the monsters inhabit an otherness that is both knowable and unknowable. A similar dynamic is at work in Dead Birds, in which Confederate deserters find themselves the victims of monsters, 1342. As the violence of settler colonialism and slavery returns to betray its origins. The theme of cannibalism in Bone Tomahawk and The Burrowers and Julia Ducournau's Raw suggests not only the enduring anxieties among imperial subjects about the rebellion of the colonized but also the insurrectionist energies incompletely repressed by colonial regimes of power. But what makes films like The Witch and Dead Birds uniquely contemporary, what allows a narrative about the 17th century to be read in terms of a 21st century crisis of reproduction? Here we draw on David Harvey's immensely influential concept of accumulation by dispossession, which Harvey describes as a perduring means for seizing accumulated wealth, a process which involves the continuation and proliferation of violent practices once associated solely with the rise of capitalism. Harvey's notion of accumulation by dispossession reveals the resonances between the historical process of land expropriation, enclosure, and control over reproduction described by Federici and contemporary practices ranging from the commodification of land and the development of extractive economies to segregation, redlining, gentrification, and other racialized forms of property accumulation. In these films' emphasis on land expropriation, for instance, we might see a terrain shared with more explicitly contemporary narratives of extractive capitalism such as Christophe Gans' Silent Hill and Patricia Rozema's Into the Forest, both of which treat toxic masculinity and rape in relation to toxic capitalist accumulation through environmental pillage. One in non-US films such as Andres Muschietti's Mama, ongoing expropriative accumulation is also explicitly yoked to the contemporary financial crisis. 2. Driven insane by the 2008 financial crash, a stockbroker kills his estranged wife and then kidnaps his own daughters. Before he can shoot them, however, he is killed by the witch/ghost mama, who raises the two girls. When Mama accompanies the girls back to civilization, she becomes a symbol both of the outside of capitalist accumulation and of the feminine excess that must be tamed by patriarchal civilization. Mama thus represents the transgressive fantastic, what Rosemary Jackson calls the unsaid and the unseen of culture, that which has been silenced, made invisible, covered over. The film also develops a feminist critique of primitive accumulation in the figure of the girl's guardian, Annabelle, a hip young feminist who seeks to uncover the historical wrongs that cause Mama to haunt the earth. As in other contemporary witch films, including James Wan's The Conjuring and Anna Biller's The Love Witch, these wrongs are a historical palimpsest, evoking multiple sites of accumulation by dispossession and a historically disparate set of violent colonial encounters. Mama thus represents the persecution of witches as, in Federici's terms, a universal process in every phase of capitalist development. Finally, we find in contemporary horror films an urgent desire to address what contemporary scholars, following Cedric Robinson's seminal work in Horror Film 1343, Black Marxism, have termed racial capitalism. Jody Melamed argues that the transparently violent means of primitive accumulation reappear in the present of racial capitalism via the logics of loss, disposability, and the unequal differentiation of human value. Anna Rose Holmer's 2015 The Fits takes up precisely this mode of uneven human development, treating gender and race as part of what Nancy Fraser calls an ongoing but disavowed moment of expropriation. When a dance troupe of African American girls from a deindustrialized, segregated, and economically depressed part of Cincinnati mysteriously succumbs to a dancing disease that throws them into uncontrollable paroxysms, this possession suggests the inextricability of gendered embodiment and racialized space. It also draws our attention to the way the experiences and bodies of some subjects are stolen or starved so that abundance can be maintained elsewhere. In a plot that suggests that such bodily dispossession, allegized as bodily possession, is as inevitable as sexual maturation, the protagonist's fear of adulthood functions as both a refusal of standardized femininity and as a rejection of the uncertain future faced by black women in a post-industrial city where neither the Fordist assurances of jobs and family, nor the post-Fordist fantasy projections of a post-work/post-sexist/post-racist world, are available. 3. David Robert Mitchell's It Follows and Jordan Peele's Get Out, likewise, take up dispossessive practices like racialized housing segregation in the context of deindustrialization. It Follows, set in Detroit, plays with and within the dispossessed landscape of the post-industrial city. The remorseless, relentless monster, it, is an expanding cycle of sexual contagion, for yet the image of contagion ultimately represents not literal disease but rather what Harvey has described as the Ponzi character of urban asset markets. The staging of initiatory sexual experience in parallel with a fall into the futureless world of segregated, abandoned urban space equates fiscal violence, a racialized spatial fix, to use Harvey's term, with forms of gendered violence, the use of women's bodies as a kind of sexual fix. The it of the film's title is thus the speculative accumulation that plunders the subprime cities of a capitalism in crisis. Horror has long captured the repressed racist fears of those who have abandoned these subprime cities in waves of white flight, and Peele's Get Out brilliantly manipulates these well-worn horror tropes to expose white fear as white violence. Imagining a world in which white suburbanites use their apparent innocence and liberal goodwill to lure and attack black victims, Get Out frames the motive behind the vampiric violence of the white villains as expropriative desire for black reproductive labor. As an incubator for white immortality, the black body in Get Out is revered as a sign of strength and commodified attractiveness, thus the vampiric theft and enclosure of black bodies and black labor is revealed to continue into the present, from a regime of slavery to an economy of commodified spectacle and exploited effective labor. In its insistence that at the heart of suburban horror is a thinly disguised fear of racial diversification, a fear which has historical roots in the Jim Crow era and mid-century redlining but 1344, which resonates in a present of reverse redlining, Get Out also raises a set of problems particularly germane to our next section 5. The horrors of real estate and speculation. Beginning in the mid-1990s, the costs of housing, healthcare, childcare, and education began to rise precipitously. As a result, U.S. households were forced into debt as a kind of substitute wage. The most important form of debt in this period was the mortgage, which stabilized the reproduction of working and middle-class households, making them dependent not only on credit but also on real estate equity. Low federal interest rates encouraged banks to lend to consumers they had previously excluded from formal credit. So-called subprime mortgages soared, leading to an era of discrimination by inclusion. Meanwhile, structured financing devices like collateralized mortgage obligations created a secondary marketplace for selling all this risky debt. When markets collapsed in the fall of 2008, those hardest hit were neither the banks nor their investors, but debtors themselves. The crisis was particularly devastating for borrowers of color, creating what Karen McCormick and E.R. Mazar term radical risk spread unevenly across classes, races, genders, and categories of citizenship. In short, the forms of speculative risk created in and exploited by the securitized credit market were transferred as material precurity to borrowers and renters. As Maya Gonzalez has argued, all crises of accumulation are reproductive crises since they threaten the capacity of the worker to reproduce herself. Yet, as she also notes, the housing crisis is a crisis of reproduction in a new sense, because the life of the worker and her reproduction have been increasingly permeated by capital. If we want to attend to what is most horrifying and violent about the present, we must thus look not only to the violence capitalism wreaks on the working body but also to the violence it does to our ability to feed and house and care for ourselves, to the particular force with which its permeation of daily life affects those already vulnerable, and to the effect of economic forms outside the wage and the workplace. In this section, we thus take up the genre of the post-housing crisis horror film. 6. The relationship between real estate and horror film has a long history. For instance, the intense popularity of the haunted house film in the late 1970s and early 1980s, The Shining, The Hearse, Poltergeist can be attributed to the stagflation that followed the Nixon and Volcker shocks. Renewed interest in the genre after the crisis of 2008, we contend, suggests a return to the genre as a means to explore contemporary economic concerns. Contemporary real estate is clearly linked to the forms of violent land expropriation described above. As Elisha Goldstein puts it, there is a correlation between profit derived from financial transactions and profit from territorial. Horror film 1345. Seizure. Not surprisingly, this correlation also appears in two of the most complex and compelling post-housing crisis horror films, Darren Lynn Bousman's Mother's Day and Pang Ho-chung's Dream Home. Dream Home concerns a seemingly meek young woman named Cheng Li-sheng who is attempting to purchase an expensive luxury flat. One night she goes on a killing spree and brutally murders 11 people in one building. Dream Home's vertiginous visual aesthetic, its disorienting narrative structure, and its abrupt tonal shifts register the sense of irrationality that attends life in a real estate bubble, where the price of a tiny apartment might be raised 50% over mere hours. Indeed, Sheng's violence itself is a form of market rationality, since it turns out that she killed those 11 people in order to bring down the price of an apartment in the building. In Dream Home, as in Mama, the apotheosis of speculation is violence. In Bousman's Mother's Day, likewise, a family of bank robbers, the Coffin brothers, try to escape a heist gone bad by hiding at their mother's house, only to discover that she lost the family home to foreclosure. They then torture the current residents and try to take the home back. A remake of a 1980 hillbilly horror film of the same name, Mother's Day, makes clear that the Sahapis are complicit in the Coffin's dispossession, having benefited, as so many investors did, from the wave of evictions that happened after the real estate crisis. The film thus makes the same connection between wealth and territorial land grabs that the earlier genre Carol Clover aptly terms urbanoia suggested, except that now, because of the new spatial logics of accumulation, the sites of dispossession are closer to home. Yet something else haunts these films too. Both Dream Home and Mother's Day make reference to the stigmatized property, property whose value is affected by past events that took place there. Haunted real estate built on Indian burial ground features in classic films like Pet Sematary, Amityville Horror, The Shining, and Poltergeist 2, but these more recent references suggest that longer histories of land theft also underwrite modern forms of financial land speculation. In Dream Home, for instance, we learn that Shung's family was forced out of their apartment by property developers. Shung thus terrorizes the residents of the luxury high-rise not just so that she can get an apartment there, but also to avenge her family's displacement. Whereas Dream Home and Mother's Day take up the longer histories of real estate as land expropriation, Sam Raimi's Drag Me to Hell and Adam Robital's The Taking of Deborah Logan turn their gaze towards domestic space and everyday vulnerability. Both films concern the precarious economic circumstances faced by a household managed by an older woman. Drag Me to Hell plays out a complex narrative of credit and revenge, when an older woman, Sylvia Ganesh, is denied an extension on her mortgage by an ambitious young loan manager named Christine. Mrs. Ganesh curses her with possession by a demon called the Lamia, as the film yokes the economic act of paying back to violent acts of payback. Robital's The Taking of Deborah Logan is also about 1346. The problem of housing vulnerability, and especially its effect on the elderly, the ill, and women. The framing context for Robital's found footage horror is that a team of graduate student researchers are making a documentary about Alzheimer's and decide to film the daily life of Deborah, an elderly woman suffering from the disease. Deborah was persuaded to participate in the film by her daughter, Sarah, because the filmmakers are promising them help with medical payments. "If you want to keep the house, Mom, you need to sacrifice," Sarah pleads. This framing of the problem the Logans face is almost documentary in its accuracy. According to a 2008 report, following the collapse of the housing market, many senior citizens needed to go to assisted living facilities but could not sell their houses to pay for the care. Deploying the horror genre's unique capacity to, as Tsvetan Todorov put it, take a figurative sense literally, Deborah Logan conflates possession as ownership with demonic possession, as Deborah is possessed by the ghost of Henry Desjardins, a child-murdering pediatrician. If, returning to Gonzalez, the very habitus of daily life has been increasingly permeated by capital, little wonder this permeation would be figured as a kind of demonic parasitism. Deborah Logan is attuned to the gendered division of labor as well as to the uncanniness of ownership. In an early flashback sequence we are told that when Deborah's husband died young, leaving her with no means of financial support, she leveraged her house as collateral and went on to start a highly successful switchboard answering service. The film crew later finds Deborah sitting at the switchboard in a trance state, connecting and reconnecting the line assigned to Desjardins, once one of her clients. This means that Deborah's financial precarity and her demonic possession have the same origin point, in a technology of uncanny social connection. "I was the nexus of this town. Doctors, lawyers, town hall, everybody," Deborah tells the camera, conflating her identity and her body with the machine with which she labors in ways that recall the link classic Marxist scholarship on the horror film has drawn between the vital body of living labor and the dead labor uncannily embodied by the machine. Yet it is important that the machine here is not an assembly line and the labor isn't productive. Instead, this is a particular kind of technology and a particular kind of labor historically associated with women. Deborah Logan, in other words, concerns not just the link between capital, domestic space, and the vulnerable bodies precariously housed therein, but also the ways in which feminized work, the subject of the next section, might produce its own unique kind of horror. The horrors of feminization and automation. In Feminism, Capitalism, and the Cunning of History, Nancy Fraser recounts the uncanny trajectory whereby 70s feminism is resurrected into living death under neoliberalism. Second-wave feminism's utopian critique of horror film 1347. The nuclear family and the family wage, she argues, began as a powerful critique of global capitalism as such. However, with the dismantling of leftist movements and the expansion of emotional, flexible, Feminized labor. Feminist critique slowly and murkily transforms from a utopian dream to that dream's uncanny doppelganger, a robot Stepford wife which resembles the original but slavishly serves capitalist patriarchy. Although personal assistants, nannies, and sex workers are by no means new professions, the feminization of labor means that these jobs' qualitative features, especially their precariousness and low pay, now characterize almost all work in the service sector. Women's ascent in this world of work is attributed not to their strength but to their perceived vulnerability, since willingness to adapt to flexibilized, casualized labor is coupled with the demand for effective performance. Such work is becoming the norm for work as such. 80% of the labor force works in service professions and 96% of U.S. net employment gains since 2000 have come from this sector. The relentless trend of service sector precarity is as hair-raising as any horror film. The fastest growth in the service sector has been in the lowest paying jobs with the worst working conditions, with wages dropping between 15 and 20% from 1984 to 2010. In canny response to a historical epoch in which the feminization of labor thus means not liberation and fulfillment but only vulnerability and precarity, Jennifer Kent's The Babadook bypasses what Gonzalez describes as the moral hierarchy often overlaid onto the productive/unproductive distinction 7. Instead, Kent's feminist horror registers the everyday horrors of feminized labor. The central character is Amelia, a widowed mother and employee in a nursing home who, crushed by loss, deprivation, and endless work, succumbs to possession by an expressionist storybook monster called the Babadook that threatens to destroy her hyperdependent son. The first time we see Amelia at work, she is responding to an angry patient. Amelia's gentle patience in her waged job thus mirrors her unwaged care of her son. In contrast to the image of the Babadook, a cartoonish pastiche of expressionist horror ghouls, we see here an unnamed horror, a kind of foggy half-life or atmosphere of diffused affective care that drowns Amelia's personality by making constant demands on her affect, body, and time. The Babadook thus demonstrates how conventional horror tropes about the laboring body might expand to account for a new economic moment dominated by new kinds of labor. By staging possession as a refusal of both waged and unwaged reproductive labor, the Babadook imagines Amelia's demonic monstrosity as a mad care strike against feminization as such. Amelia's possession offers a release not just from the work she does but from the required affective states, vulnerability, simultaneity, post-sexuality, unsettledness, affective exhaustion, that go along with that form of work. The Babadook's depiction of a vicious cycle of repetition between waged and unwaged work reappears in other recent films in which women are driven to 1348. Excess and monstrosity by isolated entrapment in their homes, Bobak Anvari's 2016 Under the Shadow, Lucky McKee's 2002 May, Nicholas Pesce's 2016 The Eyes of My Mother, and Mike Flanagan's 2016 Hush. But The Babadook is also unique among these films for its representation of the failure of the feminist struggle for autonomy through formal employment and for its depiction of the more subtle forms of enslavement that characterize late capitalist feminized labor. Released from the strictures of the nuclear family, Amelia is freed into a more diffused form of paternalism, in which the state makes itself known when she does something wrong but offers no intimate care or shelter. In this context, the nuclear family becomes a perverse side of nostalgia. As in Stanley Kubrick's The Shining, the protagonist's possession is unmasked as the ideological project to return to the hard certainties of a more visible and rigid class structure. By exposing this monstrous, regressive nostalgia, the Babadook resists the idealization of both motherhood and waged reproductive labor as forms of unmediated intimacy. If there is a catharsis in this film, it is not in eradicating the monster but in making it visible. The Babadook, along with other films that connect maternity to violence, including Bresman's Mother's Day as well as Julien Maury and Alexandre Bustillo's 2007 Inside, a French body horror film in which a would-be mother rips open her rival's womb, not only represents the refusal of motherhood, it also illustrates the expansion of reproductive work as such. Jen and Sylvia Soska's 2012 American Mary extends this critique into the well-worn rape revenge horror narrative. American Mary recontextualizes the theme of sexual violence in relation to a reproductive crisis, the high cost of education and the burden of debt, and the parallel trajectories of sex work and prison, and, like the Fits, figures the attempted co-optation of insurgent energies against this austerity. American Mary is the story of a talented but broke medical student who is diligently studying to become a surgeon. When she is drugged and raped at a party by a bullying teacher, she quits school and goes into the sketchy profession of illegal body modification full-time, kidnapping and using her rapist as a living corpse on which to practice her techniques. Drawing on classical horror tropes in which surgical anatomy, the stitches that hold Frankenstein's monster's limbs together, serves as a sign of expropriative class violence, the film emphasizes Mary's refusal to be similarly anatomized by male institutions, hands, and gazes. As Mary dies, her last act is to stitch up her own wound, a moment that marks her autonomy. Mary's death on her own terms rebukes a totalizing regime of debt, imprisonment, and sexual violence. Instead of allowing her revenge and empowerment to be recuperated, as if Mary could gain power only by entrepreneurial success or by perpetuating the violence she initially sought to abolish, American Mary imagines a kind of absolute negation that denaturalizes and idealizes the sphere of feminized work. Horror Film 1349. The myth of empowerment through employment is also tied to contemporary fantasies in which technology provides the solution to any residual glitches in the near-perfect system of automated capitalism. Automation is today a much greater threat to labor markets in OECD nations than outsourcing, according to a recent study, while a quarter of all U.S. jobs today are at risk of being lost to foreign competition, half are at risk of being lost to automation. The most at-risk professions are those in the lower income bracket, and thus the authors conclude that automation poses a significant threat to basic household reproduction. Of course, the material fact of this threat has been met by ideological disavowals of the most obvious kind. Much as capitalism's originary violence required a theory of developmental convergence as its alibi, automation has produced its own philosophy of history. A range of discourses of techno-optimism, as well as more philosophical theories of accelerationism, have imagined a frictionless, sped-up capitalism that will rupture the limit of capital itself and thus herald a new end of history in which all flaws in the system are no more than residual glitches to be resolved with more innovation. Yet, as Jason Smith observes, automation has also coincided with an ongoing crisis of accumulation that makes it unlikely that technology will create the kind of radical shift in labor markets predicted by both techno-optimists and techno-pessimists alike. Instead, he notes the continued rise of precarious, low-paid, feminized service work, work which at present seems incapable of being profitably replaced by technology and which thus more closely resembles older, technologically stagnant kinds of labor. Levan Gabryad's 2014 Unfriended provides a stark refusal of techno-optimist fantasy by imagining the perfect social network unraveled by a murderous, and feminized, counterforce. 8 Laura Barnes, a teen bullied into suicide, returns to cyberspace to haunt the friends responsible for her mortal humiliation. The critique of cyberbullying expands to encompass a critique of technological utopianism, by literalizing the idea that friendship is coterminous with acts of exchange. The film offers a stark critique of the social alienation that results when humans are more separated than ever, even as commodity circulation provides the shadow appearance of community. Laura sabotages the group's efforts to kill viruses in the network, to shut down applications, or to generally allow the internet to function. And yet the group continues to repress the fact that they are not free users in the ready-made democracy of the internet, but rather, as Nick Dyer-Witherford puts it, positions on the vampire food chain. Even as they are stalked and killed by unfriended cyberghost, the film's protagonists cling to the idea that she/it is a glitch that can be thwarted by collective cyber literacy, and thus to the delusion of technological optimism as the solution to intractable crises. Unfriended's ghost in the machine is a young girl seeking revenge against those who violently and humiliatingly exposed her body. In this sense, her vengeance both points to social fears of female embodiment and to the crisis of 1350. Gender itself in a moment of crisis capitalism that calls for nothing less than gender abolition. The substitution of female embodiment, in all its apparently revolting excess, with a disembodied, androgynous avatar also argues against another myth of techno-triumphal accelerationism, that we have now entered an era of post-feminism in which technical development has evened the playing field and women only need to lean in. Instead, we see the expansion of a feminized underclass from the sphere of unwaged domestic reproduction into the sphere of unwaged, revenue-generating social media activity. By both networking and murdering a group of teenaged friends, the film's blankly monstrous feminized force simultaneously represents revolt from effective labor and exposes the repression of this feminized class position. In recent horror, we see the ways that the gendered tropes of the horror film, bodily excess, monstrous mothers, rape, and mechanization, have developed to encompass contemporary logics of feminization. Contemporary horror, which we would suggest is particularly well equipped to evade moral, sentimental, and nostalgic ideological modes, thus seems to have a privileged relationship to Marxist feminist criticality, allowing the experiential terrain of current social forms to be both mapped and estranged. 9 film reviews in the liberal press generally rate films for their ability to support accepted visions of the world, with the assumption that there is no alternative. In these liberal models of assessment, naturalistic acting and expression of accepted emotional types define a film of quality. The inbuilt violence, trashiness, dream logic, and stark irrealism of the horror genre puts pressure on this mode of evaluation and instead forces both the films and their viewers to grapple with recurrent forms of dispossession, new forms of class composition, and emerging forms and sites of struggle. Drawing on the unique capacity of genre narrative to register historical change by transforming its own conventions, contemporary horror has reoriented its formal and thematic concerns to account for changes in the contemporary political and economic terrain itself. No longer content to rest easy in a set of increasingly moribund and inadequate critiques of capitalism's violence to the productive, white, male, laboring body, critiques which, we have suggested, mistake both the nature and the vitality of contemporary capitalism, contemporary horror instead attunes us to the particular kinds of violence and the particular forms of crisis becoming newly visible in the present. In what Madeleine Lane McKinley calls its negative prefiguration, this most negative of genres shows its utopian potential, suggesting that if we refuse to be comfortable in the world as it is, we can begin to shape the world as it should be. Marxism's interest in the question of women's oppression dates back to Marx and Engels' writings, and its tempestuous relationship with feminism has marked its entire history. Initial attempts to address the relation between women's emancipation, class struggle, and the overcoming of capitalism, as well as the effects of capitalist social relations on the conditions of women's lives, in particular women workers, can be traced back to a number of works by Marx, August Bebel's classic work, the political organizational writings of Clara Zetkin and Alessandra Kollontais' work. However, with the notable exception of Engels, these initial Marxist reflections on gender oppression were characterized neither by an attempt to provide a theoretical explanation of the connection between relations of production and sexual hierarchy, nor a distinctly Marxist interpretation of the specific position occupied by women in capitalist society. These early texts were not dissimilar to critiques articulated by a number of utopian socialists or anarchists. They were largely descriptive, and focused their critiques of women's oppression on questions of rights, work, and sexual freedom, generally conceptualized as a liberation from the hypocrisy of the bourgeois model of the nuclear family. On a practical, political organizational level, some of the experiences in the wake of 74. 3 Debates in Marxist Feminism 1. Cinzia Arruzza. 3 Debates in Marxist Feminism 1355. The Second and Third International stand out as decisively advanced. 2. However, on a theoretical level, it was only with second-wave feminism and the beginning of a reassessment of Marx's capital that an original and specifically Marxist feminism began. The strain of Marxist feminism that developed in the global north from the beginning of the 1960s was, from the start, a creative interrogation of Marx's critique of political economy. This lineage of Marxist feminism was not an attempt to provide a philologically accurate interpretation of Marx on the oppression of women, nor an apologetic attempt to reveal Marx's concealed feminism. Its aim was, rather, to decipher the complex relation between gender oppression and capitalism and between feminism and class struggle by using and renewing Marxist categories. 3. In the global north, Marxist feminism flourished, intensely but briefly, after the publication of a series of pamphlets and essays, both theoretical and political. Between the mid-60s and the beginning of the 80s, it lost its vitality and lingered in the shadows. The beginning of the 21st century, however, has seen a rebirth of interest in the Marxist critique of political economy, along with its potential value in shedding light not only on the nature and mechanisms of gender oppression, but also on the historical dynamics involved in the formation of crystallized sexual identities and the intersection of racial and gender oppression. Additionally, this renewed interest has fostered a rediscovery and re-evaluation of the theoretical reflections of preceding decades. A significant example is the 2014 republication of Lisa Vogel's long-forgotten work, Marxism and the Oppression of Women. Appearing originally in 1983, its republication has revived the debate over a so-called unitary theory. Contrary to the somewhat caricatured presentations of Marxist feminism common in the interim between its initial flourishing and its present revival, a more careful analysis shows it to be made up of varied and complex debates and theories. In this chapter I wish to focus on 3 main debates, each of which contains a number of divergent positions and lines of inquiry. The thematic distinction among these debates that I put forward in this chapter, however, must be taken with a grain of salt, for the issues under investigation and the various approaches to them have often overlapped and entailed each other historically and theoretically, which complicates any hard and fast lines we attempt to draw between them. The first debate involves a reconsideration and development of the Marxist critique of political economy from the point of view of the oppression of women and the role of gender in the production and reproduction of capital. The main threads of this debate have concerned the question of domestic labor, the structural relation between capitalism and patriarchy, and social reproduction. The second debate centers on the historical, structural, and experiential relation between gender, class and race. Finally, and most recently, 1356. The third debate emerged from the innovations of queer theory within feminist theory. Authors involved in this conversation have been particularly concerned with the formation of sexual identities within capitalism starting from the end of the 19th century, and with the commodification of LGBTQ+ identities. The gender of capital. The debate over domestic labor. The question of domestic labor was one of the first to be addressed by Marxist feminists in the 60s, in particular in Canada, France, Italy, the USA, and the UK. Setting aside differences in their respective national political contexts and analytical frameworks, their overall intention was twofold. On the one hand, they sought to expand the concept of labor by taking into account the indispensable role of women's reproductive labor, which was rendered invisible as a result of the separation between family and productive spheres and the consequent privatization of reproductive labor. This was meant to challenge the exclusive priority and focus that Marxist analysis placed upon the sphere of wage labor, particularly factory work. On the other hand, and as a consequence of this, Marxist feminists insisted on a broader concept of class and class struggle, which would give full recognition to the centrality of women's struggles. Despite this shared goal, however, the strategies and theories feminists adopted in order to pursue these issues often diverged. For a reading and reinterpretation of Marx's Capital played a decisive role in these debates, which shared several common assumptions. The first shared concern was the historical obfuscation and devaluation of domestic labor. According to theorists of domestic labor, this coincided with the end of agrarian society and consequent separation of the household and the point of production, industrialization, and the affirmation of the hegemonic model of the heterosexual nuclear family, all of which contributed to the privatization of a large portion of reproductive labor within the domestic sphere. Second, theorists sought to vindicate the fundamental role played by reproductive labor, in all of its forms, in the creation of conditions essential for the production of surplus value, and for the reproduction of capitalist society. Finally, they generally agreed that the privatization of reproductive labor entails considerable advantages for capitalism in terms of costs, forcing women to freely provide a significant part of the labor necessary for the reproduction of labor power. 5. The question of the productive or unproductive nature of domestic labor, particularly concerning its function vis-a-vis the reproduction of labor power, was a central and important area of contestation. Authors like Maria Rosa Dalla Costa, Selma James, Leopoldina Fortunati, and Elisa del Re pushed beyond the affirmation of the centrality of domestic labor in the reproduction of the conditions of 3 Debates in Marxist Feminism 1357. Exploitation, arguing instead that it directly produces surplus value. 7. This thesis was particularly successful among Italian workerist feminists and represented one of the central tenets of the international campaign Wages for Housework. 8. Ascertaining a serious lack in Marx's treatment of labor power as articulated in Capital Volume I was the starting point of this analysis, insofar as Marx maintained that the value of labor power consisted simply in the value of the commodities necessary for its reproduction. He did not account for the reproductive labor performed for free by women within the home. According to Dalla Costa, the exploitative labor contract between the capitalist and the worker is equally binding to the other members of the worker's family. At once a labor contract and a sexual contract, the wage gives men free access to the bodies of women and their children. By virtue of this contract, what she calls unwaged slavery serves to reproduce the so-called wage slavery of workers. Women must thus be understood as an integral part of the working class, even when they are not directly employed. They suffer capitalist exploitation like their husbands, sons, and fathers, because they produce surplus value by producing the commodity labor power and, therefore, produce part of the value crystallized in it. A decade later, Fortunati further articulated this thesis by introducing a series of new categories intended to echo Marxist categories: necessary domestic labor time, necessary domestic labor, domestic surplus labor time, and domestic surplus value. She similarly proposed to calculate the rate of the exploitation of domestic labor on the basis of the relation between domestic surplus value and necessary domestic labor. Other feminists considered the notion that domestic labor directly produces surplus value to be analytically erroneous. They contested workerist feminism, claiming that domestic labor creates the necessary conditions for the production and the extortion of surplus value, but that it therefore contributes only indirectly to it. Marx's categories of value and surplus value express a specific social relation that implies abstract labor, and therefore the socially necessary labor time mediated by the exchange of equivalents on the market. These conditions are absent in the case of unwaged domestic labor. From this point of view, according to opponents of workerist feminism, it was necessary to make an analytic distinction between that which creates the conditions for the production and the extraction of surplus value, and that which directly creates surplus value. This distinction has been recently challenged by post-workerist feminism, but on the basis of an analysis only partially analogous to the workerist feminism of the 70s. In a recent feminist re-elaboration of the work of Hart and Negri on cognitive capitalism, Kathy Weeks criticizes the old debate over domestic labor as excessively narrow and exclusively focused on unpaid reproductive labor performed within the household. At the same time, Weeks notes that it was the workerists' heterodox position regarding the 1358 productive character of domestic labor that opened the possibility of rethinking the scope of capitalist production and the division between productive and reproductive spheres. Weeks' argument, in effect, is that the specific character of post-Fordist labor and production has created a radical crisis that draws into question the distinctions between what is internal and external to the domestic sphere and the circuits of valorization, as well as the distinction between production and reproduction. Lastly, others have underlined that within the new horizon of cognitive capitalism and the profound transformation of production and labor it implies, effective labor not only produces surplus value, but is the most advanced point of its extraction. 1, 2, or 3 systems. Lisa Vogel has drawn attention to some ambiguous formulations in Engels' Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, which provide some basis for the dualistic approach of subsequent socialist feminism. Similarly, in her work on Marx's writings on gender and family, Heather Brown emphasizes that, contrary to Marx, Engels develops a determinist and unilinear interpretative approach to women's oppression. Citing critiques raised against Engels' determinism by a number of feminist authors, Brown implicitly suggests that confusion among feminists over the position of Marx versus that of Engels has contributed to the difficult relation between feminism and Marxism. Vogel's and Brown's assessments, while grasping the roots of dualistic thinking in Engels' ambiguous formulations, risk neglecting the productive influence that Engels' historicization of gender oppression and its origin has had within Marxist feminism. While it is true that Engels' ambiguous formulations have provided some ground for dualistic thinking, Engels' intuition in the origin of the family has often formed the basis of the Marxist feminist critique of dehistoricized and essentializing approaches to the question of patriarchy understood as an autonomous system of masculine dominance over women. It is thus worthwhile to take a quick look at Engels' thesis, before further considering how Marxist feminists have critiqued dual systems theory. The heart of Engels' thesis is to pose a connection between the birth of class society and individual private property on the one hand and the historical affirmation of male dominance on the other. He links the changes in the social conditions of women and their historical defeat to two general processes, the progressive affirmation of individual private property, as opposed to the collective property of the gens, and the passage from group marriage to couple marriage. However, the scarcity of material available to Engels and the pioneer. 3 Debates in Marxist Feminism 1359. Status of anthropological research at the time resulted in a number of factual errors throughout his work. Moreover, he operated under a confusion between the matrilineal and the matriarchal, maintaining that the overthrow of matriarchy and matrilineal lineage was caused by men's desire to ensure their own biological children's inheritance. This necessarily entailed control over the reproductive capacity of women and the rupture of the bond between a woman and her own gens. Despite the factual errors made by Engels and his excessive emphasis on the technological components of the transition from one mode of social organization to another, the idea that patriarchy is not a transcendental characteristic of human social relations had fruitful consequences for Marxist feminism. This intuition was successively developed in anthropological and historical research that questioned radical feminism's presupposition of the universality and ahistoricity of women's oppression. These studies generally share a set of tenets. First, the idea that the oppression of women has not always existed, but that its origin is connected to specific processes of social transformation. Second, that these processes of social transformation concern the production, appropriation, and distribution of resources and form the context for the emergence of increasingly rigid and hierarchical social stratifications and divisions of labor within communities. These elements, therefore, play a determinant role in women's oppression, which is not to be seen as a mere consequence of biology or psychology. These insights have also played a role within the debate over the so-called dual systems theory, which emerged at the end of the 70s and in the early 80s, largely among Anglo-American Marxist feminists, following the 1979 publication of Heidi Hartmann's essay The Unhappy Marriage of Marxism and Feminism. The article was the object of a number of different critiques from Marxist feminists as well as radical feminists, which were collected in a book of essays edited by Lydia Sargent. In her essay, Hartmann proposes a systematization of dual systems theory, or the theory of two systems, patriarchy and capitalism. The essay begins with a consideration of the failed marriage between Marxism and feminism. Hartmann underlines how Marxism had lost the opportunity to make profound revisions offered by the new wave of feminism, and had instead maintained that gender oppression was an oppression of secondary importance, subordinate to class exploitation. Engels' insight, in The Origin of the Family, was that the production and reproduction of immediate life were determining factors of history and consisted of two aspects, the production of the means of existence and the production of human beings themselves. However, neither Engels nor subsequent Marxist theorists further elaborated upon this insight. This contributed to the continued sex blindness of Marxist categories, which in turn led to the undervaluation of women's oppression in Marxist thought, as well as its incapacity to comprehend the complexity of capitalism. According to Hartman, capitalism creates 1,360 hierarchies within the workforce, but its laws of motion are indifferent to sex and race and are thus unable to determine who will be destined to occupy the varying positions within this hierarchy. The question of which social category inside the working class will occupy a subordinate position in the workforce is of no concern to these laws of motion. For this reason, the concept of class alone does not have sufficient explanatory power, but should be integrated with the concepts of gender, race, nationality, and religion. For Hartman, it is not the logic of accumulation that permits capitalism to place women in an inferior rank in the internal dynamics of the labor force, but rather that of another system, which, while imbricated with capitalism, enjoys an autonomous life of its own, the patriarchal system. The subordination of women created by the system, the origins of which are pre-capitalist, is used by capitalism for its own ends. Hartman's definition of patriarchy was attentive to its historicity and transformations. This aligns her work with a series of reflections concerning patriarchal capitalism and capitalist patriarchy, which thematized, according to different methods and with different results, the relation, interpenetration and reciprocal determination between the two systems. In theorizing patriarchy, Sylvia Walby proposes to reformulate dual systems theory by adding race as a third system, and puts forward a conceptualization of patriarchy as a variable system of structural social relations, made of 6 structures that influence each other, but nonetheless retain their own autonomy. These structures, which can be public as well as private, are the patriarchal mode of production, the patriarchal relations involved in wage or paid work, patriarchal relations in the state, masculine violence, the patriarchal relations of sexuality and the patriarchal relations in cultural institutions. Iris Marion Young's response to Hartman in the anthology is based on the observation that the historical existence of a form of oppression or social organization before capitalism is not a sufficient basis to prove its persistence within capitalist societies as a structure or a system governed by an independent logic. Young notes, for example, that even if class division and exploitation are antecedent to capitalism and therefore not invented by capitalism, this obviously does not imply that they represent an autonomous structure that changes historically according to the mode of production but still remains autonomous from the mode of production. 9. The argument underlying the anti-dualist critique is not that the patriarchy has never existed as a system with an autonomous logic and its own functional mechanisms. It is rather to say that the economic and social bases that were the foundation of the reproduction of the patriarchal system have been swept away by the spread of a capitalist mode of production that, replacing the preceding agrarian society, has co-opted, absorbed and profoundly modified the relations of domination between genders. As both Young and Vogel note, dual systems theory ultimately re-entrenched the impasse it was attempting to resolve by allowing traditional Marxism to continue to construct its analysis of capitalism and its relations of 3 Debates in Marxist Feminism 1361. Production, as well as the process of social transformation, with sex-blind categories, while leaving to feminism the task of analyzing the patriarchal system. Against this dualist approach, both Vogel and Young prefer to maintain a unitary analysis. However, it is mainly Vogel's book that lays out a so-called unitary theory through an original reading of Marx's Capital Volume I. And, contrary to Young, she identifies the key explanatory factor of her unitary framework as the social reproduction of labor power and of the working class, rather than the gendered division of labor within the formal labor market. Vogel is very careful to emphasize that her suggestion of a unitary theory does not explain all the aspects of women's domination within capitalism. She contends, rather, that this theory offers a clearer explanation of the logic governing the social horizons within which the diverse manifestations of gender oppression take place. Vogel's book recovers, with the exception of the argument for the productive character of domestic labor, many of the intuitions already elaborated by workerist feminism in the 70s. Nevertheless, what characterizes and sets Vogel's work apart is the systematic character of her research on the one hand, and its level of analytical abstraction on the other. Indeed, Vogel's project can be considered one of the first attempts to amend systematically capital volume I at the same level of logical abstraction as Marx by introducing the largely missing component of the structural articulation between biological reproduction, the generational reproduction of labor power and the reproduction of capitalism. It is this articulation, in Vogel's opinion, that determines the perpetuation and at the same time the constant modification of the relations of domination between genders. Vogel's call to move toward a unitary theory has been taken up in recent years by a growing number of authors occupied with the question of the structural relation between gender oppression and capitalism. Bakker and Gill, for example, have recently confronted the question of rethinking the concept of a capitalist totality, insisting on the necessity of conceiving of capitalism as a unity of different and contradictory levels, which should not be understood as reified structures. This would allow one to conceptualize, at the same time, the social relations of production and their processes of mediation and transformation through human activity, and the intervention of subjectivity, characterized by determinations of class, gender, race, and sexuality. Social reproduction. The notion of social reproduction, articulated by various Marxist feminists between the 70s and the 80s, was meant to offer a non-reductionist description of the relation between gender oppression and capitalism, while avoiding both dualistic explanations and economistic interpretations of the functional mechanisms of capitalist society. In fact, although the concept of social reproduction has been successively adopted by feminist theorists belonging to 1362 various currents of thought, within Marxist feminism it was most thoroughly developed in connection with a unitary understanding of the relation between capitalism and gender oppression. The notion of social reproduction emphasizes the fact that mode of production and class structure determine the horizon within which the processes of reproduction and the sustenance of human life take place. The key presupposition, therefore, is that the way social reproduction is organized in a given social formation maintains an intrinsic relationship with the way the production and reproduction of society in its totality are organized, and therefore with class relations. The intent of social reproduction theory is to conceptualize these relations not merely as accidental and contingent intersections, but rather as moments of a unity governed by a specific logic. At the same time, however, analysis of social reproduction also aims to challenge a reified notion of commodity production understood as a structure independent from the everyday reproduction of life. On the contrary, its goal is to stress the fundamental character of human practice of the sphere of production, and its organic relation to the rest of human activity. In the definition put forth by Johanna Brenner and Barbara Laslett, social reproduction indicates the entirety of activities, behaviors, emotions, and relations that are directly implicated in the maintenance of life on a daily and intergenerational basis, from preparing meals, educating children, caring for the ill and the elderly, all the way to the question of housework and sexuality. The type of labor required by social reproduction can be mental, affective, and physical, and the modality of its organization and distribution is variable. 11. Additionally, this labor is not always performed in the same way, which part of this labor is offered on the market, provided by the welfare state or occurs within the family is a contingent matter that depends on specific historical dynamics. 12. Since it includes a wider range of social practices and types of labor, the utilization of the interpretive grid offered by the concept of social reproduction has allowed Marxist feminism to significantly expand its scope with respect to the earlier domestic labor debate. With an understanding of social reproduction, Marxist feminists can also more adequately analyze the relation between life within the household on the one hand and the commodification and sexualization of the division of labor and the policies of the welfare state on the other. In sum, The concept of social reproduction has opened a new avenue for analyses of phenomena such as the relation between the commodification of care labor and the racial division of labor. Gender, race, class. The term intersectionality has seen a number of different and notable articulations since the late 80s within feminist theory interested in the interrelations. 3 Debates in Marxist Feminism 1363. Between Gender and Race. 13 Since its inception, intersectional feminist authors have often utilized this framework to criticize radical and essentialist white feminism, accusing the latter of merely articulating an abstraction, woman understood as a universal, or as a mythologized other, which does not take into consideration the hierarchies and different experiences determined by the racialization of groups of women. Political and historical writings on the interconnection between different forms of oppression, and between these and class exploitation, were published and widely circulated well before Crenshaw coined the term intersectionality in her seminal work. These writings were the outcome of the specific organizational and political experiences of the Black left. While much of subsequent intersectional literature would develop without maintaining a significant dialogue with Marxism, some of the foundational writings of Black feminism emerged directly in the wake of the Marxist left, or maintained a derivative relationship with Marxism. The origins of this relationship can be traced back to the 20s and 30s, decades in which the Workers' Party of America decided to make the question of race one of the main issues of the party. This period produced political articles like Grace Camel's on the mass incarceration of African American women, and Belle Lam and Maud White's work on the condition of African American women workers. 2 decades later, in 1949, Claudia Jones, an activist in the American Communist Party, wrote an article considered to be a precursor of intersectional analysis, An End to the Neglect of the Problems of the Negro Woman. In this essay, Jones emphasizes that African American working women occupy the lowest position within the social hierarchy. This is the result of both class exploitation, heightened by African American women's placement in the division of labor, and the multiple forms of oppression to which they are subjected as women and as African Americans. The question of simultaneous forms of oppression was approached by Jones not only from the point of view of the analysis of the objective conditions of Black women, but also from the point of view of the subjective role they played within anti-racist and class struggles at the time. Overall, the article denounced the negligence displayed by both unions and anti-racist organizations with respect to the centrality and radicality of this role. In effect, one can find in Jones' writing 2 central themes that would be developed decades later by Black feminists: on the one hand, the idea of the simultaneity, and non-separability, of multiple forms of oppression and of class exploitation, which determine not only the conditions of life, but also specific identities or forms of subjectivity, and, on the other hand, the denunciation of the blindness to the particularity of the position of African American women displayed on the part of the organizations and movements to which these women brought fundamental contributions. The same critique was leveled against the New Left and the New Feminist movement in a text that would become a reference point for American Black 1364. Feminism, the Combahee River Collective Statement. This text, initially published in 1977 by a collective of Black feminist and lesbian activists, takes up a series of reflections articulated some years prior by Angela Davis, among others. It stresses the specificity of Black feminism with regard to the rest of feminism, the civil rights movement and Black nationalism, and the workers' movement of that time, to which many activists of the collective originally belonged. The statement briefly but explicitly addresses the relation with Marxism, and reaffirms the necessity for a re-elaboration of the Marxist critique of political economy that could be applied to the specific economic condition of Black women. In general, however, the specific theorization of the structural relation between gender and racial oppression and capitalist accumulation largely absent from the texts of Black Marxist feminism from the 20s until the late 70s. Angela Davis' splendid volume Women, Race, and Class represents the most famous text within the Marxist current of Black feminism. Here she offers an illuminating historical discussion of the simultaneity of the 3 oppressians, the continuity between slavery, segregation, and mass imprisonment, and the development of U.S. feminism and its inability to include the specificity represented by black women. 14. However, even this text does not explicitly theorize the question of the relation between capitalist oppression, racial segregation, and gender oppression. A few brief moments of such analysis can be found in Selma James' attempt to expand discussions of the role of domestic labor in the reproduction of labor power and capital to include the specificity of the domestic labor performed by black women. Many writings have also focused on the redefinition of class in relation to the conditions and specific role of a racialized and gendered labor force. However, these works are generally more empirical descriptive than theoretical. Instead, the general tendency within black feminism, whether Marxist or not, has been to emphasize theoretical concerns related to identity and subjectivation. Consequently, it has taken a different path than the majority of Marxist feminism. Himani Banerjee identifies this divergence as bound up with Marxist feminism's incapacity actually to integrate the question of the racial division of labor and of racism. According to Banerjee, Marxist feminism was excessively influenced by Althusserian structuralism, and thus lost sight of the subjective dimension of the revolutionary project. 15. Only recently, a group of authors have started rethinking social reproduction theory in a way that theoretically and epistemologically integrates the role played by the racial division of labor, and its symbolic and political consequences. This re-elaboration includes both empirical work on the different yet interconnected phenomena of migratory processes, neoliberal globalization, the growth of privatization and the commodification of social reproduction work, as well as an attempt to rethink the Marxist method that breaks with the structuralism that has dominated most Marxist feminism. These authors reject the analytic separation between class formations and historical forms of consciousness, social organization, and subjectivity, or, to use outdated terminology, between base and superstructure. They also propose a revaluation of the concept of praxis in Marx's early work, particularly the theses on Feuerbach and the 1844 manuscripts, read through Gramsci, and the concept of experience articulated by E. P. Thompson in his work on the formation of the English working class. Sexuality and capitalism. Recent years have also seen an increased interest in returning to Marx or addressing the role played by capitalist dynamics in the formation of gender and sexual identities. This is evident, for example, in a series of publications that have brought forth both an anti-heteronormative critique of capitalism, and a critique of mainstream gay and lesbian politics focused on the vindication of formal rights within the limits of neoliberalism. While they agree in their critique of the neoliberalization of sexual identities, these authors differ in their assessment of queer theory's role in this critical project and, consequently, in how they conceive of the research program that Marxist thinkers of sexuality should develop moving forward. While some have defended the usefulness of queer theory and the queer critique of heteronormativity and gay normality, and in doing so have put forward the possibility of developing a queer Marxism, others have taken a critical stance toward queer theory, insisting on the necessity of a return to Freud and Lacan via a Marxist interpretation. One of the most original lines of theoretical research in the field of Marxist-influenced queer theory concerns the relation between capitalist accumulation and the historical formation of sexual identities. These theories have yielded somewhat divergent interpretations, depending on where they stand in relation to established Marxist thought. Some work with the Althusserian concept of overdetermination, while others employ, with significant modifications, the Lucasian notion of reification. Still others have begun to develop a theory of the construction and regulation of sexual identities within the framework of social reproduction theory. In what follows I focus on this latter, more theoretical, line of inquiry, not only because it represents the most groundbreaking Marxist work in terms of the analysis of sexuality, but also because this line has the closest connection with the Marxist feminist theoretical debates analyzed so far in this chapter. As with these Marxist feminist debates, these theoretical works are 1366. Grounded in a creative and anti-dogmatic use and re-elaboration of Marx's critique of political economy. In Profit and Pleasure, Rosemary Hennessy proposes an articulated approach to the relationship between relations of production and sexuality, which definitively liquidates the base superstructure model. Against this traditional schema, Hennessy invokes, on the one hand, a conception of capitalism as an organization of human relations, or relations between living individuals, and, on the other, the notion of experience elaborated by E.P. Thompson. With this renewed account of social relations and lived experience as well as a critical use of Althusser's concept of overdetermination, Hennessy analyzes the construction of an relationship between sexual and gender identities in light of the diffusion of commodity production in Europe and the USA at the end of the 19th century. Hennessy's argument is that the emergence of reified homosexual and heterosexual identity categories, along with the centrality of sexual preference in the definition of these identities, is the result of the ways in which capitalism and its diffusion of mass consumption dissolve systems of family relations and traditional social ties. This approach is characterized by her attempt to reveal how the creation of sexual identities within the larger process of reproduction in U.S. society is historically determined by the dynamics internal to a certain form of capitalist accumulation. In the historically specific, non-reductionistic, and non-functionalist manner with which she attempts to reveal the structural relation between capitalism and the formation of sexual identity, Hennessy's theoretization shares lines of thought with both Marxist feminist unitary theory and social reproduction theory. Although they differ in method, Kevin Floyd's The Reification of Desire articulates a thesis similar to Hennessy's. Floyd's analysis focuses above all on the construction of masculinity in the USA during the Fordist regime of accumulation. In his view, the performative character of masculinity during Fordism was the product of a series of types and models of consumption prescribed within a leisure time rigidly regulated by the commodity form. Like Hennessy, Floyd emphasizes the necessity of returning, in a Marxist manner, to an epistemological approach and method of social critique that can better allow radical theory to trace causal connections and explain the processes under investigation rather than merely describing them. And, likewise, Floyd identifies in the dynamics proper to a historically specific form of capitalist accumulation the cause and context for the emergence of specific kinds of sexual identity. However, their theoretical approaches diverge in that Floyd makes recourse to two central, albeit critically modified, concepts of Lukács' history of class consciousness, totality and reification, as well as recuperating aspects of Marcuse's argument for an eroticized reading of the Lukácsian concept of reification. The thesis of a direct and structural connection between specific regimes of accumulation and regimes of sexual regulation has proved fruitful within the Three Debates in Marxist Feminism 1367. Recent emergence of queer Marxism, it has been further taken up, for example, by Peter Drucker in his important work on sexual identities and neoliberalism. Rather than focus on the emergence of gay sexual identities specifically under Fordism, like Hennessy and Floyd, Drucker articulates the differences and shifts in terms of sexuality among the various regimes of accumulation, classical imperialism, Fordism, and neoliberalism. More recently, Alan Sears has developed a theoretical outline for a social reproduction theory of sexuality, while also addressing Hennessy's, Floyd's and Drucker's insights about the relation between regimes of accumulation and sexuality. Sears' application of social reproduction theory to the sphere of sexuality reinterprets sexuality as part of life-making work and, therefore, as subject to pressures and constraints that must be interpreted in view of the relation between social reproduction and production for profit. In this light, Sears reinterprets the categories of heteronormativity and homonormativity as disciplinary forms regulating sexuality, which are sustained and necessitated by the subordination of social reproduction to production for profit. Sears mobilizes Marx's notion of double freedom in Capital, Volume I to criticize an understanding of the proliferation and increasing visibility of sexual identities as simply an indicator of increased positive individual freedom. As Marx notes in Capital, under capitalism workers are endowed with a paradoxical double freedom, that is, freedom to dispose of their own bodies, but also a negative freedom from the means necessary for the realization of their labor power. Being constantly dispossessed of their means of production, they are both free from the bonds that tied them to the land to freely sell their labor power, but they are also compelled to sell it in order to survive. Sears proposes to extend this insight to the sphere of sexuality, in order to understand the double character of neoliberal sexual freedom. While people, like the free workers of Marx's Capital, formally own their own bodies, this freedom of bodily self-determination is necessarily bound up with forms of compulsion, which are structurally connected to the relations of exploitation and oppression characteristic of capitalism. Conclusion. This short discussion of three main debates within Marxist feminism is certainly insufficient to account for a current of thought that, albeit with some fundamental lacunae and accidental detours, has given life to original and fruitful reflections. It is doubtless true that Marxist feminism has often failed to integrate the question of race within its analyses, as well as to articulate a sufficient theory of political subjectivation. If we are to diagnose the cause of these setbacks, it is possible to identify two main factors. The first is that, with a few notable exceptions, the Marxist tradition has failed to integrate on both political, organizational and theoretical levels the centrality of gender oppression in its various articulations, and 1368. This can also be extended to questions of racialization and heteronormativity. In particular, most Marxist theory has not included gender or other oppressions as key elements of a more comprehensive critique of capitalist social relations. In the case of gender, this means that the task of developing an adequate theory of the relation between gender oppression and capitalism, on both a descriptive and a theoretical level, has been met almost entirely by a small number of feminist and queer authors and specialized theorists. The second factor, conversely, is that the question of capitalism and the relation between gender and class has been largely obscured within the development of feminist and queer theory for at least 2 decades. The variety and complexity of the approaches and reflections briefly synthesized in this essay, however, show how the Marxist feminist re-elaboration of the critique of political economy presents ideas and lines of research of notable potential, which lie waiting to be developed further and more fully. In Communal Luxury, Kristen Ross traces the attempts of the communards to think beyond the parameters of the social formation that the bourgeois devotes itself to keeping apart. In so doing, she creates a genealogy of the Paris Commune that enables the collective visions that became articulable only in the midst of their struggles to enter vividly into the figurability of the present. By centering what she calls the communal imagination that operated on the preferred scale of the local autonomist unit within an internationalist horizon, Ross recounts not only the way their denunciation of bourgeois notions of who can and cannot afford the luxury of playing with words or images traveled beyond Paris, she argues that this imagination, communal luxury, reshaped the way that Marx, Kropotkin, and Morris understood the relationship between theory and praxis. In her call to engage the problem of representation as a problem of revolutionary struggle, Ross invokes the work of Walter Benjamin, who in Theses on the Philosophy of History, clarified the task of historical materialism as a resolutely anti-historicist one that recognizes that there is no document of civilization which is not at the same time a document of barbarism. In that text, Benjamin implored historical materialists to not be complicit in reproducing narratives of civilization by engaging with its relics uncritically, which, for him, was inextricably linked to the project of 75. Triple exploitation, social reproduction, and the agrarian question in Japan. Wendy Matsumura 1374. Attending to the rich contradictions that imbue the now. He warned that replicating modes of narrativization that reinforce the empty homogeneous time of progress would make Marxist historians no better than their bourgeois counterparts. Ross answers this call through her engagement with the writings of the communards and links their collectively articulated visions of communal luxury to similar struggles being waged in her moment. Historians of modern Japan have also tackled the problem of historical representation as a means through which to critique the present. Harry Harutunian analyzed anti-historicist philosophical interventions by thinkers like Tosaka Jun in the 1930s as a means through which to critique the intellectual foundations of area studies projects, including those in the field of modern Japanese history. In Overcome by Modernity, he argued that the spatio-temporal logic of capital, the conjuncture that enabled him to think about the 1930s and 2000s as linked, created problems of representation and comparability in ways that made modernism and fascism two sides of the same coin. He demonstrated how interwar thinkers confronting crisis could not articulate a collective vision that could imagine otherwise because of their inability to think beyond the ideology of the modern. His criticism of their inability to see contingency in the ever-same and subsumption in the eternal nation form was directed just as much against his own contemporaries as it was toward folklorists, sociologists, and philosophers who wrote in the interwar period in Japan. In The Sublime Perversion of Capital, Gavin Walker also engages in a critique of the present. While discussing thinkers who became trapped by the contradictory desires of Marxian approaches to history, to clarify the relationship between the development of productive forces and relations of production and to illuminate a history of class struggle, Walker locates the root of this problem in what he calls a defective moment in capital's logic, whose overcoming relied upon a historicist retelling of its own process of realization. In so doing, he clarifies the relationship between historicism as capital's self-representation and its fundamental impossibility to produce the fount of surplus value, labor power, on its own. Capital overcomes this through representational modes that conceal or deflect the instability that plagues every moment of completion. He, like Harutunian, places Marxist economist Uno Kayazo alongside thinkers like Althusser and Benjamin, each of whom clarified and problematized the link between the reproduction of capitalist social relations and modes of representation that concealed the continuous work that was required to make capitalist relations appear natural. Yutaka Nagahara, Ken Kawashima, and others have also taken seriously Ono's identification of the impossibility of the commodification of labor power as capital's fundamental contradiction and have emphasized the importance of beginning from an understanding of the incomplete nature of capital's penetration of any given relation in order to understand the violence that is required to produce its self-representation as eternal and without limits. Triple Exploitation, Social Reproduction 1375. Uno grappled with the problem of representation and, therefore, of critique, from the position of thinkers who accepted the premise that the societies they were analyzing did not perfectly fit the classical model of England, their assumed object of Marx's critique of political economy. He did not skirt the question of unevenness and, in fact, placed it at the center of his analysis of Japanese capitalism, which he understood as having been forced into a truncated process of becoming due to Japan's position in the world. In this respect, his work can be placed alongside critiques of Eurocentric historical models of transformation masquerading as universal history that subaltern studies scholars put forth, as well as with more recent theorizations of racial capitalism that have reinvigorated studies of the relationship between capitalism and slavery that were articulated by scholars like Eric Williams in the 1940s. Like these scholars who pushed back against historicist understandings of the past that misrecognized unevenness as backwardness, Uno understood the damage that narratives, that deemed some peoples and societies protagonists of revolutionary struggles but not others, could inflict on those who were left out of the frame. One of the clearest explications of Uno's theory of history that attempted to expand the parameters of anti-capitalist struggle beyond the labor-capital relation is crisis theory, which he first presented as a lecture at the University of Tokyo's Faculty of Economics in 1951 and published in book form in 1953. There, he presents an analysis of capitalist crisis that exemplifies his tripartite critique of political economy, principal theory of capitalism, stage theory, and analysis of the current conjuncture. While he devotes quite a bit of energy to explicating capital's so-called business cycles by moving between scales of analysis and emphasizes that the logic of capital is linked to, but by no means conflatable with, the unfolding of class struggles, Uno's consideration of crisis leads him to invent a new language through which the entirety of social reproduction might be understood, and through which the tension between theory and praxis might be clarified. His insistence that movements from one part of the cycle to the next are not predetermined and that social relations within each moment are imbued with conflicts that stem from the fundamental contradiction of capitalism, that labor power is the one commodity that capital absolutely needs but cannot produce on its own, provides his readers with an understanding of crisis that links business cycles, not only to struggles over the wage, but to struggles over social reproduction that are waged daily in the home, in the fields, in schools, hospitals, or over access to the commons. His observation that capital, by necessity, constantly comes up against, overcomes, and conceals its limits, often through the mobilization of state violence, provides labor historians and historians of agrarian struggle committed to writing a history of the present with an analytic that can accommodate a multi-scalar and multi-temporal critique. 1376. Read this way, we can understand Unno's critique of political economy as committed to a consciously non-economistic understanding of crisis that predates the rich contributions of theorists like Stuart Hall, who also articulated a theory of crisis that was predicated on the belief that the reproduction of capitalist relations was nothing if not a social process. As Ruth Wilson Gilmore explains in Questions of Theory, which he co-authored with Bill Swartz, Hall defined crisis in the following manner: crises occur when the social formation can no longer be reproduced on the basis of the pre-existing system of social relations. Gilmore demonstrates in Golden Gulag that the simple definition presented above reflects a complex understanding of capitalism that is dialogic, multifaceted, and constantly confronting its limits. She argues that, in the text, to reproduce signifies a broad array of political, economic, cultural, and biological capacities that a society uses to renew itself daily, seasonally, generationally. Marxist feminist interventions by scholars like Lisa Vogel and Tythi Bhattacharya have proposed a method through which to ask the question, who exactly bears the burdens of absorbing these preconditions of reproduction? Unno's link to the question of the production of unevenness in social reproduction can be found in his consideration of wages. He explains that, while capital would like to drive the wage down as far as possible by encroaching into the reproductive sphere, it also needed a market for its commodities. Workers' wage cannot decline to the point that life materials necessary for the reproduction of labor power cannot be guaranteed. The key word here is necessary. He elaborates, in reality, the limits placed on the reproduction of labor power are historically and socially determined. Fluctuations take place within limits that are proscribed by a set class relationship. This is not simply a matter of the confrontation between capitalists and workers. Instead, he argues via Marx that it is nothing more than the relation between the unpaid and paid labor of the same working population. For Unno, the lever that kept this ever-present tension in favor of capital was the so-called surplus population, a concept that he gave full consideration to in his writings on the agrarian question that were penned as labor flows within the Japanese Empire were accelerating. Two Unno's works, which operate at a variety of scales, allow us to address the problem of historicism as a problem of capital's self-representation as eternal. Crisis theory guides those of us who are interested in critiquing the relationship between exploitation, sexual oppression, and racism as necessary for capital's ability to overcome its limits, all the while preserving the veneer of a limitless relation. For my own work, it has given me valuable analytical tools through which to engage in a non-historicist analysis of the collective visions that people residing in the Japanese Empire articulated in the course of their struggles against new forms of exploitation and expropriation as capital sought to reorganize social relations in order to overcome crisis. Unfortunately, in his writings on the triple exploitation, social reproduction 1377, Post-World War I agrarian question, Unno did not apply the same level of scrutiny that he devoted to labor power in his writings on crisis to the unit of the small farm household. I argue that, if he had demystified this category, which the Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce had decided after World War I would be the material and ideological exemplar of the nation, the way that he and his interlocutors in the interwar debates on Japanese capitalism understood the revolutionary potentials of struggles in the agrarian sector would have been markedly different. That is, if Uno had taken his theorizations of crisis seriously in his analysis of the current conjuncture, he would have seen that ongoing social reproduction struggles that exceeded the Japan Farmers Union demands for rent reductions and tenancy rights were just as important in exposing the contradictions of capital as the latter, which he lamented did not go far enough in attacking the foundations of the landlord-tenant relation. As the latter half of this chapter will demonstrate, Uno did not have to look far for examples of the kind of critique that would have exposed the centrality of extra-economic compulsion to reproducing social relations in the metropolitan countryside. People racialized as Burika women in the heart of what was considered the spiritual center of the emperor nation, the Ise region of Mie Prefecture, took central roles in exposing the mystifying function that the category small farm household played in naturalizing both capital and the nation in the Japanese Empire as it greatly expanded its territorial scope after World War I. Uno Kozo on Japan's agrarian question. Uno's work on the agrarian question treated the Japanese countryside as the repository of the surplus population that could serve as a lever for containing crisis. In so doing, he intervened in a debate that was being fought within Japanese Marxism in the early 1930s over whether small-scale agricultural production that was dominant in mainland Japan, even as the state became an imperialist power, played a necessary role in capital's ability to overcome its limits, or if this form only remained intact because of a political compromise that capital had made with the last vestiges of the feudal regime. Uno dismissed the terms of this debate altogether. He pointed out that nowhere in Marxian theory did it say that non-capitalist relations of production had to disappear for a society to be capitalist. Rather, just two requirements had to be fulfilled. First, free labor had to be created through the systematic dismantling of feudal land ownership relations. Second, capital had to be given the room that it needed to overcome its inherent limits. These requirements had been fulfilled in the last quarter of the 19th century. He explained that Japan's case appeared to diverge from the English model of capitalist development because of historical specificities that were important, but not fundamentally distinct. Because the accumulation process was dominated from the outset by the joint stock company form in the era 1378. Of finance capital, no clear-cut, centralized policy had been needed in agriculture. This meant that our country's agriculture was not promoted with clear development objectives in mind, and in many cases, emergency or temporary measures were implemented. As a consequence, the peasantry continued to engage in self-sufficient petty agricultural production even after they had been given the legal freedom to move and to seek work elsewhere. Those who remained in the countryside toiling under dire conditions had to rely upon hard work and cooperation rather than any kind of coherent agricultural policy formulated by the state. Uno was critical of this condition, in our country, which has a lot of agriculture that uses labor-intensive methods, to leave the problem of labor organization to the encouragement of cooperative work, and the ideology of hard work must be evaluated as a fundamental deficiency of agricultural control. The main problem with the passive and makeshift policies that the state implemented in agriculture, because it was happy to treat the countryside as a repository of the industrial reserve army, was that when class differentiation, the dissolution of former social relations, the fall in prices of agricultural commodities, and other outcomes of capital's penetration into the countryside and extension into the colonies did accelerate, the state had neither the incentive nor the political will to respond with aggressive developmentalist policies or, alternatively, with comprehensive remedies for the impoverished peasantry. Uno called the social relations that resulted from these conditions feudality, not as a system but as thought, sentiment and custom. This had a double meaning vis-a-vis feudalism as a system. On the one hand, the resources and relations that had existed in earlier times that were crucial to the reproduction of village communities like the commons were contracted or dismantled. On the other hand, legal restrictions against movement, against changing occupations, and other measures that had been in place to systematically impede the development of the worker with nothing but their labor power to sell were no longer present. Uno argued that this specific manifestation of feudality in Japan's countryside ensured that small producers would be forced into an eternal competition for access to more land, which they would use, not to pursue capitalist profit, but to exhaust every last bit of household labor available. This phenomenon had resulted by World War I in a growing percentage of farm households becoming part-owner cultivators who borrowed and owned land in order to fully expend the labor time of their members. He explained, in most cases, part-owner cultivators borrow land not in order to engage in capitalist enterprise, but merely in order to supplement the lands that they already own. Their primary aspiration was to acquire more land, convert themselves into parasitic landlords, and enjoy an easy life of collecting rents. The latter tendency became pronounced after their position vis-a-vis large landowners qua money lenders. Triple exploitation, social reproduction 1379. Weakened during the World War I boom and worsened during the post-war agricultural crisis. 3. For Uno and other Marxist theorists writing at the time of great transformation in the Japanese Empire, the predominance of these part-owner cultivators in metropolitan agrarian villages constituted a stubborn obstacle to the emergence of revolutionary thought and action. Their drive to survive as owner cultivators, even though they had been freed from early modern restrictions against movement, made it difficult for Uno and the pre-war left to envision the unfolding of the material preconditions for the organic emergence of a revolutionary consciousness. For Uno believed that a true resolution of the agrarian question required a transformation of subjectivities, that they rid themselves of their petit bourgeois aspirations. 5. The strata that exemplified the feudality of Japan's agrarian villages, the part-owner cultivator, could only become the protagonists of revolutionary transformation through their acquisition of a capitalist logic in which they too became capitalist farmers, or if they shed their petit bourgeois mentality and joined the ranks of tenant farmers. That is, as long as they remained part-owner cultivating small peasants, they would continue to kill themselves to survive, paying exorbitant rents to landlords and competing with each other for the smallest scraps of land to utilize all of their family labor. The structural conditions and extra economic compulsions that produced the pure owner cultivator as an aspirational figure was, in Uno's estimation, an outcome of the structural relationship between industry and agriculture in the metropole. Suihaisha women's articulation of triple exploitation. By arguing that part-owner cultivators could technically go either way but had conservative tendencies, Uno revealed the limits of his own analysis. 6. His conviction that part-owner cultivators were wedded to their class positionalities was an aporia in his otherwise nuanced and globally situated analysis. His pessimistic assessment of the political possibilities in the countryside was tied to his inability to link the struggles over social reproduction that he outlined in Crisis Theory to his writings on Japan's agrarian question. As we will see next, this shortcoming was linked to his acceptance of the farm household as a stable unit of analysis rather than a mechanism that enabled capital to overcome and efface its own limits. If Uno had extended his analysis into the very constitution of the farm household, not as a manifestation of an already existing feudality whose meaning transformed as a result of the subsumption of the Japanese countryside to capital, but as a unit that the state actively reconfigured in order to deal with crisis, a point that women's groups in the labor, peasant, anti-colonial, and Suihaisha-affiliated movements were making in their journals at precisely this moment, he would have recognized 2 interrelated phenomena. First, this reconfiguration 1380 established clear boundaries between familial and non-familial members and a gendered division of labor within the family that defined some forms of labor like housework non-productive and other forms like agriculture productive for their income-bearing properties. Second, the state's reconfiguration of the farm household in the manner described above was tied to its attempt to complete its enclosure of the commons, a process that it had begun in the late 1890s but had not been able to finish due to strong resistance on the part of local communities. 7. The renewed push for the completion of the enclosures was pursued under the misleading banner of the unification of village-owned lands and was designed to place all common use rights under the management of the administrative village and to encourage the transfer of all non-essential state-owned lands into the hands of people in the village who could demonstrate proper lineage and ability to manage land responsibly. The Ministry of Agriculture and Commerce's renewed commitment to enclosure provided communities that held rights to the commons with a new opportunity to clarify who belonged and who did not. This process relied upon and intensified gendered and racialized assumptions about who could constitute a proper farm household. Marxist theoreticians including Uno writing about the agrarian question did not treat the state's intensified push to complete the enclosure of the commons and the attendant conflict over membership in the community as integral to an analysis of the agrarian question. 8. As we will see next, aspirations for communal luxury articulated by those who were written out of the community, while not appreciated by Uno and his interlocutors who shaped Marxist critiques of Japanese capitalism during the 1920s and 1930s, exemplified the kind of imaginary that Ross Communards proposed 50 years prior. One group that recognized the threat that state-led reconfigurations of the farm household unit and its project to unify the commons posed to their ability to define the terms of their liberation were the Suihaisha, a national body formed in 1922 in order to fight against racialized status-based discrimination against the Burakumin 9. More specifically, a group of people who called themselves Buraka women articulated their specific concerns in the women's column of the Suihaisha's organ paper, the Suihei Shimbun, in the early 1920s. The women who contributed to the column insisted that the entire set of legal codes, accumulation strategies, belief systems, and relations that constituted the grammar of Japanese society had to become the enemy against which the Suihaisha devoted its energies. Their writings reveal their awareness of the gendered and racialized differences that were produced, then naturalized, or effaced in order to come up with abstract categories like worker that then became the subject of revolutionary struggle. Even women did not escape their scrutiny. An article that appeared in the women's column titled To My Buraku Sisters on July 20, 1924 introduces a story to drive home the point that the problem is not only discrimination but the fact that the alleviation. Triple exploitation, social reproduction 1381. Of the burdens of ordinary women and their ability to conform to feminine ideals is directly tied to the exploitation and denigration of Buraka women. Among my acquaintances there is a bourgeois wife. She has said that though she has been troubled every year over difficulties with a maid, recently she was able to find a good one and is very happy about it. After listening carefully, I realized that she was the daughter of a takushumen 10 where her husband had previously been stationed as a local bureaucrat. They were so poor that they were not able to afford to raise their daughter and wanted to send her into service in order to have her learn the customs of the farm household, sewing, and manners, but in that region, there were no places that she could go because she was the daughter of a takushumen. Due to these circumstances, her parents had decided to part with their precious only daughter and had sent her into service far away. They told her daughter to keep silent and asked her husband to keep her hometown a secret. 11. Contrary to her parents' hopes that this would be an educational experience for their daughter, her employer saw her purely as a housekeeper. Because they were ashamed of having a housekeeper from a Buraka family, they took great pains to conceal her existence. She was isolated and placed in an extremely vulnerable position within the household. The piece highlights the process through which the attainment of feminine ideals by Japanese women was realized through the hidden labor of poor women from Buraka communities whose ability to attain those ideals was always and necessarily circumscribed by their place outside of it. The power of this and other articles that appeared in the women's column of the Suihei Shimbun was their insistence that the triple exploitation that formed the foundations of their critique of Japanese society was not resolvable by simply tacking patriarchy or capitalism or racism as distinct forms of oppression. Rather, the women who wrote these articles explained that their effects took on a specific configuration vis-a-vis those marked as Buraka women as distinct from the class gender-based oppressions of normatively defined Japanese women. Tackling the specificity of their triple exploitation, the authors argued, was central to any liberatory project and could not be contested by a purely distributive struggle over the burdens of social reproduction or by an exclusive focus on discriminatory attitudes and utterances. 12. In short, those who contributed to the women's column during the first half of the 1920s called for the destruction of the entire set of legal codes, accumulation strategies, belief systems, production relations, and intimate spaces that constituted the grammar of Japanese society. 13. While the women's column disappeared from the pages of the Suihei Shimbun after 1924, the mode of critique of their writers, which emphasized the need to fight against bourgeois notions of femininity and idealized notions of the Japanese family that were proposed through a negation of their familial forms and social relationships, left an indelible mark on the Suihaisha as their members fought alongside members of the JFU and the labor organization the SODOME. 1382. The formation of the Alliance of the Unemployed in Mie Prefecture. Mie Prefecture is known as a place where the Suihaisha and JFU worked well together, in large part due to the leadership of Ueda Otoiki, who was also the head of the Rickshaw Pullers Association in a neighborhood of Matsusaka City called Hino, which was well known as the prefecture's center of Suihaisha activism. Due to his leadership, as well as the historical specificities of Mie's political economy, the prefecture is seen as a rare example of JFU/Suihaisha cooperation to fight for the interests of Buraka communities in rural areas. One of the organizations that he was instrumental in forming was the prefectural branch of the Alliance of the Unemployed in the summer of 1930. The category of the unemployed here expressed the interconnectedness of city and country and the inability to delink class exploitation from discrimination. The demands that it, as well as its local branches, made treated social reproduction struggles as central to their liberation as agricultural workers of Buraka communities around the same time that Japanese Marxists debated the agrarian question. Their activism, which was driven in large part by the concerns that women raised, highlights the limits of analyses like Ono's that took the unit of the farm household as a stable category from which the agrarian question was theorized and protagonists of revolutionary struggle in the countryside identified. Following the establishment of a prefectural branch in Matsusaka, local branches formed in areas with substantial Buraka populations. Its rapid spread reveals that, for many, challenges they faced in their everyday lives were most urgent and consequential, and were informed by the understanding of triple oppression articulated by women in the Suihei Shimbun's women's column several years prior. The category of the unemployed that formed the basis of their solidarity expressed their understanding of the interconnectedness of city and country and the impossibility of delinking class exploitation from anti-Buraka discrimination, the oppression of women, and the plight of impoverished farmers. Their demands were thus wide-ranging and did not align perfectly with the struggles organized by the SODOME, the JFU, their women's divisions, or the Suihaisha, which did not always link discrimination to class exploitation. The pamphlets and other publications issued by the Alliance reveal that there was close communication and coordination between groups, in a similar mode to Ross' descriptions of the communards, which focused on local autonomy but maintained an internationalist perspective. At times, they worked with local branches of farmers' unions to fight against landlords' efforts to revoke their tenancy rights, to articulate collective demands for access to public works projects, to form consumers' associations to combat high food prices and low wages outside of the formal market, to raise emergency funds to support people whose family members were arrested for participating in tenant disputes, and so on. 14. Triple exploitation, social reproduction 1383. They named their enemies, learned from the victories of other branches, and imparted information through the handwritten publications that they shared with each other as they attended each other's meetings and convened study groups. 15. They also supported the struggles that communities waged in response to their expulsion from the commons throughout the 1920s and 1930s. When we take activities of the Alliance seriously, we see that the very units of owner-cultivator, part-owner-cultivator, and tenant-farmer that Uno and the other participants in the debate on Japanese capitalism took for granted as the starting point of analysis were conceptually possible only by discounting the problem of discrimination against Buraka communities that made their extra-class alliances necessary in the first place. They repeatedly engaged in critiques of the prevailing attitude of officials who believed that people from Buraka communities were fundamentally inferior, unfit to constitute a proper family, and therefore ineligible for state supports that were indispensable for small peasant households to reproduce themselves daily and generationally. A comprehensive critique of this view can be read in an encounter between village head Suzuki and members of Toyota's Burika community that is narrated in the organ paper of the Alliance, the Shitsugyo Shitozo New York Yusu No. 2. The occasion of this meeting was Suzuki's visit to Toyota in response to demands that its Alliance branch made for economic relief. The paper described the negotiations that members of the Alliance had with Suzuki over access to unemployment relief in the form of rice rations. Their anger boiled over after Suzuki took just a cursory stroll around the neighborhood before reassuring them that things were not as dire as they thought. After all, he proclaimed, the community had a rope-weaving machine and was comprised of able-bodied people who were capable of working if they wished. This dismissal of their concerns incensed the youth and women's divisions of the Alliance, particularly since he reached his conclusions without ever setting foot inside of their homes. The women's division demanded that he conduct a thorough investigation before making determinations about relief. What did their insistence that Suzuki enter their homes and examine their kitchens before making evaluations regarding their quality of life signal? Was this a test to see if he could overcome the stereotypical views that mainstream papers and state-sanctioned experts of the so-called Burika problem continued to print about the supposed filth of their living conditions? 16. Alternatively, were they convinced that a full understanding of their impoverishment was impossible without recognizing the intensity of the work that they performed inside of their homes as a result of being excluded from village-based communal resources and opportunities for waged work that were open to non-Burika farm households across land ownership classifications? The former is certainly plausible given the long history of prejudicial narratives cloaked in social scientific rigor and historical nuance, but we should not discount the possibility that the latter also fueled their collective ire, given that the recessionary conditions in agriculture and the contraction of the commons had especially devastating effects upon Burika 1384. Women in farm households who engaged disproportionately in housework, performed home work for piece rates whenever they had time to spare, who earned extra income by foraging in communally held mountains for leaves and twigs, and who were often sent to work outside of the village in exchange for cash advances that were paid to the head of the household or to earn remittances that the farm household desperately needed to make ends meet. A report from the branch of the Alliance in Izdara, a village south of Toyota, reveals that the gendered impacts of the recession were well known. Izdara has very little in the way of arable fields and paddy land. From day to night, mothers make ise omote and cook gruel. The more ise omote they produce, the heavier their debts become. This condition, in which women of Burika farm households were required to engage in endless hours of handicraft and housework despite the fact that the economic viability of this work was not guaranteed to them as direct producers, was common to other Burika communities in the prefecture that formed local branches of the Alliance. The specific demand that the women's division within the Toyota Alliance made to Suzuki to set foot inside their homes was not an effort to be recognized as capable of, or in favor of, domestication. Rather, their demands were a version of the Swihaisha women's column's insistence that the triple nature of their oppression be the starting point for collective action. This demand was recorded by the prefecture's higher thought police as proof of their lack of assimilatory desires and rejection of existing gender norms. This made them a threat to society. It should be noted that the Burika women's class consciousness is high. They do not have good feelings toward men who are not engaged in these class-based movement, and there is a tendency to expel them. These women are at the helm of the Mi branch of the Japan MOPR, where they provide relief to the people who sacrifice themselves to the revolutionary movement and to their families. The higher police's concern about the sway that ordinary Burika women held in their communities in disseminating gender ideals that pushed men toward activism against the state and capital violently expressed itself in a roundup that the Mi branch orchestrated on March 13, 1933. This counter-revolutionary measure was intended to dull the impact of the years of work that women put into creating new spaces and social relations that could withstand at times, and eventually break down, the metaphysical violence that haunted their lives by virtue of their status as Burika women. This status was inextricably linked to, but could not be conflated with, the land ownership relation of their farm household. Conclusion. A brief examination of Swihacia-affiliated struggles by a branch of the Alliance of the Unemployed that took place in Mies agrarian villages reveals that Marxist triple exploitation, social reproduction 1385. Debates on Japanese capitalism, which did not lend a critical eye toward the category small farm household, could not incorporate the wide variety of anti-capitalist struggles that erupted during the 1920s and 1930s into its theorization of the current conjuncture. This is because their focus on determining which peasant form could be brought to the side of revolutionary action made them incapable of recognizing how the very constitution of the farm household materially and ideologically necessitated an abstraction of the category itself. In much the same way that the white, male, factory worker was conjured in dreams of a proletarian revolution as its protagonist in Euro-American contexts, the small farm household became a potential subject of revolutionary action in interwar Japan, despite the fact that its constitution and reproduction required the production of gendered and racialized differences, something that Buraka women who wrote in the Swihei Shimbun and local activists who formed branches of the alliance understood, wrote about, and fought against. The dismissal of these types of struggles as either precursor or ancillary to the real struggle waged by appropriately revolutionary actors reveals a shared aporia on the part of Marxist theoreticians writing about the agrarian question to the abstraction that enabled the small farm household to emerge as a unit of analysis in the first place. The erasure of their collectively articulated visions of society that threatened the state so much that it responded with swift censure and imprisonment of alliance organizers is reinforced by acts of writing these collective struggles over social reproduction that Buraka men and women waged in the interwar period out of histories of revolutionary struggle in Japan. In so doing, they could not dismantle the myth that fundamental change from below in the metropolitan countryside was impossible, nor could they expose the fragility of the nation conception, sustained by a constantly recalibrated Japanese grammar, that required violence to keep intact. Prostitution and sex work have come in and out of view within Marxist and Marxian thought over the last 2 centuries. Marx and Engels' views are well known. Marx saw prostitution only as a particular expression of the universal prostitution of the worker, and both understood prostitution and marriage to be just 2 specific forms of the same gendered system upon which capitalism relied. As such, the 2 authors agreed, both the family and prostitution would wither away in the transition to communism. In this chapter, we focus on 3 periods of significant social and economic upheaval in the 20th and 21st centuries that produced theoretical and political perspectives on prostitution and sex work, bringing together, for the first time, an overview of key Marxist feminist thought on this topic. We have selected texts by socialist or Marxist feminists, and thinkers whose thought has clearly been influenced by Marxism. These bodies of thought are historicized by focusing on the early 20th century, the late 1970s through to the mid-1980s, and contemporary debates. In the first part, we focus on early 20th century writers Alexandra Kollontai and Emma Goldman. We then chart 2 strands of feminism that theorized prostitution and pornography in relation to women's unpaid work during the women's liberation movement. Finally, we 76. Prostitution and sex work. Katie Cruz and Kate Hardy 1390. Focus on contemporary Marxist feminist theories that have emerged against the backdrop of right-leaning governments in recent years. We have identified a number of shared beliefs that have been shaped by the conditions and moments from which they emerged. First, Marxist feminists historicize prostitution and sex work as a product of the social relations of capitalism as it interacts with other social relations and processes, including gender, race, sexuality, and the state and law. Second, they emphasize sex workers' agency as workers and as political actors, who act individually and collectively in conditions of constraint. Third, they understand the state and the law as a side of class struggle. Early 20th century thought, Alexandra Kollontai and Emma Goldman. In the early part of the 20th century, women who were revolutionary Marxists developed some of the first conceptualizations of prostitution. Drawing from Marx and Engels, Anarchist Emma Goldman and Alexandra Kollontai began a process of de-exceptionalizing prostitution, conceptualizing it as a social issue that connects to wage labor, marriage, and bourgeois sexuality. Departing from 19th-century Victorian orthodoxy, both Goldman and Kollontai saw prostitution as a social issue rather than a pathological behavior. They pointed to the inferior economic position of women and their dependence on the male wage, marriage, and the family, and the fact that prostitutes were drawn from the working and servant classes. Likewise, Goldman and Kollontai saw women's material dependence on men as key to the production of prostitution and marriage in capitalism. Goldman saw the difference between marriage and prostitution as merely a question of degree, whether she sells herself to one man, in or out of marriage, or to many men. Citing progressive intellectual Havelock Ellis, Goldman argued that the wife, compared with the prostitute, is the true scab, since she is paid less, gives much more in return for labor and care, and is absolutely bound to her master. Goldman and Kollontai compared prostitution to other types of work, including service jobs, recognizing that the industrial system and low-paid work forced women into prostitution. Capitalist exploitation, Goldman argued, drives women to prostitution to avoid working for a few shillings a week in a scullery, 18 hours a day. Moreover, Goldman criticized the hypocrisy of condemning systems of labor exploitation in prostitution while leaving aside those which operated in the respectable or formal capitalist economy, asking, why is the cadet system more criminal, or a greater menace to society, than the owners of department stores and factories, who grow fat on the sweat of their victims? Prostitution and Sex Work 1391. Goldman and Kollontai pointed to the hypocrisy of bourgeois sexual mores. This related both to the sanctioning of sexual economic exchange in marriage and its condemnation through prostitution, and also to differing sexual standards between men and women. As Goldman infamously put it, to the moralist, prostitution does not consist so much in the fact that the woman sells her body, but that she sells it out of wedlock. Kollontai concurred with such a critique and went further, arguing that authentic human sexual relationships were undermined whenever material bargaining between the sexes is involved, only when worldly calculations are a substitute for mutual attraction. She continued, where passion and attraction begin, prostitution ends. Under communism, prostitution and the contemporary family will disappear. Healthy, joyful, and free relationships between the sexes will develop. Neither Kollontai nor Goldman were positive about the role that prostitution played in society, noting that it was as an evil in capitalist society and in the context of the transition to communism in socialist Russia. Prostitution had a deleterious impact on equality between the sexes, sapping life out of both sexes and reducing women to the position of an object. Moreover, Kollontai refers to the violence inherent in prostitution, stating that prostitution is terrible because it is an act of violence by the woman upon herself in the name of material gain. Since marriage, the inevitable shadow of prostitution, was also based on the material dependence of women on men, Kollontai saw the abolition of the system of prostitution/marriage as bound up together, the withering away of which formed the basis of her vision of liberated sexuality in future communist society. In the context of the transition to socialism in Russia, where prostitution persisted due to housing conditions, loneliness, and low wages for women, Kollontai was critical of prostitution for three reasons. First, it undermined comradeship and solidarity and the class character of the new society. Second, it had a negative impact on the sexual health of the population through the spread of venereal disease. Third, and importantly for later debates relating to value theory, Kollontai conceptualized prostitution as unproductive labor. Placing prostitution alongside speculators, traders, and hoarders who live off unearned income, she theorized prostitution as a similar form of labor desertion which diverted energy away from the work collective and the project of building communism. The unproductive labor of the prostitute was theorized as a person whose energy is not used for the collective, a person who lives off others, by taking from the rations of others. We know that we can only overcome chaos and improve industry if we harness the efforts and energies of the workers and if we organize the available labor power of both men and women in the most rational way. Down with the unproductive labor of housework and child-minding. Make way for work that is organized and productive and serves the work collective. 1392. It is unclear how Kalontai would envisage the organization of child-minding or child care, which is necessary in any society. She reinforces this position, however, by condemning not only the prostitute, but also the legal wife who stays at home. She does no useful work for the society. If prostitution is unproductive, it detracts from the struggle for communism and poses a threat to solidarity amongst workers. In making these arguments, Kalantai's thought hinted to debates about the nature of value within prostitution that were to follow amongst the Italian autonomist feminists. This cohort of feminists, as we will see in the next part, theorized all unpaid sexual labor as productive. Both writers were pessimistic about the potential for law to positively address the harms they identify in prostitution and in this way prefigured arguments for decriminalization. Goldman referred to the utter futility of legislative methods in addressing prostitution and both recognized that in bourgeois capitalist society all attempts at fighting prostitution were a useless waste of energy due to private property and women's dependence on men. Goldman pointed to the role of legislation against prostitution as placing women absolutely at the mercy of every policeman and miserable detective on the beat and the implications of the criminal suppression of indoor prostitution and police persecution in leading to increased control by third parties of prostitutes' labor. In the transition to socialism and the Soviets' attempts to eradicate prostitution, Kalontai similarly rejected criminal and repressive measures to combat the evil. Arguing that, while material bargaining between the sexes should be abolished, a law against this would be unworkable and would involve sending both the prostitute and the housewife to forced labor camps. Kalontai further raised the issues of using criminal law to curtail the purchase of sex, but posed the important question: how is a client to be defined? Is he someone who buys a woman's favors? In that case, the husbands of many legal wives will be guilty. In relation to third parties, the Interdepartmental Commission which considered which measures should be taken against prostitution opted to draw up legislative proposals to prosecute any third-party involvement in prostitution, i.e. those who in any way make a business out of prostitution. The question of the nature of prostitutes' labor and whether it created value, the relationship between sexual liberation and prostitution, and the classed pool of labor from which prostitutes were drawn were all themes that were developed, extended, and contested as they resurfaced in the women's movement in the 1970s to 1980s. Prostitution and pornography, the women's movement, 1970s to 1980s. Second wave Italian autonomist and British and US socialist feminism in the late 1970s, through the early to mid-1980s, was marked by debates about capitalism. Prostitution and sex work 1393. From a feminist standpoint. One way feminists did this was by placing women's unwaged reproductive work in the home in conversation with Marxist political economy. What has come to be known as the domestic labor debates focused on the relationship between unpaid work done by women in the home and its relationship to capitalism. Feminists did this by expanding the category of work or labor and insisting unwaged reproductive work made productive work possible and was part and parcel of the capitalist mode of production. The focus on unwaged household work included cooking, cleaning, and child rearing, and did not tend to expand to unwaged sex in the home, let alone waged or paid sex. In contrast, two strands of feminist theory from the women's movement were integrating sex within a broader analysis of the unpaid sphere of the home and the paid sphere of the market, Italian autonomist feminism and British and US socialist feminism. First, we discuss how both strands of feminism understood sex as part of the socially reproductive work that has been performed by women in class-structured societies, in the home, on the street, and in the brothel. Italian autonomist feminists unpacked the history of women's unpaid work, including sexual work, and its connection to their paid labor. To this British and US socialist feminism added rich, historical, and empirical accounts of women's paid sexual labor from the Victorian period into the 1970s and 1980s. Second, we outline how, when it came to paid sexual labor, autonomist feminism and socialist feminism agreed that the legal regulation of prostitution was the ideological repression and disciplining of female sexuality in line with the productive and reproductive needs of capitalism, and was part of the emergent public health concern with the dangerous and deviant sexual and social lives of the unrespectable poor. While both strands of feminism viewed unpaid sexual laborers as workers, and advocated for decriminalization, they did not engage in an extensive discussion about employment and labor rights. Rather, recognition and payment of women's unpaid work was discussed via the Wages for Housework campaign. Third, we end this part with the important debate between socialist feminists and radical feminists about sexuality and its relationship to pornography. Socialist feminists rejected radical feminists' core belief that sexism and sexual practices could be explained by a trans-historical desire for male sexual domination of women, instead insisting that sex and sexuality should be understood in relation to women's unpaid work within capitalist societies, and dialectically, as both oppressive and pleasurable. While work, gender, and sexuality were key themes during this period, the role of race in mediating unpaid sexual work was not as consistently theorized. Feminists discussed in this part were, however, involved in anti-racist writing and activism during the women's movement and beyond. 1394. The social factory and sexual work. In Italy, during the 1970s, autonomist feminists began to challenge Marxist orthodoxy that the home was merely a site of the production and consumption of use values. The Italian autonomist school had been inspired by Mario Tronti's Copernican revolution, in which he turned traditional Marxist theory on its head by subordinating capital-centric analyses to working-class struggle and privileging labor as the agent of social change. Autonomists extended the category of the working class to include unwaged workers and labor located outside the formal workplace. The concept of the social factory captures the idea that the whole of society lives as a function of the factory and that the factory had extended its domination to the whole of society. In The Power of Women and the Subversion of the Community, Dalla Costa and James used the social factory to refer to the unpaid socially reproductive work, within and beyond the household, stretching to the community, that is the foundation of the reproduction of capitalism. Dalla Costa and James, along with Mies and Federici, all included women's unpaid sexual work within their definition of unpaid socially reproductive work. Italian autonomist feminists were unorthodox because they viewed socially reproductive labor, including unpaid sexual work, as integral to the capitalist mode of production. Women's unpaid labor was seen as the foundation of surplus value production, but the exploitative and alienating nature of this work was mystified as a labor of love. It was, however, only Leopoldina Fortunati that attempted to apply Marx's labor theory of value to housework, including unpaid sexual work, arguing that they were directly productive of value itself. Federici hoped that calling unpaid sexual work essential labor and work would demystify and deromanticize it, so that eventually we might rediscover what is love and create what will be our sexuality which we have never known. Capitalism's dependence on women's unpaid work, including their sexual work, was historicized by Federici and Fortunati and Federici in Caliban and the Witch, Women, the Body, and Primitive Accumulation. Drawing on and extending Marx's theory of primitive accumulation, Federici argued that it was a bloody struggle over control of the means of production and reproduction. Women workers, like men, were divorced from the land and forced to rely on wage labor to survive, but women were also divorced from their previous labors, ways of living, and forms of knowledge and forced into the home to raise and nourish a family of current and future workers. After this, the creeping ideological devaluation of unpaid work done by women in the home from the 16th century onwards in Europe affected their standing as workers compelled to sell their labor on the market. In the 16th and 17th centuries, proletarian women continued to enter the workplace. Prostitution and Sex Work 1395. En masse, but they were restricted to paid work coded as women's work, such as domestic work and wet nursing, which was paid at a lower rate. The outcome for women was a condition of chronic poverty, economic dependence, and invisibility as workers. Federici argued that against this backdrop of women's social and economic degradation and increased double dependence on men and employers, there was a massification of prostitution across Europe. Federici focused on how paid and unpaid sexual work were reconfigured over the course of the 19th century as the needs of capital changed. In the early 19th century, women entered factories alongside men, albeit at a lower wage, and continued to participate in prostitution. In the second half of the century, the capitalist class crafted a new reproduction strategy, reorganizing both work and the family in order to produce a new form of healthier, stronger workforce. This new strategy involved increasing the male wage, returning proletarian women to the home and, at the same time, increasing the intensity of factory work, which the better reproduced waged worker would now be capable to perform. The gender division of labor that had been maturing since the 16th century deepened and ossified, generalizing the bourgeois Victorian family and the norm of the full-time housewife to working-class women. Women were encouraged to live a life of familial devotion, sexual virtue, maternal love, and self-sacrifice. Federici argued that it is against this backdrop that the late 19th century organization of paid sexual work must be understood. Both work and sexual pleasure were ideologically domesticated for women, making paid sexual work, a combination of money and sex outside the home, a double threat. But bourgeois family ideals did not neatly match onto the material reality for women, as Kollontai and Goldman had also pointed out. Economic dependence on men, invisibility as workers, and the devaluation of their labor meant that prostitution continued to be a readily available and relatively well-paid way for women to earn an income. It should by now be clear that autonomist feminists viewed prostitution, paid sexual work, as work and investigated its connection to unpaid sexual work in the home. This perspective had a huge impact on the English collective of prostitutes and their first spokesperson Selma James. In Hookers in the House of Lords, James argued that women who work for the sex industry are workers. They have those jobs for the same reasons that other workers have their jobs, to earn a living. Women engage in prostitution, James wrote, because it affords higher wages than women are supposed to have, for work they are meant to do for free. Since their inception, the ECP has protested the policing of prostitution. In 1982, the ECP occupied a church in King's Cross, London, in protest against the growing police illegality and racism against sex workers, many of whom were 1,396. Black women in prostitution, James wrote, are criminalized for being poor and for trying to earn a wage to look after themselves and their families. Federici had earlier traced the criminalization of, and severe punishment of, women working in prostitution from the 16th to the 19th centuries. During much of the 1980s, the ECP ran the campaign against curb-crawling legislation, which they lost, and in 1985 a curb-crawling offense was introduced as part of the Sexual Offences Act. The ECP consistently demanded decriminalization of the laws that criminalized worker and client solicitation for sex and keeping a brothel, so that women could work together without third-party involvement. Autonomist feminists and socialist feminists agreed that unpaid labor was work. But there was less consensus about a campaign that, at least at one level, sought compensation for that work. Wages for housework was a demand for wages for unpaid labor, understood as the precondition for all other productive activity in capitalist societies. Feminists sought payment for this work not as recognition of its dignity and value, but as the first step towards rejecting it. Whether this demand was a concrete policy proposal or a political perspective and slogan for the movement is an open question. The important point, however, is that the ECP and James campaigned for wages for housework alongside black women for wages for housework, and saw it as an important way, alongside the provision of nurseries, housing, and education, to further women's control over their sexual labor, whether paid or unpaid. Prostitution as sexual labor and survival. Autonomist feminists had in common with socialist feminists a focus on the history of women's unpaid sexual labor, and were similarly influenced by the housework debates. These debates led Judith Walkowitz to contextualize sex work along the continuum of intimate, emotional labor and sexual and reproductive work performed by women in the household. Walkowitz agreed with Italian autonomist feminists that this labor became stigmatized as low-status bodily performance when commodified outside the home. Socialist feminism sets itself apart from the autonomist tradition, however, by virtue of its rich historical and empirical excavation of paid sexual labor. Walkowitz's social history of prostitution in Victorian England depicted prostitutes as important historical actors, as women who made their own history, albeit under very restrictive conditions. They were not rootless social outcasts but poor working women trying to survive in towns that offered them few employment opportunities and that were hostile to young women living alone. Prostitution was an alternative to proletarianization, and Walkowitz emphasized the structural influences that shaped women's entry into prostitution as Prostitution and Sex Work 1397. Working-class women, poor, from unskilled families, or orphans operating within the narrow constraints imposed on them by a class-stratified and patriarchal society. Women were not free from male domination and violence any more than they were free from the necessity to earn a wage and the effect of sexual and moral norms about proper female conduct. Despite this, Walkowitz warned against reductive interpretations of prostitution as an arena of male supremacy, where women were bartered and sold as commodities, and emphasized how women controlled the trade, set prices, and individually and collectively defended each other. Socialist feminists considered how the state and legal system structured and defined paid sexual labor. Walkowitz's meticulous research into the Contagious Diseases Acts documented that policing of common prostitutes embodied a sexual and familial ideology that limited female sexuality to procreation and at the same time sanctioned male vice. Walkowitz gave additional substance to Federici's argument that 19th-century prostitution legislation related to an emergent state and industrial concern with the reproduction of a healthier, more disciplined workforce. As Walkowitz put it, the CDAs were part of increasing bourgeois, medico-legal interventions into the health of working-class women and men and became openly linked to a tradition of repressive social legislation that tried to enforce a social discipline on the unrespectable poor. Mid-Victorian feminists discussed at Male Vice spearheaded a campaign for the repeal of the CDAs. The CDAs, feminists argued, embodied a sexual double standard and treated women in prostitution unfairly. When the CDAs were successfully repealed in 1886, feminists turned their attention to the traffic in women and child prostitution. Walkowitz argued that middle-class feminists were genuinely appalled at the double standard, but they were also deeply ambivalent about working-class women's use of their sexuality in prostitution. In their campaign against the traffic in women, feminists made alliances with reactionary and religious groups, and portrayed young women in prostitution as sexually innocent and passive victims of individual evil men. In doing so, they were able to assuage middle-class guilt without implicating members of their own class in the sexual oppression of working-class women and girls. In failing to see that working-class women were not sexually passive, but were actively negotiating the use of their sexuality in a context of paltry alternatives, Victorian feminists avoided looking at the degradation and exploitation of the working class, nor did they interrogate their desire for working-class women to conform to their own, class-normative view of childhood and proper female sexual conduct. Socialist feminist studies of prostitution in late 1970s and 1980s Tory Britain observed strikingly similar dynamics in the lives of working women. Eileen MacLeod's Action Research Project involved interviews with working women and their male clients, facilitated by her activism with the Campaign 1398 program for reform of the law on soliciting. PROS was made up of women working in prostitution alongside radical legal and social welfare professionals. The women she interviewed in her 1982 study saw prostitution as a job and sold sex because of unemployment, because it paid far better than other lower unskilled jobs, and because it fitted around the family and child care commitments. They sold sex to men they described as ordinary. Men, sometimes but not always violent or abusive, bought sex because they could in a male-dominated society and because it allowed them a welcoming break from the conventional sex role of the dominant male. Echoing the theorists of the early part of the century, MacLeod therefore insisted that prostitution be viewed socially and was critical of the biological and essentialist ideology of male sexual need. In the late 1970s and early 1980s, pros, like the ECP, campaigned for the reform of laws relating to prostitution. Pros objected to the sanctions and language used in the Sexual Offences Act 1959, which included imprisonment for soliciting and loitering as a common prostitute. Referring to the social and economic conditions documented in her own empirical research, MacLeod argued that prostitution will not fade away until they change and that the historical record indicated that at most prostitution can be driven underground and that the determination of its scale is beyond the reach of the law. MacLeod was an early academic advocate for decriminalization, which, she argued, would make space for the organization of women in prostitution as workers. There was, then, in the 1980s already a shared consensus amongst autonomist and socialist feminists that unpaid sexual labor was work, that women in prostitution were active agents choosing the best way to earn an income in conditions not of their own choosing, and that prostitution needed to be fully decriminalized and women working in prostitution included as part of the working class. This perspective was, however, not fully shared by their radical feminist sisters. Prostitution and pornography, sexual domination, sexual pleasure. Radical feminists were at the forefront of theorizing and challenging prostitution and pornography in the 1970s and 1980s. Carol Pateman and Catherine MacKinnon both engaged with and modified Marxism and class analysis in order to understand women's oppression. For both MacKinnon and Pateman, the sale of sex was the reproduction of male sexual domination at both the level of individual women and women as a class, enabling unfettered access to, and unilateral use of, women's bodies. MacKinnon viewed the sale of sex as forced sex and commodification of the mind, body, and person of the woman without temporal limit, thus making it sexual slavery. For Pateman, the exchange is a contract, but it is a contract that is necessarily embedded in, and reproduced, male sexual domination. Prostitution and Sex Work 1399. Pateman recognized that all workers must commodify their labor power under capitalism, but singled out prostitution on the basis that clients demand access to particular bodies and robots cannot replace prostitutes. These nuances aside, MacKinnon and Pateman agreed that prostitution and pornography reproduced the master-slave relation at the interpersonal and symbolic level. As such, women cannot engage in a struggle over the terms of the sale of sex with men, and prostitution and pornography are harmful practices to women as a whole. In the 1970s and 1980s, radical feminists and their socialist feminist sisters debated the regulation of pornography and shared a number of concerns and political practices. All viewed prostitution and pornography as shaped by misogyny and sexism that pervades public and private spheres of life. All agreed that women enter prostitution and pornography in a context of poor or less desirable alternatives, and all rejected the sexual double standard and its legitimation through the regulation of prostitution and pornography. This political perspective was achieved through the common method of consciousness raising. There were also disagreements about female sexuality, commercial sex, and the role of the state and law. In MacKinnon's words, pornography is a form of forced sex, which institutionalizes the sexuality of male supremacy. Socialist feminists agreed that representations of male sexual domination are often deeply reactionary, and could not be isolated from the broader ideological context of patriarchal and racial capitalism. At the same time, socialist feminists argued that domination, submission did not exhaust the representation of sex and sexuality in pornography. Representation and reality do not neatly match up. Socialist feminists insisted, then, that there was a tenuous link between pornography consumption and male sexual violence. Sexuality was a side of both danger and pleasure, and socialist feminists drew attention to how women's relationship to their own sexuality, and to men, had changed over time. They understood women who performed in pornography much like they viewed women in prostitution, as economically exploited workers who negotiated the use of their sexuality at work. Socialist feminists, however, rejected radical feminists' attempt to use U.S. civil rights law as the necessary means for challenging pornography. Dworkin and McKinnon argued that the criminal law was insufficient to deal with the harms of pornography, and so crafted a law that would treat it as a practice of sex discrimination that should not be protected by the First Amendment. Socialist feminists disagreed for at least 3 reasons. First, this legal strategy would miss their target. Sexism and misogyny pervade society and all institutions and cannot be restricted to overt sexual practices like pornography and prostitution. Second, it would reinforce the binary between good women who do not work in, consume, or feel harmed by pornography, and bad women who 1400 do. Third, the socialist feminists pointed to the history of exemptions from First Amendment protection on the basis of obscenity. What is obscene cannot be covered as free speech, and, as Willis pointed out, what is obscene in law has been what is sexually dissident. Socialist feminists therefore worried that what would be constructed as sex discrimination and not protected as free speech would be women's and non-heteronormative forms of sexual expression. In summary, Marxist and socialist feminists insisted on historicizing paid sexual labor. It can be a job, a contractual exchange, and is connected to other types of female paid labor, and women's unpaid labor in the home. They viewed women's participation in prostitution and pornography dialectically, as a choice because it afforded better working conditions, and a constraint because of the structural necessity to earn a wage, the devaluation of women's labor and resulting low wages, and their economic dependence on men. Similarly, they viewed women's sexuality dialectically, as a choice to negotiate its use to access some measure of economic and sexual independence, and a constraint because of the structural devaluation of women's sexual labor and the double sexual standards to which women were subjected. As such, autonomist and socialist feminists believed that these contradictions needed to be discussed and debated, and that it would take radical change to material and cultural conditions and ideologies across both private and public spheres of life before women would rethink their participation in prostitution and pornography. Marxist feminists were doing some important work in the intervening years, but the terrain of the debate had shifted, at least in the British and US Academy. As we discuss below, during the 1990s and early 2000s, the dominant framing of debates in feminist theory about prostitution and sex work was an increasingly divided and binary debate between radical feminism versus sex-positivist or liberal feminism. Sex work is work, contemporary debates. In 1987, Carol Lee coined the term sex work to emphasize that sexual labor is something that people do, rather than a fundamental status or feature of their identity. Sex work subsequently became the accepted term for referring to the work of prostitution and other forms of sexual labor amongst sex-positive feminists, liberal feminists, and Marxist feminists alike. Sex-positive feminists, like Lee, viewed the repression of sex workers as a result of sexual deviancy from moral sexual codes, but also argued that sex work could be potentially liberating and a space to explore workers' own sexuality. Accounts emphasizing choice, consent, and autonomy amongst sex workers in selling sexual services were, in the 1990s and early 2000s, the dominant discourse alongside radical feminism. Prostitution and Sex Work 1401. Contemporaneously with these debates, Julia O'Connell Davidson's Marxist analysis of prostitution insisted that it was labor power that is sold in the prostitution contract. In other words, she argued against the liberal fiction of property in the person and for the Marxist position that since property in the persona cannot be separated from the person, the wage-labor contract actually involves a transfer of powers of command over the person. For O'Connell Davidson, then, What is exchanged in the prostitution contract is cash for the client's power over the prostitute in order to meet his desires. However, both the employment contract and the prostitution contract require the sale of embodied labor power and for the seller to surrender aspects of their will. This contribution has frequently been co-opted by radical feminists as proof that prostitution involves a unique transfer of power to the client, or disregarded in favor of a liberal conceptualization of sex work as the sale of detachable sexual services. O'Connell-Davidson is more sympathetic to Pateman's argument that all labor power is exploited and alienated under capitalism, but disagreed that prostitution is worse than other forms of wage labor because it is the specific body of the sex workers to which access is granted. O'Connell-Davidson argued, contra Pateman, that all labor power is embodied, particularly types of work where the service is the product, making prostitution no exception. As we discuss below, O'Connell-Davidson credited Pateman with the novel insight that the prostitution contract is gendered, and has explored how both gender and race structure and are produced in the exchange for the sex workers' embodied labor power. O'Connell-Davidson's Marxist, gendered, and racialized critique of the prostitution contract, and her insistence on taking prostitution seriously as a form of labor, has set the tone for much of the recent Marxist feminist research discussed in this part. Overall, contemporary research and activism has been marked by attempts, on the one hand, to de-exceptionalize sex work, and on the other, to center sex work within more traditional disciplinary debates and topics, namely employment relations, labor law, and unionization. De-exceptionalizing sex work. Marxist feminist research has continued to de-exceptionalize sex work and locates it firmly within work and employment studies and labor law. By way of her nuanced critique of Pateman, O'Connell-Davidson posited that prostitution has much continuity with other forms of embodied and emotional labor, and paved the way for a wealth of work on the labor processes of sex work. Hardy, extending previous contributions made by Judith 1402. Wojtowicz and inspired by Carol Wojtowicz, has troubled the idea that sex work is simply an expression of a more universal position of the worker by theorizing the particular embodiment in sex work. The economic exploitation and alienation that occurs in the sexual labor process has also been an important theme. First, Hardy and Cruz point out that sex work often takes place outside of standard employment relations, usually as independent and informal work. There are, however, conditions in which relations of dependence and economic exploitation do exist, such as brothel-based prostitution, strip clubs, and the production of porn by workers for a production company. Berg argues that in such conditions, workers are savvy about making porn work for the production company, but that when they succeed at this it is in spite of management's efforts to extract as much as they can for as little as possible. Second, research has focused on how workers seek greater control and reduce their exploitation by third parties. For example, porn workers describe their pursuit of alternative income streams as a way to command greater control and ownership over scenes and other products. Historical and contemporary research indicates that sex workers prefer the autonomy and freedom of working alone than for a third party. Whereas a third party offers protection at a large financial cost, working alone offers freedom but often at a cost to workers' safety. Third, authors have sought to develop their understanding of economic exploitation and relations of dependency within sex work, across a wide range of sex work settings, from lap dancing clubs in the UK and pornography in the USA to tourism settings, including Jamaica. Fourth, O'Connell-Davidson argues that the products sold in prostitution cannot be separated from the personality and emotions of the worker. Drawing on Hochschild and others, she insists that this does not distinguish prostitution from other forms of emotional, post-industrial service jobs, such as airline hostesses, domestic workers, and nursery workers. However, the fact that the product being sold in these forms of work is wrapped up with the personality and emotions of the worker comes at a human cost. All workers are, under capitalism, alienated from their true self, the product they make, and from society, but sex work and other forms of emotional, service-based work are particularly alienating because what is produced involves more of the self than, for example, the production of goods in a factory. In addition to this expanded focus on paid sex as a form of employment, contemporary feminists continue to research the paid and unpaid socially reproductive labor of sex workers. Reminiscent of the autonomist feminist focus on prostitution and sex work 1403. Paid sexual work, they locate the paid work of sex work on a continuum of paid to unpaid socially reproductive work. For example, Hardy has documented how Argentinian sex workers' paid and unpaid reproductive labor provides subsidies to both the state and capital. Freedom, trafficking, and the law race has increasingly been recognized as structuring the sale of sexual labor power. Berg has pointed out how race and gender structure access to, and rewards in, porn work. O'Connell-Davidson has explored how clients and third parties in sex work want particularly gendered and racialized bodies, but is careful to point out that this does not distinguish sex work from other labor markets. As Cruz has pointed out, all labor power, including sexual labor power, is gendered, racialized, and shaped by the law. For example, then, racial othering operates through UK immigration law and popular media discourses to help secure migrant sex workers' precarious position vis-a-vis clients and bosses. Indeed, the racialization of sex work is a theme that has been picked up and developed more significantly in the contemporary period, often through the lens of migration and sex tourism, including female sex tourism. In the early 2000s, a renewed interest in the traffic in women, now called sex trafficking, became the dominant societal framing of sex work, migration, and consent. This was reflected in policy and legislative changes in countries as disparate as the Republic of Ireland, Argentina, Jamaica, the USA, Sweden, and the UK, who all sought, in varying ways, to further criminalize the purchase of sex, from women choosing to sell sex through to women forced or trafficked into sexual exploitation. This occurred, in part, as a result of the institutionalization of liberal and radical feminism. Much like their Victorian feminist sisters, the anxieties of liberal and radical middle-class feminists have been projected onto the figure of the trafficking victim as the exemplar of patriarchal subjugation. This has exceptionalized all sex workers as victims of individual bad men rather than active agents contesting exploitative and oppressive social and legal relations, including immigration law. Liberal and radical feminists have framed UK anti-trafficking laws as protective of sexually exploited women and as worker protective. However, Cruz has argued that UK anti-trafficking laws intersect with immigration law to increase the labor unfreedom of sex workers, particularly migrants. Marxist feminists have turned their attention to the assumptions about consent, freedom, and slavery contained in contemporary feminist panic about trafficking for sexual exploitation in order to provide more nuanced accounts. 1404. Of the sale of sexual labor power under capitalism. Once again, this is a critique of both the radical feminist insistence that prostitution is sexual slavery and trafficking, and the liberal feminist position that distinguishes trafficking from freely chosen sex work. Drawing from Marxist feminist literature that rejects the force/choice binary, Cruz places the most extreme forms of labor exploitation in the sex industry on a continuum of unfreedom. At one end, freedom signifies the relative ability to control one's labor in favorable working and living conditions. At the opposite end, unfreedom signifies the inability to control one's labor in favorable working and living conditions. This analysis suggests that unfree labor practices are not limited to the most extreme forms and that all sex workers are living and working in differing degrees of unfreedom. Freedom in this approach, then, must be understood in the context of capitalist social relations in which workers are never fully in control of our labor, our living sensuous activity. Importantly, this Marxist feminist approach insists that the continuum of labor unfreedom is constituted by, and constitutive of, broader macro forces and relations, namely the structural compulsion to exploit and alienate gendered and racialized labor power in order to turn a profit. In order to increase the relative freedom of sex workers under capitalism, Contemporary Marxist feminist writers have rejected legal approaches to trafficking because these tend to increase the social and legal vulnerability of sex workers, including to criminalization and even deportation. More broadly, and in line with the rejection of criminal law as a method for addressing prostitution by Goldman, Kalontai, and women's liberation thinkers, there is now a firm consensus that decriminalization is the most appropriate legal framework for prostitution. Furthermore, there is an emerging consensus that the disavowal of sex work as a form of legitimate work leaves sex workers outside of the protection of labor law, and has consequences for the ability of sex workers to collectively defend their interests and claim resources from the state. While support for decriminalization is also the position of liberal feminists, what has been notable within Marxist feminist work is an insistence that is a necessary but insufficient condition for improving sex workers' lives, and must therefore be accompanied by the extension of labor law protections. Sex workers themselves have added to these demands the redistribution of resources via the state. Cruz has continued the conversation about wages for housework and discussed whether a basic income could function as a useful political demand and concrete policy proposal for the sex workers' rights movement. Importantly, these authors have, like the feminists, Prostitution and Sex Work 1405. Discussed earlier, located sex work within a broader critique of the organization of our labor power under capitalist social relations. Workers, organizers, and political actors. In order to achieve decriminalization and social justice, it is necessary that sex workers are understood as workers and active political agents. As early as 1845, Marx and Engels had attested to the prostitute being able to vindicate her rights and put up a fight. In contrast to Kalontai, who saw no place for sex workers as comrades in struggle or in the transition to communism, autonomist, socialist, and Marxist feminists have insisted that sex workers are part of the working class and historical actors exercising agency and resistance within constraints. A key focus of Marxist feminists has been the political and class consciousness amongst sex workers across the world. This included the radical resistance by sex workers embodying a working class identity from Argentina in 1922, where sex workers chased soldiers out from their brothel who were crushing a workers' rebellion, to the turn of 20th century France, when a group of young women arrested for prostitution and vagrancy were transferred from jail to jail in an attempt to crush their collective harmonizing of the Internationale. Goldman Kalontai referred somewhat approvingly to the self-organization of prostitutes in the Middle Ages, who organized strikes through their guild as a medium of improving their condition and keeping a standard price. What is novel, however, are more formal attempts to institutionalize sex workers' struggle into unions, which Hardy has noted as a third wave of sex worker organizing. The growth of sex worker unionization and institutionalization in the UK, India, Guatemala, and Colombia is testament to the radical potential of sex workers as political agents and working class organizers. In parallel to its demarginalization within traditional academic disciplines such as industrial relations and law, sex workers have also found a more hospitable home within more mainstream feminist activism. Walkowitz argued that prostitution remained an issue very low on the agenda of women's liberation during the 1970s. In contrast, today, prostitution and sex work are high up the feminist agenda, alongside issues such as gender identity and trans rights. Young feminists increasingly have a material understanding of inequality and gender, and thus recognize the commonality of interests and the necessity of a unitary struggle with their sex worker sisters. While remaining somewhat contested, Marxist-inspired feminists of today have pushed sex workers' rights high up the feminist agenda, advocating for Working 1406 with and supporting sex workers to improve conditions in their sector. The diversification, destigmatization, and expansion of the sex industry has led to an emerging degree of acceptance. It is also possible that the material conditions of austerity and mainstreaming of gig work have helped people recognize why people do sex work. The reasons are remarkably constant and simple: we must work to survive within gendered and racialized capitalism, and prostitution and sex work is often the best choice from a bad bunch of options. Conclusion. Reading Marxist feminist accounts of prostitution and sex work across the three epochs has revealed a number of core themes. First is an insistence on historicizing prostitution and sex work as a product of the social relations of capitalism as it interacts with other social relations and processes, including gender, race, sexuality, and the state and law. From the early 20th century onwards, authors have emphasized that women's engagement in prostitution, and other forms of sex work, needs to be understood in the context of their unpaid sexual labor as it is organized under capitalism. Theorists from the women's liberation movement in the 1970s and contemporary Marxist feminists insist that prostitution and sex work cannot be explained by a universal and unchanging male demand for female sexual domination. Sexuality is relevant to the exchange but, as socialist feminists in the 1970s were at pains to point out in the context of pornography, it does not essentially involve, nor depict, sexual domination. Sexuality must, they argued, be approached as it interacts with capitalism, and as a site of both danger and pleasure. The interaction between race and capitalism has received increasing attention within contemporary work, often through the lens of trafficking, migration, and sex tourism. Future lines of inquiry for Marxist feminist research and activism include the relationship between disability and sex work. Second, they emphasize sex workers' agency as workers and as political actors, who act individually and collectively in conditions of constraint. Diverging from Kalantai's early pessimism, Marxist feminists from the 1970s onwards have positioned sex workers as social actors with agency as workers and political capacity. Marxist feminists of the women's liberation movement emphasized the dialectics of constraint and choice in shaping women's decisions about selling their labor power in the sex industry. Contemporary theorists have placed more emphasis on sex workers' role as social and political actors, collectively transforming their own working conditions, participating in attempts to transform the social relations of capitalism, and engaging with unions, the state, and the law. Third, these feminists have viewed the state and the law as a site of class struggle. Marxist feminists have been unanimous in their support for decriminalization, which is now attached to the demand for labor rights and more specific. Prostitution and Sex Work 1407. Social and economic reforms are being discussed, including basic income and the redistribution of wealth. Accessing labor and social welfare protections is necessary because it will improve sex workers' lives and labor conditions in the here and now. Marxist feminists are at the forefront of exploring the possibilities of labor law for sex workers, while also paying attention to its limitations. Marxist feminists and activists recognize that true freedom entails moving beyond labor-capital relations, where labor includes all of the unpaid labor necessary for capital accumulation. If class struggle is, as we believe, the motor of history, the inclusion of sex workers as part of working class struggle for freedom is essential. Like AMER, the Sex Workers Union of Argentina, we dream. Had one day there are no more women that exercise this work for necessity. However, as we are not owners of the truth, we leave open the discussion as to whether, in the future that we dream of, there will be women that all the same want to do this work. Work is the activity that most of us will spend the majority of our time doing. It shapes how we interact with the world and each other, and structures our relationship to resources, money, and capital. Work is a particularly important concept for Marxists, as every form of society has been based on the antagonism of oppressing and oppressed classes, and the condition for capital is wage labor. Work therefore provides the antagonism upon which capitalism develops. In the process, work formed a class of laborers, who live only so long as they find work, and who find work only so long as their labor increases capital. Before moving on to discuss the different ways in which Marxists have analyzed work, it is an important reminder that the first premise of all human existence and, therefore, of all history, must be in a position to live in order to be able to make history. The basic needs of people, along with the not so basic, must be met before anything else is possible. Therefore, Marx and Engels continued to argue that the first historical act is thus the production of the means to satisfy these needs, the production of material life itself. No matter how complex society becomes or how unassailable capitalism may appear, the meeting of these needs today, as thousands of years ago, must daily and hourly be fulfilled merely in order to sustain human life. 77. Work. Jamie Woodcock. Work 1411. Work is clearly important for understanding the contradiction between labor and capital that drives and shapes the economy, society, and politics. However, work itself is not a static phenomenon, changing with the constant revolutionizing of production, uninterrupted disturbance of all social conditions, everlasting uncertainty and agitation that capitalism creates. Therefore, research on work is not a finished topic and is an area that Marxist theory needs to continue to focus on, drawing out both continuity and change, tracing the historical development, along with possible future directions. This is not simply for the sake of knowledge, but because workers hold the potential to be agents of revolutionary change, tying the question of knowledge creation here with organization. In this chapter, the topic of work will be taken up in relation to Marxist thought. The first part will examine the conceptual difference between labor and work, explaining why this chapter focuses on work and what is meant by this emphasis. The next part moves to discuss the labor process at work, introducing labor process theory and conflict at work, tracing this back to the fundamental problem of management, the indeterminacy of labor. The chapter then summarizes the changes in contemporary work, indicating key areas in which new theory is being developed, including in relation to new kinds of labor. The chapter then moves to introduce the approach of workers' inquiry to research and organization at work, particularly drawing attention to the concept of class composition. The final part of the chapter discusses alternatives to work, focusing on anti-work politics. This conclusion ties the theorizations of these chapters to the revolutionary project of Marxism, an alternative society without work. Labor and work. Before getting into the discussion of work, it is first necessary to make a distinction between labor and work, two similar terms that nevertheless hold an important difference. In German, both work and labor can be translated into Arbeit, while in English the two terms are different. The etymological roots of the terms in English are for work, worken meaning creating and worken, to effect something, whereas for labor, it is laborum meaning toil, hardship, and pain. However, language is subject to change, so unlike Fuchs' definition that builds on these roots, this chapter takes a different approach. For Marx, labor is, in the first place, a process in which both man and nature participate, and in which man of his own accord starts, regulates, and controls the material reactions between himself and nature. The definition of labor taken here is of that process of interaction between humans and their environment, which takes many different forms. The analysis of labor is a starting point for understanding how society is made and constantly remade. It is also important to highlight the dialectical character of this 1412 relationship, that by thus acting on the external world and changing it, people at the same time change their own nature. This interaction with nature is captured by the term labor process when labor effects an alteration, designed from the commencement, in the material worked upon. The process disappears in the product, the latter is a use value, nature's material adapted by a change of form to the wants of man. Labor has incorporated itself with its subject, the former is materialist, the latter transformed. When this is combined with social relationships involving other people, this cumulative experience and practice allows intensive specialization. The tools and technologies involved are an important part of this process, as rarely do people directly interact with nature in an unmediated way. Moving from the basic practices of collecting food and building shelter, through which an imagined Robinson Crusoe-type figure could meet their basic needs on their own, today it is possible to find people with such specialized knowledge like designing and flying of planes, yet despite these lofty heights, would be entirely stranded if left on their own. This capacity of labor, the ability to change nature in order to produce use values, is the foundation upon which capitalism is based. As Hannah Arendt has argued, labor is the activity which corresponds to the biological process of the human body. The human condition of labor is life itself. Whereas, work is the activity which corresponds to the unnaturalness of human existence. Today work is required to meet the basic needs of everyone in society, along with creating a vast range of commodities. No matter how complex the operation of the plane, the pilot, engineers, technicians, cabin crew, air traffic control staff, and so on all require food, clothing, and shelter to undertake their tasks. The key to understanding this is the process by which capitalists purchase labor power and transform it into work. Rather than people having the freedom to choose how to labor, which tools to use, or what to make, capitalism is based upon the private ownership of the means of production, the tools and machinery put to work with human labor. As Marx jokingly remarks, workers are free in a double sense under capitalism, free in the sense that they can choose who to sell their labor power to, but also freed from any other way to meet their needs than by selling their labor. It is in this transaction, between the worker selling labor power and the capitalist purchasing it, that labor is transformed into work. At first glance, the sale and purchase of labor power appears as a straightforward transaction, like exchanging money for a commodity, buying a cup of coffee for a set price, for example. However, unlike buying other commodities, the purchase of labor power entails buying a potential. As Marx explains, there are two important features of this process. First, the worker works under the control of the capitalist to whom his labor belongs, the capitalist taking good care that the work is done in a proper Work 1413 manner. Second, that the results of the labor process, the product, is the property of the capitalist and not that of the laborer, its immediate producer. In the transaction, the capitalist has bought a commodity, along with the right to use it for the period of time paid for. As Marx explains, by the purchase of labor power, the capitalist incorporates labor, as a living agent of fermentation, into the lifeless constituents of the product. The purchase of labor power, and then the directing of it, transforms labor into work. Work, rather than retaining its etymological roots, becomes a negative term, imbued with the understanding of exploitation. For example, work is the activity dreaded at the end of the weekend, knowing that labor power has been purchased by someone else, whereas labor captures the other activities that people engage in, both while at work and more generally. This is also why work is central to understanding of class. Labor process theory. Marx's insight about the labor process provides an important starting point for exploring and critiquing work under capitalism. The labor process itself involves three aspects. First, the purposeful activity, that is the work itself that is being completed. Second, the subject of that work and the materials being worked upon. And third, the instruments involved, from the basic tools to the most advanced technologies. Focusing on these different aspects provides a way to analyze work, moving from that simple transaction between the worker and capitalist, metaphorically following the worker into the hidden abode of production, as it is here that Marx argues the secret of profit-making must at last be laid bare. The important point to note here is that unlike other commodities, what is being purchased with labor power is a potential, something that can only be realized once it is put to work in the process of production. Therefore, once a capitalist has bought labor power, the problem of extracting the maximum use from it begins. As Richard Edwards has argued, this means that in the workplace, conflict exists because the interests of worker and those of employers collide. Control is rendered problematic because unlike the other commodities involved in production, labor power is always embodied in people, who have their own interests and needs and who retain their power to resist being treated like a commodity. This feature of work, the difference between the potential of labor power and what capitalists are actually able to extract from labor, has been termed the indeterminacy of the labor process. This indeterminacy is the root of the fundamental problem of management at work, something which remains an intractable problem for capital today. 1414. The questions that this poses for work have been extensively researched in labor process theory. Arguably, the most important book in this area is Harry Braverman's Labor and Monopoly Capitalism. The book traces the development of management initiatives and how they have shaped work. This focus on work is positioned as an updating and refreshing of Marxist theory that considers the transformations of mass production. The extraordinary fact is that Marxists have added little to his body of work in this respect. Neither the changes in productive processes throughout this century of capitalism and monopoly capitalism, nor the changes in the occupational structure of the working population have been subjected to any comprehensive Marxist analysis since Marx's death. As Littler has argued, Braverman's major contribution was to smash through the academic barriers and offer the potential for the birth of a new, integrated approach to the study and history of work. The book involves a thoroughgoing critique of management, particularly that of Taylor's scientific theory of management. Taylor, as Braverman explains, took the step, extraordinary for anyone of his class, of starting a craft apprenticeship in a firm whose owners were social acquaintances of his parents. He spent time working on the machine lathes and other machinery, taking on the task he saw for management of gathering together all of the traditional knowledge which in the past has been possessed by the workmen, and then of classifying, tabulating, and reducing this knowledge to rules, laws, and formulae. The intention behind this was to understand what Taylor believed to be a continuing feature of work, what he called soldiering, the deliberate slowing down of work, or the problem of the indeterminacy of labor power. Thus, the scientific theory of management was an attempt to overcome this in the workplace. Taylorism, the school of management thought that Taylor gave rise to, is often typified in the image of the white-coated technician, ready with a stopwatch to precisely time workers. In Braverman's critique, he argues that behind this image lies a theory which is nothing less than the explicit verbalization of the capitalist mode of production. The core components of this can be broken down into three parts. First, the gathering and development of knowledge of the labor process, something that Taylor attempted by working on the factory floor at first, but could also come from supervisors and technicians. Second, the concentration of this knowledge as the exclusive province of management, and third, the use of this monopoly over knowledge to control each step of the labor process and its mode of execution. After going through this process of knowledge theft, mental labor is separated from manual labor and is then itself subdivided rigorously according to the same rule. The purpose of this division is to cheapen the worker by decreasing his training and enlarging his output. Thus, Braverman's key argument is that there is a tendency for work under capitalism to become degraded. Work 1415. This degrading, analogous to Marx's notion of alienation, is a continuous process led by management. However, the role of resistance and workers' struggles are mainly absent from the book. Following on from this, labor process theory focuses on control at work. This entails examining how effective management of the labor process is attempted through three component parts that form the system of control, or the social relations of production within the firm. The first is direction, setting out how tasks will be completed by workers. The second is evaluation, assessing how workers are conducting tasks and supervising their performance, and the third is discipline, devising methods to elicit cooperation and enforce compliance with the capitalist's direction of the labor process. These theoretical developments stem mainly from the analysis of manufacturing and assembly line work. For Thompson, complications arise when attempts are made to specify how control is acquired and maintained. He cites Friedman's definition of control, that the term could be used in an absolute sense, to identify those in control, and in a relative sense, to signify the degree of power people have to direct work. This dynamic understanding of workplace struggle became a hallmark of labor process analysis, captured in Goodrich's concept of the frontier of control in the workplace, for example. This focus on control shaped the formation of industrial relations as an academic field of study, insisting on a conflict model of relationships at work. The changing nature of work. The labor process theory perspective has been broadened out in various ways to consider how management operates. For example, Burawa puts forward an argument about the importance of consent and how it is manufactured at work, and noted that in the process we were active accomplices in our own exploitation. However, the most significant area of debate has been on resistance and of technology at work. Returning to Marx's threefold understanding of the labor process, the instruments, or technologies, are important to consider in the analysis of work. Technology is applied to the labor process in order to achieve two objectives for capital. In the longer run, technology increases what Marx called relative surplus value, or the reduction in labor time needed to produce the equivalent of the wage. In the short run, it also allows capital to increase absolute surplus value, or the lengthening of productive time. This understanding of technology at work is useful, particularly for understanding how technological change is used to increase profits for capital, but it also misses another aspect. Marx signals this, when he suggests that it would be possible to write a whole history of the inventions made since 1830 for the sole purpose of providing capital with weapons against working-class revolt. 1416. Braverman points out the ways in which efficiency is programmed into technology, as from the moment the process takes shape in the minds of engineers, the labor configuration to operate it takes shape simultaneously in the minds of its designers, and in part shapes the design itself. However, Burawa argues that in Braverman's work it is not only a question of increasing surplus value, but there is also another view, based on the Babbage principle, according to which control is inseparable from the pursuit of efficiency. Therefore, technology also offers another way to address the problem of the indeterminacy of labor power. Machinery offers to management the opportunity to do by wholly mechanical means that which it had previously attempted to do by organizational and disciplinary means. These questions have been taken up in detail through the example of call centers, leading to some important debates. In particular, the existence of technologies of surveillance and control, for example, recording all phone calls and timing activities to the second, sparked a debate between labor process theorists and analysis inspired by Foucault. For example, Fernie and Metcalfe have argued that these methods represent an electronic panopticon, drawing on Foucault's discussion of the architectural model of the surveillance prison. The debate centered on the role of control and resistance, which from the labor process theory side involved an argument that the factory and the office are neither prison nor asylum, their social architectures never those of the total institution. Moreover, at the time, Taylor and Bain argued that the Foucauldian approach could disavow the possibilities for collective organization and resistance. However, since the 1990s, the kinds of technologies tested and developed in call centers have become much more widespread in workplaces more generally, with electronic monitoring and control now relatively commonplace. In this new light, it is possible to synthesize the strengths of both sides of these older debates. The dynamic nature of capitalism leads to a constantly changing nature of work. The older debates give a sense of a continuing conversation on how work is organized, and this continues today. However, there is a risk of becoming caught between debates that nothing has really changed, simply asserting that Marxism still understands work, and that everything has changed, and that Marxism can no longer comprehend the new realities of work. In part, this kind of debate has been encouraged by the defensiveness of some Marxists going through a period of academic hostility from postmodern theorists, and various calls that the working class no longer exists, or is no longer important. Echoes of this can still be found in contemporary debates about precariety, the rise of insecure employment, and the proposed creation of a precariat, and the critiques that claim precariousness is not a widespread issue. A more sober Marxist analysis does need to come to terms with changes in work and the workplace. The contemporary landscape of work has undoubtedly Work 1417 changed, much like in the previous waves, a transformation that capitalism has wrought. The shifting global labor arbitrage, the way in which labor is divided and distributed across the world, is perhaps the most important to examine today. The key dynamics that this has introduced are deindustrialization in the global north, with an increase in manufacturing in the global south, with logistics operations on a transnational basis becoming more important for capital. This change in work is drawing new layers of people into workplaces, for example huge numbers of people moving from the countryside in China and into factories. It is also creating new forms of work in countries that are deindustrializing. Attempts to understand this have introduced a range of competing and overlapping terms, including immaterial labor, emotional labor, affective labor, free labor, and cognitive labor. Similarly, the rise of digital work platforms and the gig economy is reshaping precarious work. There is significant crossover between many of these, but for the purposes of understanding the dynamics of contemporary work, much of which has been subjected to digitalization, digital technology is having an increasing effect on work. This may involve new methods of surveillance or practices of gamification in the workplace. The challenge here is identifying exactly what is meant by digital labor in work. The confusion in part stems from the nature of digitalization. The ubiquitous rise of computers has a twofold impact on labor. First, new labor processes are created that depend mainly on the use of computers, while the second involves the application or integration of computers to pre-existing labor processes in new ways. It would be very difficult to identify a form of work that has not been influenced by digitalization. Despite the use of new technology, workers find ways to resist and organize. New forms of resistance emerge on the call center floor, with precarious workers teaching and cleaning universities, and in the technology and video games industry. A key reason for this is that the labor process remains a point of contestation. New technology may aid management in the attempt to control workers, but the contradiction between labor and capital remains unresolved. Whether this is workers finding ways to refuse work on the call center floor or digital works developing new tools for organizing, work still remains a site of conflict. Workers' inquiry. These previous debates provide a theoretical grounding for understanding the changes in work, but the actual voices of workers can be somewhat absent from the analysis. While work may seem to be an important focus for Marxists, given 1418 Marx's interest in workers, it has received comparatively less attention than one might expect, as noted earlier by Braverman. One explanation for this is the emphasis in Marx's Capital. It takes until Chapter 10, the chapter on the working day, for Marx, as David Harvey writes, to finally, after 344 pages, get to the idea of class struggle. In this chapter, Marx draws on evidence from factory inspectors to details of the exploitation of factory workers and the process by which the working day is extended. However, despite this illuminating chapter, Capital is mainly about capital, rather than investigating work. If a Marxist analysis proceeds from readings of Capital, it is necessary to note what Lebowitz has called the silences of capital about workers. This is not to critique capital, but rather that the development of subsequent theory, particularly about work, needs to take this into account. In a sense, Marx himself signaled one direction to this in his proposed workers' inquiry. This large questionnaire was intended to be circulated to workers, so they could participate in a process of constructing knowledge about their conditions, and hopefully into communication with Marx too. Unfortunately, there is no record of whether this had any success. However, this idea from Marx that these kinds of surveys could be used by those who must wish for an exact and positive knowledge of the conditions in which the working class, the class to whom the future belongs, works and moves, provides an important starting point for a radical and critical analysis of work. As Haider and Mohandesi have argued, Marx's proposed survey established a fundamental epistemological challenge, but did not clarify the relationship between the workers' knowledge of their exploitation, and the scientific analysis of the laws of motion of capitalist society found in Capital. The first group to take up this kind of new investigation of work was the Johnson-Forrest tendency in the USA. The group engaged in a project of refreshing Marx's analysis in relation to mass production in the USA. This grew out of studies and contacts with factory workers that was the hallmark of the political tendency. This perspective can be seen clearly in The American Worker, a pamphlet co-written between two members of the group, one of whom worked in a car factory. It is introduced as a social document describing in essence the real existence of the hundreds of millions who constitute the basis of our society. In rich detail, it provides an account of work from the perspective of the worker, followed up with critical analysis. The pamphlet, like the further inquiries, Indignant Heart, and A Woman's Place, were intended as political interventions. The methodological approach they articulated was an attempt to follow in the footsteps of Marx by focusing on the actual life of workers while never losing sight of the revolution which would transform labor into human activity. In practice, this meant using the full fountain pen approach, in which members of the group interview workers and then allowing these workers to edit their work. 1419. Comments for publication. Similar attempts to understand work were undertaken by Socialisme ou Barbarie, following the reprinting of The American Worker in the first issue of the journal. This included attempts at inquiries in factories and an insurance company. This approach of studying work with workers themselves was then taken up by the Italian operaismo, or workerists. The most famous example is the inquiry at the Fiat car factory in Turin, which was an investigation into worker subjectivity. It was not limited to developing an understanding of work, but rather took up Marx's challenge of the workers' inquiry, seeking to use it as an organizing tool. In this sense, it is possible to consider two kinds of inquiry, from above, using more traditional methods, and starting from outside, or from below, involving a co-research process that breaks down the division between subject and researcher. The impetus for this kind of project is to try to make sense of what happens to the worker, selling their labor power in order to survive. Through the experience of work, workers are changed, and have to put their head together, as a class in response to the demands of capital. This entails what Tronti argues is a political leap, and it is the leap that the passage through production provokes in what we can call the composition of the working class, or even the composition of the class of workers. Workers' inquiry is therefore not limited to an academic method, but became a central part of a political project, to understand work, and through that capitalism, in order to change it. Class composition, a concept signaled in Tronti's quote, provides a powerful framework for analyzing work. It takes a perspective of, as Tronti argues, starting from the beginning, and the beginning is working class struggle. This strongly emphasizes the role of struggle, understood through the two-part understanding of class composition. The first aspect is the technical composition, which involves the analysis of the labor process, of the technology, not in sociological terms but rather as sanctions of the relations of force between classes. This can be approached in a similar way to the labor process theory analysis discussed before, albeit imbued with a partisan understanding of struggle at work, something which should be expected when taking a Marxist starting point. It therefore involves focusing on the workplace and interrogating the details of work, how it is organized, and the use of different management techniques. As Mathurin points out, if trying to understand what class struggle means, there has never been more Marxist evidence. The second aspect is the political composition, as Cleaver has indicated. While capital seeks to incorporate the working class within itself as simply labor power, the working class affirms itself as an independent class for itself only through struggles which rupture capital's self-reproduction. Thus, the political aspect is constituted as workers are continually immersed in the process of political recomposition, with different forms and relations. 1420. Of struggles that emerge. The two are related and connected in various ways, but the latter is not determined directly by the former. This two-part concept provides a framework for inquiring into work, drawing attention to the actual activities of workers in, and beyond, the workplaces as a site of struggle. Examples of contemporary projects situated within this framework can be found with notes from below 1 and Viewpoint magazine. 2. Alternatives to work. To return to the definition discussed at the beginning of the chapter, it would not make sense to talk of an anti-labor politics, yet an anti-work politics is something that could resonate with people doubly free to work under conditions they cannot choose. However, as Weeks notes, there is a sometimes explicit, sometimes tacit pro-work position that can be found in some traditions of Marxist thought. In particular, Taylor situates this within what he calls Soviet-style Marxism that foreclosed any critique of work. The other Marxist traditions discussed in this chapter, for example those involved in workers' inquiry, involved projects within and against an intellectual and institutional context in which Marxism was effectively redefined as a theory of distribution, distortions that came from Stalinism, and so-called state socialism. An example of this different perspective can be found in Paul Lafargue's The Right to be Lazy, in which he argues, "The proletariat, the great class embracing all the producers of civilized nations, the class which in freeing itself will free humanity from servile toil and will make of the human animal a free being, the proletariat, betraying its instincts, despising its historic mission, has let itself be perverted by the dogma of work. Rude and terrible has been its punishment. All its individual and social woes are born of its passion for work. The possibilities of non-work, of others pursuing other activities of labor has, as Taylor argues, a precedent in Karl Marx's own writing, particularly in Grundriss. The refusal of work, discussed by Marx in the context of freed slaves in the Caribbean, shows an alternative perspective and a critique of work. This anti-work politics is closely tied to Marx's original project, the revolutionary overthrow of capitalism and the building of communism. The refusal of work forms a crucial component of how that alternative can be conceived, with radical democracy running throughout society, particularly centered on work. If capitalism rests on the basis of exploitation at work, now complicated over global supply chains and highly specialized tasks, then work remains a key battleground. Marxists should therefore be concerned with how work is conducted, organized, and struggled against. However, as Marx and Engels previously argued. Work 1421. The communists everywhere support every revolutionary movement against the existing social and political order of things. The formal workplace is not the only place in which exploitation is organized today, neither is it the only institution through which power is exerted. Unpaid work, particularly relating to social reproduction, is another key site of struggle, as are a range of other struggles against oppression, both within work and more broadly. However, as this chapter is focused on work, it necessarily emphasizes the importance of struggles at work. This chapter should, of course, be read alongside the others in this volume that cover these areas. The corrective to a lack of focus on work in Marxist thought is not giving it primacy over all others. What this chapter has aimed to do is provide ideas and conceptual tools to critically analyze work, along with stressing a partisan approach and tying this to struggles for change. Research can play an important role here, particularly if tied into an organizational project through the workers' inquiry approach. A critical Marxist tradition can be refreshed and updated through the examination of workers' actual struggles, their content, how they have developed, and where they are headed. This begins with the micro-practices of resistance found in all workplaces, from arguments over the length of breaks to finding ways to avoid aspects of work, and up to open struggles in the form of strikes, demonstrations, and the seizure of workplaces. The key here is searching for ways to connect this resistance and struggles to new forms of organization, something that the conceptual framework of class composition can support. Through these struggles an embryo of an alternative is formed, as we are reminded by Marx is that the emancipation of the working class must be the act of the workers themselves. This is the basis of an alternative future. In a higher phase of communist society, after the enslaving subordination of the individual to the division of labor, and therewith also the antithesis between mental and physical labor, has vanished, after labor has become not only a means of life but life's prime want, after the productive forces have also increased with the all-around development of the individual, and all the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be crossed. In its entirety, and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. At the heart of the class struggle under capitalism is the fact that, for capital, labor power is merely an element of production and source of profit, whereas, for workers, it is inseparable from themselves as living human beings. Struggles over wages, the duration and conditions of wage work and control over it have been recognized by Marxists as important aspects of class struggle, yet the relations and conditions under which labor power is produced have received far less attention, except from Marxist feminists and feminist Marxists. Given the centrality of labor power to capitalism, since as the only commodity that can produce surplus value over and above its own value, and therefore profit, it is the sine qua non of accumulation, it is somewhat surprising that Marx nowhere describes its production. Engels recognized the existence of domestic labor and the gendered relations within it, but did not take the analysis further. The domestic labor debate of the 1970s was an attempt to fill this gap, but left many of the crucial issues unresolved. 78. Domestic labor and the production of labor power. 1. Rohini Hensman. Domestic labor and the production of labor power 1425. Marx and Engels on domestic labor. Marx comes closest to describing the production of labor power in the chapter on the sale and purchase of labor power in Capital Volume 1. Given the existence of the individual, the production of labor power consists in his reproduction of himself or his maintenance. For his maintenance he requires a certain quantity of the means of subsistence. Therefore the labor time necessary for the production of labor power is the same as that necessary for the production of those means of subsistence. If the owner of labor power works today, tomorrow he must again be able to repeat the same process in the same conditions as regards health and strength. His means of subsistence must therefore be sufficient to maintain him in his normal state as a working individual. The owner of labor power is mortal. If then his appearance in the market is to be continuous, and the continuous transformation of money into capital assumes this, the seller of labor power must perpetuate himself in the way that every living individual perpetuates himself, by procreation. Hence the sum of means of subsistence necessary for the production of labor power must include the means necessary for the worker's replacements, i.e. his children. The costs of education vary according to the degree of complexity of the labor power required. These expenses form a part of the total value spent in producing it. The value of labor power can be resolved into the value of a definite quantity of the means of subsistence. Marx gives examples of means of subsistence like food and fuel, which need to be replaced daily, while others like clothes and furniture can be purchased at longer intervals. But that is all. Unlike his detailed descriptions of the production of other commodities, here there is no description of a labor process or mention of instruments of production. Just raw materials, means of subsistence, and the finished product, labor power. He assumes that all that is required to convert those means of subsistence into labor power is a process of individual consumption. Yet the worker would not be maintained in his or her normal state as a working individual, nor be replaced when he or she died, unless somebody carried the raw materials and instruments of production home from the market or shops, cooked the food and washed up after the meal, dusted, swept, mopped floors and washed clothes, fed the baby, changed it, gave it a bath and so on and so forth. The home is therefore a site of individual consumption but also of production, both are necessary for the production of labor power. In fact, Marx's confusion of production with individual consumption leads to bizarre contradictions. For example, he writes of domestic labor that the largest part of society, that is to say the working class, must incidentally perform this kind of labor for itself, but it is only able to perform it when it has labored productively. It can only cook meat for itself when it has produced a wage with which to pay for the meat. If we generalize this proposition to all commodities, it would state that, until a commodity has been sold, it cannot be produced. But commodities are usually 1426. Sold only after they have been produced, and this is especially true of labor power, which cannot be sold for the first time until many hundreds of hours of labor time have been spent on its production, as Marx recognizes elsewhere. Its exchange value, like that of every other commodity, is determined before it goes into circulation, since it is sold as a capacity, a power, and a specific amount of labor time was required to produce this capacity, this power. Under capitalism, according to Marx, labor is either productive, in the sense that it directly produces surplus value, or unproductive, in the sense that it is exchanged with capitalists' revenue or workers' wages, and does not produce surplus value. According to this definition, domestic labor is unproductive. However, when analyzing luxury production, Marx implicitly makes a distinction between socially useful reproductive labor producing means of production and labor power, which re-enter capitalist production, and unreproductive labor, producing products which do not re-enter production. Seen from this standpoint, domestic labor is socially useful reproductive labor. Engels not only recognized the existence of domestic work and the gender division of labor within it, but even observed that the reversal of gender roles during the Industrial Revolution, and the distress caused by it, occurred because the sexes have been placed in a false position from the beginning. He did not carry the analysis further, however. The debate of the 1970s. The intensive debate around domestic labor that erupted in the 1970s developed the analysis considerably. Let us look at the issues taken up which throw light on the production of labor power. Most participants in the debate agreed that domestic labor is socially useful, i.e. it is useful not just to other members of the family, but to society as a whole, and that it transfers the value of the commodities bought with the wage to the end product, labor power. But does it also create value? According to Margaret Carlson, Branka Megas, and Hilary Wainwright, domestic labor does not create value because only wage labor produces value, but this would mean that the labor of millions of petty commodity producers produces no value, and would contradict the whole starting point of Marx's analysis of capital, namely the determination of the value of the commodity by all the labor time socially necessary for its production. For Margaret Benston, Jean Gardner, Susan Himmelwaite, and Maureen McIntosh, Susan. Domestic Labor and the Production of Labor Power 1427. Himmelwaite and Simon Mahan and Lisa Vogel, Domestic Labor in Capitalist Societies does not take the social form of value-producing labor. Vogel argues convincingly that unwaged domestic labor is necessary for the production of labor power, yet following Paul Smith reiterates that as concrete, useful labor, simply transfers the value of the commodities purchased with the wage to the labor power borne by the worker. In other words, it is not abstract value-producing labor, despite the fact that the labor power which it has contributed to producing is then sold as a commodity to capitalists. The assumption here is that, unlike every other commodity, the value of labor power is determined not by the labor time socially necessary for its production but by the value of the commodities that enter into its production. If this were true, it would follow that the labor power of the worker who gets her washing done at a laundry has a higher value than that of another worker doing the same job at the same workplace for the same wage who does her own washing at home, and that the labor power of a worker who hires a housekeeper to wash, clean, cook and do the washing up has a much higher value than the labor power of a worker doing the same job at the same workplace for the same wage, whose wife performs all these tasks. Marx often makes this mistake, but he corrects himself when he asserts that the value of each commodity is determined by the labor time socially necessary to produce it, and the value of labor power is determined, as in the case of every other commodity, by the labor time necessary for the production, and consequently also the reproduction, of this specific article. Not everything that is done in the home contributes to the production of labor power. The assumption that it does leads to the opposite error. But to the extent that domestic labor is a necessary part of the production process of labor power, a commodity sold on the market, it must produce part of the value of labor power, and this is reproductive labor in the sense that it makes an essential contribution to social reproduction. Thus the labor power of the worker who hires a housekeeper to perform domestic tasks and that of the worker whose wife performs the same tasks have the same value. In effect, the wages of both men are sufficient to pay for another person to do all this work, and it makes no difference whether this person is a housekeeper whom he pays or a wife whom he supports. Once we acknowledge that domestic labor contributes to the value of labor power, the neat division of the working day in the workplace into necessary labor, which reproduces labor power, and surplus labor, which is appropriated by the capitalist, collapses. The equation becomes even more complex if the generational reproduction of labor power and the contribution of state education and health care are brought into the picture. The rate of surplus value would then have to be calculated taking into account all the necessary labor done by members of the household, that is the unit of 1428. Production of labor power, and all the payments made by the capitalist, not only by way of wages, but also in contributions to services such as state education and health care. Founding members of the Wages for Housework campaign Maria Rosa Dalla Costa and Selma James, Silvia Federici and Leopoldina Fortunati argue that domestic labor produces not only value but also surplus value. Does it? A housewife is not paid wages, but her labor is paid for out of her husband's wage, so his employer pays her indirectly. If the amount paid for her labor is the same as or more than what her husband would have to pay to buy the services she performs on the market, then she is not contributing to surplus value. If the amount paid for her labor by her husband's employer is less than the value of the services she performs, that means the employer is keeping part of what he would otherwise have had to pay out as wages, and her labor is therefore contributing indirectly to his surplus value. Therefore, although domestic labor does not directly produce surplus value, it is true that when its duration is extended unduly, it allows extra surplus value to be appropriated by subsidizing the production of labor power. The Bolivian women's leader and miner's wife Domitila Barrios de Chungara made a precise calculation of this, comparing the work performed in the home with the cost of the same services bought on the market. One day I got the idea of making a chart. We put as an example the price of washing clothes per dozen pieces and we figured out how many dozens of items we washed per month. Then the cook's wage, the babysitters, the servants. Adding it all up, the wage needed to pay us for what we do in the home, was much higher than what the men earned in the mine for a month. Thus, if a miner's wife died and the man was compelled to buy on the market the services that she had performed, his wage would not have been sufficient, showing that it was less than the value of labor power. The women's surplus labor allowed the mine owner to appropriate more surplus value than he would otherwise have been able to. More generally, discounting the value produced by domestic labor helps capitalists to reduce the price of labor power below its value. But it is impossible to see this effect so long as the production of labor power is seen solely as the activity of waged workers. Only if it is seen as the collective product of the unit of production of labor power, the working class household, is it possible to calculate the real rate of surplus value. The worker sells his or her labor power for a specified period of time, just as the rent for a flat is for a specified period of time. If a tenant can rent one flat for 2 weeks with a certain amount of money, but can rent another flat for 3 weeks with the same amount of money, the latter rent is only 2/3 of the domestic labor and the production of labor power 1429. Former. Similarly, if one capitalist pays a certain wage for an 8-hour working day while another pays the same wage for a 12-hour working day, the latter wage is only 2/3 of the former. If working hours are extended beyond a certain point, the price of labor power falls below its value even if the wage is kept constant. This calculation cannot be accurate unless all the hours worked by all the members of the family in order to produce labor power are taken into account. Labor power is not a purely physiological entity. In contrast, with the case of other commodities, the determination of the value of labor power contains a historical and moral element. Wages must enable the working class to live at an acceptable standard of living. Ensuring that the price of labor power does not fall below its value, and setting this value at an acceptable level, are both products of working class struggle. The historical and moral element would differ from one society to another, but it seems reasonable to set the minimum value at a level where income covers basic requirements of food, water, clothing, shelter, healthcare, and education, where the minimum age for employment complies with the International Labour Organization norm of 15 years, and where adults get at least 11 or 12 hours per working day for sleep and recreation, plus paid weekly days off, annual leave and holidays. Multiple wage earners. What happens when there are two or more wage earners in the family? We can examine this by looking at a family consisting of a man, a woman, and their 3 children, a girl and boy who are school-going and a toddler. In situation A, the man is able to support his wife and children with his wage. The woman does the housework and cares for the toddler. She is at home when the other children come home from school, and can spend time with them even while she does other chores. In situation B, wages are lower, and the man and woman both need to engage in wage labor in order to make ends meet. The woman may become a home worker, or the toddler may be left with grandparents while she is out at work, in which case the grandparents' labor too would contribute to the value of the family's labor power. The woman would have to do domestic labor as well as wage labor, so her working hours would be extended, and if wages go down further, they would be extended even more. Amritich Hakai showed that in response to a cut in real wages between 1994 to 95 and 1999 to 2000, the total time expended on wage labor and domestic labor by women workers in Delhi increased from 13 to 14 hours to 16 to 17 hours a day, as they spent more time shopping around for the cheapest goods, queuing up at the ration shop and cleaning inferior rice. The family's standard of living may not have fallen, but the price of their labor power had fallen, because they now had to work more hours collectively in order to reproduce it. 1430. In situation C, the girl is taken out of school to do the housework and care for the toddler while her parents are out at work. In this case, not only has the price of labor power fallen due to the longer hours worked collectively in order to reproduce it, but the standard of living has fallen too, because the girl is not getting an education. Finally, in situation D, the boy may be taken out of school and sent out to work to supplement the family income, yet another fall in the standard of living and in the price of labor power, which is by now well below its value. At each of these stages, the capitalist class as a whole extracts more surplus value out of this household, embodied in the additional surplus value extracted by the employers of the man, the woman, and the boy, and the reduction in payments for the education of the 2 older children. Situation D was the predominant one when Marx was analyzing capital in the 19th century. Everywhere, except in the metallurgical industries, young persons, women, and children form by far the most preponderant element in the factory personnel. Even a steel and iron works employs 500 boys under 18, and of these about a third, or 170, are under the age of 13. Left to itself, capital's werewolf-like hunger for surplus value pushed wages down so low that all members of the family, excluding only the smallest children, worked long hours in wage labor simply in order to survive. If at any time it needed to retrench workers, it dismissed men rather than women and children. The state, acting in the interests of capital, used legislation to force reluctant workers to labor long hours. It was only when capitalists extended these hours to such an extent that it produces the premature exhaustion and death of this labor power itself, in other words, when the supply of labor power for capital was threatened, that the state stepped in again to limit working hours and ensure that labor power was not maintained and developed only in a crippled state. In such a situation, the price of labor power is below its value, since the value of every commodity is determined by the labor time required to provide it in its normal quality. In the 21st century, studies in the USA and OECD countries show that the majority of families with minor children are dual-earner ones, and the employment of married women is increasing. The employment of mothers is not necessarily a consequence of falling real wages. Many women, especially once their children go to school, prefer going out to work rather than staying at home and being dependent on a partner's wage. However, in most cases a second wage is needed to maintain the standard of living, and neoliberalism has increased the total number of hours that have to be worked in order to reproduce labor power by extending working hours, slashing social security and welfare benefits and raising the retirement age. In third world countries, with informalization and neoliberalism attacking the living standards even of the small section of the working class which had earlier domestic labor and the production of labor power 1431. 1. Decent wages. The crisis in the reproduction of labor power is dire. Child labor is rampant, and hundreds of millions of migrants, both within and between countries, split families apart. Men may migrate, leaving their families behind, although their remittances contribute to the production of labor power. Their wives and other relatives must contribute not just domestic labor but also, often, agricultural labor. Women who migrate to work in other parts of the country or abroad are often verbally, physically, and sexually abused. Such cases are reported occasionally, but most are unreported, and serious crimes go unpunished. Women migrant workers in foreign countries are especially vulnerable because they may not speak the language of the country where they work or know anyone to whom they can turn for help, may be illegal immigrants or on visas that allow them to work only for a specified employer, and may have had their passports confiscated by employers. Finally, there are cases where both parents migrate, leaving children with grandparents or other carers. The impact of parental migration on children is mixed. Remittances, especially from fathers working abroad, help to feed and educate children. However, the migration of mothers or both parents may have adverse effects on the children's education, health, and emotional well-being. It may expose children, especially girls, to physical or sexual abuse by fathers or other male relatives, or neglect by fathers or grandparents, with some cases of girls dropping out of school to take up the domestic labor formerly performed by their mothers. Unaccompanied migrant children, who are fleeing an abusive home or violent conflict or have been recruited by an employment agency which may in fact be engaged in trafficking, are at greatest risk of ending up as industrial, domestic, or sex workers in slave-like and extremely abusive conditions. Children are less likely to face abuse when they migrate for work along with their parents, but may then be subjected to long working hours and hazardous working conditions. We can identify a situation A, where the girl who was staying at home to do the housework and look after the toddler is now additionally engaged in wage labor. This can result in horrific accidents, like the case where a 10-year-old brick-kiln worker ran to catch her little sister, who had stepped onto the weak plastic lid of the furnace. Both girls fell in and were burned alive. Living in shacks or tents that barely protect them from the elements, without running water, sanitation, electricity, or access to health care, these families are exposed to serious health risks. For some working children this is forced labor. For others their contribution to the survival of their family is a labor of love, and for many it is a combination of the two, but in all cases it is performed at a heavy cost to themselves. In India at the beginning of the 21st century, malnutrition and ill health among informal workers resulted in a maternal mortality rate of 540 per 100,000 live births. Maternal malnutrition resulted in 30% of infants with low birth weight, creating health risks that would last the rest of their lives. The infant mortality rate was 67 and under 5 mortality rate 93, 47% of 1,432. Under 5-year-olds were severely or moderately malnourished, resulting in a large number of children dying or becoming disabled as a result of contracting preventable and curable diseases. In other words, exceedingly low wages, long working hours and unhealthy working conditions resulted in the production of labor power in a crippled state. The working class family. Most contributors to the domestic labor debate explained women's full-time domestic labor in working class families by its usefulness to capital. Dalla Costa and James, Federici, and Fortunati argued that it produces surplus value. Veronica Beachy that housewives constitute a reserve army of cheap labor, and Zilla Eisenstein that capitalism needs patriarchy in order to operate efficiently. Yet if capital needs women's full-time domestic labor, Why would it undermine the working class family so grievously during the Industrial Revolution? Why is it that in the 21st century, with technology vastly reducing the demand for labor power while globalization and migration guarantee a plentiful supply of it, neoliberal attacks on the working class family are so rampant? Jane Humphreys argues that the endurance of the family reflects a struggle by the working class for popular ways of meeting the needs of non-laboring comrades within a capitalist environment. It was workers who, through their struggles for a family wage, abolition of child labor and restriction of working hours, won back time and space for the family, including fictive kin. So was the reconstitution of the working class family a victory or defeat for women in particular? For the working class as a whole? The answer to these questions, unsatisfactory though it may seem, is both. It is indisputable that the retreat of certain family members from the labor force, in conjunction with an organized attempt to secure a family wage, resulted in a very welcome rise in the standard of living. Men might have taken the lead in this struggle, and one of their objectives might have been to eliminate competition for jobs from women, but some women workers too were happy to escape from heavy labor and have more time to spend on homemaking, like the woman miner who was glad she had left her job because she did not have to come home exhausted from a day's wage labor before doing domestic work. While children often want to help with domestic work, and both girls and boys should be encouraged to do so, the withdrawal of children from the labor market is an unmixed blessing, not only securing for them adequate time for rest, play and education, but also democratizing the family and increasing the bargaining power of adult male and female workers. Domestic labor and the production of labor power 1433. Humphreys also points to cases where family ties can promote class solidarity and class struggles. These are gains. Yet the development of the male breadwinner/family wage norm was also a defeat for working class women, and thus for the working class as a whole. Women had entered the capitalist labor market as cheap labor due to patriarchy in the pre-capitalist family, and being pushed out of employment by male-dominated unions and classified as dependents or supplementary wage earners reinforced this position. For large numbers of women-headed households, the acute shortage of decently paid employment for women means there is no alternative to poverty. Moreover, even when husband and wife are earning, there is no basis for the assumption that his wage pays for basic subsistence while hers is supplementary. Indeed, in such situations, as Diane Elson and Sipali Katagoda point out, women's wages are usually spent entirely in ensuring family survival, while a variable portion of men's wages is spent on alcohol, tobacco, gambling, and other activities. So there is a negative element in the way that the demand for a family wage has been posed, fought for and won. As Michelle Barrett and Mary McIntosh and Heidi Hartman argue, it is oppressive to women, and also disadvantageous to their dependents if they have any. Capitalism and patriarchy. Anne Ferguson and Nancy Falber explain that the patriarchal family prevailed in pre-capitalist agricultural societies, where having a large number of children was an asset, child mortality was high and women breastfed each child for a year or more. Given that they would spend up to 20 years of their lives childbearing and breastfeeding, it was more efficient for them to do other household tasks as well. But these relations are revolutionized by capitalism. Even in many third-world countries, family planning programs have reduced the birth rate. Child mortality, while still high, is being reduced, and a combination of these two developments means that women need not spend more than 2 or 3 years of their lives childbearing and breastfeeding. In this context, as Barrett points out, patriarchy comes to mean something different, namely male domination rather than relations of production. 3. Once working class struggles have won space and time for family life and used it to re-establish male-dominated families, capital makes use of this division, as it makes use of other divisions in the working class, to designate some workers as cheap labor, and to undermine solidarity. Interviews with pharmaceutical women workers in Bombay in the 1980s revealed a complex dialectic between capital and labor over the constitution of the working class family. Single young women were recruited in large numbers to work on the packing lines from the 1940s onward. They played an active role. 1434. In the employees' unions in these factories, fighting alongside male workers to win struggles against the marriage bar and for equal pay, maternity benefits, and workplace child care. Management retaliated by automating their work, introducing round-the-clock shift working and replacing women with men when they retired. It appears that capitalists prefer to employ women when their labor power is cheaper than men's, but prefer men once women win rights that make their labor power more expensive, a pursuit of profit that is typical of capitalist exploitation. On the other hand, many women workers found that after marriage they had difficulty participating actively in the union due to domestic labor commitments, objections from husbands and prejudice from men in the workplace, typical forms of male domination. Most women wanted both their jobs and family life, including protection from night work, as well as shorter working hours and equality. Feminist Marxists who argue that the oppression of women in capitalist society is rooted in capitalism alone are known as unitary theorists. In a systematic analysis of this kind, Vogel argues that socialist feminists must answer the questions: what is the root of women's oppression? How can its cross-class and trans-historical character be understood theoretically? Yet her suggestion that it is women's differential role in the reproduction of labor power that lies at the root of their oppression in class society applies only to the laboring classes, and her proposal that the struggle for equal rights can bring together women from different classes and sectors applies only to capitalist society. She never explains how cross-class and trans-historical forms of oppression like violence against women, including sexual assault and femicide, can be rooted in capitalism. On the other side, Marxist feminists who believe that women's oppression under capitalism stems from both capitalist relations of production and gender relations, which they call patriarchal, have been characterized as dual systems theorists, although in principle their framework can be extended to include other systems of institutionalist oppression like race and caste. Batya Weinbaum attributed Marx's failure to identify and analyze domestic labor as a process of production to his patriarchal position, and argued that working-class women would benefit, along with other women, from a feminist revolution against domestic violence and sexual assault and for equal rights and control over their fertility and sexuality. However, they would find themselves fighting alongside working-class men and against more wealthy women in the struggle for higher wages, better working conditions, shorter hours, and welfare benefits that require higher taxes to be levied on the rich. This class division was highlighted by the Buenos Aires housewives movement, according to which a housewife isn't a wealthy woman who doesn't work inside or outside the house, but only orders another woman to do it, and the Chilean working class movement of women pobladoras, which resented middle-class feminists who pay their domestic labor and the production of labor power. 1435. Employees a miserable wage while they're having their chats about equality. Perhaps the position of working-class women is best captured by the notion of intersectionality between different relations of oppression, first developed by African American feminists, which would suggest that the oppression of working-class women is distinct from that of both working-class men and upper middle-class women, for the production of labor power entails both class and gender oppression. How can these be addressed? Mechanization, commercialization, state contributions and socialization. Moving towards a resolution of this issue requires us to take a closer look at the work performed in the home. It can be divided into work which results in a product that is distinct from a person, and work whose product is inseparable from a person. The first kind of production can be mechanized by using labor-saving devices, or taken over by capitalism, thus reducing the workload in the home. These processes have probably gone as far as they can go in developed countries and possibly even too far, substituting not only ready-made for home-baked bread and frozen vegetables for fresh ones, but also fast foods of doubtful nutritional value for more nutritious cooked meals. The same cannot be said for developing countries. In India, refrigerators are common among better-paid employees and washing machines somewhat less common, but neither are an option for millions of proletarian households in rural areas and urban shanty towns which have no regular power supply. Many women spend hours each day collecting water. They sometimes also collect fuel for cooking on primitive stoves, the smoke from which causes respiratory problems in the ill-ventilated shacks they inhabit. Lack of sanitation further undermines the reproduction of labor power by causing widespread illness and death from gastrointestinal diseases. This is an area where working-class struggles should force the state to provide such families with housing, electricity, potable running water, sanitation and modern stoves, which would enormously reduce the time and effort spent on domestic labor as well as avoidable sickness and death. As for reducing domestic labor by buying on the market products formerly made in the home, in many third-world countries the abject poverty of most working-class families prevents them from doing so, but the fact that even in these countries such products are accessible to unionized workers in the formal sector demonstrates the possibility of reducing domestic labor by fighting for higher wages. Campaigns for 1436. Increased taxation of the rich and corporations in order to provide more resources for the reproduction of labor power, and against military spending and wars of aggression which slash these resources and destroy the human beings who embody labor power, are also important. The demand that the value produced by domestic labor be recognized, for example, in statistics such as GDP, settlements on divorce and allocating pensions to women, is an important one, helping to make this vast amount of labor visible. Counting the time spent in domestic labor as part of the working day would make it clear that women workers in particular have an inordinately long working day. Shortening wage labor hours to allow for domestic labor would simultaneously improve productivity and expand employment. The second kind of domestic labor is caring work, where mechanization is not an option. Caring is by its nature labor-intensive. Although the majority of people needing care are children, there are also adults who need it. Help with child care and care of sick, disabled and old people is essential if the burden of domestic labor is to be reduced. Sick people need specialized treatment, children need an education and people with disabilities need support. Provision of these services by the state should make it possible for workers performing them to have decent employment conditions without making the services unaffordable for working-class households. Radical attempts to socialize housework after the Russian and Chinese revolutions were welcomed by women. In fact, in China, women themselves took the initiative in organizing community kitchens, laundries, creches, cleaning services, and repair workshops, thus socializing many of the tasks performed in the home and reducing domestic labor. However, in the Soviet Union, attempts to replace individual homes with communal buildings were unsuccessful because their inhabitants carved out of them spaces for individual families. A more cautious approach in China left families with individual homes. A solution to the problem of child care proposed by Lilina Zinoviev shortly after the Russian Revolution was state-run child rearing. Our task now is to oblige the mother to give her children to us, to the Soviet state. The idea was taken up in Kalantai's formulation, children are the state's concern. She added, the social obligation of motherhood consists primarily in producing a healthy and fit-for-life child. Her second obligation is to feed the baby at her own breast. In a similar vein, Simone de Beauvoir suggested that it would be desirable for the child to be left to his parents infinitely less than at present, and for his studies and his diversions to be carried on, under the direction of adults whose bonds with him would be impersonal and pure, and Shulamith Firestone argued that women's liberation requires the application of modern technology to the production of children in order to free women from childbearing and breastfeeding. In the view of Bolshevik theorists, who shared the capitalist devaluation of the skills involved in domestic labor, the problems posed by domestic labor and the production of labor power 1437. Children appeared almost identical to those of housework. Their solutions therefore were roughly the same. However, the application of mass production techniques to child care, unlike their application to cooking and laundering, had drawbacks. Sheila Robotham reports that small children left in full-time nurseries in Russia were found to be more backward than those looked after at home. Another problem, where day and night nurseries were tried out in Russia and China, was that women themselves wanted more contact with their children. These observations suggest that although psychiatrists like John Bowlby have been criticized for promoting the model of a nuclear family with a rigid gender division of labor, this does not invalidate the evidence they present that the intellectual, emotional, and social development of children suffers unless they receive sustained attention from caregivers who love them. A loving family, defined as a relatively small unit, not necessarily based on biological relations or heterosexual marriage, may have a necessary place in the production of human beings. This does not mean that child care cannot be socialized at all. However, good quality socialized care requires a high ratio of caregivers to children being cared for, which makes it expensive. Eli Zaretsky suggests this is why under capitalism it is not provided without a struggle by both feminists and the labor movement. The persistence of the gender division of labor. The fact that caring and nurturing continue to be undervalued and seen as women's work despite decades of feminism and centuries of the labor movement needs to be explained. One strand of the explanation is constituted by attempts within working-class movements to eliminate competition between women and men by reinforcing relationships of domination over women by men. Although Marx did not advocate such domination, he helped to create the basis for it by ignoring the socially necessary caring work traditionally done by women. The other strand is what Linda Gordon describes as a great intellectual and cultural ambivalence within feminism, in that it represented both the highest development of liberal individualism and also a critique of liberal individualism. The bourgeois ideology of individualism is often confused with the development of individuality, but individualism is as destructive of the full development of individuality as authoritarianism and patriarchy, which crush individuality in a more obvious way. Individuality can develop in a child only if he is surrounded by the loving attention of other human beings. Children completely deprived of this, wolf children, for example, fail to develop their human potentialities, while the development of children who are deprived of adequate interaction of this type is severely retarded. Yet providing unstinted love and attention inevitably puts the giver at a disadvantage in a competitive market, and would therefore be ruled out in a purely market-driven economy. 1438. This contradiction within bourgeois ideology, the fact that taken to its logical conclusion it threatens bourgeois society with extinction, and therefore the reproduction of competitive individualism depends on its opposite, the reproduction of self-sacrificing women, is what leads to the right-wing insistence on the family as a separate realm from which the logic of capital is excluded. Carol Gilligan describes how the division is ensured by socializing boys into an ethic of justice based on individual rights, and girls into an ethic of care based on providing for the needs of others, and this happens in working class as well as bourgeois families. Feminists correctly insist on claiming equal rights for women as individuals, but even among Marxist feminists this is often at the cost of devaluing caring and nurturing. What is necessary, rather, is to see an ethic of rights and justice as complementary to an ethic of compassion and care, and to socialize girls as well as boys using both moral ideologies. After all, from the standpoint of socialist principles, freely performed caring conforms to Marx's ideal of work that is simultaneously an expression of oneself and directly for the satisfaction of another's need. Therefore, recognizing its importance is crucial to the struggle against bourgeois ideology. The gender division of labor stunts both those involved in round-the-clock caring work, who never get a chance to exercise other skills and abilities, and those who do not engage in it at all, who never develop what Sarah Ruddick characterizes as the skills and intelligence required for this work. What is needed, therefore, is an understanding within the labor movement of the value of caring work and the skills and intelligence required for it, and an acknowledgement that these need to be fostered in all human beings. The practical outcome would be movement towards an equal sharing of nurturing between men and women, and a struggle for conditions which would make that possible. Conclusion. What, then, can be done to solve the problems for the working class struggle posed by domestic labor under capitalism? Socialist feminists like Gardner et al. Have suggested that the working class family helps to subordinate the working class to capital, and this is indeed true if it is male-dominated. Therefore, eliminating violent and authoritarian relationships between men and women, adults, and children in working-class families is essential if they are to become part of the struggle against capitalism. Without this, the labor movement will continue to be subordinated to capital, since, as Domitila Barrios de Chungara puts it, the first battle to be won is to let the woman, the man, the children participate in the struggle of the working class, so that the home can become a stronghold that the enemy can't overcome. Because if you have the enemy inside your own house, then it's just one more. Domestic labor and the production of labor power 1439. Weapon that our common enemy can use toward a dangerous end. The struggle for women to control their fertility and sexuality dictates a need for health care that ensures safe pregnancy and childbirth, as well as access to safe and effective contraception and medical termination of unwanted pregnancies, which would enable women to have babies only if they want them. This would also help to ensure that children are loved and wanted. The struggle against the gender division of labor is crucial. The only biological basis for it is the fact that women are capable of childbearing and breastfeeding whereas men are not. As for other aspects of the gender division of labor, there is no evidence that they have any biological basis, since all the tasks can be performed by either men or women, and competence depends not on gender but on inclination and acquired skills. Socializing some caring work helps to reduce the huge burden now carried mainly by women within the family, but does not by itself eliminate the gender division of labor, since it is quite possible that carers in the socialized facilities are mainly women, nurturing which continues to be done in the home is done by women, and women continue to be treated as cheap labor. A study of employed men's participation in housework and child care between 1965 and 2003 in 20 countries found an average increase of 6 hours per week over this period. Yet globally women continue to perform 2 to 10 times more caregiving and domestic work than men. Changing this situation would require challenging the gender division of labor practically and ideologically. Practical measures would include eliminating the gender division of labor in employment, equal pay and protection from night work for both women and men, as Sheila Lewin-Hake proposes, the equal sharing of domestic labor between men and women, and leave provisions that allow for this, provision of spaces for collective child care and creches and nurseries for children whose parents need help with child care, sheltered accommodation or home care for adults who need it, shorter working hours, and regular part-time jobs with pro-rata benefits, if possible with flexible working hours to suit the needs of employees, for both men and women who have caring responsibilities. It would also require demanding that a much larger proportion of social labor time be allocated to this work, which in a capitalist society means state funding, and a reversal of neoliberal assaults on working-class living standards. State support for community kitchens serving cheap, nutritious, and tasty food, especially in third-world countries, would help to alleviate widespread malnutrition while also reducing the burden of domestic labor. However, the ideological struggle in a sense has priority, because without winning that, the practical struggle will not be won. This would entail combating the liberal individualist devaluation of caring and nurturing, and affirming that such 1440 work should be shared by women and men. Hartman points out that women have an advantage in this struggle, to the extent that they recognize both human needs for nurturance, sharing, and growth, and the potential for meeting those needs in a non-hierarchical, non-patriarchal society, but it can only be won by the working class as a whole. Given the centrality of labor power to the accumulation of capital, struggles to transform the production of labor power as a commodity into the production of physically and psychologically healthy, anti-authoritarian, egalitarian, loving, caring human beings is an absolutely vital part of the class struggle against capitalism. Myriads of such struggles are taking place around the world, and researching, documenting and analyzing them so that others can learn from their successes and failures would be an extremely useful contribution to the debate on domestic labor as well as to the struggles themselves. The world's fastest growing retail companies barely produce commodities. Instead, what they sell is efficiency and ease, the convenience of one-stop online purchasing, express product delivery, the prediction of purchasing patterns and consumer wants, and the ability to choose from a seemingly endless inventory of low-priced products. The rise of e-commerce markets, led by transnational companies such as Amazon and Walmart, have so reshaped the growth of consumer culture that 2017 was witness to the shuttering of over 8,600 retail stores, the worst year on record. The impacts of online retailing not only attest to a shift in the way commodities are physically distributed and produced through global supply chains, but also reflect a reconfiguration toward a logic of accumulation centered on accelerating the circuit of commodity capital. Today, logistics is essential to the global expansion of markets, shaping and mediating the ways in which we consume, produce, and circulate daily means of life, from clothes and technology to the food we eat. How have global supply chains come to exercise such power over our daily lives? In its more capacious connotations, logistics broadly refers to the ubiquitous and banal forms of calculation and organization that structure daily decision-making. Beginning in the 1960s, however, capitalist imperatives to speed and expand the capacity for goods to circulate, and for capital to reproduce itself across the global supply chain, elicited a fundamental transformation in 79. Logistics. Charmaine Chua. Logistics 1445. The structure of capitalist production and circulation. Logistics rose to prominence in business management as a method that revolutionized the calculation of profit and the business of goods transportation. This transformation has been termed the logistics revolution, a period spanning the 1960s and 1970s that applied the newly developed business science of logistics management to the total circuit of production and consumption. Critical scholars have recently begun to pay attention to these developments, seeking to understand how logistical systems function to coordinate, capture, and control the vicissitudes of daily life. Pulling logistics out of business schools, such work has sought to understand logistics beyond the technicalities of supply chain management, contextualizing it as a set of practices that makes worlds. This chapter builds on a growing body of literature on logistics with an emphasis on the structural conditions that gave rise to its growth, particularly its role in the expanded reproduction of capital. By reading The Rise of Logistics alongside Marx's treatment of the sphere of circulation in Capital Volume 2, we shall examine how the circulation of commodities from their point of production to realization sells a change in location that enfolds systems of distribution into the production process itself. By directly integrating systems of production, transportation, and consumption through cybernetic systems of data management, logistics enmeshes transport infrastructure, ecological systems, commercial and military goods, and labor within an extensive system of tracking and tracing, enfolding enlarging circles of territory and society into the extractive machine of supply chain capitalism. Along the way, the organization of capital accumulation through logistical systems has required a corresponding political shift, pushing states to expand the space for capital's operation both territorially and technologically. In the process, the rise of logistics has expanded its logics of distributive efficiency into spaces and modes of everyday life, organizing the subjectification, dispossession, and exploitation of poor and working people in terms of their relationship to economies of supply. As we shall see, then, logistics not only refers to the material practice of supply chain management but also to the expansion of logics of distributive efficiency into expanding realms of social life. This chapter approaches logistics as both a material practice and as a heuristic. If we understand the function of logistics to be a process of transformation that seeks to lubricate, flatten, connect, and smooth out the irregularities of capitalist operations across space and time, then a critical Marxian reading seeks to uncover the effects of such fantasies of control. It also interrogates how systems of movement are both produced by capital's imperative to circulate, and in turn work to reproduce, promote, and protect the neoliberal conditions for goods to move without the friction caused by rebellion, uprising, and resistance. 1446. The roots of logistics. Logistics began its life as a science of calculation. In ancient Greece, Logistiki referred to processes of calculation, the applied field of counting that dealt with sensible objects, distinct from the theoretical number theory of arithmetiki. Logistics did not refer to the management of supply chains until the 19th century, when it was applied to the challenges of organizing troop movement and battle supply during the Napoleonic Wars. The Napoleonic Wars presented military strategies with a qualitatively and quantitatively different problem. They pulled millions of soldiers onto roads, so that along with mass numbers of soldiers came the problem of their subsistence, munitions supplies, and transportation. Identifying this problem, military strategist Antoine-Henri Jomini identified logistiki as the work of deploying troops, provisions, and facilities, men and material, to the front lines. Jomini proposed that practical organization should be elevated from the banal mechanics of movement and a science of detail, to a foundational military strategy, a general science, forming one of the most essential parts of war. What won wars was not great strategic genius, but plain hard work and cold calculation involving quantitative assessments of how long and how far wars could be fought without exhausting the supply. The rise of industrial warfare generated a renewed concern with ensuring a constant flow of fuel in order to lubricate the machinery of war, resulting in the formation of the Office of Naval Research, the Marine Corps, and other state entities charged with forecasting bulk fuel requirements for the battlefield. This legacy has stretched into the contemporary operations of war. The scale and scope of growth in military logistics contracting is evident in the fact that the majority of individuals employed by the U.S. occupation in Iraq and Afghanistan are not soldiers, but workers for U.S. corporations like Kellogg, Brown and Root that provide logistical support services for the military, from food service to military base and equipment maintenance, and supply chain management. 3. In this sense, as Paul Virilio argued, by stretching supply routes to the maximum, war is no longer in its execution, but in its preparation. Indeed, this history precedes the era of industrial warfare, as David Graeber has shown. The need to feed standing armies of 50,000 men over 5,000 years ago led to the development of the promissory note and, in turn, the credit system and long-distance trade central to the development of our current logistical systems. The Royal British Navy grew in hand with maritime commerce to support imperial trade, while a network of intercontinental commodity chains grew out of the Atlantic slave trade and became a precursor to later forms of large-scale industrial capitalism. Logistics has long been central to the circulation of colonial rule. Logistics 1447. The logistical underpinnings of warfare underscore entanglements between its business, military, and imperial histories. The Vietnam War, in fact, was a triumph for supply chain logistics. The shipping container, a civilian innovation, proved the most efficient solution to the problem of distributing war material from Oakland to Cam Ranh Bay, a region largely inaccessible to U.S. troops. This logistical success not only demonstrated the container's unitized efficiency but also showed that by stocking outbound containers returning to the USA with goods from East Asia, high-capacity containerization could be utilized to reduce costs and create profitability. In a parallel development, the Ford executive-turned-Secretary of Defense Robert McNamara founded the Logistics Management Institute in 1961, consolidating logistics functions and employing them in the escalation of the Vietnam War. The institute has since expanded its scope into acquisition, financial management, and infrastructure management in sectors ranging from military defense to healthcare. Infrastructures of distribution and logistical calculation expanded not in tandem with military imperialism, but because of it. The rise of business logistics. Buoyed by its success in the military realm, logistics found its footing in business management practices in the 1960s and 1970s. According to supply chain management textbooks of the era, creative innovations in the business world prompted a turn to logistics. Up until the 1950s, Taylorist methods of management applied to factory floors had led to considerable gains in manufacturing productivity, but transportation and warehousing practices remained undeveloped. The cost of distribution represented between 10 and 30% of total costs. Lalonde et al. Suggests that by the end of World War II, distribution was one of the last remaining frontiers for significant cost savings. Firms in the USA began to experiment with reskilling and disaggregating components of the production process, raising total profits by quickening the turnover time for goods to be produced and purchased. In U.S. boardrooms, companies examined the complex cost interrelations among various business activities in order to optimize them as a unified system. Prior to these developments, the term commonly employed was physical distribution management, managing outbound goods movement after production was complete. In the 1960s, however, the concept of integrated business logistics began to gain popularity, encompassing the entire supply chain from raw materials through finished goods. An early definition cast logistics as a total approach to the management of all activities involved in physically acquiring, moving, and storing raw materials, in-process inventory, and finished goods inventory from the point of origin to the point of use or consumption. 1448. The concept of integrated logistics broadened executive responsibility for the movement of materials from end to end. The idea that coordinating movement across the entire supply chain could significantly reduce costs proved alluring. This system's perspective prompted firms to regard logistics as a strategic function, on par with finance, production, and marketing. Logistics not only reshaped the corporation but also the spatiality of capital's operations. Rather than producer-driven chains acting as the primary economic agents who establish backward linkages with component suppliers and forward linkages into distribution and retailing, logistical models involved finding the right combination of inventory, length of production run, level of customer service, and so forth to maximize the profit of the firm as an entity, that is, a systems approach. Whereas in Taylorist-Fordist configurations, space is primarily understood in static endowments of stocks and resources, in logistical assessments, production and consumption are not territorially confined. What matters is how efficiently supply chains are configured to link low costs, innovation, and the speed of the sale together. Absolute distances between mines, factories, and marketplaces are less relevant in a total cost analysis, which accounts for the actual cost of distribution across components, from raw materials to the final product, rather than transportation costs alone. This approach enabled rapid comparisons of changing freight rates, as well as allowing firms to model route choices, facility locations, and order quantities. In this way, business logistics sought to systematize the supply chain. Functions previously handled by separate departments and often separate companies, from purchasing and manufacturing to transportation and warehousing, were gradually merged under the frame of integrated logistics, which shouldered responsibility for entire systems of production and distribution. In a field-defining critical assessment of this business history, Deborah Cowan argues that these newly configured rationalities of the distributive system marked a shift from cost minimization after production to profit maximization as value added across circulatory systems, thereby according logistics a central role in the restructuring of capital accumulation. Logistical experiments gave rise to precision management models which utilize algorithmic and inventory calculations to optimize operations, eliminate actions deemed wasteful, and ensure efficient resource utilization. One critical doctrine in this model is just-in-time management. Pioneered by Japanese automakers, logistic eons grafted JIT methods onto other supply chains. JIT models aim to deliver components exactly when they are required. Manufacturers no longer push products onto retailers or consumers, but retailers pull production to warehouses, cutting back on inventory and replenishing supply constantly. JIT is positioned in contrast to a just-in-case model, where companies create buffers and hold large stock inventories, leading to shelves filled with standing stock. In contrast, JIT uses lean methods that meet demands at short notice, integrating. Logistics 1449. Information on fluctuations in inventory capacities and markets with cybernetic data banks, increasing the scope over which JIT operates. Such management techniques seek to reduce interfaces between operations and keep processes flowing, so that circulation continues in a seamless motion. Logistics has thus served to intensify processes of monitoring and surveillance, from the scrutiny of point-of-sales data and inventory to worker routines, weather and traffic patterns, and many other variables in a quest to find the cheapest and fastest path to making and distribution products. Firms that have adopted these new technologies and methods of logistics management have gained an edge over their competitors, prompting an explosion of these practices throughout the world economy. Across the USA as a whole, for example, transportation and logistics costs fell from about 16% of GDP in 1980 to less than 8% in 2009. Historical conditions for the rise of logistics. What business textbooks do not tell us is that shifts in corporate strategy were also informed by structural changes in the dynamics of capital accumulation as a whole, as well as by state and worker action. To account for these factors, we examine the historical conjunctures and structural mechanisms by which logistics offered a response to the profitability crises associated with overproduction that began in the 1960s in the global north. In the 1960s, traditional mass manufacturing sectors in the advanced industrialized countries declined due to a combination of factors that included intensified international competition, accelerated technological change, and market saturation. To optimize costs, capital turned to newer industrial sectors grounded in flexible production systems, as large firms mobilized three intertwined strategies to enhance efficiency, sustain value accumulation, and increase their market share. Structurally speaking, one explanation for logistics' rise is that supply chain innovations were a necessary response to a tendency toward overproduction inherent to the logic of capital. For Robert Brenner's The Economics of Global Turbulence provides such a theory. Brenner argues that the arc of accumulation reached its climax in the 1960s with a crisis of overproduction in the industrialized North. As competition from other industrialized countries compelled U.S. firms to increase productivity, big corporations replaced labor with more efficient machines and managerial labor processes. This tendency for the rate of profit to fall is inherent to commodity capital. Competition impels producers to adopt advanced technologies that increase labor productivity and drive down prices. However, as low prices place producers under the pressure to adopt more new technology, the cycle becomes iterative. The increased ratio of machines to living 1,450. Labor eventually becomes a problem as investments become tied to fixed capital contained in machinery. According to Brenner, in the 1970s this resulted in the long downturn, an extended period of declining profitability which led to overcapacity and overproduction were perpetuated and exacerbated throughout the advanced capitalist world, initiating systemic turbulence from which the global economy had to find ways to recover. As the mixed blessing of fixed capital led to the slow decline of U.S. manufacturing strength, hope for profit could no longer be located in the production process. Firms in the global north began to experiment with shifting their investments toward the speedier realization of value. The foremost among these shifts took the form of finance, which sought to accelerate and increase the realization of value by accumulating profit through claims on future value. But the credit system also played an essential role in moving production to underdeveloped countries in the global south. This allowed them to capture returns on the average profit rate in three ways. They, a. subcontracted, i.e. expanded social divisions of labor at the interfirm level by subcontracting productive functions to other supplier networks, b. offshored, i.e. internationalized, and outsourced the supply chain by pushing low-cost production facilities to places where labor costs were cheapest, and c. consolidated command and control of supply chains at major headquarters, enabled by tracking technologies, flexible organization, and the dispersal of distribution, financial, and service functions across local networks. The role of the state. While Brenner's account highlights intercapitalist competition as the source of the profitability crisis, this version of the story tends to attribute the development of logistics to inexorable and innate processes of capitalist development, making advances effected by state and worker action less visible. In fact, state and worker action are central in the story of logistics' rise. 5 accounts by David Harvey and Henry Lefebvre allow us to chart such a path. For Harvey, state action changed the global economic landscape that fostered the conditions for the logistics revolution. U.S. intervention in the Global South, coupled with structural adjustment programs imposed by multilateral institutions based in the Global North, bred a coercive structure that pushed developmentalist states toward neoliberal strategies that fostered climates for foreign direct investment and free trade agreements. Under this model, states sought to remove barriers to the free mobility of capital, opened markets to global exchange, and coordinated structures for international agreements without which the rise of the logistics industry would not have been possible. 6. Logistics rise is owed not only to structural changes in the logic of capital but also to state action that responded to capital's demands for place-specific. Logistics 1451. Regulatory, institutional, and infrastructural arrangements that could enlarge capital's space of operation. As competitiveness among regions, cities, and nations becomes increasingly dependent on their ability to facilitate circulation, states compete by creating zones of exclusion that facilitate export and import processing without the heavy burdens of surveillance and taxation. From export processing zones to free port areas and logistics corridors, such spaces of extra statecraft seek to enhance market competition while limiting state intervention. States seek a balance between the deregulation of labor laws and re-regulation of national transport industries, generating spaces of exception that allow supply chains to flourish and expand. States thus play a key role in pursuing top-down political strategies of standardization and fragmentation, integrating policy frameworks, and creating institutionalized frameworks that facilitate flexible accumulation regimes. For example, as Nielsen et al. Recently examined, China's Belt and Road Initiative is a massive state-led project to establish new trade routes from China to Europe and beyond, involving the buildup of extensive networks of satellites, warehouses, ports, railroads, and highways across transnational territory. In a domestic context, Walmart's meteoric expansion in the USA relied on land use and zoning laws that favored big box stores on the basis of the sales tax revenues they generated for states and municipalities. The logistical character of state management of space is usefully illuminated by Henry Lefebvre's concept of the state mode of production. The state mode of production emerges as states produce institutional realignments for the construction and reproduction of the political, economic, and territorial conditions for capital accumulation over the 20th century. Since capital accumulation must be defined in space, states seek to mobilize space as a productive force through spatial planning and the construction of financial and legal mechanisms for facilitating accumulation. Lefebvre argues that only the state is capable of taking charge of the management of space on a grand scale, because only the state has at its disposal the appropriate resources, techniques, and conceptual capacity to take charge of growth in this way. The concept of the state mode of production reveals how the state and capital both work to create temporal and spatial equivalences across the world market, homogenizing diverse spaces to service the needs of logistical accumulation. As this homogenization happens, however, states are also differentiated through their ability to reproduce the relations of production by optimizing logistics and transport outputs. One example of this tendency is the World Bank's Logistics Performance Index, a benchmarking tool created in 2007 to assess states' capacities to facilitate trade, whose measures, from logistics competence to infrastructure and timeliness, privilege efficiency and deregulation. Underdeveloped nations and urban spaces 1452. Compete to prioritize commercial capital flows over people, often sacrificing the welfare of its people in the process. State efforts to develop logistics efficiencies undergird a culture of consumerism in the global north, instrumental in fostering consent to the existing social order. In the global south, logistical development projects facilitate the growth of consumptive practices that tend to support regimes quiescent to US-led global capitalism, while fueling the production and circulation of cheap consumer goods, and the exploitation of labor essential to keeping them cheap, essential to the reproduction of capital. As Deborah Cowan argues, The rise of logistics facilitates a shift of the state's role in classical liberalism tethered to the security of national and individual property toward a neoliberal state that shapes markets in accordance with universalizing principles of competition. The rise of logistics was not just a process of business innovation, but was fundamentally assisted by political strategies that positioned national and subnational economic spaces within global circuits of accumulation. The role of labor. Logistics' role in structuring the post-1960s neoliberal order has also been consequential for global shifts in the power of labor. The hypermobility of productive capital, aided by containerization and cheapening transportation costs, created downward pressure on labor's bargaining power by creating a single labor market in which all workers are pitted against each other in an international race to the bottom. This thesis posits that as states pursued deregulation, they failed to protect the wages and working conditions of their citizens, while multinational corporations seeking the highest returns settled in locations with a cheaper, less organized, and reserve army of labor to contract into the wage relation. Meanwhile, neoliberal governments also mounted an assault on the organized working class in the global north. From the UK to the USA, post-war gains by organized labor were reversed by the Thatcher and Reagan governments, resulting in restructured labor contracts, the suppression of labor struggles, and the reduction of union power. By enabling capital's hypermobility, logistics helped create a system necessarily hostile to all forms of social solidarity that put restraints on capital accumulation. 7 As optimization models prompted firms to subcontract and disaggregate their production and transportation systems, logistics helped to create new systems of flexible production which eroded the stability of working classes, replacing them with networks of temporary labor. Arguments about the precaritizing effect of the flexibilization of labor are well known, but seldom emphasized is the crucial role that logistics systems played in the structural disaggregation of the industrialized working class, particularly in cheapening the costs of transportation that allowed industrial capital to move to low-wage areas. As Marcus Hesse explains, to a certain extent, it was the system of material circulation that Logistics 1453 allowed for the transition from use value to exchange value, which made the large-scale capitalization of commodities possible. The post-war profit squeeze that Brenner suggests is an inexorable fact of intercapitalist competition might thus alternatively be read, as Giovanni Arrighi suggests, as a response to the effective resistance of workers against attempts to make them bear the costs of that competition, and to the difficulties which capitalists encountered in outflanking that resistance. Similarly, Timothy Mitchell argued that the greatest victories of the modern labor movement centered around narrow choke points at which coal miners could constrict the flow of the high-energy coal on which states depended, and whose points of leverage were subsequently dissipated in the shift from coal to oil during the post-war period. We might thus read the rise of global supply chains and the logistics industry as a dialectical countermovement by capital to labor's mid-century advances. The tremendous growth of big box stores, online retailers, and Amazon did not happen simply because of business innovations and technological optimization. They were also the consequences of conservative political victories that generated the terrain on which logistics companies would flourish, including the disintegration of labor law, the undermining of working class power, and the growth of a free trade regime that became extremely beneficial to the fast flow of retail commodities across global space. Logistics as the temporalization and spatialization of the supply chain. Viewed in this light, corporations' attempts to reshape supply chains into lean, agile, and flexible networks made logistics a powerful tool for reproducing capitalist power relations through the reorganization of spatio-temporal circuits of the supply chain. While logistics is celebrated in business literatures as a form of technological progress, in the remainder of this chapter we explore the contradictions and tensions involved in pursuing efficiency-enhancing logistics systems. Rather than seeing logistics as a merely technical object, examining the political implications of its growth helps us understand how it has organized the social relations of production and distribution. This chapter cannot comprehensively review the political and social implications of logistics growth. Instead, we focus on two aspects of its role in the reproduction of capital. First, the politicization of temporalities of exchange that discipline working bodies, and second, the spatial and material expansion of infrastructures of uneven development through which logistics systems expand. The speed up of the supply chain is not new. Taylorist Fordist mass production organized the production process around the temporal logics of productivity and efficiency to intensify the workday and increase relative surplus value. The 1454 Logistics revolution, however, globalized temporal precision by organizing supply chain systems around an obsessive concern with reducing the time in which goods are tied up unproductively either in inventory or waiting around for further processing. As firms seek to competitively accelerate the rate and mass of commodity circulation, workers along the supply chain are subjected to the temporal demands of productivity and efficiency through algorithmic processing. For example, firms employ tracking and monitoring software to trace movements in real time, not only on boxes and containers but also on working bodies. Warehouse pickers are assessed for their on-job performance through flow rates and speed, where labor time is treated as a resource, i.e. measured and manipulated in the interest of organizational efficiency and effectiveness. Amazon warehouse pickers, for example, are set targets of 9 seconds per item and 300 items per hour, driving workers to such exhaustion that ambulances have been called to aid workers collapsing from exhaustion. As Kate Hepworth has argued, logistics has replaced the clock time of industrial production with real-time performance measurements, substituting uniform units of labor time with rates, the number of tasks completed in a set period. Whereas E. P. Thompson famously linked the strict imposition of the linear temporal measure to industrial discipline, logistical discipline substitutes linearity with flexibility. Flexibility adds another temporal dimension to productivity and efficiency by adjudicating labor productivity through the measurement of performance rates, lean production, and optimization. In addition to labor processes that increase relative surplus value by intensifying work rhythms, flexibility, the normatively regulated temporal boundary, replacing it with individually negotiated agreements between individual workers and employers. What is cast as adaptability in corporate discourses allows logistic eons to control the supply of temporary labor, altering work shifts in response to demand. This results in employers increasing demand for flexibility, lowered wages and benefit costs, and efforts to shift risks onto third parties. As Beth Gutlius has shown, flexible accumulation has deeply impacted logistics industries, where temp employment has increased particularly in the flyover states and logistical hubs of the U.S. Midwest, and in manufacturing and warehousing industries. Demands for flexible labor also blur the temporal boundaries between personal and family life, creating populations of logistics workers who remain on call without guaranteed shifts, are given only 24 hours notice before they have to show up to work, and are benched while waiting to re-enter the logistics workforce. In this sense, flexibility changes the relationship between temporal measure and work, moving from a linear model of industrial discipline to asynchronous. Logistics 1455. Fragmented and elongated experiences of time. Labor discipline occurs both through temporal speed-up and withdrawal. By sustaining and expanding accumulation through temporal precision and flexible management, firms displace risk onto workers. Workers absorb the frictions and risks associated with JIT supply chains by bearing the costs of the fragmentation of their temporal boundaries of work. Thus, logistical processes seek to control the temporality of accumulation, but simultaneously fragment and slow the availability of stable work, while intensifying demands for efficiency from those who are unstably working. This impetus reflects a process by which, as Postone has argued, time expenditure is transformed from a result of activity into a normative measure for activity, a process by which time governs human activity and becomes intrinsic to the process of alienated social constitution. Large logistics corporations such as Amazon and Walmart exploit the evisceration of labor law, keeping not only their direct employees but their logistics systems non-union. Along the way, logistical modes of management become not simply a tool for organizing the movement of goods alone, but also a biopolitical technology of control through which the state, Capital nexus orders and surveys populations, subjecting lives and livelihoods to increasing forms of logistical domination. Logistical systems in this way reproduce relations of production and distribution through the calculative politicization of rhythms and tempos of exchange. Spatial expansion and the supply chain. The temporal flexibility underlying logistical systems would not be possible without a radical reshaping of the spatial relations of production and consumption. The intensification of exploitation through attempts to make logistical labor more generative of value exists dialectically alongside its extensification, the spatial expansion of relations of exploitation. Because forms and degrees of exploitation are always the result of the state of class struggle against exploitation, as resistance to labor intensification becomes greater, spatial extensification becomes important for sustaining value accumulation. Indeed, Marx stresses that the tendency to create the world market is directly given in the concept of capital itself, where spatial expansion is inherent to the accumulation of capital since every limit appears as a barrier to be overcome. To understand this relation between intensification and extensification, it is helpful to look at Marx's writings on the concept of circulation in Capital Volume 2. There, Marx suggests that although capitalism's crises are inextricably linked to the production process, maintaining or accelerating the circulation 1456 of capital is equally important for ensuring conditions for accumulation. While Marx centers his analysis on the process of commodity production in Volume I, he also argues in the Grundriss that capital can only be understood as a unity of production and realization. In Volume 2, then, Marx accounts for the centrality of processes of realization to the accumulation of capital, and shows how commodities must first circulate and their value be realized on the market before the amount of social labor expended in their production can be properly recognized. 8 logistics systems are thus a crucial component of ensuring the health of the total social circuit of capital, since the physical conditions of circulation play a central role in ensuring the continued reproduction of capitalist relations. Marx emphasizes the need for the total social circuit of capital to be in continuous movement. If a commodity is not sold on the market, it cannot realize the value of the labor embodied in it. Obstacles that slow or halt the circulation and consumption of commodities therefore pose a threat to capitalism's stability. Marx argues that since, for the whole period of its journey to the market, capital is confined to the state of commodity capital, it cannot transition to the money form and into productive capital. To speed up this process, capitalists strive to reduce turnover times. As transportation technologies improve, they not only enable geographical expansion but also the expansion of the mass of commodities produced, leading to the expansion of megaships, truck yards, and computer systems to handle large masses of commodities being transported ashore at any time. Material infrastructure must be located strategically in a way that facilitates an accelerating economy. The position of ports in relation to distribution nodes like highways and railways, or the distance from warehouses to delivery sites, thus become crucial aspects of accelerating the circuit of total social capital. In this way, expanding the circulation of capital requires developing quicker and cheaper means of transportation on a large scale to overcome spatial distance, while the credit system provides the promissory note for the annihilation of space by time. Here, transportation is not simply secondary, but is enfolded into the production process itself. Since the ability to reproduce the total social capital requires that capital expand its ability to reproduce itself, the reproduction of the means of production, logistical systems develop conditions for the further accumulation of capital. For Marx, this means that transportation is not subsidiary to production. The transport industry forms on the one hand an independent branch of production, and hence a particular sphere for the investment of productive capital. On the other hand, it is distinguished by its appearance as the continuation of a production process within the circulation process and for the circulation process. By emphasizing that the transport industry plays a role in continuing the production process, Marx situates the mode of circulation in two senses, as the turnover. Logistics 1457. Of money and realization of capital. In selling a change in location, moving commodities' actual course in space, transportation processes actually produce surplus value, since the product is really finished only when it is on the market. Thus, economically considered, the spatial condition, the bringing of the product to market, belongs to the production process itself. Transportation processes are not simply important because they reduce the faux phrase of production, i.e. the incidental overhead costs which detract from total surplus value. Since a change in location closes the circuit of capital through the sale of the commodity, it plays a crucial role in capital's ability to reinvest surplus value into the production process, beginning the cycle of accumulation over again. Thus, while economic geographers and sociologists such as Edna Bonasich and Jake Wilson and Thomas Reifer have largely conflated logistics with the role of transportation, it should be noted that logistics systems organize the means of transportation and communication as productive forces in the expansion of logistical management over entire transnational networks of supply chains. Logistics systems do not just reduce or cheapen the costs of transportation, they seek to alter the spatial and managerial ordering of production, distribution, and consumption within the total circuit of commercial capital. In this way, logistics should be understood as a distinctive realm of movement that expands the capacity of capital to reproduce itself. Conclusion. Logistics has become an organizing logic and practice for expanding the domination of capital over the world market. However, it is important to stress at the close of this chapter that the image of seamless global circulation that logistics aspires to is largely just that, aspirational. Logistics seeks to be a system of omnipotent control and a governing strategy, but in practice, it is also constituted by a coordinated yet dispersed set of regulations, calculative arrangements, and technical procedures. The explosion of logistical infrastructures has also created an overstretched and brittle supply chain whose vulnerabilities regularly surface. While logistics is responsible for intensifying exploitation and various other social and environmental consequences associated with the reproduction of capitalist relations, it has also consolidated supply chains as entities that connect seemingly disparate industrial and commercial workforces more than before. In fact, some scholars have asked whether the rise of logistics has increased the economically based structural power of workers through the strategic occupation of bottlenecks, nodes, and long supply chains. Although some claim that the logistics revolution has weakened unions, increased contingency, and lowered labor standards, it has also created vulnerabilities within the global capitalist system that can be used 1458. As a basis for organizing the logistics sector and wider communities to build resistance against the circulation of capital. Kim Moody argues, for instance, that logistics is in fact at the forefront of labor struggles, since industries continue to be reliant on the ties that bind the production of goods and services, making it possible that the concentration of workers in key nodes and linkages create clusters that renew the potential for mass labor struggles. 9. Writing of the strategic importance of logistics workers, Bonasich and Wilson argue that the global transportation and warehousing sector is absolutely vital to the success of global capitalism as we know it. Because jet systems depend on uninterrupted commodity flows across long distances, logistics workers have the potential power to coordinate nationally and internationally, broadening their conception of logistics labor beyond individual docks and warehouses to encompass clerical, warehouse, trucking, rail, and longshore work across transnational supply chains. Likewise, Nick Dyer-Wytheford has argued that it was not always inevitable that computer systems and big data optimization schemes privileged capitalist strategies of accumulation. Instead, tracing a line from Soviet and Chilean cybernetics to current labor time algorithms, he explores the possibility of shaping logistical systems toward decentralized participatory planning that could provide mass-scale capacities for communist resource allocation. In this way, we may also see logistics as a critical site for seizing distribution systems, in line with those who see logistical nodes as potential sites for building non-capitalist futures. Such thinkers posit that antagonism has shifted from the withdrawal of labor power at sites of production to disruptive blockades, sabotage, and other disruptive action at points within the circulatory system. The Invisible Committee, for example, suggests that exploiting the vulnerabilities of technical systems can build emancipatory struggle by reappropriating and reinventing the ways of interrupting networks. More recently, Jasper Burns, Joshua Clover, and Alberto Toscano also debate the possibility that logistical systems, and the sphere of circulation more generally, provide opportunities for reconfiguring contemporary capital accumulation by reappropriating the means of production and circulation to communist ends. Logistics' aspiration to omnipotence remains, at least for now, only a corporate fantasy of a self-imaged ordering of chaos. Despite its gargantuan architecture and powerful imperial reach, the world of logistics is constantly undermined by its own contingencies and contradictions. Precisely because of its aspirations toward omnipotence, logistics is itself a deeply vulnerable entity, ultimately an ideology of full visibility as integral flexibility. It is the deep anxiety over protecting its fragility that has promoted the grand experiments with regulating trade flows. In this sense, a Marxist approach to logistics requires that we both take stock of the growing. Logistics 1459. Power of contemporary logistics systems while pushing back on the dominant view of logistical regimes as perfectly efficient and rational innovations. Rather, in facilitating new forms of connectivity and interdependency among places, insinuating itself into everyday lives, and forcibly seizing land and enforcing border imperialisms, logistics has exacerbated antagonisms not only between capital and workers directly associated with logistical chains, but all those targeted by or caught in its arc of accumulation. To refuse the image of logistics as a fully successful hegemonic force demands that we pay attention to ongoing refusals to accept the conditions of its violence. 1. Logistics has become increasingly important to the production and realization of value in contemporary capitalism. Capitalism's logistics turn has led a range of figures, including academic observers writing in the Marxist and critical theory traditions, leaders of the established trade union movement, and radical activist groups, to argue that organizing logistics workers is a strategic priority for the left. This belief is premised on several factors: the growing number of logistics workers, the amplified disruptive potential of logistics workers due to the increasingly critical role of circulation, and the immobile geography of certain logistical infrastructures, making some logistics workers relatively immune to the threat of capital mobility. The prospect of heightened structural power most excites progressive commentators on logistics workers. For the purposes of this chapter, logistics is defined as both the practices involved in moving goods and the management systems for organizing this movement. The logistics turn has resulted in both more complex supply chains and lean management, meaning that many supply chains are doubly vulnerable to industrial action. As a result of greater global trade, supply chains now spread across much greater physical distances and have many more logistics links in the chain. 80. Labor struggles in logistics. Jeremy Anderson 1464. This chapter argues that assumptions that the logistics turn will automatically convert into structural power are misplaced. Even the question of have logistics workers become more powerful, is difficult to answer in a coherent or univocal way because there are major differences between occupations, as well as across countries and regions. However, there is little evidence that the increased importance of logistics to capital accumulation has resulted in greater power for logistics workers themselves. Very few logistics workers have substantially improved their terms and conditions, although there have been modest gains for collective bargaining coverage in some areas. Meanwhile, multiple processes have concurrently eroded working conditions and constrained the ability of logistics workers to organize: the growth of non-standard work, including gig work, 0-hours contracts, informal work, the employment of a reserve army of labor that is often racialized and designed to foment race divisions, and the implementation of algorithmic management techniques that has led to digitally enhanced despotism in the workplace. 2. The central argument of this chapter is that understanding the power of logistics workers requires a nuanced framework that combines analysis of logistical economic structures and the multiple power resources that workers need to mobilize. Structural power can be brought into being but must be co-constituted with other forms of power, notably associational, symbolic, and institutional power. This requires detailed understanding of industry structures, as well as developing worker organizing strategies that can ultimately supersede them, by moving beyond the corporate form to organize on a broader class basis. The remainder of this chapter builds this argument over 4 sections. First, I interrogate theories of logistics workers' power through a discussion of the power resources approach, which has become the dominant analytical framework in global labor studies. Although not an explicitly Marxist framework, I argue that the power resources framework has key Marxist elements. Moreover, its broad scope reflects the overdetermined nature of workers' power. Second, I discuss the development of the logistics sector, including patterns of corporate organization and profit extraction, as these have an important bearing on the ability of workers to organize and build power. Third, I analyze the organizing strategy of the International Transport Workers Federation as a case study of efforts to build power in the sector. I show that the ITF has sought to mobilize logistics workers' structural power organizing campaigns in multinational corporations, and that concerns over the subordinate role of logistics employers led the ITF to move up the supply chain to target lead firms. Building on Marxist perspectives on trade unions, I argue that mirroring the corporate form too closely is a trap for trade unions and that broader strategies are needed. Fourth, I outline a broader class strategy for logistics workers organizing, which involves mobilizing on a greater numeric scale, and activating different forms of labor struggles in logistics. 1465. Power, notably market-wide power and the relational power of place. Last-mile delivery drivers and warehouse workers stand out as 2 expanding sectors with major organizing potential. 3. Understanding logistics workers' power. Disruptive potential is the most common starting point for discussions about the power of logistics workers. By disruptive potential I mean the impact that work stoppages by logistics workers have on their immediate workplace, the supply chains linked to them, and the wider economy. John Womack and Eric Olin Wright, 2 writers in the Marxist tradition, both offer versions of disruptive potential. Womack argues that every occupation has different strategic positions, understood in terms of the amount of other work in the labor process that is dependent on that particular group of workers. In a port, for example, if crane drivers strike when a ship is in port, straddle carriers have no containers to shift, port truckers have no loads to pick up, and ships cannot sail until they unload their cargoes. The extent of the disruption will depend on a range of factors, such as the length of the strike, constraints on replacing striking workers, and the ability of employers to use capacity elsewhere in the system. At the other extreme, if cleaners went on strike, then the port may be able to continue functioning at least in the short term. Wright's notion of structural power is similar to strategic position. Whereas Womack sees strategic position, and therefore economic location, as the fundamental determination of workers' and trade union power, Wright argues the basis of workers' power is multidimensional and contingent on context. Wright contrasts structural power with associational power, i.e. the various forms of power that result from the formation of the collective organization of workers, which can develop either in the workplace, sectoral, or political spheres. Associational power can be observed when workers are able to mobilize a power through collective action and is particularly evident where workers do not appear to have high levels of structural power. For example, various histories of worker mobilization in the 20th century point to the Fordist system of large factories as a crucial nexus for fostering worker collective action, thereby highlighting the importance of associational power implicitly or explicitly. Mike Davis' study of worker organization in the U.S. steel and automotive industries during the 1930s tells the story of how a labor regime that was designed to explicitly weaken the power of craft labor through deskiling, ultimately resulted in a wave of labor radicalism and mass collective action. This period in U.S. labor history has echoes throughout the subsequent history of capitalist industrialization, including South Africa during the 1466 1970s, Brazil and Korea during the 1980s and 1990s, and China in the 1990s and 2000s. Associational power, however, is relevant beyond traditional conceptions of male manufacturing workers. Reena Agrawala's study of bidi cigarette rollers in India, an entirely female, informal workforce, shows the concept's wider relevance. As informal workers who work from home, bidi cigarette rollers have limited potential to take effective strike action. Instead, actions such as sit-ins at town squares while continuing their cigarette rolling work bring their work into the public space, and make highly visible demands on the state for welfare entitlements. Debates over the relationship between structural power and associational power coalesced in debates about the power resources approach, arguably now the dominant framework in global labor studies. Although drawing on the work of Marxist scholars such as Eric Olin Wright and Beverly Silver, the PRA is not explicitly Marxist. The PRA disaggregates social and political relations into three categories: associational power, institutional power, and societal power. Institutional power derives from the institutional structures that are created by workers' struggles, either directly or indirectly, which form the basis for workers' power even in the absence of other forms of power being mobilized. Institutional power can range from rights enshrined in law, to agreements between workers and capital. For example, the ITF has a unique system of international collective bargaining for seafarers, which has evolved over a period of more than 70 years, and which has continued to endure despite widespread attacks on the institutional power of maritime workers more generally. Societal power has multiple components. It includes symbolic power, which has been used to explain campaigns around garment sweatshops in export processing zones, where generating moral outrage among the general public as opposed to worker mobilization is the primary tactic. It also includes coalitional or relational power to describe the power of alliances. For example, in recent decades in the West, a key campaign tactic for low-wage workers has been living wage campaigns that draw extensively on support from faith groups. The power resources framework has both continuities and discontinuities with Marxist approaches and debates. The concept of structural power has an explicit Marxist lineage and addresses the classic Marxist concern with how workers can resist capital at the point of production. However, even within Marxist debates, attempts to argue that occupations or industries make workers more militant and/or revolutionary runs into conceptual and political difficulties. As numerous contemporary and historical studies have shown, worker militancy and unrest can break out among any group of workers regardless of gender, race. Labor struggles in logistics 1467. Formal work status, occupational group, or proximity or distance from the supposed commanding heights of the capitalist order or imperialist system. The point here is not to merely widen the parameters of contingency. Rather, following Althusser, structural power and other power resources can also be understood as structuring forces that are overdetermined in specific conjunctures. However, there is a tension between Marxist approaches and the PRA over what power is and what it is for. In the form proposed by Schmaltz et al., the PRA is both an analytical framework that explains the power that workers have and a manual for how to build trade union power. It explicitly adopts a Weberian concept of power as power to, as in, power to win better terms and conditions through collective agreements. Although the PRA shares with Marxism the goal of being both an analytical framework and a theory of praxis, historically the unproblematic promotion of trade union power would have led to tensions with the Marxist approach. Marxist debates on trade unions during the 1960s and 1970s, a time of significant labor unrest in the West and parts of the Global South, tended to focus on the fundamental limitations of trade unions for building workers' power and socialism. These arguments ranged from macro-level arguments about how the imbrication of trade unions in the structures and processes of capitalism makes them incapable of generating meaningful resistance to it, to meso-level arguments and the innate conservatism of trade union bureaucracy and its role in moderating worker struggles, to the Italian debates around workerism. Following 4 decades of systematic attacks on trade unions, however, Marxist debates have shifted to viewing rebuilding the labor movement as a necessary task. Consequently, both Marxist and left-liberal writers use the PRA framework to understand the potential for rebuilding workers' power, although Marxist writers may emphasize structural and associational power more strongly than institutional power. Meanwhile, questions over what this power is for have been deferred. The logistics turn. In her chapter in this volume, charts the development of logistics and its increasing importance to the production and realization of value, building on and reflecting broader interest in this theme. The impact of these changes has had contradictory impacts on workers, suggesting both greater structural power for logistics workers while simultaneously eroding working conditions. 1468. Developments in logistics have led to more intense monitoring of both production and labor processes. Point-of-sale inventory systems, such as those developed by Walmart in the 1980s, enabled more accurate production orders and estimates for stock levels, thereby reducing storage needs. This led to ever greater monitoring of supply chains, including the location of goods at each stage of the supply chain, in order to maximize stability over product supply. The logistics turn, therefore, precipitated the trend towards greater micromanagement, centralized monitoring, and disciplining of economic life now associated with platform and surveillance capitalism. The logistics turn has had a major role in generating surplus value for capital in general. The equalization of logistics practices has significantly diminished the scope for individual firms to gain an advantage over one another. For individual companies, it is no longer a major advantage to have a highly sophisticated logistics system, it is a requirement. Crucially, built into these practices is a labor regime where wages are relatively low, and there are systematic efforts by capital to simultaneously micromanage workers and erode their power resources. Logistics companies and logistics workers. Logistics is an abstract concept that can refer to a range of practices, including supply chain management, planning physical infrastructure such as ports and road networks, third-party operations such as freight forwarding, warehousing and goods finishing, as well as long-established transport tasks such as shipping and road transport. There are some important differences across these sectors that have impacts on workers' power. Some are asset-heavy, operating a shipping line, or particularly a global ports company, requires a significant investment in fixed capital assets. Some of these tasks are asset-light. Freight forwarders, sometimes called travel agents for freight, may have few fixed resources other than office space and computer databases. Another important difference stems from the patterns of corporate organization and profitability. Some segments of the logistics sector are largely done in-house. This particularly applies to the supply chain management function of MNCs. Dominant lead firms in most sectors have well-resourced supply chain management departments, whether it is a consumer goods giant such as Unilever, mining conglomerate BHP Billiton, or an aircraft manufacturer like Airbus. They do not outsource such management to specialized firms, at least not totally or permanently. The extent of their involvement, however, is primarily asset-light. They do not generally own their own ships, ports, or trucking fleets. Historically vertically integrated sectors such as mining and oil increasingly outsource logistics functions. The important point here is that when it comes to logistics practices, the labor struggles in logistics 1469. Lead firm in terms of the locus of decision-making is rarely a logistics service provider. Confusingly, not all firms active in logistics are called logistics firms. Neither, due to long-standing occupational identities, would all workers involved in logistics practices consider themselves logistics workers. But according to the definition adopted in this chapter, a logistics firm could refer to any of the following: shipping lines, warehouse providers, freight forwarders, courier and package delivery firms, supply chain management specialists, trucking firms, or airline freighters. The logistics sector, however, has distinctive segments. Multimodal LSBs occupy the largely asset-light end of the industry. This segment is dominated by three MNCs, UPS, FedEx, and Deutsche Post DHL, who globally had 377,000, 380,000, and 540,000 employees respectively as of 2020. These firms all operate similar services: air express, contract logistics, trucking, freight forwarding, and supply chain management, but not asset-heavy maritime operations. Maritime firms, for their part, have not made significant inroads into land and air logistics. The logistics operations of Amazon, however, is likely to soon rival them. The market in which LSBs compete is highly competitive, a dynamic which has put pressure on labor costs. This sector has low barriers to entry and is highly fragmented. DHL is the biggest player in the European trucking market but has less than 1.3% market share, while the top 10 players have less than 10% market share between them. This is typical of the situation across all of warehousing, trucking, and last-mile delivery. Importantly, it means that LSBs have a comparatively weak position compared to their customers, the lead firms in sectors such as retail and consumer goods, manufacturing, and extraction. Although LSBs have persistently sought to gain greater control in the bargaining relationship by seeking to become indispensable providers of supply chain management, lead firms have jealously guarded this strategic function of their logistics practices. Container ports, in contrast, have more concentrated ownership. Throughout the 1990s, container ports went through a period of considerable expansion and consolidation. Four firms emerged that controlled nearly half of global container volumes: Hutchison Port Holdings, controlled by Hong Kong billionaire Li Ka-shing; DP World, majority owned by the Emirate of Dubai; APM Terminals, a subsidiary of AP Moller Maersk, the Danish maritime conglomerate; and PSA, owned by the government of Singapore. Since the start of the 21st century, the Big Four have consolidated their market-leading role, at least for non-Chinese ports. Shipping lines never went through the same wave of consolidation as container ports. The largest, Maersk Line, has never had more than 10% global market share. The other main sectors of shipping, such as dry bulk and tankers, were never consolidated either. Fragmentation would prove very costly for the 1,470 industry after the 2008 financial crash. In an environment where demand fell and capacity continued to increase, freight rates routinely fell below the cost of capital. According to one estimate, the fragmentation of the industry resulted in lost income of $100 billion for container shipping in the first 2 decades of the 21st century. Industry fragmentation, and the apparent inability of executives to address it, has led to the phenomenon of zombie carriers that are persistently unprofitable. Only in the past few years has the industry moved towards consolidation. The patchwork of logistics operations described here suggests both are differentiated relations between capitals and also different levels of structural power for different groups of logistics workers. The Big Four container port operators are distinctive within the logistics landscape for their high profitability. This has not uniformly translated into higher wages for dock workers, however. In fact, many have faced attacks on their working conditions. Container port profits differ significantly from port to port, depending on competitive dynamics in the surrounding hinterland. Container ports are ultimately dependent on shipping lines, who themselves have been under major cost pressure. And for different reasons, both shipping lines and LSBs have been operating in highly competitive markets, which has placed major pressure on labor costs. Although the logistics turn means that logistics workers now create increasing quantities of value across the supply chain, in most cases a relatively small proportion of this value is being realized as profit by logistics employers. Nonetheless, the structural power of logistics workers merits further investigation. Logistics workers organizing. If the logistics turn has resulted in greater structural power for logistics workers, we would expect to see it manifested in the ITF, either through the local and/or national level strategies of ITF affiliates, or through the ITF's global campaigns. Representing 20 million transport workers in over 150 countries, the ITF is by far the largest organization of logistics workers. The ITF has 700 affiliated trade unions that use a wide variety of organizing and campaigning methods, and whose diverse ideologies span a broad political spectrum. The ITF is, therefore, a laboratory for understanding the structural power of logistics workers and the broader composition of workers' power in the current moment. Responding to the logistics turn by mobilizing structural power has been an important part of ITF policy for at least 2 decades. Attacks on ITF unions during the 1990s, such as high-profile lockouts of dockers' unions in the UK in 1997 and in Australia in 1998, demonstrated that the historical strength of transport labor struggles in logistics 1471 unions was under threat. The UPS strike in 1997, which started in the USA and spread to Europe, indicated the potential for a new wave of international solidarity in growing multinational LSPs. The ITF's 1998 Congress called for a shift towards more proactive campaigning, while the 2002 Congress called for specific strategies for unions to mobilize a structural power in logistics. In addition to the lure of structural power, organizing in logistics had another advantage: the relative immobility of logistics capital. The early 2000s was a time when globalization was a dominant discourse, and concerns about the tendency of capital mobility to undermine both workers' power and transnational solidarity were at a high point. Logistics, however, was less affected by capital mobility than other sectors. It is important not to overstate this argument too much, as this immobility is contingent on other factors. In the case of ports in Europe's northern range, ship calls can be substituted between a number of English Channel and North Sea ports from France to Germany, but only if capacity is available. Nonetheless, spatial tensions that have historically hindered trade union solidarity in producer MNCs are noticeably less present in logistics MNCs. By the late 2000s, the ITF strategy had coalesced around 2 sectoral campaigns focusing on container ports and LSPs. These campaigns had similar aims and outcomes. Both campaigns focused on organizing for union recognition, particularly in the global South countries where these companies had expanded into non-union spaces. A number of union recognition victories took place, sometimes as the result of bitter disputes. In most cases, the ITF established improved dialogue with global management. Sometimes this has become more formalist, such as in the case of the Global Framework Agreement agreed with DHL in 2016, but for most companies has taken the form of irregular meetings between unions and management, either to resolve disputes or to negotiate policies. There has been cooperation on some issues, such as a major international study of dockers' health and safety. I have written about some of the key moments of these campaigns elsewhere. Overall, however, the gains for logistics workers as a result of these campaigns have been incremental rather than transformational. Overall union density in the target companies has improved only slightly. Despite important gains in some areas, there have been no overall improvements in working standards. What does such slow progress say about the power of logistics workers? Does it mean that theoretical assumptions about the structural power of logistics workers is misplaced? The DHL-Turkey dispute provides important insights into these questions. From 2012 to 2014, the union TUMTUS, an ITF affiliate in Turkey, waged a campaign for union recognition at DHL Express. DHL responded aggressively, firing at least 32 union members, which the ITF alleged was illegal in Turkish law and contravened DHL's commitments to international labor standards. TUMTUS continued to fight for union recognition. Fired members maintained picket lines outside of DHL's main hub in Istanbul. TUMTUS also took legal action against DHL for unfair dismissal. The ITF, along with its sister federation, Uni Global Union, responded with an international solidarity campaign. The ITF held several global action days, in which union members in DHL operations across the world either raised the Turkey dispute with management or demonstrated outside of DHL locations and German embassies. There were regular visits to the picket line from unions around the world. In Germany, the union in DHL's home country raised the issue on both the Works Council and at company board level. The global union federations also targeted DHL's corporate relationships, putting pressure on shareholders and customers over union rights issues. And finally, the GUFs filed a complaint against DHL under the OECD guidelines on multinational enterprises. This complaint was accepted by the German government, requiring the company to attend mediation with the unions. As a result of such widespread top-down and bottom-up pressure, and evidence that the union had over 50% membership, TUMTUS members won union recognition in April 2014, resulting in a first union contract for 2,000 workers, and pay rises of 32 to 46%. The DHL Turkey dispute illustrates an important dynamic regarding the difficulties of mobilizing structural power in the current moment. As union activists were fired early on, it was not possible to take strike action. Although activists did maintain a picket line, this effectively involved mobilizing associational not structural power. Internationally, too, these unions mobilized relational power, symbolic power, and institutional power, but they did not exercise structural power through international strike action. This is partly a result of legal restrictions. In most countries it is now illegal for unions to take sympathy strikes in support of unions in other workplaces, nationally or internationally. Unions can autonomously decide to take lawful industrial action around their own issues at the same time, but this is rare. The only recent example on a large scale in the logistics sector is the UPS strike in 1997, although strikes are now emerging in Amazon. Outside of logistics, the transnational strikes in Ryanair during the summer of 2018 are arguably the largest scale transnational strike in any sector, in terms of the proportion of business impacted. Until we see something comparable in logistics firms like DHL, port operators, or even Amazon, the structural power of logistics workers will be untested. McAlevey argues that multifaceted campaigns will always fall short because they prioritize sophisticated campaign tactics at the expense of worker mobilization. In her comparison of dock workers' unions in Chile and Colombia, Fox Hodis argues that ITF-affiliated unions in Colombia were predisposed to rely on leverage applied by their ITF allies, as opposed to taking a class struggle. The problem with these perspectives is that they ignore cases like DHL Turkey, where worker militancy, labor struggles in logistics 1473, is a major factor, but it alone proves insufficient to win basic trade union rights in the face of deep-seated corporate intransigence at the national and international levels. As broader scholarship on logistics workers shows, the DHL Turkey dispute is actually relatively rare in that at least the workers won their goal of a collective agreement. For example, the collection Choke Points has numerous case studies on logistics workers internationally, and documents episodic outbreaks of logistics workers' militancy in different countries, but has no examples of these struggles translating into even modest institutional gains such as collective agreements. Another explanation for the difficulties faced by logistics workers is the subordinate role of logistics capital in supply chains. As mentioned earlier, lead firms at the apex of global commodity chains retain considerable power over logistics functions, and are also insulated from worker pressure through layers of subcontracting. One possibility is that even large MNCs like DHL have little power to accede to worker demands due to the discipline of market conditions. It also suggests that trade unions should target lead firms rather than logistics employers in order to win their goals. The European trucking industry provides an acute example of this dynamic. Market leader DHL has less than 1.3% market share. Low barriers to entry have resulted in a hyper-competitive market, and downward pressure on drivers' terms and conditions has been enabled by the lack of government enforcement to ensure drivers from Eastern Europe receive proper pay and conditions. This has resulted in much lower take-home pay and tough working conditions, with many drivers living in their trucks for months at a time. Since the start of the 2010s, road transport unions have experimented with an organizing model that links drivers and unions from both Western and Eastern Europe. The fragmentation of the industry, however, is a major obstacle. In an attempt to overcome this, unions have targeted lead firms from auto manufacturing to retail, holding them ultimately responsibility for trucking labor market conditions. A media expose on trucking conditions in IKEA in 2017 was one example of this strategy, while negotiations with other firms deemed to have a more progressive approach are ongoing. Progress with this strategy so far has also been incremental at best. Even if strong agreements can be reached with lead firms, which have hitherto proved very difficult to achieve, there will still be vast numbers of other employers to organize until the strategy can achieve critical mass. Arguably, the strategy has had much greater success when national legislation has placed specific responsibilities on lead firms for their supply chains, such as in Australia and South Korea. Legislative opportunities, however, remain limited. And in the sphere of international law, current efforts to enshrine mandatory human rights due diligence principles in a new ILO Convention on Supply Chains are facing intense employer opposition. 1474. The growth of e-commerce firms like Amazon provides a new twist to the story. To some extent, Amazon follows the classic path of platform capitalism, in that it has disrupted the retail market by building control over data. Amazon is also distinct from platform firms in that it has become more directly involved in managing and delivering traditional services such as logistics. As with Walmart before it, logistics has been a key part of Amazon's rise. Amazon's spend on logistics has steadily increased as a percentage of its overall costs since 2000 and has increasingly brought more of its logistics operations in-house. This vertical integration means that many Amazon warehouse workers are employed by the lead firm, whereas other platform firms take strenuous efforts to avoid formal employment relationships with their workforces. The digital despotism of working conditions in Amazon warehouses has arguably brought workers from all links in the logistics chain into mainstream media narratives for the first time. Less well known is that Amazon warehouses have been subject to repeated international strike action in recent years, with regular strikes in Germany, Italy, France, Spain, and industrial action also beginning to take hold in the USA. These strikes are impressive in terms of their scale, and are one of the most concerted examples of logistics workers mobilizing their structural power in recent times. As yet, however, they have not managed to shift company behavior significantly. The apparently low impact of strikes by Amazon workers may say more about the limitations of organizing in MNCs in the short term than it does about the structural power of logistics workers. At the time of writing, the COVID-19 pandemic has made Amazon the world's most valuable company in terms of stock market capitalization, meaning management is likely to receive significant support from shareholders. Globally, it has no significant competitor in online retail, and management may feel little pressure to change its long-term anti-union stance. In this context, we need deeper and broader struggles than class struggle at the point of production, particularly when those struggles are contained within the MNC. Beyond MNCs, organizing strategies for last-mile delivery and warehousing. A common thread in the challenges discussed in this chapter so far is the relationship of trade union organizing to the corporate form. In his classic analysis of trade unions, Perry Anderson argues that a major limitation of trade unionism is that it passively reflects capitalist structures. Carolyn Vogler argues that campaigns in MNCs are an example of corporate sectional internationalism, which puts corporate and occupational boundaries on solidarity. In what follows, I reflect on the growing importance of last-mile delivery and labor struggles in logistics. 1475. Warehouse workers, and the possibilities for organizing strategies that go beyond the corporate form. Last-mile delivery refers to the final stage of delivery, generally to a retail customer or small business, and involving smaller packages. Last-mile drivers have a surprisingly marginal place in discussions around the power of logistics workers. The growth of online retail, and hence home delivery services, has been an important trend in the 21st century, which at the time of writing is being accelerated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Although there is speculation about future automation, autonomous vehicles on a mass scale do not look viable in the next 10 years due to technological, legal, and political constraints. A factor in the growth of last-mile delivery is a greater emphasis on fast delivery, such as next-day or same-day delivery services. Growing demand for last-mile delivery places greater pressure on labor costs. Many of these efforts have focused on increasing the absolute surplus value, rather than relative surplus value. Wage costs have been reduced through bogus self-employment, unpaid overtime, and inadequate health and safety provisions, including lack of access to toilets and unhealthy shift patterns. Drivers are also subject to the digital despotism of algorithmic management, with their working day micromanaged to the level of traffic routes and parcel drop-off times. The market is relatively fragmented. In addition to major LSPs, a large number of small firms are active, particularly in the Global South where informal work is also a major factor. There are several reasons why the challenges faced by last-mile drivers can be transformed into organizing strengths. Tapping into these opportunities will require moving beyond an employer-based organizing model to more ambitious strategies. First, the digital despotism faced by last-mile drivers means that they have many grievances in common. Furthermore, they are always online, creating opportunities for digital organizing. Recent campaigns illustrate these opportunities. In the Fight for 15 campaign, which mobilized workers in thousands of small fast food restaurants, web advertising provided a new way to identify activists who would then meet to plan strikes. In the ITF's Ryanair campaign, closed Facebook groups run by cabin crew were an important way to create debate among a workforce spread across 86 European cities, and was credited as a key reason for the simultaneous strikes in the summer of 2018. Second, there are many opportunities for last-mile drivers to come into contact with unionized workers. When last-mile drivers pick up their parcels from warehouses and depots, they will come into contact with unionized work sites. Workers at these sites can become important organizers for last-mile drivers, building on a long tradition of union organization migrating along the supply 1476 chain at the point of worker contact. For example, when the ITF's Flags of Convenience campaign began in the 1950s, dock workers played a major role supporting unorganized seafarers arriving in their ports. Furthermore, the last-mile delivery sector already has a substantial degree of union organization. Although there are many new firms operating in the sector, there are also many established, long unionized firms. As noted earlier, the expansion of delivery services has put labor costs and particularly union contracts under pressure both directly and indirectly. To maintain existing terms and conditions, let alone improve standards, it is a priority for unionized workers to organize workers in the wider sector. The existing unionized workforce is also a possible experimentation ground for digital organizing models for last-mile drivers. Third, last-mile drivers are localized within particular spaces. Although they are moving around all day, it is typically only within one city or region. As such, they have much in common with place-based platform workers who have made some organizing gains in recent years. In addition to digital connections, there are opportunities not only to build face-to-face contact but also to make local alliances. Some of the most successful campaigns for organizing low-wage workers in recent years, notably living wage campaigns, have come from the relational power of alliances in local spaces. The pandemic has highlighted the important work that last-mile drivers do for other groups in society, taking great risks to keep supplies of essential goods moving during the various lockdowns. Fourth, legal barriers can lead to creative thinking about organizing models. Many last-mile drivers do not have formal employment status. Bogus self-employment, more common in the global north, creates a legal barrier between workers and employment rights, including collective bargaining in many countries. Informal work, more common in the global south, is a more complicated matter and often has a more indirect link to the supply chain. For example, in Uganda, boda boda motorcycle drivers are a major part of the delivery network, but the precise nature of their links to more formal parts of the supply chain is blurred by intermediaries. Informal workers in a range of sectors have shown it is possible to organize for improved conditions in the absence of favorable legal frameworks. For example, auto rickshaw associations in India focus on issues relating to the structure of their work, such as welfare services, fuel taxes, and police harassment. Elsewhere, informal workers focus on welfare services, education services, and other forms of decommodification. There are many issues that can be organized around even in the absence of a formal employer. Many of the assumed barriers to organizing last-mile drivers can be overcome. The common thread of this argument is the need to think beyond corporate structures such as MNCs and to find ways to mobilize last-mile drivers in larger labor struggles in logistics. 1477. Numbers. A similar logic applies to warehouse workers. At first glance, MNC-focused organizing models may seem appropriate for warehouse workers, particularly given recent gains by workers in Amazon. Warehousing, however, is a varied and complex sector that extends far beyond retail and also requires a more ambitious organizing strategy. Warehousing's importance has been reaffirmed by both the logistics turn and the more recent growth of e-commerce. A wide body of evidence shows that this growing importance has placed downward pressure on workers' terms and conditions, with extensive moves towards precarious labor in many countries. In global north countries such as the USA and Italy, the employment of migrant labor is widespread, as are management strategies to divide workers by race. A 2016 organizing project at DHL warehouses in India offers some insight into the challenges of organizing warehouse workers through an MNC campaign model. The ITF and UNI had recently agreed a global framework agreement with DHL, and the ITF saw the agreement as a major opportunity to expand union organization in the Indian warehousing sector where union membership was low. A research exercise identified a long list of 480 warehouse locations. A team of 22 researchers then visited all of these sites, discreetly collecting information such as workforce size, shift patterns, and key customers by talking to street vendors and workers on breaks. This was the largest field mapping exercise the ITF had ever undertaken. 4 sites were finally identified as organizing priorities based on factors such as worker numbers, site accessibility, political conditions at state level, leverage potential of key customers, and organizing capacity of local unions. Ultimately, organizing capacity would prove decisive. The geography of where there were good organizing targets and where unions had either the willingness or capacity to organize simply did not overlap, and none of the organizing initiatives succeeded. The failure of the warehouse organizing project is partly a cautionary tale of top-down targeting. India had been a flashpoint for the ITF's DHL campaign with multiple worker grievances, but all of the focus had been in the smaller express division. The attempt to expand the campaign into DHL's broader warehousing operations in India made sense in the ITF London headquarters, but not, on this occasion, for unions in India. An alternative strategy is to organize warehouse workers on the basis of place rather than employer. Recently, some Marxist writers have been attracted to a choke point theory of warehouse worker organizing, arguing logistics capital is reliant on a relatively small number of key, geographically immobile hubs, such as those located on scarce land near ports, airports, rail hubs, or key road junctions, and/or with fixed investment in specialized infrastructure, including major LSP hubs. Implicitly, these authors argue that workers could mobilize a significant structural power if they organized in such choke points. The problem with this strategy is that, like the DHL India case mentioned above, it involves employer-led targeting. For example, Allen identifies FedEx's non-union air hub in Memphis as a key organizing priority. Picking targets in terms of what is strategic for capital alone has a high rate of failure. Defining place-based strategies can be a difficult exercise. Analyzing a range of strikes by warehouse workers in Italy, Benvenuto and Cupani argue that the Po Valley area of northern Italy can be considered as an extended choke point. However, the diverse locations of the examples they use, which range across the Milan and Turin hinterlands, means this cannot be considered a choke point in any meaningful geographical sense. One of the most nuanced examples of place-based organizing approaches can be found in California's Inland Empire. The Inland Empire organizing effort actually first emerged as part of an MNC campaign, specifically an attempt to build a warehouse dimension of the Walmart campaign. The campaign quickly realized that Walmart's involvement in the sector was so fragmented that a traditional worksite-based approach would not be effective. Instead, the campaign developed a workers' center, and mobilized symbolic power through political actions. After the Walmart campaign was scaled down, the effort continued through a combination of welfare services as well as innovative industrial actions such as health and safety strikes. As a result, warehouse worker organizing has maintained a dynamic presence in the Inland Empire, although not a large-scale one. The Inland Empire example highlights the importance of a long-term approach. Labor organizers may be initially attracted to key warehouse clusters because of the potential for structural power. But building and sustaining worker organization in these clusters requires long-term, multifaceted organizing, and alliance building in place. It is likely, however, that only such long-term efforts will build the necessary scale to mobilize a structural power. Conclusion. This chapter interrogates the assumption that capitalism's logistics turn has resulted in more structural power for logistics workers. I initially addressed this question by reflecting on the organizing strategy of the ITF, a large and diverse global union federation representing logistics workers. If logistics workers have become more structurally powerful, we would expect to see this manifested among ITF unions. Based on the ITF's attempts to organize in major MNCs, specifically container port operators and multimodal LSPs, the evidence is limited at best. There have been a number of union recognition victories in particular places, and more institutional power in the form of a global framework agreement and more regular dialogue with the global management of several MNCs, but overall the gains have been incremental. Labor struggles in logistics 1479. Few of these gains are a result of workers exercising their structural power directly. Instead, gains have been made due to the ability of workers to maintain collective organization in hostile environments, the ability of unions across MNCs to apply other forms of pressure, and the ability to target wider relationships in the corporate ecosystem. Although mobilizing these different sources of power has been impactful, arguably it has not had the transformational impacts the strategy set out to achieve. Before we dismiss the importance of logistics workers' structural power, we need to recognize the efforts that have been made to constrain it. Recent decades have witnessed restrictions on the right to strike. Attempts to bust powerful unions in the logistics sector both politically and technologically, extensive subcontracting, and building redundancy into logistics systems are all examples of how the state and capital fear the structural power of logistics workers, while simultaneously depressing labor costs. These attempts to suppress structural power gives us a strong indication that it exists. In the final section of this chapter I argued that in order to mobilize a structural power, we need to move beyond organizing strategies based on the corporate form and develop organizing methods that will involve mobilizing much larger numbers of workers. Last mile delivery and warehouse workers are examples of occupational groups who arguably could exercise structural power if they were able to mobilize in sufficient numbers over a long period of time. Workers in both of these sectors are critical for the ongoing functioning of logistics systems and emerging e-commerce sector in particular. This raises two related questions. First, if structural power can only be exercised in conjunction with other power resources, and particularly associational power, Does it exist in any meaningful way? And second, if in the final analysis workers' power comes from mobilizing in large numbers, to what extent do we even need to understand political economic structures and workers' place within it, as opposed to organizing simply for large-scale mobilizations in whichever way possible? The arguments about last-mile and warehouse workers in the final section of this chapter suggest there needs to be a nuanced formulation that takes into consideration both political, economic and associational factors. I argue that it is possible for last-mile drivers to organize, but the way to do this would need to be sensitive to the specific conditions of their industry, the way their work is structured, and the pressures they face. Likewise, when it comes to warehouse workers, the key is to understand the meeting point between economic structures, such as warehousing complexes, and the possibilities for building long-term alliances in particular places, and specifically the ability to build alliances on a big enough scale. As discussed earlier in the chapter, targeting lead firms at the apex of supply chains is unlikely to be successful without significant mobilization. But if such large-scale organization can be achieved, then it will be most effective if directed at the most economically powerful fractions of capital. It is here that corporate targeting and place or community-based organizing, two strategic approaches that are somewhat at odds, need to co-develop. The structural power of logistics workers, therefore, is best understood as contingent. There is no shortcut to it, neither is it easily turned off and on. Rather, it is likely to be brought into being through processes that layer multiple forms of workers' power. We need strategies that can connect workers around broad occupational issues, and place greater emphasis on building relationships and solidarity in particular places. If logistics workers are able to mobilize these different forms of power, including the associational power that comes with mass mobilization, then it is possible to imagine their transformational potential. Welfare from a Marxist perspective. From a Marxist perspective, the welfare state can be defined as the use of state power to modify the reproduction of labor power and to maintain the non-working population in capitalist societies. This means that welfare, on the one hand, aims at reproducing labor power and, on the other hand, seeks to maintain non-working groups like children, the elderly, the unemployed or sick. Government social policy therefore mainly deals with the social effects of capital accumulation. From a Marxist point of view, as long as children are the future workforce, the unemployed are the reserve army of labor and the boundaries between working and non-working groups are fluid, none of the elements can be separated from each other. Thus, in addition to the market and the family as institutions of social reproduction, one based on wage labor and unpaid domestic work, the welfare state intervenes politically in social reproduction in at least three ways. First, taxation and the social security systems provide consumption opportunities and benefits for food or housing. Second, the welfare state subsidizes services and goods. And finally, the state directly provides use values in the form of services such as health services or child care and education. 81. Welfare. Teinhogner 1486. Placing the welfare state in relation to the structure and contradictions of capitalist accumulation is a common feature of Marxist approaches towards welfare. From this perspective, the welfare state necessarily emerges from the material contradictions of capitalist society and operates through and within its contradictions. According to Marx, capital accumulation is a moving contradiction, which permanently creates class and economic conflicts, and cannot survive on its own. It rather depends on social structures that compensate the social effects of its contradictions. That does not necessarily mean that the historical development of Western capitalist states into differing welfare regimes can merely be deduced from the logic and contradictions of capital accumulation. Instead, capitalist accumulation and welfare must be considered as co-constitutive against the background of specific national historical paths of welfare development. Welfare is always related to capital accumulation because social expenditures depend upon social income and wage-based taxes. Conversely, welfare itself has effects on capital accumulation by redistributing economic surplus. Not coincidentally, Western welfare states, their differences notwithstanding, developed together with industrial capitalism and the formation of national states and their transformation into mass democracies after the French Revolution in the late 19th century. With the industrial division of labor, namely the separation of producers and the means of production in so-called primitive accumulation, new requirements for social reproduction appeared. In capitalist societies, where social reproduction is no longer predominantly organized by extensive subsistence farming and the family but instead organized through the market, wage-dependent people need wage replacement benefits, i.e., social security in times of unemployment, crisis, and general life risks. On the other side, capital needs exploitable labor power without bearing heavy reproduction costs. As we learn from Marx, capital does not care about the requirements of social reproduction beyond production costs. Thus, by providing social security beyond the market and disciplining the workforce with the help of social policy measures, welfare states both enable as well as limit capital accumulation. Welfare has therefore been considered a Trojan horse that can potentially shift barriers between capitalism and socialism, or at least it is a battleground pervaded by class conflicts and structural contradictions. But what kinds of contradictions are meant here? Systems-oriented Marxist approaches towards welfare list many. The following four contradictions are particularly characteristic. First, welfare states are usually both capitalist and democratic and need to protect and redistribute property. Second, welfare moves between the demands for exploitable labor power and its needs of reproduction. Thus, welfare both commodifies and decommodifies, both provides social protection and disciplines the population. 2/3, welfare states are tax states. By means of the redistribution of tax money, they aim at providing social security to guarantee